A kid, probably 13 or 14 years old. His clothes were in tatters, his body covered in grime. He stayed completely still, letting the biting wind strip away his warmth bit by bit. But his eyes, sharp and icy, like a hawk's, were terrifyingly cold. He was locked in on something about 20 or 30 feet away. There, a scrawny vulture was tearing into a rotting corpse. Every now and then, it would glance around cautiously. The boy waited, patient like a hunter. He waited for what felt like forever, until finally, the moment came. The greedy vulture buried its head deep into the corpse's belly. In an instant, the boy squinted, his eyes flashing with a deadly glint. He shot forward like an arrow leaving the bowstring. With a flick of his right hand, a black iron spike from the pouch on his waist was in his grip. The air around him reeked of intent to kill. The vulture flapped its wings in panic. But it was too late. Expressionless, the boy swung his arm with force. The black iron spike sliced through the air like a dark streak. Thud! The spike struck the vulture square in the head, killing it instantly. The sheer force sent the carcass, along with the spike, slamming into a broken-down wagon in the distance. The boy didn't slow down, rushing to the wagon. He grabbed the vulture's corpse and the spike in one swift motion. With that done, he turned and left without hesitation. The wind howled louder, cutting deeper into him. The cold gnawed at him, making him hate it even more. But he didn't stop to find shelter. He didn't have the time. This hunt had taken far too long. To him, the shifting sky was more terrifying than the corpses. He had to get to the next spot before nightfall. The boy sprinted through the ruins. Corpse after corpse, blue and black, blurred past him. He didn't even glance at them, he was used to it by now. But anxiety began to show on his face. Finally, a pharmacy came into view in the distance. The boy exhaled in relief and dashed inside. The pharmacy was a mess, reeking of mold. In a corner, the corpse of an old man slumped lifelessly. The boy gave it a quick glance, then immediately started rummaging. Most of the herbs had rotted away. He carefully identified what he could for a long while. At last, he found a stalk of wound-healing herb. He ripped off his outer coat in a hurry. A massive scar stretched across his chest, still fresh, its edges blackened and oozing blood. Taking a deep breath, he crushed the herb in his hands. Clenching his teeth, he slowly smeared the juice onto the wound. Instantly, a tidal wave of pain hit him. His body shuddered uncontrollably, but he gritted his teeth and forced himself to endure it. Sweat poured from his forehead, dripping onto the floor. After a dozen breaths, he finished applying the medicine. Drained, he leaned against the shelves, gasping for air. It took him a while to recover before he put his coat back on. He looked up at the sky, then pulled out a worn map. The areas he searched were all marked with crosses. Only 2 places remained unchecked. Stowing the map, he was about to leave when his gaze was drawn to the old man's clothes. The old man wore a leather coat, almost untouched by decay. The boy hesitated for a moment, then approached. He pulled the coat off the corpse and draped it over himself. Though oversized, it brought a rare warmth. Lowering his head, he looked at the old man's wide-open eyes. Raising his hand, he gently closed them. A small price to pay for taking the coat. With that, he turned and left. Just as he stepped out of the pharmacy, he froze. In the blood-stained mud lay a broken piece of a mirror. In its reflection, he saw his dirt-covered face. The faint outline of once delicate features was still visible, but the face staring back at him had lost all traces of boyish innocence. Only a piercing coldness remained. He stared in silence for a long while. Then suddenly, he raised his foot. Crack! He stomped the mirror to shards. Without stopping, he took off running again. Yet in the shattered pieces of glass, a terrifying image still reflected in the sky. A massive, incomplete face loomed, as if it covered the entire heavens. The face, worn and fractured, had its eyes closed, its expression indifferent, aloof, as if all living beings were nothing but ants. Beneath the broken visage, the sky darkened rapidly. Night crept in like a monstrous beast, swallowing everything in its path. The wind howled, sharp and eerie, like ghosts wailing in despair. The ruined city began to echo with unsettling noises. Something strange and sinister was awakening. The boy quickened his pace, his movements becoming frantic. He had to reach his shelter before night overtook him. As he passed a collapsed building, his pupils suddenly shrank. There, in the rubble, sat a person. The figure was cleanly dressed, without a single wound. Most importantly, their skin was a normal color, not the bluish black of the corpses. In this dead city, this could only mean a living person. The boy's heart raced, his breathing quickened. He hadn't seen another living soul in days. He wanted to rush over immediately. But the encroaching darkness was only moments away from consuming everything. He memorized the location, every detail, every turn. Without a second of hesitation, he bolted. He ran with everything he had. Finally, just as the darkness swallowed the world whole, the boy dove into his temporary shelter, a narrow hole in the ground. Its entrance so tight, no adult could squeeze through. The boy squeezed into the hole with great effort, quickly and skillfully blocking the entrance with debris. Just as he stuffed the last gap, the outside world was swallowed by darkness. He didn't relax for a second. Holding his breath, gripping a black iron spike tightly, he crouched in the pitch black, ears straining. Not long after, strange beast snarls and eerie laughter echoed from outside. The sounds drew closer, like they were passing by. The boy was so tense he could barely breathe until the noises gradually faded into the distance. Only then did he exhale, collapsing onto the ground. The hole was so silent, the thudding of his heartbeat filled the space. He sat there in the dark for a while, forcing himself to relax, loosening his taut nerves. Grabbing his canteen, he took a few sips of water before pulling out a bloodied vulture from his bag. In the darkness, he tore into it bite by bite, swallowing the raw flesh. The rancid taste spread in his throat, but he swallowed without so much as a grimace, using it to stave off the gnawing hunger in his stomach. The entire vulture was gone in no time. Exhaustion hit him like a wave, and he closed his eyes. But his grip on the black iron spike never loosened, holding it like a half-awake lone wolf. Outside the hole, the night cloaked everything. Even the terrifying fragmented face hanging in the sky was swallowed by the shadows. The survivors had a name for that face, the deity. Long ago, this world was thriving, full of life. Until that face descended from the void. Its presence corrupted the entire world. Life withered. Living beings perished, almost nothing was left. From then on, the world became a desolate, apocalyptic wasteland. But the catastrophe brought by the deity didn't stop there. Its oppressive power loomed over everything. Every so often, it would open its eye, and wherever its gaze landed, would be instantly and deeply corrupted, becoming an uninhabitable death zone. 9 days ago, the deity opened its eye again. Its gaze fell directly where the boy was. In a single night, over a dozen human cities turned into ghost towns. Everything mutated, life obliterated. Only a few lucky souls survived the calamity. The boy was one of those rare survivors. The world outside the hole was pitch black. Suddenly, a shrill cry came from afar, growing closer and closer. The sleeping boy's eyes snapped open. Instinctively, he raised the iron spike in his hand. Alert, he stared at the blocked entrance. The piercing sound lingered near the hole, circling for a moment before fading away again. Only then did the boy let out another breath of relief. His drowsiness was completely gone. Reaching into his leather pouch, he pulled out a bamboo scroll. In the dark, he ran his fingers over the etched characters with practiced ease. Sitting upright, he closed his eyes and began regulating his breathing. The boy's name was Su Qing. He had been struggling to survive alone in the slums outside the city since he was little. 9 days ago, the disaster struck without warning. He had hidden in a crack in a rock. Unlike the others who panicked in terror, he remained calm, staring up at the deity's open eye in the sky. He fixated on the deity's unique cross-shaped pupil, as if the fear had been drained from his being, until he saw a beam of purple light descend from the sky, landing precisely in the northeast corner of the city. The next moment, he blacked out. When he woke up, he found himself the sole survivor. But he didn't leave immediately. He knew that after the deity opened its eye, the corrupted zones would be shrouded in blood rain. This so-called blood rain was actually a barrier. Those inside couldn't leave, and those outside couldn't enter. Only when the zone fully formed and the rain stopped could passage be possible. To Su Qing, this catastrophe didn't seem all that terrifying. The cruelty of the slums had long hardened him to death. Homeless drifters, rabid dogs, disease, and cold, any one of them could take a life with ease. As long as he was alive, nothing else mattered. The slums even had fleeting moments of warmth. Down-and-out scholars taught them to read. He vaguely remembered having family once, though their faces had blurred with time. But he knew he wasn't completely alone. So he had to survive. And if he could live a better life, maybe see his family again, that would be even better. Having escaped death, he decided to explore this ghost town. He planned to search the homes of the upper-class elites, to look for the rumored ways to become stronger from the slum stories, and to find that purple light that fell into the city. That method of gaining power, everyone craved it. They called it cultivation. Those who mastered it were known as cultivators. Becoming a cultivator was Su Qing's greatest dream. He had once seen cultivators from afar, entering the city with an aura so overwhelming it made his instincts tremble. It was said the city lord was a cultivator. 5 days ago, he had found the bamboo scroll he now held in the city lord's mansion, on a corpse. The place had been incredibly dangerous. The deep gash in his chest, nearly exposing bone, was from that encounter. The bamboo scroll recorded the very cultivation technique he had dreamed of. The sea mountain art. He had already memorized its contents by heart. The method of cultivation involved visualizing the eerie totems on the scroll while coordinating specific breathing techniques. The totem looked like an alien huge head, tiny body, just one leg, and a face like a vengeful ghost. The bamboo slip referred to it as Shao. At this moment, Su Qing was meditating. The image of Shao slowly surfaced in his mind. His breathing started to change. All around him, an invisible current began to spread. Strands of spiritual energy gradually seeped into his body. A piercing chill suddenly shot down his spine, spreading through every inch of him. It felt like being submerged in icy water. Su Qing had always been afraid of the cold, but he gritted his teeth, refusing to give up, and kept going. Time passed. Following the instructions on the bamboo slip, he finally finished this training session. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat, and his stomach, still empty after eating that vulture earlier, suddenly growled with hunger again. Su Qing wiped the sweat from his forehead, pressed a hand to his stomach, and a determined look flashed in his eyes. Ever since he started practicing this technique, his appetite had grown. His body was also far more agile than before. These changes made him more tolerant of the icy sensations during cultivation. He looked up, peering out through the cracks in the blocked entrance. Outside, darkness stretched endlessly, and the howls came and went. He still didn't fully understand why he was the one who survived. Maybe it was sheer luck. Or maybe it had something to do with the purple light he saw. 4 days now, he'd been searching the northeastern area, trying to find where that purple light had fallen. But so far, no luck. As his thoughts wandered, the figure he'd seen at dusk crept back into his mind. The one leaning against the wall, with normal skin, looking alive. And that person had been in the northeast too. Su Qing's eyes narrowed slightly. Could it have something to do with that purple light? He instinctively tightened his grip on the iron skewer in his hand. His gaze remained fixed on the cracks in the blocked entrance, full of caution. Not until the eerie sounds circled around and finally faded into the distance did Su Qing let out a breath. Sleep was no longer an option. He reached into his pouch, pulling out a bamboo slip. Fingers deftly tracing the engraved words in the dark, his eyes seemed to glow faintly. Sitting upright, he closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. This boy's name was Su Qing. He grew up alone, struggling to survive in a slum outside the city. 9 days ago, disaster struck. Hiding in a crevice between rocks, he calmly watched as a divine eye opened in the heavens. Its peculiar cross-shaped pupil stared down at the world. At that moment, he saw a purple light shoot down from the sky, landing northeast of the city. The next thing he knew, everything went black. When he woke up, he was the only one left alive. But he didn't leave. When a divine forbidden zone is first created, it becomes shrouded in blood rain and barriers. No one inside can escape, and no one outside can enter. Not until the blood rain stops. For Su Qing, who had grown up in a slum, this catastrophe wasn't exactly new. Death was a constant companion there. As long as he could survive, nothing else mattered. Even in the brutal environment of the slums, moments of warmth occasionally existed. Fallen scholars taught them how to read. Su Qing vaguely remembered once having family, though they had long since been separated. His goals were simple: survive. and if possible, live a little better, maybe even see his family again. So after narrowly surviving, he chose to enter this dead city. He wanted to search the homes of the elites above for ways to grow stronger. And he desperately wanted to find that purple light that had fallen inside the city. In the slums, the path to strength was called cultivation. Those who mastered cultivation techniques were called cultivators. Becoming a cultivator was Su Qing's greatest wish. 5 days ago, he finally found this bamboo slip on a corpse in the city lord's mansion. The price? A wound across his chest that almost killed him. The bamboo slip contained the cultivation method he had dreamed of, the sea mountain art. He had memorized every word on it by heart. Over these past few days, he'd begun trying to practice it. The bamboo slip explained that cultivation was an ancient tradition passed down through the ages. But in this era, spiritual energy was tainted by the aura of the divine. This contamination had a name: heterogeneity. Heterogeneity was like a deadly poison. The icy chill Su Qing felt during cultivation came from absorbing spiritual energy mixed with heterogeneity. If too much heterogeneity accumulated in the body, it would lead to mutation. Some would explode into a bloody mist, others would turn into mindless beasts. When the divine eye opened, it fast-tracked this transformation. Cultivation had always been a perilous path. But without it, in this desolate world, ordinary people lived in a hellscape where no one met a peaceful end. So cultivation became the only way out. The key to the sea mountain art was separating heterogeneity while absorbing spiritual energy, then compressing it into a specific part of the body. This part was called the mutation point. The amount of heterogeneity one could separate determined the quality of the technique. But no matter what, cultivation inevitably led to heterogeneity, and mutation points would form. This process was nearly irreversible. The bamboo slip also mentioned that in the distant Wangu continent, there might be a way to completely purify heterogeneity. But such methods were far beyond the reach of someone like Su Qing, a lowly rogue cultivator. In this desolate world, every cultivator walked a harsh and unforgiving road. Ordinary folks often swim toward the deep sea, chasing that distant, unreachable shore. But most of the time, they die before even catching a glimpse of it. Su Qing, however, knew this all too well. A single fight or a sudden illness could end a life in an instant. He once said, "Instead of worrying about mutating in the future, why not focus on surviving tomorrow first?" Su Qing muttered under his breath, his hand resting on the wound on his chest. He glanced at the sky through the cracks outside. The sound of roars had noticeably dwindled. Dawn was approaching. He lowered his head to inspect his wound. If the blood rain didn't stop, and he couldn't find the violet glow, he'd have to leave and search for herbs in another city. He pressed on the wound, and blood seeped out again. His face turned a little pale. Tearing a piece of cloth from his clothes, he tightly bound the wound. He straightened his posture and silently waited for daybreak. It didn't take long for the roars outside to completely fade. The sky began to lighten ever so slightly. Now was the time to venture out. But he didn't rush. Instead, he stood up and stretched his stiff body until warmth returned to his limbs. He moved aside the clutter and, using the faint light, organized his leather bag. A rusty dagger was strapped to his leg. A black iron spike was placed within easy reach. Lastly, a snake's head, wrapped in burlap, was carefully checked and secured. After making these preparations, Su Qing closed his eyes. A few deep breaths later, he snapped them open, his gaze calm and focused. He swiftly slipped out of the crack and paused at the exit, scanning his surroundings with caution. Once he was sure it was safe, he bolted forward and disappeared into the dim morning light. The blood rain still poured, and the sun was nowhere to be seen. The morning light resembled the murky eyes of a dying elder, carrying the chill of the lingering night. The wind carried a faint scent of decay. But Su Qing didn't flinch. He didn't slow down, heading straight for the place where he'd seen signs of activity last night. In the desolate city, his movements were as fluid and swift as a panther's. A few birds flew across the sky above him. Su Qing licked his lips. Since the gods awakened, all other creatures had perished, leaving birds as the most numerous survivors. These birds had become his primary source of food in recent days. Interestingly, they seemed to have an instinct for finding safe shelters from the storm. His current hideout had been discovered by following their trail. Before long, Su Qing neared the area he had targeted. He didn't approach directly, but circled around, climbing to a vantage point. Lying flat, he remained completely still, squinting as he observed. Slowly, he lowered his gaze. And just like that, his eyes narrowed sharply. He saw that figure again. The person was sitting against a crumbling wall, dressed neatly, with normal-looking skin. The most peculiar thing was, everything about them was exactly the same as yesterday, as if they hadn't moved an inch all night. It made no sense. If they were alive, there was no way they could have survived the dangers of the night unscathed. And if they were dead, an unpolluted corpse like that would have been prime prey for the beasts. Su Qing steadied his breathing. Growing up in the slums had taught him patience, honed through countless grueling hours. So he stayed perfectly still, watching intently. Time ticked by. After 3 hours, the figure hadn't moved a muscle. Su Qing contemplated briefly, then slowly raised his hand. He grabbed a small stone and hurled it with force. The stone flew fast and true. With a sharp crack, it hit the figure. The figure swayed slightly, and just like a corpse, it toppled over to the side. In that instant, as they fell, a brilliant violet glow erupted from the ground where they had been sitting. The moment Su Qing saw the glow, his eyes lit up with intense excitement. His breathing quickened. He had been searching for this violet glow for days. Suppressing his impulse, he forced himself to wait a few agonizing moments. After ensuring there were no other movements nearby, he bolted forward. He moved at full speed, his body like a falcon diving toward the violet glow. Reaching the spot, he snatched up the glow without hesitation. Then he immediately leapt back, retreating over 30 feet before finally stopping, gasping for air. Looking down at what he held, he saw it was a violet crystal. It was pristine and radiant, emitting dazzling light. Su Qing's heart pounded in his chest. He looked back at the fallen corpse. It seemed that, without the protection of the violet glow, the body was now decaying at a visibly rapid pace. The skin turned an ashen black in mere moments. The sight made Su Qing instinctively tighten his grip on the violet crystal. He turned and sprinted back toward his hideout. As he ran, he suddenly froze mid-step. A trace of confusion flickered across his face. Lowering his head, he loosened his coat and looked at the wound on his chest. The blood had stopped seeping. Instead, an unfamiliar itch was spreading across the area. Narrowing his eyes, Su Qing abruptly tore off the bandage. What he saw left him utterly shaken. That morning, his wound had been festering and worsening. But now, the horrifying gash on his chest was already more than halfway healed. Even the edges were fading, leaving only a faint scar behind. What the? Su Qing's breathing quickened as he suddenly stared at the purple crystal in his hand. This thing. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes as an image surfaced in his mind, a picture of the intact corpse before he took the purple crystal. It can keep a corpse intact and heal wounds on the living in no time. He clenched the crystal tightly, his heartbeat pounding like a drum. Quickly, he scanned his surroundings. Even though he was sure there were no other living people around, his instincts kicked, and having obtained such a treasure, he couldn't help but become more cautious. Without lingering, he bolted at full speed toward the burrow where he was hiding. As he ran, he started to notice something strange. His wounds were closing up rapidly, and even the fatigue he'd been feeling earlier seemed to lift. In the past, running like this for half an hour would have left him needing a break. But now, after the same distance, his body felt warm and energized, his stamina completely intact. On the way back, he even managed to catch a falling bird mid-air. He didn't kill it on the spot, just knocked it out, knowing that keeping it alive would make it last longer. Despite doing all this, he still reached the burrow much faster than usual. There was still some daylight left when he saw his hideout from a distance. Su Qing's mood improved significantly, but he didn't let his guard down. He knew that with the awakening of the gods and the formation of this restricted zone, the area at night wasn't just home to dangerous beasts. There were other, more sinister presences lurking as well. Back in the slums, he heard stories. Places steeped in death often birthed eerie, unexplainable things. Like the laughter that sometimes echoed from outside at night, it was said to come from such entities. The common wisdom for dealing with these things? Don't look, don't touch, don't interact. Although he'd only ever encountered them at night, Su Qing couldn't be sure they wouldn't appear during the day as well. So he didn't slow down. He reached the burrow quickly, dove inside, and sealed off the entrance. Once inside, he sat cross-legged and opened his tightly clenched fist. Purple light spread from his palm, illuminating the small burrow and casting a violet hue over Su Qing's face and eyes. He stared unblinkingly at the purple crystal in his hand. The crystal was elongated, about the size of a finger, with what looked like wispy filaments inside. It was those filaments that emitted the purple glow. Can it really heal wounds? Su Qing muttered to himself, staring at his chest wound after unbuttoning his shirt. He noticed that the injury had already healed by 90%. The remaining part didn't seem like it would take long to fully recover, and even the nearby scars were fading. Thinking back to how he felt on the run back, with far less exhaustion than usual, Su Qing began forming a theory about the crystal. Its effect was obvious. It was for recovery, healing wounds, restoring stamina, maybe even revitalizing life itself. I wonder if it has other abilities, he murmured, his gaze thoughtful. He wasn't sure if this purple crystal was connected to the awakening of the gods, but it most likely was. Regardless, it was undoubtedly a priceless treasure, something Su Qing had never heard of in his life, capable of such extraordinary restorative power. Carrying this thing was almost like having an extra life. But Su Qing knew well enough he was only able to get his hands on it because the city was completely devoid of other living people. Once the blood rain ended and he ventured back out, protecting such a treasure would be almost impossible. The only solution was to hide it. Su Qing sat in silence, deep in thought. His eyes fell on the unconscious bird he brought back. He grabbed it in one swift motion. Covering its beak to muffle any noise, he pulled out a dagger from his calf and made a small cut on the bird's body. As the bird struggled, Su Qing shoved the purple crystal into the wound. Then he stared intently. At first, the bird thrashed around, but soon, an invisible current seemed to flow in its surroundings, as if spiritual energy was being drawn toward it. The amount of energy was far greater than what Su Qing typically absorbed during his own cultivation. It surged straight into the bird's body. The bird's struggling grew noticeably stronger, almost unnaturally so, to the point where Su Qing had trouble holding it down. His eyes lit up with amazement. Normally, he could snap a bird's neck with one hand. But now, it took several tries before he finally managed it. He quickly retrieved the purple crystal from the bird's body, wiped it clean, and closed his eyes in contemplation. The bird didn't die, and it absorbed spiritual energy, becoming abnormally strong. This should be safe, he muttered. After a while, Su Qing opened his eyes, a look of determination in them. Without hesitation, he pressed the purple crystal into the nearly healed wound on his chest. The process was painful, but Su Qing gritted his teeth and endured. There's nowhere safer than hiding within yourself. He had tried it himself and found that placing it inside his body seemed to work better. As the purple crystal fused and the wound on his chest healed, before Su Qing could take a closer look, a deafening roar erupted from within him. An overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, far stronger than what had previously attracted the birds, pierced through the earth from all directions and rushed towards him. The energy was so intense that Su Qing's face turned pale blue in an instant, his whole body enveloped in an indescribable icy chill. The reason? The spiritual energy was thick with impurities. But Su Qing was prepared. Without hesitation, he immediately began channeling the sea mountain art. As it circulated, the incoming energy was forced to shed its impurities. What remained was pure spiritual energy, coursing through his meridians and spreading throughout his body. At that moment, his body emitted a series of popping sounds. It was as if blockages within him were suddenly cleared, nourishing and refining his flesh and blood. The image of the demon he visualized in his mind suddenly came alive, striking various poses on its own. Although the sea mountain art was labeled a cultivation technique, it leaned more towards body refinement rather than pure spiritual cultivation. It was divided into 10 levels, each corresponding to the 10 stages of the Qi condensation realm. The bamboo scroll made it clear. Every level increased strength equivalent to that of a tiger. 5 tigers equaled 1 demon, and 2 demons made 1 colossus. It was said that demons could move mountains, and colossi could shift seas, hence the name, Sea Mountain Art. Currently, the purple crystal embedded in his chest acted like a vortex, constantly drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy, which rushed into him as if being poured from above. Su Qing's cultivation advanced at a breakneck pace. Time passed, though he wasn't sure how long. The popping sounds within his body grew louder and more intense, while impurities were expelled through his pores. A foul stench filled the small cave. As the impurities were purged, Su Qing's body became visibly clearer. What was once a face obscured by grime now appeared clean and delicate. After a while, as the noises within him quieted and the influx of energy subsided, Su Qing suddenly opened his eyes. A fleeting trace of purple light flashed in his gaze before quickly fading away. Coming back to his senses, Su Qing froze for a moment. The pitch-black cave around him now seemed crystal clear to his eyes. He quickly looked down at himself, his expression gradually shifting to one of disbelief. This feeling, excited, Su Qing stood up and threw a punch, the sharp whistle of wind cutting through the narrow space. The cave was too cramped for him to truly run or move around, but the sensation of lifting his legs and throwing punches told him he was far stronger than before. He rolled up the sleeve of his left arm. On his forearm, he saw a tiny black dot, about the size of a fingernail. Su Qing took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. So this is the first level of qi condensation. The bamboo scroll mentioned that this black dot was the mutation point, and for the Sea Mountain Art, it appeared on the left arm one per level as you advanced. Su Qing touched the black dot on his arm, feeling exhilarated by his newfound strength. He glanced up towards the cave's narrow opening, already planning to test his speed once daylight arrived. But soon, a sense of unease crept in. He moved closer to the gap and carefully listened. Outside, it was still pitch black, yet there wasn't a single unusual sound. This was something Su Qing had never encountered in all these days. Even after sunrise, even if there were no strange beasts or eerie noises, the sound of rain had always been constant. But now, even the rain was gone. Could it be? Su Qing's heart skipped a beat as a thought crossed his mind. He waited in silence until a piercing beam of light streamed through the gap at the cave's entrance, reflecting in his dark eyes and seemingly illuminating the entire world. The moment he saw the light, Su Qing's body trembled slightly. He raised his hand, slowly reaching towards the sunlight, letting it fall into his palm. The long-lost warmth began to awaken something deep within him. Sunlight. After a while, light returned to Su Qing's eyes. He pushed aside the debris blocking the gap, allowing more sunlight to flood in before slowly crawling out. As soon as he emerged and looked up, what greeted him wasn't heavy clouds, but a bright, radiant sun. That sun reminded him of an old, sickly man, suddenly recovering and unveiling a new beginning, bringing freshness back to the world. The rain had stopped. Su Qing took a deep breath of air tinged with the scent of sunlight, silently gazing at the city bathed in morning light. Under the dazzling red sun, everything in the city seemed to radiate a brilliance unlike any other day. The crimson dawn pierced through the cracks in the clouds, like golden waterfalls sprayed by countless whales, slowly sweeping away the city's gloomy mist, revealing scars etched into every corner. Collapsed buildings, lifeless blue-black bodies, and pools of shocking crimson blood all seemed to scream at Su Qing, reminding him of the catastrophe that had once struck here. A complex emotion flashed across Su Qing's eyes. Having lived in the slums outside the city for 6 years, he had watched this city from afar for just as long. Though he rarely ventured inside, this was the place he had long dreamed of calling home. This is where I learned my cultivation techniques. This is also where I found that piece of violet crystal. This is where I survived. Su Qing whispered softly, his voice trailing into silence. After a long pause, he let out a faint sigh, then walked over to one of the blue-black bodies. He stared at it for a long moment before hoisting it onto his back and continuing forward. When he reached the nearby square, he carefully set the body down, turned back, and returned to lift a second, then a third, then a fourth. Some of the bodies were scattered across the streets, others crushed beneath the ruins. One by one, he carried every corpse from the area to the square. By the time he was done, the collected remains had formed a small mountain, some intact, others shattered beyond recognition. Su Qing stood silently for a moment, then struck a flame. For some reason, the fire roared with an unusual ferocity, billowing thick black smoke into the sky. He stood there for a while, staring into the smoke, before turning to leave and heading toward another part of the city. Before long, more plumes of smoke rose into the sky, one after another. And so, on the first day sunlight touched this desolate ruin, the city bore witness to more than just light. It saw the black smoke of bodies turning to ash, ascending skyward. The dark tendrils of smoke coiled upward, blotting out the sunlight. The morning light grew weak and crimson, like a heavy sigh hanging in the air. The smoke seemed to transform into the sky's tears, their shadows stretching across the ground like the scars of a weeping earth. The last of those tears marked the spot where Su Qing had once discovered a faint violet glow. Here, he gently laid down the body of the elderly apothecary. Flames erupted once more, their heat washing over him as he stood at the fire's edge, the flickering blaze reflected in his pitch-black eyes. His dry, disheveled hair swayed in the heat, curling slightly. After a long moment, he bent down, bowing his head in silent respect. "Rest in peace," he murmured. At that moment, the flames surged violently, burning brighter and fiercer, scattering countless sparks like dandelion seeds carried by the wind. Yet the curling black smoke remained, clinging to the unfulfilled regrets and lingering attachments of the departed. Not even the wind could disperse it. The smoke climbed higher and higher, carving faint scars into the heavens. Small and powerless. Some time later, the sound of chaotic footsteps broke the stillness, accompanied by a mocking, sneering voice from behind the boy. "Well, now I see why there weren't any bodies left along the way. Turns out there's some dumb kid here, going through all this trouble just to drag them to one place and burn him. Fine by me. Since you're so attached, let me do you a favor. How about I toss you in there to join them?" Su Qing spun around in an instant. As he turned, his sharp gaze swept his surroundings. Roughly 70 or 80 feet away, 7 figures were closing in, each positioned at a different angle, moving like a scattered formation. The group consisted of adults, both men and women, dressed in dark gray leather coats with multiple pouches strapped to their bodies. All of them were armed, keeping a cautious distance from one another, their stances revealing a high level of vigilance. Among them, 3 held bows drawn, 2 brandished blades, each one guarding their backs as if wary of an ambush. The last person, wearing heavy gloves, walked alone at the center. The voice dripping with mockery came from a burly man, the closest to Su Qing. He carried a massive battle axe on his shoulder, his face marked by a vicious scar. His scruffy beard and cruel eyes paired with a sinister grin as he strode towards Su Qing. Su Qing took all of this in with just one glance. His pupils contracted, and his mind quickly analyzed the situation. These people didn't seem like a seasoned team, they looked more like a group hastily thrown together. Their scattered formation and guarded movements made that clear. And Su Qing had no trouble guessing their identities. They were scavengers. The southern Phoenix continent was full of scavengers. These people were ruthless, with little to no moral boundaries, living by the harsh law of survival of the fittest. Clearly, with the blood rain in the Forbidden Zone having stopped and the barriers lifted, scavengers from all around had swarmed in like vultures. To them, no matter how dangerous the Forbidden Zone was, it didn't matter. These people lived on the edge of a blade, and the resources in this empty city were enough to drive them wild with greed. Even if most of the supplies were contaminated, there were always a few treasures worth risking their lives for. Su Qing's thoughts raced as his body shifted. In one swift motion, he prepared to leap to the side. The brute kept closing in, his eyes turning even more vicious when he saw Su Qing trying to run. His sneer was laced with bloodlust. "Run? I love tormenting kids like you. Look at that sack of yours, bet you've got plenty of goodies in there. Lay team, leave this brat to me." His cruelty seemed to pour from his eyes, matching his towering build and the massive battle axe in his hand. The sheer pressure was suffocating. He charged forward in giant strides, swinging his axe with his right hand and hurling it straight at the direction Su Qing leapt toward. The axe sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, closing the distance between them in an instant. The brute was indeed strong and fast, but Su Qing was faster. Just as the axe came crashing down, Su Qing sidestepped with a sudden burst of speed, narrowly dodging it. The axe whizzed past his face. The wind from the blade swept across Su Qing's cheek, lifting his disheveled hair and revealing the pair of cold, wolf-like eyes beneath. In the next moment, Su Qing rolled on the ground not to flee, but to close the gap between him and the brute. His right hand shot up, and a pitch-black iron spike appeared in his grasp. Using his smaller stature to his advantage, Su Qing leapt upward, thrusting the spike from below straight toward the brute's chin. It all happened so fast. Su Qing's small frame and earlier attempt to flee had served as perfect cover, catching the brute off guard and making him feel like death was looming over him. But the brute was experienced. His expression shifted instantly, and he leaned his upper body backward just in time to narrowly avoid the spike. A shallow cut still opened up on his chin, drawing blood. Before the brute's fury could fully ignite, Su Qing's face remained cold and expressionless. His left hand swiftly drew a dagger from his lower leg. Taking advantage of the brute's backward lean, Su Qing ducked low and plunged the dagger viciously into the top of the brute's right foot. Thud! The blade pierced through the straw sandal, through flesh, and into the dirt below. The brute's face twisted in agony, the intense pain coursing through his body as a shrill scream escaped his lips. He tried to strike back, but Su Qing was too agile. After delivering the blow, Su Qing quickly retreated to the shelter of a crumbled wall, crouching low and ready to strike again. The flickering firelight danced across his face, obscuring his expression, but his wolf-like gaze remained sharp and ruthless, fixed on the scavengers around him. Everything had happened so quickly, coupled with Su Qing's young age and skinny frame. Many of the scavengers were caught off guard and didn't react in time. Now, their eyes turned menacing, and 3 of them with bows instantly narrowed their focus. Hiding behind cover, Su Qing didn't spare a glance at the brute who was still screaming and struggling to pull the dagger from his foot. Instead, his eyes scanned the 3 bowmen, eventually locking onto the one in the middle wearing gloves. That man was an old-timer. His outfit was similar to the others, but his sharp gaze and the faint trace of energy Su Qing sensed from him set him apart. Combining that with his position and the glances the others occasionally threw his way, Su Qing made a judgment in his mind. This guy was probably the temporary leader of these scavengers. Su Qing studied the old man while calculating his next move. The old man, in turn, was staring back at him, his expression tinged with something unreadable. After a moment, the old man shifted his gaze to the still burning pyre not far away, falling silent. By this time, the brute had finally yanked out the dagger, his eyes blazing with savage fury. Letting out a roar, he charged straight at Su Qing. "You little punk, I'll slaughter you." Su Qing squinted, his eyes flashing with a deadly sharpness. He was just about to make his move when a calm, aged voice suddenly rang out. "Enough!" That single word landed like a hammer, stopping the roaring brute in his tracks. He froze, then turned to look at the speaker. It was the old man wearing gloves, the one Su Qing had been watching. "Late team. This kid's probably a survivor from the slums outside. Even the gods have spared him. Leave him be. Let us go." But the brute's face was full of unwillingness. He felt that he'd only been caught off guard earlier. If he were to really fight, he was confident he could crush Su Qing's neck in seconds. Before he could finish, the old man gave him a cold glance. "Do I need to repeat myself?" The brute's face twisted in struggle, but in the end, he lowered his head. As he bowed his head, his peripheral vision caught sight of Su Qing hiding behind cover. A glint of murderous intent flashed across his face, but he turned away, limping as he followed the old man. Su Qing felt that flash of killing intent. His eyes narrowed, his vigilance heightened as he watched the group slowly walk away. They had barely walked a few dozen feet when the old man in the middle suddenly stopped. He turned his head, his gaze lingering whether on Su Qing or the blazing pyre of cremated bodies was unclear. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "Kid, do you want to leave this place with me?" Su Qing froze. He noticed the old man said me, not us. He stayed silent, his eyes scanning the group. The old man waited patiently, not pushing him, standing at a distance for his answer. After about 10 seconds, Su Qing glanced at the others again, first at the old man, then at the burly man with a dark, cold expression, the one he had injured earlier. A strange glint flashed through the boy's eyes, but quickly faded. Slowly, Su Qing stood up, said nothing, and began walking toward them. Seeing Su Qing approach, the old man smiled faintly, turned, and resumed walking forward. The others gave Su Qing a long, meaningful look before following. And just like that, Su Qing joined this group of scavengers, watching them as they combed through the city for anything of value. During this time, he learned the nickname of the fierce-looking man. Everyone called him Crippled Ox. The man glanced at Su Qing often, his eyes cold and sharp. But it was clear he was holding back, as if waiting for the right moment, likely when the old man wasn't around to make his move. He seemed confident that such an opportunity would eventually come. Su Qing thought about it. Seeing Crippled Ox's greed, he used his familiarity with the city to give the scavengers tips and help them find valuable items more efficiently. He kept a low profile, ensuring they scavenged faster and gathered more. Crippled Ox, driven by greed, kept grabbing more items even when his pack was already overloaded. Despite his injuries, he ventured farther than the others, picking up more and more, his burden growing heavier with each step. At first, it wasn't an issue, but over time, exhaustion caught up to him. His physical strength drained faster than anyone else's. As for the city lord's manor, Su Qing, sensing the old man known as Lei Team could be an ally, didn't lead the group there. As dusk approached, they finally retreated from the city and set up camp in what used to be the slums outside the walls. Their movements were practiced and efficient. In no time, they had pitched 6 tents. 2 knife-wielding men shared one tent, while everyone else got their own. Outside, they lit incense and scattered powder in a circle around the camp. As the night deepened, eerie howls from the city grew louder, echoing through the dark. The scavengers quickly retreated into their tents. Only Lei Team glanced at the solitary Su Qing. He pulled out a sleeping bag from the side and tossed it over. The incense keeps beasts at bay. The powder wards off strange entities. Based on what you contributed today, as long as I'm here, Crippled Ox won't dare touch you. This spot is safe enough. With that, the old man said no more and disappeared into his tent. Su Qing didn't reply. He just gave the old man's tent a deep look, then picked up the sleeping bag, unzipped it, and crawled inside. But he didn't seal the bag completely. He left a small opening facing the scavengers' tents. As midnight deepened, the howls outside grew sharper and more piercing. Faint, ghostly cries drifted through the air, adding to the oppressive, fog-like atmosphere of terror. No one dared leave the thin layer of shelter their tents provided. Except for Su Qing. Lying in his sleeping bag, his eyes remained open. He didn't move, just silently waiting. When the night was at its darkest, Su Qing quietly crawled out of the bag. Every movement was precise and soundless. The city's eerie howls filled the air, but they didn't distract him in the slightest. Once outside, Su Qing crept toward Crippled Ox's tent. He couldn't tolerate any threat to his life, not even a potential one. Any danger, no matter how small, had to be eliminated immediately. This was a rule Su Qing had learned through blood and hardship in the slums. It was the only reason he had agreed to join them in the first place. During the day, he had deliberately helped the group find more loot, knowing it would feed Crippled Ox's greed and exhaust him further, especially given his injuries. He had also lowered his own posture, acting submissive to lull the man into a false sense of security. All of it led to this moment. Su Qing's face was calm as he approached the tent. He didn't act rashly. Instead, he crouched outside, listening carefully. The steady sound of snoring came from within, natural and unforced. After confirming it wasn't a trick, Su Qing narrowed his eyes, pulled out an iron spike, and quietly unfastened the tent flap. He slipped inside. The tent was dim, but Su Qing could make out Crippled Ox lying there, sleeping deeply. Exhausted from the day's work and his injuries, the man was completely unaware. And this kid's switch from obedient to deadly? Yeah, no one saw that coming. Especially not Kinyo, who was snoring away in his tent, totally clueless about the uninvited guest creeping up on him in the dead of night. Su Qing stood over the sleeping man, his gaze cold and unfeeling, like the deep ocean. Without a second thought, he moved in close, his dagger flashing. One savage slice across Kinyo's neck, and the guy didn't even have time to react. The cut was so brutal it nearly severed his head. Blood sprayed everywhere. Kinyo's eyes flew open, pure panic and disbelief written all over his face. He tried to struggle, but Su Qing's left hand clamped down on his mouth like a vice, muffling any sound. The fight was on. Kinyo thrashed violently, his eyes wide, his body convulsing. But Su Qing was unyielding. His grip was iron. With one boot planted hard on Kinyo's stomach, he pressed down, keeping the man pinned and helpless. The more Kinyo struggled, the weaker he became, his strength draining away alongside his blood. Desperation filled his eyes, a silent plea for mercy, but all he got back was Su Qing's blank, emotionless face. Outside, the night was alive with distant screams and shouts, drowning out any noise from the tent. Slowly, agonizingly, Kinyo's movements faltered. After several long seconds, his body gave one last shudder, then went limp. His lifeless eyes stared up, frozen in fear. Su Qing didn't release his grip immediately. He waited, ensuring the job was done. Only when he was absolutely certain did he let go, wiping the blood from his dagger with practiced precision. From his bag, he carefully pulled out a serpent's head wrapped in cloth. With deliberate caution, he used the venomous fangs to puncture Kinyo's skin. Moments later, the venom took hold. Green foam bubbled up on the corpse's surface, its flesh dissolving into a gruesome sludge. Within the span of burning incense, there was nothing left but a puddle of blood-soaked earth. Su Qing watched it all in silence. Then, methodically, he cleaned up, gathered Kinyo's belongings, and staged the scene to look like the man had simply disappeared. Slipping out of the tent, the cold wind hit him, carrying away the scent of blood. He tilted his head toward the dark sky, took a deep breath of icy air, and returned to his sleeping bag. Only when he lay down did he feel the tension ease. The threat neutralized, he finally let himself rest. But even as sleep claimed him, his grip on the iron spike in his hand didn't loosen, not even a little. The night passed without incident. At dawn, sunlight crept over the horizon, waking Su Qing. Quietly, he crawled out of his sleeping bag and glanced toward where Kinyo's tent had been. His eyes narrowed. The tent was gone. A chill ran down his spine. His guard shot up. The other scavengers began stirring, and soon enough, they noticed too. Murmurs of surprise rippled through the group. Some folks went searching, but there wasn't a trace of Kinyo or his tent. Theories started flying. Maybe he snuck off to the city for some late-night deal. Maybe something else. In a place like this, disappearances weren't exactly rare. This was a temporary crew, and Kinyo had been a loner. It didn't take long for the others to lose interest. A few cast suspicious glances at Su Qing, but quickly dismissed the idea. He was just a kid, after all. Besides, no one felt like playing detective. Only the old man they called Lei Dui seemed to linger on it. As he rolled up Su Qing's sleeping bag, he gave the boy a long, knowing look and asked, "Still planning to stick with me?" The weight of the question hung in the air. Su Qing said nothing. Lei Dui didn't press. He simply called the group to move out, leading them into the morning light. Su Qing hesitated, glancing back toward the ruins of the city. Then, with one last look at Lei Dui's retreating figure, he made his choice. He followed, his steps growing steadier with each stride. 7 scavengers, one of them just a kid. Their shadows stretched long in the rising sun as a gust of wind carried their whispers away. This is what divine calamity looks like. Wiped out an entire city. Another forbidden zone added to the list. Not the worst of it. Don't forget, 7 or 8 years back, a major city up north just vanished overnight. No trace, no nothing. Like it never even existed. Their voices faded, swallowed by the vast, empty landscape. Su Qing walked on in silence, listening, thinking. Step by step, he moved further away. The forbidden zone in the eastern part of South Phoenix State isn't exactly vast. The ruins where Su Qing and the group had started their journey lay right on the edge of it. That explains why those scavengers could make it to the city as soon as the first daylight appeared. As evening approached, they were almost out of the forbidden zone. Along the way, they encountered a few mutated beasts, but the scavengers quickly took care of them. Su Qing observed carefully, making mental notes. He figured that if he had to fight, apart from the old man called Captain Lei, he could handle any one of the other 6 on his own. Though they weren't cultivators, their moves were vicious, their timing precise, and their fearless attitude at critical moments made their combat ability terrifying. Su Qing analyzed. Except for Captain Lei, he could take any one of them in a fight. If 2 teamed up, he'd still have a chance, but 3 together might be too much for him. With this conclusion, Su Qing became even more cautious. At the same time, he noticed something. The closer they got to the outside world, the more relaxed the group became. They even started joking and chatting with each other along the way. Only the old man, Captain Lei, remained silent throughout the journey. The others treated him with respect, which piqued Su Qing's curiosity about his identity. But this curiosity didn't make Su Qing drop his guard. Even as they neared the edge of the forbidden zone, he stayed vigilant and kept his distance from the group. He followed them, not too far and not too close, listening to their conversations while staying alert. As the day faded and a warm breeze brushed against his face, Su Qing stopped in his tracks. He turned to look back at the desolate land behind him, then shifted his gaze to the world ahead. It felt like he was standing on an invisible boundary. Within this line was the newly formed Forbidden Zone, cold and bone-chilling. Beyond it lay the normal world, teeming with life. They had finally left the Forbidden Zone. Outside, though it was nighttime, the stars sparkled, and the moon hung high in the sky. The ground was still somewhat barren, but it wasn't nearly as frigid as the Forbidden Zone. Occasionally, the natural sounds of birds and beasts could be heard. In the distant grass, Su Qing even spotted a rabbit cautiously watching them. The sight left Su Qing momentarily dazed. The scavengers visibly relaxed, and even Captain Lei's furrowed brow eased up. Finally out. This time went pretty smoothly. If I can avoid it, I swear I'll never step into a forbidden zone again. Never go back. If you want to survive in this hellhole, you've got to risk it in the forbidden zones. One day, I'll buy myself a residence permit in one of the 7 Blood Eyes branch cities. Now out of the forbidden zone, their spirits lifted, and their conversations grew louder. Su Qing stayed silent, but he listened intently. Along the way, he picked up bits of information he wouldn't normally have access to. For instance, the name 7 Blood Eyes came up several times, clearly referring to some powerful force. Another name, Purple Earth, was also mentioned repeatedly. That's all you're aiming for? There are tons of 7 Blood Eyes branch cities. Antler City nearby is one of them, but you can't just buy your way in with spirit coins. You need a recommendation from a 7 Blood Eyes disciple. And those residence permits? They're nothing. I'm aiming to get into 7 Blood Eyes as a disciple myself. You? In 7 Blood Eyes? You wouldn't last 3 days there. Everyone can talk big. Why don't you say you're heading to the overseas ancient continent, the birthplace of humanity? Hearing this, Su Qing's heart stirred. He had indeed come across the name Ancient Continent in his bamboo slips. Ancient Continent? If I had the ability to ignore the ocean's dangers, you think I wouldn't go? A heated argument broke out between 2 scavengers, their tempers flaring. Su Qing perked up, ready to catch more of their exchange. But Captain Lei suddenly glanced at the 2 and spoke for the first time. There are ways to get to the Ancient Continent. 4 to be exact. Think about which one suits you. First, achieve foundation establishment before the age of 15 and become a rare prodigy. Second, pay 300,000 spirit coins to buy a migration slot from Purple Earth, 7 Blood Eyes, or the Pathfaring Church. Third, make outstanding contributions to humanity in alchemy. Fourth, become a personal disciple of one of Purple Earth's major families, a 7 Blood Eyes Peak Master, or the leader of the Pathfaring Church. Oh, and there's a 5th way. Become a treasure keeper. Think about it. Which one suits you? The scavengers fell silent, their expressions shifting, especially at the mention of the 5th method. Fear flickered in their eyes. Su Qing's brows furrowed as well. He had heard of the term treasure keeper before. Back when he was still living in the slums, a few kids he knew were taken away by a group of well-dressed people. Word on the street was that they were going to be trained as treasure nourishers. The kids in the slums were all pretty envious. He hesitated for a moment, then glanced at the old man from Thunder Team and asked softly, "Excuse me, what exactly is a treasure nourisher?" The old man shifted his gaze to Su Qing, his tone flat as he explained, It means using your own flesh and blood to nurture a weapon, practicing a special technique that dilutes the weapon's impurities with your body. This way, the weapon's harmful effects are dampened, allowing it to be used repeatedly. But the nourisher's body will waste away over time, until they die. Su Qing's eyes widened, and for a long moment, he was speechless. He could only sit in silence. The group fell quiet too after hearing the term treasure nourisher. No one had anything more to say as they walked through the night. Eventually, they moved far enough from the restricted zone and stopped on a plain. Thunder Team decided to set up camp. Unlike inside the restricted zone, camping out here involved more than just tents. They even lit a bonfire. With the flames crackling, warmth spread through the area. The scavengers gathered around the fire, pulling out bits and pieces of food to roast. The aroma slowly filled the air. Watching others eat, Su Qing swallowed hard. Sitting off to the side, he pulled out a small chunk of tough jerky from his pouch, tearing off pieces and stuffing them into his mouth. Thunder Team's leader glanced his way, then got up and walked over. As Su Qing looked up in surprise, the old man tossed him a leather pouch. Inside were a few steaming hot buns. The moment Su Qing saw the buns, his eyes lit up. He suppressed his excitement and whispered, "Thank you." The old man didn't say much, heading back to the fire. Someone sitting nearby chuckled and asked, "Hey, Thunder, why are you being so nice to that kid? We're all just unlucky souls. Meeting each other is fate. If I can lend a hand, why not?" The buns were still warm, almost too hot to hold. Su Qing hesitated, watching the others by the fire eat the same buns. He pretended to take a small bite, then stared at them for a while. Once he was sure there was nothing wrong, he cautiously took another tiny bite, holding it in his mouth before swallowing. After waiting a bit longer, he finally relaxed. Taking a deep breath, he wolfed down the entire bun. He hesitated again before slowly nibbling on the second one. Even though his stomach still growled, he carefully wrapped the third bun and tucked it back into the pouch, treating it like a treasure. As the night deepened, the scavengers retreated into their tents one after another. Like the night before, the old man handed a sleeping bag to Su Qing. "Here, take it." Su Qing looked up at him and suddenly asked, "Why? Why what?" "It's just 3 buns and a sleeping bag. No big deal. If you want to repay me, just get me something to eat later." The old man turned to head back to his tent. "What do you like to eat?" "Me?" He paused at the tent entrance, thinking it over. "Snake. That stuff has good texture." He said it casually as he stepped into his tent. Su Qing hugged the sleeping bag, staring at the old man's tent for a long time. Then, with a firm nod, he crawled into the sleeping bag and closed his eyes. But he didn't fall asleep right away. Instead, he quietly began practicing the sea mountain technique, something that had become second nature to him. Even though the training left him shivering from the cold, he never gave up, seizing every possible moment to push himself. Especially since Thunder Team's leader had mentioned building a foundation before turning 15. Su Qing didn't compare himself to the so-called prodigies, but deep down, he had his own aspirations. "I'm 14 this year," he murmured, continuing to practice. Time seemed to crawl, yet 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Su Qing followed the group of scavengers over mountains and across plains. Along the way, 3 people left the group, confirming Su Qing's earlier suspicion they'd been a makeshift team from the start. By the 7th day, the 2 knife-wielding men also departed, leaving only Su Qing and the old man from Thunder Team. That night, by the campfire at the foot of a mountain, the old man watched as Su Qing carefully ate small bites of food and stashed half away. Finally, he spoke. "Kid, by noon tomorrow, we'll reach our destination. It's where I live, a scavenger camp." Su Qing looked up at him. The old man gazed into the distance and continued. "Scavenger camps are usually built near restricted zones. Beyond the mountain, outside the camp, there's another restricted zone. Compared to the one you came from, this one's been around much longer. It doesn't just have ferocious beasts, it's full of dangerous areas, and the impurity levels are way higher. Ordinary people wouldn't last a day in there before dropping dead. Even for me, I can only hold out for about 7 days. The 7-leaf grass thrives there, an essential ingredient for refining white elixir. White elixir is a basic medicinal pill used by cultivators to dissolve foreign elements in their bodies. People often come from far away, drawn by its reputation. But fearing danger and unfamiliar terrain, most don't gather it themselves. Instead, they spend spirit coins to hire local scavengers for the task. After explaining, the old man glanced at Su Qing. You get what I'm saying? You're saying the scavengers in the camp are desperate, willing to do anything for money? Hearing about white elixir and its effects, Su Qing narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking for a moment before speaking softly. The old man from Lei's squad had a flicker of surprise in his eyes, then chuckled. You're partly right. What I'd add is that the scavenger camp runs on the law of the jungle survival of the fittest, but at least it's a place to stay. There's a market where you can buy essentials, and occasionally, merchant caravans even pass through. So the houses inside the camp hold significant value. Not just anyone can enter. For newcomers to gain residency, they have to survive a beast trial. That's the rule set by the camp leader, the old man explained, looking at Su Qing. If you pass, I can offer you a place to stay for a price. The land of Nanhuangzu is vast. From above, it looks like an irregular ellipse, surrounded by ocean on all sides. Though far from the Huanggu continent and separated by the endless sea, it's so expansive that many wouldn't be able to cover its entirety in a lifetime. Most of the land is inaccessible to humans, as the Truth Mountain Range cuts diagonally across Nanhuangzu, blocking their path. Southwest of the Truth Mountain Range lies a massive forbidden zone. It takes up nearly 70% of Nanhuangzu's area. The only habitable region for humans is in the northeast, beyond the mountain range. Even so, the human population here is considerable. In this northeastern zone, countless cities of varying sizes the landscape like stars in the night sky. Some are robust and fortified, while others are rudimentary and fragile. When these cities were built, efforts were made to avoid the smaller forbidden zones scattered throughout the region. If given a choice, no one would live near a forbidden zone, where danger could strike at any moment. Only those with no other options, desperate and cornered, would gather there, eyes cold and blades in hand, struggling to survive. And so, scavenger camps formed. Around nearly every forbidden zone, settlements like these emerged. Across human-occupied territories, the number of such camps varies greatly. At this moment, standing atop the mountain, Su Qing's eyes fell on one such camp. From a distance, the camp wasn't large, housing maybe a few hundred residents. Perhaps because it was early morning, wisps of smoke rose into the air. Though less lively than a city, the camp still seemed bustling in its own way. Shouts, curses, haggling, and unrestrained laughter blended together, carrying far into the distance. As the Lei squad elder mentioned earlier, the more valuable homes were deeper inside the camp. The outermost edges were the most basic, mostly just a few tents. Not far behind the camp lay a dense, shadowy forest. Mist hung low among the trees, as if hiding something ominous. Even under the bright sunlight, the forest's depths remained shrouded in shadow, exuding a chilling, otherworldly aura that seemed to suppress everything around it. That darkness was like a blackened, mutated mark on a body, jarring and unsettling, starkly contrasting the outside world. Standing on the mountaintop, Lei Squad's elder asked, "What do you think of it?" Su Qing thought for a moment before answering honestly, "Looks like a slum." The elder chuckled but didn't comment further, walking ahead. Su Qing withdrew his gaze and followed behind. The two began their descent, drawing closer to the camp with each step. Along the way, they encountered several groups of returning residents, all dressed similarly in dark gray fur coats. Su Qing noticed that whenever these people saw the elder, their faces showed a mix of respect and fear, while their eyes curiously studied him. This reaction made Su Qing even more curious about the elder's identity. By mid-morning, Su Qing followed the elder down to the plains at the mountain's base, entering the scavenger camp. The camp had no walls, and the ground was a chaotic mess, with dust swirling and dead leaves and trash scattered everywhere. The whole place felt suffocating and grimy. As they drew closer, the noises Su Qing had faintly heard from the mountain became clearer in his ears. Before him were shabby houses and scavengers bustling about. Some were as burly and fierce as wild bulls, while others were so gaunt they looked like walking skeletons, their eyes sharp and vicious. There were also the elderly, so frail they could barely lift their eyelids, yet no one dared provoke them. And then there were youths, much like Su Qing, huddled in corners, staring blankly at the sky. Some of them had visible disabilities. The place was crowded, and when Su Qing looked around, his eyes narrowed slightly. The aura radiating from these people made him sense the pulsing of spiritual energy. There was a mix of all kinds of people, some trading goods, others brawling, and a few just lying on huge rocks, soaking up the sun. A handful of men were pulling up their pants as they stepped out of tents adorned with vibrant feathers, their faces still carrying looks of satisfaction. Su Qing followed Captain Lei into the camp. To an outsider, this place looked like hell. But apart from a heightened sense of alertness, Su Qing showed no reaction on the surface. In fact, it all felt strangely familiar. Kind of like a slum, Su Qing muttered to himself as his eyes swept over the feathered tents, catching glimpses of pale shadows inside. At one point, a young woman, barely dressed, emerged lazily from one of the tents and smiled, waving at Su Qing. Eyes forward, Captain Lei shot him a glance. "I know what that place is," Su Qing replied, pulling his gaze back. Captain Lei's wrinkled face broke into a faint, helpless smile, but he said nothing more. He led Su Qing deeper into the camp, weaving through its chaotic layout, until they arrived at their destination. In the very center of the camp stood a massive wooden structure. Circular in shape, it looked like some kind of arena. As they walked, Su Qing kept observing, piecing together a mental map of the camp. This was his old habit. Knowing the terrain often meant survival in a crisis. He looked up at the arena-like structure, noticing the wide, open area inside, surrounded by rows of simple wooden benches. Occasionally, the bone-chilling roars of feral beasts echoed from within. Around the arena were rows of wooden shacks where a few scavengers, dressed slightly cleaner than the others, were laughing and chatting. As Captain Lei arrived, a scrawny middle-aged man staggered out of the arena. The man, dressed differently from the scavengers in a long robe, had a face adorned with a three-pronged mustache and carried a faint spiritual energy. As he approached, he casually tugged at the skin on his face, giving Su Qing a quick once-over before turning to Captain Lei. "A newbie? He knows the rules," Captain Lei replied calmly. "Got a name?" "3 characters will do," the man asked offhandedly. "Just call him Kid." "No need for a name," Captain Lei responded indifferently. "Well then, follow me, Kid. Lucky for you. They're already a few ahead of you. The event kicks off tomorrow." The man yawned and turned, heading toward the shacks. Su Qing glanced at Captain Lei. "You go ahead. I'll come pick you up tomorrow," Captain Lei said, his eyes carrying a trace of expectation. Su Qing held Captain Lei's gaze for a moment, then nodded silently and followed the man with the mustache. When they reached the shacks, the man exchanged a few words with the scavengers nearby before leaving. Su Qing was assigned to a shack and instructed not to leave without permission. The moment he stepped inside, he felt 4 pairs of eyes instantly lock onto him from different corners of the room. There were 4 of them, 3 teens around his age and 1 young man, 3 males and 1 female. 2 of the teens looked slightly older than Su Qing. After giving him a quick glance, they lost interest. The girl, younger than Su Qing, was curled up in a corner. A long, visible scar marred her face. She watched everything around her with nervous caution, keeping an eye on both the 3 original occupants and the newly arrived Su Qing. The oldest person in the room, the young man, seemed like he was already a scavenger, just relocated to this camp. When he saw Su Qing, he sneered dismissively and shifted his attention to the girl in the corner, licking his lips with a predatory glint in his eyes. But clearly, he hadn't fully secured his place in the camp yet, and didn't dare to act out just yet. Su Qing ignored them all, choosing a spot near the door to sit cross-legged, closing his eyes to meditate. Time passed slowly. Perhaps it was because Su Qing was so quiet, but the other 3, except for the girl, gradually treated him like he wasn't even there and started chatting among themselves. The 2 teens' words carried an obvious tone of flattery toward the young man. Their conversation revolved mostly around the upcoming trial. From their chatter, Su Qing learned that this camp regularly hosted trials whenever enough people had gathered. These trials determined who earned the right to stay. The rules of the trial were straightforward. The camp leader kept a number of mutant beasts, and anyone wanting a place here had to draw lots and fight the beast they picked. It was a life or death struggle, where both participants were prey. The survivors could take their spoils and earn the right to stay. The dead, on the other hand, became food for the camp's beasts. And every trial took place in that arena. By then, almost every scavenger in the camp would buy a ticket to watch this bloody show. They got a thrill from it, while the camp leader used the opportunity to set up gambling rings and make money. In this brutal world, human life had long lost its value. However, if you didn't qualify to enter the city or the camp, living alone in the wilderness meant an even higher chance of death. Sure, heading to the slums was an option, but clearly, those who chose the scavenger camp all had their own desperate reasons. Su Qing sat cross-legged, meditating, while keeping an ear out to their conversation. It wasn't until they started talking about the gods opening their eyes a few days ago that a young boy suddenly interjected. "I heard about it on my way here. You survived that disaster?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Qing slowly opened his eyes. He glanced over and realized the boy wasn't speaking to him, but to a little girl in the corner. The little girl flinched, then silently nodded. Su Qing's gaze lingered on her. While others only heard about it, he had lived through it. He knew anyone who survived that calamity and made it here was far from fragile or simple. As if sensing Su Qing's stare, the girl glanced back at him for a moment. Su Qing closed his eyes again and resumed meditating. He needed to grab every second he could to train his only way to survive a little better. And just like that, the night passed. Early the next morning, amidst the chaotic shouting from outside, the door to their barack was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Sunlight poured in, casting the scavengers standing at the doorway into shadow. The shadow stretched into the room, enveloping the little girl in the corner. Then, a cold voice followed. "Pack up. You're coming with me. The show is about to start." Finally, someone muttered. The young scavenger in the room was the first to stand, grinning as he walked over to greet the man at the door. The two boys quickly followed. Su Qing was the fourth to step out, and the little girl came out last. The scavenger at the door seemed familiar with the young man, exchanged a few playful jabs with him, and then, ignoring the others, led him toward the arena. The closer they got, the louder the roars, cheers, and shouts became, rising in waves. As soon as they stepped into the arena, the noise erupted into a frenzy. The benches surrounding the arena were packed with over 100 people, men and women, all like a pack of wild beasts, eagerly waiting for the show to begin. The shouting was so loud that the little girl visibly trembled, and the two boys' faces turned pale. Only the young man had excitement in his eyes as he scanned the stands. And then there was Su Qing. His expression stayed calm as he began analyzing the fighting area. Not a big space, so it's hard to maneuver. No cover either, which makes hiding tough. The wooden walls are high, not easy to redirect danger toward the stands. But there are marks on a few doors, hinting at hidden passages. So, either drag it out, using the scavengers shouting to scare the beasts and create an opening, though that might also provoke them, or end it quickly. That's the best option. While Su Qing was still assessing the combat zone, the large door they had just entered slammed shut with a thunderous boom. The heavy wooden door hit the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The sound was like a battle horn, igniting even more excitement among the scavengers. Su Qing's attention shifted to the high platform directly ahead. There, a middle-aged man in a brocade robe sat in the most prominent seat, surrounded by an entourage. The man was far away, his features somewhat blurry, but it was clear he held an extraordinary status. Even from this distance, Su Qing could sense the overwhelming spiritual energy radiating from him, stronger than anything he had ever encountered. It made Su Qing both wary and curious. He guessed this man was likely the camp leader, because beside him, Su Qing spotted the three-mustache man from yesterday, hunched over, seemingly reporting something cautiously. As soon as the camp leader took his seat, the three-mustache man stepped onto the platform and signaled downward with a hand gesture. Moments later, another wooden door on the edge of the arena creaked open. The roars and growls of beasts spilled out, clearer and more menacing. With those sounds, a group of scavengers emerged. They split into 4 teams, each with 3 people, slowly carrying massive iron cages into the arena. Inside the cages, the beasts were roaring and thrashing as if trying to tear the bars apart. Su Qing's eyes quickly scanned the 4 cages, taking in their contents in a flash. In one cage, There were two giant wolves, one big, one small, with razor-sharp teeth, pitch-black fur, and blood-red eyes. Drool dripped from their jaws as they glared at Su Qing and the others, their ferocity unmistakable. There was also a red-furred bear, its burly arms thicker than a grown man's thighs. Its face was full of rage as it furiously shook the iron cage. The three scavengers who carried it and were completely out of breath. As for the last beast in the iron cage, its presence was noticeably weaker. It was a gibbon. Its entire body was covered in oozing boils that looked like they could burst with the slightest touch. It kept slamming against the cage in agony, the boils rupturing on impact, a truly horrifying sight. The moment these creatures appeared, the crowd erupted in excitement. The two boys near Su Qing turned pale instantly, while the little girl's eyes filled with terror. Even the young scavenger, who had seen his fair share of horrors, looked visibly tense. Four of them, Su Qing muttered in shock, glancing toward the open wooden door. Just as he looked over, the four ferocious beasts, which had been roaring and struggling, suddenly went silent, as if struck by some invisible force. At that moment, a massive iron cage, nearly twice the size of the others, was slowly carried out of the wooden door by 6 scavengers. The sight of it drew gasps from the crowd. A giant horned python. The camp leader actually managed to bring in a giant horned python. But then again, to him, this probably isn't even that valuable. For these kids, whoever draws this thing is doomed. Even if we encountered it in the wild, it'd take 2 of us risking our lives to take it down. Inside the cage coiled a massive python. Its body was as thick as a grown man's waist, its dark gray scales patterned with sharp, mountain-like ridges. The snake lay motionless, its enormous head slightly raised, with cold yellow slitted eyes staring out at the world. Under its chilling gaze, even the giant wolf and the gibbon couldn't help but tremble. Only the red bear let out a low growl, seemingly trying to put on a show of defiance, but it slowly backed away to the edge of its cage. "Please don't let it be this one, please don't." The 2 boys behind Su Qing were trembling as they mumbled their prayers. But a glint flashed in Su Qing's eyes. He recognized this giant horned python. Back in the slums, he had seen its carcass, hunted and brought back by city dwellers. People who knew their stuff had said that this snake's strength was terrifying. It could crush even thick wooden beams if it coiled around them. Its scales were incredibly tough, too. However, its bulky body made it slow. Its gallbladder was said to have medicinal properties, capable of neutralizing certain toxins in the body, and its meat was highly nutritious. As these thoughts crossed Su Qing's mind, he suddenly remembered how Captain Lei had once mentioned his love for snake meat. Su Qing had caught plenty of snakes as a child, and the memory made him instinctively lick his lips. And with his ongoing cultivation, the blackened points of mutation on his body were becoming darker. Just yesterday, during training, he had started to feel faint stabs of pain. If he could get his hands on this python-esque gall, it might solve a lot of problems. As Su Qing fixated on the giant python, the drawing of lots began. A scavenger, arranged by 3 beard, stepped forward holding 5 bamboo sticks, each bearing the name of one of the beasts. The first to draw was a young man. After seeing his pick, he visibly let out a sigh of relief. Next came the 2 boys and the little girl. The first 2, despite their prayers, wore bitter expressions after drawing their lots. But when the little girl looked at hers, despair filled her eyes. She had drawn the giant horned python. The last stick left in the scavenger's hand bore the name of the weakest beast of the 5, the little wolf. Su Qing took his bamboo stick, furrowing his brow as he pondered. After the scavengers withdrew, the trial participants were corralled into a corner. Amid the roaring cheers of the audience, the first trial began. The first participant was one of the 2 boys. He stepped out trembling, facing none other than the massive red bear. The fight ended quickly. The boy was no match for the bear. After a few desperate clashes, he was knocked down, his body torn apart in utter despair. Blood sprayed everywhere, igniting a frenzy among the crowd, mixed with shouts of regret and curses. The horrifying scene left the other boy trembling uncontrollably. When it was supposed to be his turn next, he suddenly screamed that he was forfeiting the trial. Amidst boos, Su Qing watched as the boy was escorted away by scavengers. His fate was predictable. The third participant was the young scavenger. He had drawn the large black wolf. Unlike the others, his experience as a scavenger had made him far more ruthless. After an intense, heart-pounding battle, he emerged victorious, covered in wounds and panting heavily. He was the first to successfully complete the trial. The door opened, and clutching his chest, he walked away toward freedom. The fourth one turned out to be that little girl. When the iron cage was unlocked, the little girl gritted her teeth, trembling as she prepared to step past Su Qing in despair and face the fight. But right then, Su Qing suddenly spoke. "Let us switch." The little girl froze, unable to process what she just heard. Before she could react, Su Qing handed her his bamboo stick. After pulling out the bamboo stick with the name of the giant horned python carved on it, he didn't even spare a glance at the little girl's grateful expression. He just walked straight toward the giant horned python. As he approached, the scavengers around who were there to watch the show and clearly knew the sequence started jeering. But aside from those betting on him or the little girl, no one else cared. Not even the camp leader. Everyone just let things play out on their own. In the arena, Su Qing calmly walked toward the iron cage. Inside, the giant horned python glared at him coldly, slowly slithering out. As its massive body emerged from the cage, its scales scraped against the iron bars, emitting a sharp, grating noise. Instinct told the beast that this boy in front of it wasn't like the usual prey it encountered. So instead of attacking immediately, the python coiled up outside the cage, raising its head high and watching Su Qing approach with a wary gaze. This scene piqued the crowd's interest, and the jeering subsided slightly. Su Qing remained unfazed, stepping closer and closer. Maybe he had entered its attack range, or maybe his presence agitated it, but the python's vertical yellow pupils suddenly grew colder. Its tail slammed heavily against the ground, producing a deafening boom. Using that momentum, it shot forward like a bullet, its jaws snapping open mid-air to reveal razor-sharp fangs. A nauseating stench filled the air as it lunged at Su Qing, aiming to devour him whole. Su Qing narrowed his eyes, his gaze icy as he locked onto the oncoming python. Just as it closed in, he shifted his body and dodged with precision. He didn't strike back immediately or even pay attention to the python's head as it whipped past him. Instead, like a seasoned hunter, his eyes stayed fixed on its abdomen. He watched closely as the python missed its attack, letting out an enraged growl. Its body twisted violently, and its tail swung around with a loud whoosh, hurtling towards Su Qing like a whip. Driven by its hunting instincts, the python's head abruptly twisted to align with its tail, trying to form a loop to ensnare Su Qing completely. Su Qing didn't say a word, his eyes still locked on the python's abdomen. Just as the tail was about to strike, his right hand clenched into a fist, and in that split second, he punched out. Bang! Though Su Qing had only mastered the first layer of the sea mountain technique, the physical strength it granted him was no joke. His punch sent the python's tail recoiling, breaking its attempt to form a loop. The giant horned python winced in pain, its rage boiling over as its eyes burned crimson. It lunged at him again, jaws wide open. But Su Qing's gaze sharpened, a glint flashing in his eyes as he finally found his target. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward, closing in on the upper midsection of the python's body. His right fist tightened and struck out repeatedly, one punch, then another and another. Each blow hit hard. The force of Su Qing's punches drove the python back, its hisses growing more ferocious as it tried desperately to coil around him. But the sheer power behind his strikes kept its head and tail from connecting. The moment his opponent charged at him, Su Qing's eyes turned cold. He leapt sharply, dodging the incoming head. Mid-air, his right hand swung out, revealing a black iron spike. As he looked down, a flash of killing intent gleamed in his eyes. He dropped down with all his weight, force, and speed, driving the spike with maximum power straight into the heart of the snake. The snake's scales split apart, like tearing through bamboo, pierced in an instant. With a thunderous jolt, the giant horned python trembled all over, as if it had lost its support. Its head and tail slammed heavily to the ground, and its piercing screech was abruptly silenced. The only sound left was the weak thud of its tail smacking against the ground, echoing around the arena. For a long while, As the dust settled, the scavengers watching the fight all had stunned expressions on their faces. Many stood up, their faces grim as they stared at the boy in the arena, pulling the iron spike from the snake's corpse. If it had been an adult killing the horned python so cleanly, they wouldn't have been so shocked. But this scrawny kid? Not only did he swiftly extract the snake's gall and swallow it effortlessly, but he also killed it in a single blow, and from start to finish, his face remained cold and emotionless, without the slightest change. That kind of thing was rarely seen in the camp. Even the small wolves and red bears in the nearby cages were trembling, clearly terrified. This didn't look like a trial. It felt like a real hunt. Under the crowd's gaze, the boy stowed away the iron spike, gripped the wound on the snake, and walked toward the arena's gate. He led the way, dragging behind him a shocking trail of crimson blood left by the horned python. Near the gate, the massive doors hadn't opened yet. Su Qing turned to glance at the high platform. After a while, the man with the three-pronged mustache on the platform snapped out of his daze, hurriedly making hand gestures with lingering fear. Moments later, the gates rumbled open. Outside the gate stood a man leaning against the wall, arms crossed. Team Lei, who had been waiting for a while. He looked at Su Qing with a smile. Dragging the snake's corpse, Su Qing looked up at him and asked, "Can I stay at your place?" Team Lei smiled back and said, "Sure." Su Qing nodded, then swung the snake's body and threw it over. "You love eating snakes, so this one's for you." Team Lei froze for a moment, then burst out laughing, catching the python as he laughed. He led Su Qing away slowly, still chuckling. It wasn't until they were far away that an uproar exploded in the arena. In the midst of the commotion, an old man in a purple robe sat in the corner of the crowd, accompanied by a middle-aged man with a blank expression, like a servant. The middle-aged man had a pentagram emblem on his forehead. The two sat there, their demeanor and attire completely out of place with the surroundings. Yet, they seemed invisible. No one noticed their presence. Even the camp leader's gaze passed over them without pause. The old man had a rosy complexion, and his eyes carried a hint of thunder, as though capable of obliterating everything in an instant. His aura was extraordinary. Watching Su Qing leave, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. In a low voice, he said, "That boy interesting." In the scavenger camp, Team Lei walked ahead, Su Qing following behind. The intense sunlight poured over them. From a distance, the tall man and the short boy, one older and one younger, exuded a rare sense of harmony. In this brutal world, such harmony was a rarity. Maybe it was the intimidating presence of the python in Team Lei's hands, but most of the passers-by who hadn't been to the arena kept their distance, too wary to approach. Su Qing relished this feeling. Whether it was the snake he was about to eat or the warm sunlight on his face, it all filled him with a cozy warmth. Comfortable and full of anticipation. Every time his gaze fell on the python in Team Lei's hand, his mouth watered even more. He really loved eating snakes. Team Lei's residence was in the camp's middle ring. Compared to the brick houses of the inner ring and the shabby tents of the outer ring, the middle ring's homes were mostly stone and wood structures, with 3 small houses lined up in a row. Each house wasn't large, but compared to the slums Su Qing had lived in before, this was a massive improvement. Especially Team Lei's place, it even had a small courtyard, which was particularly rare. When the bamboo gate creaked open, Su Qing took in his surroundings. Team Lei carried the python into a side room, casually pointing to the second house. "That's your room from now on, kid. Get settled in. I'll call you when the food's ready." With that, Team Lei entered the side room, and before long, the sound of chopping meat echoed out. Su Qing swallowed hard, first taking a careful look around the small courtyard before stepping into the second house. Inside, there was only a bed, a set of bedding, and a table and chair, nothing else. The floor was clean, the furniture was dust-free, and the bedding had been freshly washed, still carrying the scent of sunlight. All of this made Su Qing feel content. He didn't care for big houses. He preferred small, cozy spaces where you could take everything in with just one glance, as if the entire world could imprint itself in your mind. Places like that made him feel safe. After carefully inspecting the room, he glanced at the clean bed but hesitated to lie down. Instead, he sat directly on the floor, crossed his legs, closed his eyes, and began today as practice. As he meditated, a surge of energy flowed through him, but then he caught the sound of oil crackling in the adjacent room. Before long, a mouth-watering aroma wafted in, seeping through the stone walls and wooden gaps. It filled the entire space and, at the same time, roused the hunger pangs rumbling in Su Qing's stomach. The smell was incredible. Unconsciously, Su Qing swallowed hard, his gaze drifting toward the direction of the other room. Growing up in poverty, he couldn't even remember the last time he had smelled something this good. But he forced himself to suppress the craving, closed his eyes again, and tried to calm down, pushing himself to continue meditating. Time ticked by slowly until the sky began to dim, turning a shade of yellow. Outside, Lei Dui's voice broke the silence, calling everyone to eat. Su Qing's eyes popped open instantly, his meditation over. He got up and hurried out of the room, spotting Lei Dui standing by the door of the adjacent room, waving at him. Peering past Lei Dui, Su Qing's eyes landed on a table set with 7 or 8 different snake dishes fried, braised, steamed, and even a snake soup. Clearly, Lei Dui was quite the cook. Everything looked and smelled amazing. Su Qing stared for a moment, almost dazed, while Lei Dui chuckled and turned to grab bowls and chopsticks to set the table. Su Qing followed him into the room, drawn by the stronger aroma inside. He didn't sit down right away. As Lei Dui arranged the utensils, Su Qing's gaze suddenly sharpened. There were 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks. Is someone else coming? The delicious smell could tempt anyone, but the sight of the extra utensils immediately snapped Su Qing out of it. He glanced cautiously at Lei Dui, lowering his voice. Don't worry, Lei Dui replied calmly. It's just a habit of mine. That set is for someone who LL never come. A flicker of something memories maybe crossed Lei Dui's eyes, but it vanished quickly as he sat down in his chair. Su Qing nodded and took a seat too. Unable to resist any longer, he grabbed a piece of fried snake meat with his hand, tore it apart with his teeth, and began eating. It was scalding hot, but he didn't care. He devoured it greedily, his mouth coated in oil. After finishing one piece, he licked the grease from his lips and reached for the braised snake dish. Lei Dui cleared his throat, stopping him. Use the chopsticks. Oh. Su Qing awkwardly picked up the chopsticks, fumbled a bit, then finally managed to grab a piece of the braised snake, shoving it into his mouth. The two didn't talk much during the meal, but their eating styles were worlds apart. Lei Dui ate slowly and deliberately, taking only 2 or 3 bites from each dish. Su Qing, on the other hand, wolfed down his food, eating far more than Lei Dui. Watching him devour the meal, Lei Dui couldn't help but comment. Why don't you eat like you do with the steamed buns, nibbling bit by bit? Su Qing swallowed hard, looked up at Lei Dui, and answered seriously. The buns were yours. The snake meat is mine. If it was someone else's, he'd be polite and reserved. But if it was his, he'd eat boldly and without hesitation. In Su Qing's simple logic, eating what belonged to you came with no guilt. Lei Dui chuckled, both amused and exasperated, watching Su Qing stab at the meat with his chopsticks and sip the soup. He also noticed that Su Qing hadn't touched the dishes near him, nor had he taken too much of the snake soup. Su Qing was only eating what he considered a share, and he did so with a clear conscience. That python you brought in has enough meat to last you about half a month, and the snake skin and bones are worth a good amount too. So Lei Dui said casually. I'll pay the rent. I'm not using that to cover it. Su Qing interrupted. The snake meat was his way of thanking Lei Dui for the bread and sleeping bag. The value of the snake's skin and bones was to repay Lei Dui for helping him cover up the wreckage of the ox tent. As for the favor of being brought from the ruins to the camp, that was something Su Qing considered a debt of gratitude, one he planned to remember and repay later. Lei Dui glanced at Su Qing, noticing the seriousness in his eyes and his clear sense of fairness. He nodded in acknowledgement, then thought for a moment before speaking again. Kid, I'm guessing you've had plenty of questions about this place on your way here. Su Qing didn't reply, but his chewing slowed ever so slightly. Everyone here calls me Lei Dui. My real name doesn't matter. No one in the scavenger camp uses their real names. Lei Dui picked up a piece of steamed snake meat, chewing it slowly. The reason I have this title is because, in this camp, I've got a few brothers I can trust with my life. We formed a squad. The name is a little cheesy, but we call ourselves Thunder. Usually, we all take on jobs individually, but when things get tough, our team of 4, including me, tackles them together. But right now, the other 3 are out and haven't come back yet. When they return, I'll introduce you to each one of them. From now on, you'll join us as the newest member of the squad, taking on jobs together to earn resources for survival and cultivation. Captain Lei looked like he had enough to eat. He put down his chopsticks and fixed his gaze on Su Qing. The last 5 words he said didn't surprise Su Qing at all. Su Qing understood while Captain Lei was a rogue cultivator. After spending this much time together, even though Su Qing was just starting out in body refinement, it wasn't hard for Lei to see through him and figure out his background. All right, Su Qing nodded without hesitation. This response made him feel a bit relieved. Growing up in the slums, he had long known that no one helps anyone for no reason. Everything comes with a price. Keep eating. I'm old, eating too much doesn't sit well with me. Captain Lei coughed a few times, his face slightly flushed, but he quickly recovered. Standing up, he headed for the door, throwing out a few words as he walked. He reminded Su Qing that the spiritual energy in this world is like poison. You might work tirelessly to cultivate, but before you get far, you could be corrupted by impurities. Cultivation needs to be steady, not overly rushed. Su Qing stayed silent, offering no reply. At the door, the old man turned back to glance at Su Qing, shaking his head. But the way you're doing it, it makes sense, he added. This scavenger camp isn't like the restricted zone nearby. The zone has plenty of resources, but this place? It's just full of low-level rogue cultivators and desperate outlaws. Since you're living here, you'll have to venture into the restricted zone eventually. It's good practice. With that, Captain Lei turned and left. Su Qing sat alone. After finishing the snake meat, he didn't leave right away. Instead, he cleaned up the dishes and utensils before heading back to his small room. He sat cross-legged and resumed his cultivation. Su Qing knew very well if he didn't want to grovel or leave his life in someone else's hands. Strength was everything. Especially in this scavenger camp, where rogue cultivators were everywhere more than he'd seen in the past 6 years combined, and none of them were easy to deal with. If the slums were a den of dogs, then this place was a den of wolves. If he didn't work hard, he might not even survive long enough to face spiritual corruption. A simple conflict could get him killed, leaving not even a burial site behind. As for the impurities, Su Qing had read in the bamboo slips of the sea mountain technique that there were pills to counteract them. Though they only treat the symptoms and not the root cause, they could be a lifesaver in emergencies. He'd also overheard scavengers talking about these pills. They were called white pills. The restricted zone nearby happened to produce the herbs needed to make white pills, so there were bound to be some for sale in the camp. Thinking of this, Su Qing touched the purple crystal embedded in his chest. Recently, he clearly felt that, aside from enhancing his recovery, his speed and strength had also improved significantly. This likely had to do with achieving the first level of the sea mountain technique. But he felt that his own first level seemed a bit different from the strength of a tiger described in the bamboo slips. I could probably kill a whole bunch of tigers now, Su Qing muttered to himself, sensing the spiritual energy within him. After all the hard work, he felt like he was close to reaching the second level. Tonight, I'm pushing for level 2, he said with determination in his eyes, closing them to begin his breathing exercises. Spiritual energy surged from all directions. The spiritual quality outside the restricted zone was less dense than inside, which made his cultivation progress faster. He had already noticed this yesterday in the Beast Arena's room. Now he relaxed his whole body, breathing deeply to absorb as much as he could. The purple crystal under his chest covering faintly glowed with a dim purple light. Time passed. A faint thumping sound came from within his body, and black impurities were expelled from his pores once again. His flesh grew even tougher, and a stronger power began to build within him. Meanwhile, under the night sky, the little girl from earlier, the one Su Qing had helped by replacing her bamboo skewer, walked hesitantly to the courtyard outside his place. She stood at the door, unsure, as if she wanted to knock but didn't dare. After a moment of hesitation, she mustered her courage and gently knocked on the bamboo door. But her knock was so soft that it couldn't be heard inside. Just as she knocked, the thumping inside Su Qing's body reached its peak. With a roar in his mind, Su Qing's eyes snapped open, glowing faintly with purple light. A smile of joy spread across his face as he looked down at his arm. His second point of transformation had appeared. Qi condensation. Level 2. Finally broke through, Su Qing murmured. He stood up and threw a punch. The air cracked with a crisp sound, and the gust it created made the door tremble slightly. The sight made Su Qing's eyes widen. He felt he was now several times stronger than yesterday. If he went up against that giant horned python now, Su Qing was sure he could shatter the scales on its belly with a single punch. His senses had sharpened greatly as well. His vision was clearer, his hearing unusually keen, and the knocking outside the courtyard carried straight to his ears. Su Qing paused, walked to the door, and, by moonlight, peered through the crack to see a little girl standing outside the courtyard's bamboo gate. The child seemed injured, her body trembling slightly. Su Qing frowned, intending to ignore it, but the girl kept at it, gently knocking on the door. After a while, Su Qing pushed the door open and stepped out. Seeing him come out, the girl visibly tensed, but she clenched her teeth and didn't retreat, watching him through the bamboo gate. "What is it?" Su Qing asked. The girl stammered, I got residency in the camp too, and found a job." Su Qing nodded and said, "Got it," and was about to turn back inside. The girl hurriedly called out, "Wait. Thank you. I came just to say thank you." Su Qing said coolly, "Don't mention it. It had nothing to do with you. I wanted it myself." With that, he turned and went back in. Watching his back, the girl pressed her lips together, then suddenly raised her voice again. "No matter what, I still have to thank you. This kindness, I'll repay it someday." With that, she swayed, stumbling away into the night. Su Qing glanced back, but didn't think much of it. Back inside, he took a deep breath, feeling the changes in his body, and gained a bit more confidence that he could live better. Only his left arm throbbed faintly, making him guess the concentration of the strange substance in his body was high. Even the snake gall hadn't dissolved much. The night was deep and quiet, with no beastly roars outside. Su Qing went to the bed, looked at the clean bedding, then glanced at his filthy clothes. He thought for a moment, rolled up the bedding and set it aside, kept his clothes on, and laid down on the bare boards. By instinct, his hand found that black iron spike. He gripped it, and drowsiness slowly came. That iron spike was his most trusted companion. Years ago, he dug it out of a trash heap, found it both sharp and hard, and had carried it ever since as a weapon. "Tomorrow I need to look around the camp for somewhere that sells white pills," Su Qing muttered to himself, patting his leather pouch. Inside were his savings from over the years and a few gemstones he picked up in the city. He didn't dare take too many gemstones as a child. He'd seen how possessing a treasure makes you a target, and he knew the score. Sleep crept in through his thoughts, and Su Qing's eyes slowly closed. But he still clenched the iron spike tightly in his hand, not relaxing in the least. And so the calm night was quietly swept away by sunlight. At dawn the next day, Su Qing rose early and left the hut. Before leaving, he glanced at Captain Lei's room. It was empty, likely he'd gone out, so Su Qing withdrew his gaze and headed into the camp. Perhaps yesterday's spectacle of extracting the snake's gall alive had been too shocking, for as Su Qing walked through the camp, he could clearly feel that the scavengers around him looked at him differently. No longer did they see his wiry frame and want to bully him, letting malice fester in secret. Instead, there was a bit of respect and wariness. Those boys his age lurking in the corners, whose eyes were usually dull, showed envy when they saw him. Dignity is something you fight for yourself. That was what Su Qing thought to himself. As he looked for shops, Su Qing also familiarized himself with the camp's layout. He noticed there were quite a few stray dogs in the camp, snarling and fighting over food. Most were scrawny, but a few were sturdier than some people. After watching the dogs for a while, Su Qing continued to survey other parts of the camp. In his mind, he pieced together a map of the camp's layout, and following that map, he found a shop in the inner ring. The shop wasn't small. People came and went. It felt bustling, like it sold a bit of everything. Su Qing watched from outside for a while and saw that the girl from yesterday was inside, dressed like a clerk, sweating as she ran around doing odd jobs. She didn't notice him until he stepped in. She started to speak, but a scavenger called her over to ask about something. Su Qing didn't immediately look at the goods. Instead, he first sized up the other people who, like him, had come to buy things. There were 7 in total, some rummaging through items, some with their heads down in thought, some haggling. 2 of them, one fat, one thin, looked like they were together. One was a chubby, round, burly man, the other was gaunt with a horse-like face. Both carried themselves aggressively, with notable fluctuations of spiritual energy on them. One of them was yelling at the little girl, clearly dissatisfied with her answer. As the little girl hurriedly apologized, Su Qing glanced at the goods displayed in the shop. Sure enough, it was a general store: pills, weapons, clothes, food, everything you could want. He withdrew his gaze, walked up to the counter, looked at the shopkeeper inside who was smoking with a stony face, and spoke calmly. "How much for a white pill apiece?" "White pills are limited, only 5 sold a day. There are 2 left today. 10 spirit coins each." The shopkeeper lifted his eyelids and glanced at Su Qing. Perhaps recognizing him as the boy from yesterday's beast fight, his attitude warmed a little. But hearing the price, even with mental preparation, Su Qing couldn't help but frown. He had only saved 23 spirit coins over the past few years, and the aberration point on his arm had started to throb faintly again. He didn't hesitate. He carefully took out 20 from his leather pouch and handed them over. The shopkeeper swept up the money with a flick of his right hand, fished a cloth pouch out of the cabinet, and tossed it to Su Qing. Su Qing took it and opened it. Seeing 2 white pills inside, his brow tightened again. Some spots on the surface of the 2 pills had already turned bluish, clearly degraded, with no freshness or medicinal fragrance, pretty poor quality. The white pills in the camp are all like this. We're out of the nicer looking ones. Even if these are a bit spoiled, they still work. Go ahead and take them. Seeing his doubt, the shopkeeper gave a less than genuine smile and tossed off the remark. Su Qing was very cautious and didn't take them right away. He planned to go back and ask Captain Lei. He stowed the pills and was about to leave. Just then, a sharp light flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly shifted his body to the side. Almost at the same time, a hand slapped down where he had just been standing, grasping at air. Su Qing shot a cold look. It was the horse-faced scavenger who had been scolding the little girl. He pulled his hand back and looked at Su Qing with some surprise. Meanwhile, the chubby companion stood in the doorway, blocking the way out, grinning at Su Qing and showing yellowed teeth. It's Fat Mountain and Ma Si from the Bloodshadow Squad. The kid was brought here by Captain Lei. Thunder and Bloodshadow don't get along to begin with. I don't want to get involved in your mess, but don't take too long. I've got a business to run. The commotion from the 2 drew everyone else in the shop. They looked over and began whispering. The last sentence came from the indifferent shopkeeper. Passers-by outside were drawn in as well, stopping one after another and looking over curiously. The little girl's face was full of anxiety, helpless and unsure how to help. "Relax, we won't take too long." The horse-faced man grinned at Su Qing, a chill flickering in his eyes. "Kid, I've killed plenty of giant horned pythons. I don't want to make things hard for people either. Hand over those 2 white pills, and I'll let you walk out safe. Otherwise, I'll cut your throat and fish the pills from your corpse." The threat made Su Qing's eyes go even colder. He glanced at the man's neck, then at the fat one blocking the door. There were plenty of people outside. He began to calculate. Either Pang Shan and Ma Si ran around several places in the camp, circling the whole day, yet never noticed the shadow that had been tailing them all along. It wasn't until the moon hung high that the 2 finally split up. Pang Shan headed toward the bonfires, while Ma Si, harboring ill intent, walked into the darkness on the camp's outskirts where that cluster of feathered tents stood. Just as he neared the dark edge of the camp and was about to step out, a gust of wind sounded behind him. Ma Si glanced back, alert only to see nothing there. He froze. His expression shifting, he moved to act, but it was already too late. In an instant, a small hand snaked in from the side and clamped hard over his mouth. A dagger in the other hand pressed to his neck and, without hesitation, drew across. With a slicing hiss, blood sprayed out. Ma Si's eyes went wide as he tried to fight back. But the hand over his mouth was shockingly strong, hauling him backward. No matter how he struggled, it was useless. His feet could only kick helplessly as he was dragged inexorably into the darkness. In the end, like a chick, he was dragged into a corner. Only then did the hand over his mouth remain utterly still. After waiting a while to confirm he had suffocated and lost too much blood to move, it finally let go and laid his trembling, weakened body on the ground. Just then, by the dim moonlight, Ma Si despairingly made out the figure of the youth with the cool, indifferent face before him. You. Ma Si's eyes were full of disbelief. He never imagined that the boy who had meekly handed over the white pills by day would strike so cleanly, so ruthlessly. He seemed to want to tell the boy what he said in the daytime about cutting throats had only been to scare people, not a real intent to kill. But the blood in his throat blocked any words. All he could manage were weak, muffled sounds as he watched. In despair, the youth bent down and, expressionless, rummaged through his pockets. When he finished, Su Qing had retrieved his own white pills plus 5 more and also took some of the man's spirit coins and odds and ends. After stowing the goods, while Ma Si was scared half to death, Su Qing carefully took out the burlap-wrapped snake head, opened it with due care, then deftly used the snake's fangs to prick Ma Si. Ma Si immediately convulsed a few more times. The wound began to slowly dissolve, and that pain of being corroded alive tormented him to the brink of collapse. Only when Su Qing lifted a hand to cover his eyes did Ma Si's world lose its light. His whole body melted into bloody liquid, slowly seeping into the soil. Having learned from past lapses, Su Qing fished out the pouch he prepared earlier, gathered up Ma Si's clothes and belongings, then turned and left. After he was gone, 2 figures stepped out from the patch of darkness where Ma Si had died. They were the ones no one had noticed yesterday at the Beast Arena, the extraordinary old man in purple robes and his servant. The old man lowered his head to glance at the ground where Ma Si had melted, then looked up at Su Qing's receding back, a hint of appreciation in his eyes. A fine prospect. He can endure, and he strikes decisively. What's rare is that, beyond ruthlessness, he cleans up neat and tidy. Not bad. The servant beside him showed some surprise. He had followed the old man for years and had rarely heard his master praise anyone. Yet this youth had drawn notice twice, so he too lifted his gaze toward where Su Qing had disappeared. An interesting little fellow, the old man said with a smile, then casually asked in passing, "How long until Master Bo arrives?" Withdrawing his gaze, the servant said respectfully, "Seventh Master. According to Master Bo's itinerary, he should be able to get here within a day or 2. So he's almost here. This time I'll have to give him a good talking to. Purple Soil's a wretched place with too many rules, nothing worth lingering over. Come to my 7 blood eyes if he wants to feel at ease." The old man laughed heartily, clearly pleased, and looked again in the direction Su Qing had gone. "Come, let us go see what this little wolf cub does next." It was March, though the ground was warming. There was still a chill in the air. Those just out of the forbidden zone might not feel it, but after staying outside long, the body still sensed that bone-deep cold. Especially at night, when the cold grew even denser. When the cold wind swept by, Su Qing didn't stop, he only pulled his fur coat tighter around himself. He still had unfinished business, so he moved cautiously through the camp under cover of night. On the way he ran into a few stray dogs. They bared their teeth at him, but after meeting his eyes, as if catching the scent of blood, they fell silent and slunk away. Su Qing took his gaze off the dogs and kept walking. When he reached a house on the middle ring, he crouched motionless in the dark, staring at the large building in the distance. There, the bonfire had already gone out. Su Qing remembered that the fatty Shan who had split off from Ma Si came here, so he planned to wait and see whether the man would go out at night. The cold was bone-piercing, yet Su Qing stood like a stone, motionless, patiently waiting. On the rooftop behind him, 7th Master and his attendant had followed as well. Staring at the crouching Su Qing over there, 7th Master laughed. "Just as I expected. This little wolf cub has the air of someone who charges straight through to the end." 7th Master also crouched down, watching with great interest as he said to the attendant beside him, "I rather want to see how this boy will kick up a fuss if he goes into that forbidden zone next door." The attendant squatted next to 7th Master with a smile, carefully sizing up Su Qing in the distance. Time crept by. Half an hour flashed past, and Su Qing knit his brows slightly. He thought for a moment, then slipped away along the shadows, coming and going like a ghost without a sound. He didn't return to Captain Lei's quarters right away, but circled the area nearby. After making sure no one was tailing him, Su Qing darted into Captain Lei's courtyard and quietly returned to his own small room. After entering, he took a deep breath and rubbed his hands together, trying to drive out the chill with the motion. Then he wiped away the bloodstains on his body, sat cross-legged on the plank bed, and his eyes grew pensive. These scavengers had to go out irregularly to take jobs, and Ma Si was lecherous to boot. As long as it wasn't too long, no one would realize he was dead, and Fatty Shan most likely wouldn't be alerted. But to be safe, Su Qing felt he had to get rid of Fatty Shan as soon as possible. Just like when he took out Crippled Ox back then, having grown up in the slums, he would not allow any hidden danger to his life to linger around him. He killed Ma Si because he'd been robbed, and threatened his intention to deal with Fatty Shan was driven by the same motive. After a moment's deliberation, Su Qing fished out Ma Si's belongings from the leather pouch and examined them closely. Most of it was odds and ends. There was also a palm-sized chunk of iron, nothing special, looking like raw material. In addition, there were more than 70 spirit coins, which was already a sizable sum for Su Qing. He counted them again carefully, took out the white pills, and compared them with his own, discovering that these white pills were not very fresh in texture. So he believed about 70% of what the general store owner had said. Thinking it over, Su Qing took one out, put it in his mouth and swallowed it, then closed his eyes to quietly feel it. Before long, a warm current surged through his body, finally gathering at the mutation points on his left arm, bringing a wave of comfort. After a while, the sensation faded. Su Qing opened his eyes and immediately looked at his left arm. The 2 mutation points had lightened somewhat, and the stabbing pain had eased. It works. Joy flashed in Su Qing's eyes. He took out a second one and swallowed it. The same warmth rose again and then dispersed, and the stabbing sensation disappeared along with it. A clear, refreshing feeling flooded his whole body, as if his flesh and blood had been washed clean, making him feel a bit faster and stronger. He didn't take the remaining white pills, put them back into the pouch, closed his eyes, and began cultivating. The night passed peacefully, nothing else happened. Early the next morning, Su Qing opened his eyes, got up, and went out. As soon as he pushed open the door, he saw Captain Lei sitting cross-legged in the courtyard, apparently doing breathing exercises. Su Qing didn't disturb him. He gently opened the courtyard gate and quietly closed it, then set off. The wind today was even colder than last night, making people shiver. Even the stray dogs curled up in their holes and barely came out. Su Qing could see white mist when he breathed, which made him think of those memories from the slums he would rather not recall. He hated this bone-deep cold. For a vagrant exposed to the elements, cold was a calamity, and one had to struggle desperately just to survive. So when he passed a clothing shop, Su Qing couldn't help pausing, looking at the thick, clean clothes hanging inside. He patted his bulging pouch, then walked in. There weren't many people in the shop. Su Qing came in and stared at the clothes hanging there, his gaze very earnest. At the counter to the side, the shopkeeper glanced at Su Qing and didn't think much of it, then instructed the clerk beside him. Go tidy up in the back. Bring out the custom orders that haven't been picked up for a month and hang them up for sale. What if the people who ordered them come back? The clerk seemed new and asked a bit hesitantly. Come back? In this camp, people disappear every so often. Some die in the Forbidden Zone, some vanish for no reason. The only ones who come back are ghosts. Get to work, the shopkeeper said impatiently. The shopkeeper waved his hand, and the clerk hurried off to the back. Before long, before Su Qing had finished picking out clothes, the shop's clerk came out holding an armful of garments and hung them up one by one. At first glance, Su Qing fixed on a dark suede overcoat. That piece had originally been custom-made for someone else, but now no one would ever come to claim it. Not much later, about half a stick of incense, Su Qing walked out of the shop, wearing that dark suede overcoat. It kept out the cold without looking bulky, and wearing it was far warmer than the rags he had on before. It was just that he was small and thin, and on him it looked like he was swallowed by an overcoat, a bit out of place. Even so, Su Qing was very pleased walking along the road. He even went out of his way to avoid a few dirty spots. Just as he was about to go find Pang's Han, he heard a commotion from outside the camp. The scavengers in the camp also poured out, moving expectantly toward the source of the sound. Su Qing lifted his head to look. In the sunlight, He gradually saw a caravan driving this way, no fewer than a dozen carriages. Quite an impressive display. Even those on the carriages who were merely guards were dressed smartly, with healthy complexions and bright eyes, and most of them had obvious spirit energy fluctuations. Su Qing couldn't see who was sitting inside the carriage compartments, but he could guess they were people of high status. Su Qing had heard of such caravans from Lei Squad. They often came to the camp, either to trade or to buy 7-leaf grass used to refine white pills. At that moment, the figure of Pangs Han appeared in the crowd. The instant Su Qing saw him, he locked onto him, dropped the matter of the caravan, narrowed his eyes, and began to follow. But perhaps because the caravan had come, the camp stayed lively the entire day, like a market had sprung up, and Su Qing never found an opening to make a move. Not until deep into the night, when he saw Pangs Han return to that big house, did Su Qing draw back the dagger in his sleeve and turn to leave. Though there was no chance to act that day, Su Qing was very patient. Back in his shack, he cultivated sitting cross-legged in his new clothes, and even slept without taking them off. Come dawn the next day, when he was about to head out again to look for an opportunity, he carefully took off that suede overcoat and changed back into his own tattered leather jacket. Looking at the new clothes, Su Qing felt he'd been a bit impulsive yesterday. Wearing the ragged leather jacket, Su Qing walked through the camp, passed through the crowded market, and while his gaze seemed fixed on where the caravan was encamped, in reality, he was searching for Pangs Han's silhouette. In the distance, 7th Master yawned and sat on a rooftop with his attendant. His eyes swept past the caravan, then looked at Su Qing, and he casually asked the person beside him a question. Have you delivered the invitation to Master Bo? 7th Master, it's been sent, but Master Bo said he's been feeling a bit under the weather lately. Under the weather? He's a physician, how could that be, huh? I remember the kid was wearing new clothes yesterday. Why did he change back today? 7th Master spoke as he noticed Su Qing's clothing, a hint of surprise appearing. While 7th Master was still groggy, Su Qing used his peripheral vision in the crowd to lock onto Pangs Han. He kept staring like that, watching Pangs Han out of the corner of his eye, and an entire day slipped by. Late at night, Pangs Han, who was originally heading back to his house, for some reason changed course and actually walked toward the outer ring, looking particularly conspicuous in the darkness. It was relatively secluded over there, with few people around. Did he spot me? Su Qing frowned, narrowed his eyes, and his gaze grew ever colder. He didn't follow immediately. Instead, he first observed the surroundings. After confirming the other was moving alone, he detoured to the side, slipped through the dark, and reached the outer ring ahead of Pangs Han. After confirming there was no ambush, a chill surged in his eyes, and he hid in the shadows. Just then Pangs Han also walked into this area and suddenly halted. Brat, I felt someone tailing me yesterday. Come out. It's secluded here, just right to deal with your corpse. If you don't dare show yourself, next time at 1TB just me. Even if Lei Squad is at your side, our blood shadow can make you pay. Su Qing narrowed his eyes. Since the other had put it that way, there was. It was precisely because of that, and because he wanted to peek at what was in Ma C's pouch, that he ran out alone. Su Qing narrowed his eyes. This was his first time facing a cultivator head-on. The airflow around the other man was clearly spiritual energy made manifest, but he had great confidence in his own strength and speed. The moment the opponent drew near, Su Qing lunged out, exploding into a speed that seemed to slash the air. In the blink of an eye, he had circled around Pangs Han's body, catching the other off guard. Su Qing was already behind him, lifting his right hand and throwing a full-strength punch. It was the first time he unleashed his full combat power. His fist cracked through the air, and when it slammed into Pangs Han's back, it landed with a heavy thud. Pangs Han's whole body shuddered violently. The barrier of compressed airflow around him splintered inch by inch. His organs churned, and blood gushed out. The killing intent in Su Qing's eyes grew even denser. With a lift of his right hand, an iron spike appeared. His body blurred as he swept past Pangs Han's staggering flank, the spike driving toward Pangs Han's head. But in the next instant, Su Qing's expression shifted slightly, and he quickly pulled back. Just as he retreated, a sinister gleam flashed in Pangs Han's eyes. Two black streaks suddenly shot out of his ears, one ahead and one behind. Whistling sharply as they streaked straight, for Su Qing's face. Those two black streaks were actually winged black centipedes, incredibly fast, and about to close. Unfortunately, Su Qing drew his dagger with his left hand and severed them with a single slash. The last one was cut less than 7 inches from Su Qing's eyes, a narrow escape. The peril of that moment only deepened the killing intent in Su Qing's gaze, and he charged in again. Taking advantage of Su Qing's brief withdrawal, the turbulence inside Pang's Han eased a bit. Now his rotund body was rapidly retreating, hands weaving a seal. His face flushed in an instant as he spat a mouthful of poison mist at the onrushing Su Qing. The mist billowed, covering a wide area as it rolled swiftly towards Su Qing. Wherever it passed, the ground sizzled. Its toxicity was clearly intense. After unleashing that move, Pang's Han's face went pale, his belly shrank by a notch, and he fell back again, eyes fierce yet tinged with alarm. Su Qing's ferocity had exceeded his expectations. He hadn't expected that, even with the 3rd level of qi condensation and a body full of poisons, he would almost be killed in a single exchange. That mouthful of poison mist was his trump card. If it still couldn't deal with the opponent, he'd have to shout to alert others and make them wary. But if he shouted, getting his hands on that item of Ma Si's would probably be out of the question. He did still have a forbidden item he hadn't used, though its side effects were severe. Even so, he took out a piece of amber. Hesitating, he glanced toward the spot where Su Qing was, now shrouded in mist. But the instant he looked over, the mist blasted outward in all directions, and Su Qing's figure shot out from within. He moved so fast Pang's Han's vision blurred. Pang's Han's heart lurched. He was about to crush the amber and call out, but it was already too late. A jet-black iron spike pierced in with razor-sharp ferocity, unstoppable, and in a flash it ran through his head. Blood sprayed, splattering onto Su Qing beside him. Pang's Han's body went rigid. He tried to turn his head, but couldn't, and his body slowly toppled over, never to move again. Su Qing didn't spare the corpse a glance, instead panting as he warily scanned the surroundings. After confirming the spot was secluded and no one was paying attention, he quickly approached the body and took the man's leather pouch. He was about to pry it open with his poison fang when he noticed Pang's Han still clutching something in his right hand. He pried open the fingers to find a piece of amber, almost completely shattered. The amber looked ordinary on the surface. The only notable thing was a scorpion tail sealed inside. Su Qing carefully took it out, handled the corpse according to the rules, and once the body dissolved into blood, he swiftly left. As he walked, he wiped the blood from himself and soon vanished into the night. Just then, 7th Master and his attendant emerged from the darkness. Gazing in the direction where Su Qing had disappeared, 7th Master didn't think much of the fight that had just occurred. Instead, he pondered for a moment, then wore a look of sudden realization. I get it. The kid won't wear new clothes because he's afraid they'll get blood on them. He's so poor he feels sorry for the clothes. The attendant beside him also let out a sigh of relief. All day long, 7th Master had been mulling over why the kid wouldn't wear new clothes. Now he finally had an answer and no longer needed to guess each time. At night, Su Qing moved with cat-like agility, slipping forward without a sound. From time to time, he lifted a hand to his mouth, forcibly suppressing the urge to cough. At first it wasn't too bad, but as he kept moving and stifling it again and again, his lungs burned as if on fire, and his face grew increasingly pale. Luckily his place wasn't far, and the camp wasn't large. Before long, Su Qing saw Captain Lei's small courtyard. He didn't rush forward immediately. Instead, he took a deep breath where he stood, trying to calm himself down before slowly approaching, steady and unhurried. Su Qing pushed open the bamboo courtyard gate, scanned his surroundings, and walked into the small house. As soon as he stepped inside, he couldn't hold it back anymore and vomited a mouthful of black blood with a loud ugh. The blood hit the ground, sizzling as it landed. Once the poisonous blood was expelled, Su Qing's pale complexion gradually regained some color. He sat down, legs crossed, breathing heavily as he began to focus on his breathing and energy flow. After a while, he opened his eyes, his face back to normal. He muttered under his breath, "That poison was intense." The last poisonous mist that Fat Mountain released was seriously potent. But back then, if Su Qing had chosen to dodge, Fat Mountain would immediately escaped and shouted for help, drawing unwanted attention. That would made things way messier. And pretending to be injured? No chance that D fools someone as cunning as Fat Mountain. Ever since Su Qing noticed someone tailing him, Fat Mountain had been executing his plans with unnerving precision. His only miscalculation? Underestimating Su Qing's ability. So, in that critical moment, Su Qing gambled on the recovery power of that purple crystal. He gritted his teeth, charged through the toxic mist, and ended the fight swiftly with one fatal blow. Looking back now, his decision was spot on. The purple crystal really sped up his recovery from the poison. That constant trembling in his lungs, the urge to cough, it was all just the crystal doing its job. Su Qing mumbled, "These scavengers are no joke. Good thing I acted fast. Otherwise, going against opponents like Ma Si wouldn't have been easy either." He reflected silently, analyzing his shortcomings from this encounter. After some time, Su Qing took a deep breath, lowered his head to look at his leather pouch, and a strange glint flashed in his eyes. He muttered to himself, "Fat Mountain acted alone because he was eyeing something Ma Si had. He wanted to turn the tables on me and snatch it along the way." Su Qing opened the pouch and pulled out all of Ma Si's belongings, including spirit coins. He laid everything out in front of him piece by piece. His gaze swept back and forth over the items, carefully inspecting each one. Finally, he pushed the other items aside, his eyes locking onto a chunk of metallic iron. He furrowed his brow, hesitating. The truth was, Ma Si's stuff was all pretty ordinary. This piece of iron just stood out because it seemed unusual and had an unknown origin. Su Qing murmured to himself, "Is it this thing? But it doesn't look like anything special. Maybe it's some kind of rare material?" After thinking for a moment, he cautiously stashed it away, planning to investigate its origins later. Next, he grabbed Fat Mountain's pouch and went through it. There weren't any white pills inside, but there were quite a few spirit coins and a bunch of bottles and jars that looked like they might contain poison. Su Qing wasn't knowledgeable about poisons, so he didn't dare open them carelessly. Finally, he pulled out a piece of amber covered in cracks, recalling how Fat Mountain had clutched it tightly in his final moments. Su Qing wondered, "What is this thing?" It looked like he was trying to crush it before he died. Feeling a bit out of his depth, he pondered for a moment before putting it away as well. After wrapping up everything, he closed his eyes and resumed his cultivation. Recently, he noticed that ever since he reached the second level of qi condensation, he didn't need as much sleep as before. Just an hour would fully recharge him. So most of the time, he devoted himself to cultivation. And since he didn't have to go out and keep watch today, he trained even longer until nightfall came once again. Suddenly, Su Qing had a feeling and opened his eyes, glancing toward the door. Just as he looked over, a voice came from outside. "Kid, come to the courtyard." Hearing this, Su Qing got up and quietly walked out, seeing Lei Dui sitting in the courtyard. In the middle of the courtyard was a large table filled with some meat and wine, along with 6 chairs and 6 sets of bowls and chopsticks. Lei Dui waved him over. Glancing at the food on the table, Su Qing had a rough guess in mind. He walked over lightly and sat down next to Lei Dui. Lei Dui casually looked out toward the courtyard gate and asked, "Getting familiar with the camp these past few days?" "More or less," Su Qing replied, his gaze briefly flicking over the dishes on the table. Maybe it was the fatigue from a day of cultivation, or maybe it was the aroma of the food, but his stomach growled loudly before long. Lei Dui, hearing this, chuckled. "Don't be in such a rush. Wait for everyone to get here, then we'll eat." Su Qing had already guessed as much, so he asked, "Is it the Thunder Squad?" The old man nodded, just about to speak when he suddenly became alert, looking out into the distance. Su Qing also sensed something and followed his gaze. On the dimly lit street outside the courtyard, the broad back of a burly figure appeared. This burly man was even more massive than the crippled ox of years past, built like a small mountain, muscles bulging and aura intimidating. He had a huge refined steel shield on his back and carried a spiked club taller than Su Qing as he strode forward. Each of his steps landed with booming thuds, the sound waves drawing ever closer until they reached the bamboo gate. The moment it was pushed open, his astonishing frame stepped into the courtyard. The instant he appeared, the courtyard seemed to shrink. The oppressive presence that came with his hulking figure spread out, giving Su Qing the feeling of encountering a powerful aberrant beast in the ruined city. His pupils tightened slightly. "Captain, I'm back." He grinned at Captain Lei, his voice deep. His eyes lit up when they landed on the food on the table. He walked over, unstrapped the shield and tossed it aside, then threw the spiked club to the ground, 2 resounding thumps. Once he finished, he sat down directly. The chair let out a hair-raising creak as if it could barely hold up. The whole time, he didn't spare Su Qing a single glance, as if he couldn't be bothered. Captain Lei smiled without speaking, but the big man kept staring at the food. He neither picked up his chopsticks nor said a word, quietly waiting. As for Su Qing, his gaze fell on the shield and spiked club on the ground. Judging by the sounds just now, he could roughly estimate their weight, both likely far heavier than his own body. It wasn't long before the courtyard was relatively quiet. 2 figures, a man and a woman, walked up on the street outside the bamboo gate. The man was a youth with a longbow on his back, straight-backed, a cross-shaped scar on his face as if carved there, shocking to behold, yet his eyes were exceptionally sharp. The woman was around 30, ordinary-looking, but the body beneath her tight leather outfit was hot and curvaceous, exuding a primal allure. The 2 entered the bamboo courtyard, greeted Captain Lei, and sat down. As they did, the bow-bearing youth gave Su Qing a glance, as if sizing him up. The woman beside him was full of curiosity. With a hint of coquetry in her voice, she spoke with a smile. "Captain, we only stepped out for a bit, and you've already picked up a kid? Captain, still going strong in your old age, huh? Is this why you called us back, so you could tell us you secretly left a seed out there?" "Wrong age," the burly man rumbled in reply. Su Qing kept silent and shifted his left foot slightly, so the dagger strapped to his calf would be easier to draw. He was a bit tense. Each of the 3 who had arrived gave him a powerful sense of oppression, even stronger than Fat Mountain, whom he'd run into yesterday. Especially the one with the bow. Su Qing even faintly felt as if needles were pricking back and forth at his back. Captain Lei ignored their banter and pointed at the burly man to introduce him to Su Qing. Barbarian Ghost, 3rd level of body tempering, born with tremendous strength. Then he pointed at the woman. Luanya, 3rd level of chi condensation, can communicate with ferocious beasts. The stray dogs you saw around the camp are mostly her eyes and ears. He continued, Cross, perfection of the 4th level of chi condensation, almost unrivaled in the same realm. With that, he pointed at Su Qing in front of everyone. This kid, 2nd level of body tempering. With Captain Lei's introductions, the expressions of the 3 grew much more serious, while Su Qing listened intently off to the side. Captain Lei swept his gaze over the 4 and said blandly, "Eat first. We'll talk as we eat." He then picked up a piece of meat and popped it into his mouth. "This time I called you back early because this year's spring harvest has been moved up. The camp leader has issued a task. In addition to the original purchase price for 7-leaf clover, the team that gathers the most will receive an extra reward of 3 clear dust pills, far superior to white pills. The plot we've hidden in the Forbidden Zone can be harvested ahead of time now. What do you think?" As soon as the words fell, the eyes of Barbarian Ghost and the other 2 lit up. After exchanging a look, they all nodded. Su Qing had never heard of clear dust pills, but Captain Lei had made it clear they were much better than white pills. "Since you all agree, get ready. This time into the Forbidden Zone, the kid goes with the team," Captain Lei said slowly. "Him?" The 3 looked over at Su Qing in unison. Cross furrowed his brow slightly. "Captain, 2nd level of body tempering is too green. We'll have to look after him while completing the task. It's not ideal," Cross said. "Everyone has a first time." Captain Lei shot Cross a glance, then looked at Su Qing. "Kid, you decide for yourself." "I can," Su Qing nodded in reply. He still had 5 white pills in his pocket and didn't have much need for clear dust pills, but he also understood that in the scavenger camp he'd have to enter the Forbidden Zone sooner or later. Since that was the case, going with an experienced squad would let him learn more. Cross fell silent and said no more. Captain Lei wrapped it up, finish eating, and then disperse. Gather here first thing tomorrow morning, and we set out. With that, he rose and returned to his room. Su Qing grabbed a big chunk of meat and gulped it down, glanced at those 3, and quickly headed back to his room. He didn't want to stay there. He'd always been wary of strangers. He didn't speak all night, Nor did he make much preparation habit, after all. He could strike like lightning at any time. Early the next morning, led by Captain Lei, the five of them walked out of the camp. The sky was blue, the sunlight just right. An eagle was circling over the camp, as if watching. Below, their figures drew the attention of the scavengers around. Maybe because Manguei was towering, and with Luanya's graceful bearing, even people in the caravan that had come to stay a few days ago were looking their way. More scavengers had gathered by the caravan, unusually lined up as if waiting for something. Su Qing hadn't gone out all day yesterday, and didn't know what had happened over there. Just as he cast a glance, Luanya beside him spoke with a smile. Last night, I heard this caravan came from Purple Earth. They've got a physician who looks quite skilled. Yesterday, he fixed that old lecher crippled jackal's leg, so everyone's lining up to see the doctor. Manguei listened and muttered enviously. That physician must be making a killing. Su Qing felt a bit envious too, looked from afar, and the instant he drew back his gaze, his eyes suddenly sharpened. Not just him, Manguei and Luanya's eyes turned razor-sharp in a flash. Cross and Captain Lei seemed calm on the surface, but up close as they drew ever closer to the forbidden zone, Su Qing silently followed behind the Thunder Squad. No one spoke along the way, and he keenly noticed everyone's muscles gradually tensing, his included. When that sensation as if stepping into a chill underworld spread through his body and the last trace of warmth was instantly stripped away, he knew he had entered the forbidden zone. It felt as if the scenes he saw in the normal world were wiped away along with it. That familiar, bone-piercing cold instantly stirred the memories of what he had endured in the ruined city under the rain of blood. He drew a deep breath, vigilance flaring, and instinctively tightened his grip on the iron spike in his hand, just as he had in the ruins back then. The difference was that then it had been broken walls and shattered ramparts of a city, whereas here it was something else entirely. Trees were twisted like the shadows of wraiths, the ground withered like soil leading down to the yellow springs, and branches and leaves clawed at the sky, blotting out the sun. But the Thunder Squad was clearly very familiar with this place. They carried their weapons and took a path they obviously used often, every step considered. Some spots looked ordinary, yet they deliberately leapt over them, while some treacherous places they trod on with confidence. There were also areas they inexplicably detoured around, avoiding no small number of dangers along the way. Su Qing followed at the rear, watching intently the whole time, doing his utmost to commit every detail to memory. He also noticed something odd. Captain Lei wasn't always leading the way. Sometimes it was Manguei, sometimes Luanya, taking turns at the front. Their pace wasn't fast, and aside from the occasional distant roars of ferocious beasts, it was overall fairly safe. Even poisonous insects didn't dare approach after Luanya lit a stick of incense. After about an hour's march, this taciturn group stopped by a patch of mire, and only then did everyone let out a breath. Su Qing saw Luanya take out some medicinal powder and scatter it into the mire. Before long, venomous bugs wriggled out, aggressive, but she didn't panic. With a flick of her hand, she sprinkled a different powder, and after a brief stir, the insects quickly dispersed and the mire grew calm again. With that done, they squatted down and deftly scooped up the muck, smearing it over their bodies. As Captain Lei spread the mud over himself, he motioned for Su Qing to do the same and asked, "Did you remember the details along the way?" Su Qing nodded, scooped up mud without hesitation and smeared it on, letting his gaze slide to Luanya. She seemed to know a thing or two about poison arts. Captain Lei said, "The places we jumped over or avoided were because the leaves, though withered, were still intact, meaning no beasts had passed through, which meant unknowns." He went on, "Where we stepped directly was where there were beast droppings. By instinct, creatures choose safe spots to relieve themselves, so those places aren't too dangerous, and they're one be man-eating box. And the areas we detoured around were based on Manguei's nose. He's keen-scented and can pick up the odor of dangerous aberrant beasts. You'll learn plenty on this trip, remember, as much as you can." Listening, Su Qing glanced at Manguei, who turned and grinned at him. Captain Lei added, "This mire is something our squad found years ago. It contains shed skin of night lizards. Smearing it on not only masks our scent, it also has a certain deterrent effect." He continued, "Ahead is where we're headed. To the north is the poison dragon pool. Because of the varied terrain, the Forbidden Zone jungle has been informally divided by scavengers into several regions. Poison Dragon Pool is just one of them, but we're not going that way this time. Captain Lei finished speaking as he smeared the last spot. Su Qing had finished as well and was about to stand when Cross, passing by his side who had questioned him following along yesterday, still tossed out a line with a stern face. Cross warned, "Mind your mutation point. The concentration of anomalous contamination in the Forbidden Zone is high. Stay alert at all times. Once you go over the limit, no one can save you." Su Qing nodded. He had actually sensed this long ago. He could feel the anomalous contamination here was thick, though much weaker than at the peak back in the city ruins. It was just that he de-accumulated quite a bit of contamination already, so even without cultivating, just by breathing, the mutation point on his arm began to throb faintly. So he took out a white pill, tucked it into his mouth without swallowing, and let it slowly dissolve. Soon everyone had finished smearing on the mud. They exchanged glances and then moved on. But the road ahead was different. They slowed their pace, and everyone drew their weapons. Su Qing took the chance to size up their armaments. Mangawei carried a steel shield and a spiked club. Captain Lei used gauntlets. Cross had a longbow on his back, and Luanya drew a serrated dagger whose blade glinted coldly. A few days ago, when Su Qing went out to tail Fat Mountain, he picked up a few other things as well. Sharp-eared, he eavesdropped on quite a few scavengers' conversations and learned much he hadn't known before. For example, when it came to weapons, he now knew they were divided into 3 categories: magic treasures, talisman treasures, and heavy treasures. Among them, magic treasures were the stuff of legend, extremely rare. It's said that every magic artifact carries an anomalous taint, which grows heavier the more it's used, is hard to purge, and is almost impossible to regenerate. Coupled with their astonishing power, they're naturally exceptionally precious. Hence the emergence of a special role called treasure tenders. Many people are raised in captivity from childhood, using their bodies to dilute an artifact's taint. Captain Lei mentioned this back then, too. Besides magic artifacts, there are talisman artifacts and heavy artifacts. Talisman artifacts are rare, yet still more within reach than magic artifacts. Heavy artifacts are relatively more common. Most heavy artifacts are forged from special materials, and even ordinary folk can use them as weapons. Su Qing felt the iron spike in his hand might be a heavy artifact, and the things in these people's hands ahead clearly belonged to that category as well. Day by day, Su Qing followed the Thunder Squad, heading deeper and deeper into the Forbidden Zone. Along the way, they ran into troubles big and small, and Savage Ghost basically handled them all by himself. When they ran into a stronger beast, Cross's bow would immediately let fly. Luanya mainly acted with spells. She could cast a kind of intimidation that made the beasts halt, their movements turning sluggish. Su Qing had taken action during this stretch. As well, he snatched a venomous snake darting in from behind and crushed it outright. After dealing with these matters, they realized Su Qing could keep pace and wasn't making rookie mistakes. The scrutiny in Cross's gaze lessened, and he began teaching him the ropes. "Kid, this Forbidden Zone looks perilous, but for those of us who've been grinding here, as long as you avoid 3 kinds of situations, it's basically not too big a problem. These 3, you need to remember. First is when unfamiliar beasts from the depths wander out to the outskirts. It's uncommon, but our activity range is actually only in the periphery. If that happens, it's extremely dangerous. We're only familiar with the monsters on the outskirts. The Forbidden Zone is too vast. The beasts inside are myriad and varied in ability, and the slightest carelessness can mean death." Second is singing. At this point, Cross's expression turned a bit wary. There's a rumor in the Forbidden Zone that singing will drift out, and those who hear it almost never make it out alive, but I've never heard it myself. The only one on the team who has is Captain Lei. Su Qing looked toward Captain Lei. Captain Lei didn't answer. He only lifted his head to gaze into the depths of the Forbidden Zone, a complicated look in his eyes. "I'll take the third," Luanya said with a smile from the side, casting a glance at Su Qing. "Kid, the third danger is quite common. The mist. When the mist rolls in, it's like you've been blinded. You'll inevitably lose your way. And the mist often lingers a long time. If you lose your bearings and can't get out, trapped in the Forbidden Zone, the anomalous corrosion will cause the taint in your body to steadily rise, which usually means death. But there are 2 ways to deal with it. One is fire. The other is relying on powerful mental strength, whether innate or cultivated. The former only treats the symptoms. Fire can drive back the mist briefly and restore your sight, but the mist is uncanny and fire rarely lasts. The latter is rare. In the camp, only one or two crop up over decades, and such people usually leave soon to seek better prospects. And there's a fourth, getting maliciously ambushed by enemies. Savage Ghost rumbled from the front as he broke trail. Luanya was about to speak again when she suddenly looked toward Captain Lei. In the distance, her expression shifted, and she barked out a low warning. Quiet. The next instant, Cross knocked his bow. A ghostly light flashed in Luanya's eyes. Savage Ghost's whole body swelled, and Su Qing felt his hair stand on end. A strong threat suddenly emanated from the pitch-black forest in the distance. Soon, dim gleams rose in the darkness, pairs upon pairs of eyes, indifferent and icy, fixed on them. There were a staggering number of eyes. Along with that mass of eyes, giant wolves covered in black scales, each the size of a water buffalo, slowly emerged. At a glance, there were at least dozens. Faint shapes further out hinted at more likely 100 or more. And the spiritual energy fluctuations each wolf gave off were around the second tier, which made Savage Ghost and the others' faces change drastically. Black-scaled wolf pack. They usually only appear at the border between the depths and the outskirts of the Forbidden Zone. They shouldn't be in this area. How did they end up here? Cross's pupils contracted, and Luanya beside him had gone somewhat pale. They knew full well that a single black-scaled wolf wasn't much of a threat, but in such numbers, it was a severe trial for them. The restricted zone is saturated with alien matter, and the key point is that once the spirit energy in your body is depleted too much, you have to rely on external spirit energy to replenish it. But in the gaps between fights, there's no time to purge these contaminants. They rapidly accumulate inside, and the risk of corruption skyrockets. Su Qing was a little out of breath, too. The pressure brought by the wolf pack was overwhelming. You pull back first. I'll hold them off. As everyone's hearts trembled, Captain Lei spoke in a deep voice and slowly stepped forward. As Captain Lei advanced, a surge of spirit energy erupted from him, at least twice as strong as Cross. The wolf pack all halted, turning their gazes toward Captain Lei. Go. Cross swept a glance at Captain Lei and decisively fell back. Luanya and Savage Ghost also quickly retreated. Su Qing narrowed his eyes, watching Captain Lei charge the wolves. As he rushed in, spirit energy burst from his whole body, cowing the pack. Su Qing's feet didn't move. The iron spike in his hand lifted slightly, its tip flashing cold light. From where Cross had leaped away came a voice, faintly distant. Kid, do you know why Captain Lei is the captain? It's not just because he's at the 6th level of chi condensation and above us. It's more because when he's captain, he can shoulder responsibility and make the call in a crisis. As his words fell, a thunderous boom came from his position. A large tree 200 zhang away had been snapped by Cross with a fierce sweep of his bow and crashed down. Savage Ghost and Luanya followed suit. Trees fell one after another, piled into a blocking barricade, leaving only a gap as an exit. Then Cross and Luanya didn't stop and sprinted off again. But the one with a shield in one hand and a wolf-tooth club in the other, Savage Ghost, stayed behind, leaning against a tree, standing guard like a small mountain. Meanwhile, Captain Lei erupted, his hands blazing with blinding light, and he plunged into the wolf pack. Where he passed, any wolf that touched him was ripped apart, dying in shrill misery. But there were simply too many wolves. Before long, Captain Lei's figure was swallowed by a massive shadow. Only roars and wolf howls kept coming, and at this moment, Cross in the distance let out a low, guttural shout as well. Cross yelled, Kid, link up with us, your turn's here. Su Qing did the math. This was Thunder Squad's tactical arrangement. He stopped hesitating and sprinted straight towards Savage Ghost. Savage Ghost bared his teeth in a grin and pointed at the gap behind him, serving as an exit. Su Qing acknowledged with a glance, slipped through the gap, and dashed after Cross and Luanya in the distance. Soon he saw a small clearing that had been opened up, ringed with trees. Luanya was busy there. She pulled out bag after bag of powder and scattered it around, then bit her finger to let blood drip onto the ground, tracing runes no outsider could read. Seeing Su Qing arrive, she had no time to speak. only signaling with her eyes for him to leave quickly. Su Qing's gaze shifted, and he darted past without hesitation. When he was 200 zhang behind Luanya, he saw Cross crouching on a tall tree. The tree was very tall, like a piece of high ground overlooking the battlefield. Crouching there, Cross looked toward the approaching Su Qing and gave a low-voiced order. He said, "Behind me. 200 zhang out. You take that side." Su Qing nodded heavily. He already understood Thunder Squad's tactics. He sprang up, and once he reached the spot 200 zhang away, he quickly scanned the surroundings. He didn't alter the terrain, but burrowed into the mud under a patch of shrubs and hid. Just like hunting in the ruined city, he lay in ambush, still as stone. Not long after he hid, an even fiercer rumble came from afar. The trees blocked his view. He couldn't see what was happening 800 zhang away, but he could feel how intense the fighting was. Sure enough, 800 zhang away, Captain Lei burst out from the heap of wolves. Even though he was at the 6th level of qi condensation, with large-scale expenditure off limits, he inevitably looked battered. Fortunately, his control of spirit energy was precise, and he conserved half his strength. With black-scaled wolves in pursuit, he fell back towards Savage Ghost. Savage Ghost bared his teeth in a feral grin and swung his wolf-toothed club. The instant Captain Lei vaulted past him, he smashed it hard at the pursuing black-scaled wolves. On the high ground, Cross steadied himself. The string of his powerful bow was drawn taut in an instant. Arrows condensed from spirit energy shrieked through the air, falling into the pack and coordinating with Savage Ghost's defense. As the wails rose again, Captain Lei had already left Savage Ghost's side and was closing in on Luanya, leaving Savage Ghost alone behind, blocking everything like a mountain. Thus, from the mud, Su Qing saw the first one to rush back Captain Lei, who whipped past Luanya and Cross. Captain Lei sped past him, catching his hiding spot in the corner of his eye. With no time to speak, he only gave a nod, then went to sit cross-legged 200 zhang away and swallowed a white pill, recovering while readying his next strike. This was Thunder Squad's withdrawal plan. As the strongest, Captain Lei always takes the front first. Savage Ghost forms the second wave and pulls back when he is about to give out. Then Luanya takes over, and finally it's Cross's turn. Over and over, that way everyone gets to rest in turns. In this restricted zone thick with heterogeneity, this is the most suitable way for a squad to fight in concert. The ones who get the most exhausted, without a doubt, are Captain Lei and Cross. Captain Lei holds the line the longest and kills the most wolves, buying a lot of time for the teammates behind. And Cross, besides being a link in the interception chain, also has to hold the high ground to secure the others' retreat. You could say everyone's role is crucial, but most crucial of all is the tacit understanding and trust between them. So this is what they call a scavenger squad. Resolve shone in Su Qing's eyes as he hid motionless in the dark. Before long, he saw the panting Savage Ghost rush in. A moment later, he saw Luanya clutching his chest, face pale. Lastly, the one who streaked past him was Cross. Cross's face was cold and severe, showing no obvious abnormality. But Su Qing could feel his spiritual energy was almost spent, and behind him was a dense mass of wolves, howling in pursuit. When Cross passed in front of Su Qing, he hesitated slightly. Su Qing understood the unspoken meaning and said in a deep voice, "I can." Cross didn't answer. He turned and left, and the wolf pack instantly howled as it pounced. In the dappled sunlight, he couldn't tell if he was seeing things. The shadow of the fallen black-scaled wolf's corpse seemed to twist. It actually spread rapidly along the ground, surging towards Su Qing. The sunlight here was sparse, not intense, making it hard to see clearly. The next moment, the shadow touched him. Su Qing jolted violently. An unspeakable evil aura instantly tried to invade his entire body. Right then, the purple crystal embedded in his chest, which had only ever granted recovery and never stirred, suddenly trembled, and a surge of cold burst out from within. With it, the feeling of being assailed by evil vanished in a blink. The cold surge came fast and went just as quickly, disappearing in an instant, and the purple crystal returned to its usual stillness. Su Qing froze for a moment, but there was no time to think. Once he recovered, he immediately backed away. Everything had happened too quickly, and Captain Lei and Cross in the distance hadn't noticed anything unusual. As Su Qing retreated, Captain Lei strode over, lingering shock in his eyes. "You did well. Hurry to the rear and rest." Black-scaled wolves like to stay deep in the restricted zone where the anomalous energy is heavy. On the outskirts, it's much thinner. So no matter how they got out, they don't like it here if we can't take them down. They'll leave on their own. With that, Captain Lei erupted with spiritual energy and charged toward the black-scaled wolves chasing up behind Su Qing. Savage Ghost's figure hurried over too, clearly having waited anxiously in the back for a long time. Seeing Su Qing covered in blood and the countless wolf corpses not far away, he swallowed hard and stepped up to support him. "No need." Su Qing refused the help, glanced back at Captain Lei, then, under Savage Ghost's respectful gaze, quickly moved off. Passing by Luanya, she seemed to have heard the rumors too. She paused at the sight of Su Qing, weighed the situation, then pulled a leather pouch from her person and tossed it to him. Su Qing caught it, felt the contours of the pills inside, and understood. He thanked Luanya, then, under her gaze, hurried on until he saw Cross. Cross stood quietly atop the canopy and nodded to Su Qing, approval clear in his eyes. Su Qing said little, nodding in return. He reached the very rear, found a spot to sit, let out a long breath, and pulled out white pills, swallowing 3 in a row. After the pills dissolved, he began drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy to recover. Half an hour passed. Su Qing opened his eyes, the fatigue in his spirit eased somewhat, but puzzlement flickered there. He felt the anomalous taint in his body seemed not all that much. He lifted his left sleeve to look, and confusion instantly turned into shock and doubt. The mutation points on his arm had actually lost one. His cultivation was still at the 2nd level of body refinement, and having just gone through a battle, he should have been weaker. Yet not only had he not regressed as he recovered, he seemed more advanced than before. He remembered clearly that during the fight, because he passively absorbed spiritual energy, both mutation points on his arm had ached badly. He'd taken white pills before the effect wasn't this exaggerated. Yet he couldn't find a more reasonable explanation. That left only one thing: the surge of cold the purple crystal had unleashed in an instant. Shadow, evil aura, the cold burst from the crystal. Su Qing narrowed his eyes, recalling that eerie scene. He was certain the shadow had indeed touched him, no mistake, no illusion cast by sunlight. He carefully recalled the instant of the crystal's eruption, sensing that the evil intent invading him had been swept away by the cold, as if drawn into the crystal. Consumed it? Su Qing guessed, half amazed, half suspicious. What exactly is this purple crystal? And what is that shadow steeped in malice? Could the disappearance of the mutation point be related to them? Su Qing couldn't figure it out. As he pondered, Captain Lei and the others returned past him one after another, each giving him a look as they went by. Su Qing put the thoughts away, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Whatever it was, it didn't matter right now. Rest over, it was his turn to strike again. Su Qing stood up and wiped the iron spike against himself, cold light flashing once more. Seizing the moment as Cross passed by, he lunged forward. His speed was astonishing. In a heartbeat, he closed in on the pursuing pack. The sounds of battle and screams merged together, as if conducting a cruel baptism for the youth. The one who survived the blood rain and opened his eyes as a survivor now, in the afterglow of sunset, showed the edge that had been gradually honed. This time, he lasted longer. The Thunder Squad kept falling back, taking turns holding the line, and time slowly slipped by in that exhaustion. The sunset faded, the moon rose, and night draped itself over the restricted zone, yet the sounds of fighting still rang on. It wasn't until they were pushed to their limits, the white pills all gone, and the alien matter in their bodies pressed up against the verge of aberration, that dawn finally arrived. Only then did the wolf pack begin to scatter and withdraw. As the morning light poured in, the last black-scaled wolf in the jungle of the restricted zone gave them a weary glance, then vanished into the distance, and the surroundings gradually fell quiet. Everyone was covered in a thick layer of gore, lying on the ground and gulping for breath. Su Qing was the same. Although the purple crystal had helped him recover some, the strain still left him exhausted. Finally, we survived. Beside him, Luanya murmured under his breath. He struggled to get up, and spoke softly to Su Qing. "Thank you." Manguei was panting hard too and gave Su Qing a thumbs up. Through the night's fighting, the number of times Su Qing struck and the length of time he held out both exceeded Captain Lei and Cross. You could even say that without him, someone might have aberrated before the wolves scattered. Only Su Qing lay there staring up at the sky beyond the exhaustion. A deep question lurked in his heart. In tonight's battle, the alien matter in his body was accumulating noticeably slower than usual. He even felt it silently dissipating bit by bit, as if it were continuously fading on its own. While everyone rested, Captain Lei rubbed his brow, swept a grave look over Cross and the others, and rasped. "This is unlikely to be a coincidence. The black-scaled wolves kept pursuing us, like something was pulling them along. So take out whatever foreign items you've picked up lately, and let us check them. I suspect someone did this deliberately." At Captain Lei's words, Cross and the others nodded, checked themselves, and pulled out the things they'd brought. Su Qing's heart tightened. He was thinking it might be that piece of iron among Ma Si's relics, when Luanya suddenly cried out and pointed at Manguei. Among the things Manguei pulled out was a wooden box. The box was battered, as if slowly self-dissolving. A faint scent seeped from its seams, but the smells in the restricted zone were so mixed that without a careful sniff, it was hard to tell. Manguei said in surprise, "How is this thing corroding on its own?" Captain Lei stepped up at once, took the box, and handed it to Luanya. After a close sniff, Luanya's face turned grim, and he nodded. Captain Lei looked at Manguei and asked, "Where did you get this?" Manguei scratched his head and replied, "I bought it at a stall in camp the day I got back. It seemed to have insect-repelling powder inside." Luanya said, "It's made from butterfly rabbit dung. It self-ignites when stimulated by the environment and attracts scaled creatures. Black-scaled wolves are in that group." Luanya looked at Manguei, his words coming out slowly. Manguei stood there dumbly, at a loss for words. The atmosphere froze in an instant, and Su Qing narrowed his eyes at them. After quite a while, Captain Lei shook his head. Captain Lei said, "Manguei was tricked. If someone can set up this kind of trap for us right in the camp, it makes it much easier to guess who." Cross said coldly from the side, "Blood Shadow Squad." Luanya hesitated and said, "If Blood Shadow Squad did this, there's likely another follow-up. And we're in poor shape right now." Captain Lei raised his head to look into the distance and asked slowly, "Do we keep going to the picking site to finish the task, or withdraw here? What do you think?" Su Qing pondered in silence and didn't answer immediately. They exchanged looks, and in the end Cross forced himself to speak. Cross said, "Captain, the picking site isn't far from here, and our casualties are too heavy if we go back to camp empty-handed." Captain Lei silently swept his gaze over Manguei and Luanya. Manguei lowered his head in guilt. There was unwillingness in Luanya's eyes. After a moment, he let out a soft sigh. He made up his mind at last and said, "We continue onward. Once we reach the picking site, collect quickly, then split up and withdraw by separate routes and meet back at camp." Captain Lei made the final call. After a quick tidy-up, they continued on through the restricted zone's jungle. On the way, Su Qing sidled up to Luanya, took out the amber he'd gotten from Pangshan, and asked what exactly it was. Luanya started when he saw the amber, took it for a closer look, and told Su Qing, "It's the venomous tail of a ghost-faced scorpion. This scorpion is poisonous, but its venom can be neutralized, and it has medicinal effects. Poisoning will briefly unlock potential, but it doesn't last after the burst. You must detox immediately. So people often keep them, and they're very valuable." Su Qing suddenly understood, thanked him, and stowed it away. After that, they kept their guard up, eyes fixed on their surroundings as they moved quickly forward. Only compared to before, they were much more silent along the way this time. Perhaps precisely because of yesterday's black-scaled wolf incursion, most of the other fierce beasts in this area had been driven off. All the way, Thunder Squad hadn't run into much danger. For hours later, they finally reached the junction between the outskirts and the depths of the Forbidden Zone. The terrain here was no longer just jungle. There were scattered hills and streams, though the water ran black and was undrinkable. Hidden in a dense stand of trees was a narrow path that, at its end, opened into a small ravine, a world unto itself. Su Qing and the others entered the ravine, and the sight before them felt like falling into another world. The ravine's ceiling was shrouded by thick vines twining from all sides like a canopy, blocking much of the sunlight. There were no large trees within, but the ground was carpeted with flowers and grasses. Fist-sized blossoms in a riot of colors dotted the ravine, and beside them were many clumps of grass emitting a blue crystalline glow. Each plant had 7 leaves. The light they gave off was like stars in the heavens, turning the tranquil ravine into a quiet starry sky with its own unique beauty. This was a harvesting spot Thunder Squad had discovered in the past. Each such spot was top secret and the very foundation of the squad's survival. Upon reaching the harvesting site, because special techniques were required, they didn't let Su Qing handle it. Instead, they spread out to pick, which was both faster and less wasteful. Su Qing watched their movements, didn't force his way in, sat cross-legged, and began quietly cultivating his breathing. After yesterday's battle, he felt his cultivation had risen quite a bit through constant tempering and was now on the verge of a breakthrough. To live longer through the coming crises, Su Qing didn't waste time even within the Forbidden Zone. He circulated the sea mountain art in his body, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. As spiritual energy surged, a gust swept through the ravine. Captain Lei watched Su Qing without stopping him. He knew they could be ambushed at any time on the way back. Getting stronger now was the capital for survival. Before long, just as everyone was picking, thumping sounds began to come from Su Qing's body. Grime oozed from his pores in streams, mixing with the gore outside him, while his flesh and blood rapidly absorbed spiritual energy, being nourished into greater solidity. The sound grew more intense, then suddenly stopped at its peak, and a roar went off in Su Qing's mind. The veins under his skin bulged sharply. His flesh was flooded with spiritual energy, as if holding more power and, from now on, everyone splits up and leaves. Break up into smaller units, and act independently. That way we're less likely to be discovered. It's dangerous, but the odds of getting out are higher. If we move together, we'll be an obvious target that's easier to lock onto. And that doesn't suit us right now. Once we're trapped, there's no hope. Captain Lei finished speaking, glanced at Su Qing, and casually shoved another map into his hand. Kid, my target is too conspicuous. I'm definitely the Blood Shadow's main focus. I'm the captain, so I have to cover you. Hurry out and wait for me back at the camp. Captain Lei said in a low voice, then stepped out of the gorge under his teammates' silent gazes and vanished in the blink of an eye. Su Qing was about to say a few more words, but before he could, Captain Lei was already far away. Cross patted his shoulder, then left as well. Lastly, Savage Ghost and Luanya each gave him a few parting tips from their own experience, then hurried off. Su Qing watched them silently, put away the 7-leaf clover, and turned to look again at the distant temple complex. After a while, Su Qing turned, took a deep breath, and dashed toward the mouth of the gorge after reaching the 3rd level of body tempering. His speed was much faster than before, and he vanished in an instant. Entering the Forbidden Zone forest, Su Qing moved through the trees like an agile ape. He didn't take the original route, but detoured according to the markings on the map. With the experience he gained along the way, he could recognize danger, and the occasional aberrant beast he encountered was easily dealt with. He also often stared at his shadow under the sunlight, a hint of a strange look in his eyes. He had tested it. Whether he was absorbing spirit energy or just taking deep breaths, the impurities present in all things that entered his body, just like during his breakthrough, would slowly surge toward his shadow. Tracing it back, this had started after that purple crystal released a cold current. It wasn't until his mountains and seas art reached the 3rd level that the phenomenon became increasingly pronounced. His shadow seemed to have mutated after the purple crystal swept away the black-scaled wolf's shadow. This oddity made Su Qing's eyes narrow gradually. He lifted the sleeve of his left arm and took a look. There was only one mutation mark on his arm, already so faint it was almost invisible. If you didn't look closely, you couldn't tell at all. At this rate, the impurities in his body would keep decreasing until he became pure and perfect. This so-called perfection, Su Qing had seen it recorded on the bamboo slips of the mountains and seas art. Only those exceedingly noble people in the human race's source lands on the Wangu continent could possess such a state. Is this the purple crystal at work? Su Qing muttered under his breath, crouching on a branch and staring blankly at the sky. After a long while, he touched the spot on his chest where the purple crystal was buried, fell silent for a moment, put away his doubts, and with a flicker of his figure dove back into the forest to continue on his way. Although the impurities weren't a threat to him for the time being, that was just one of the dangers in the Forbidden Zone. Su Qing still ran into quite a few crises afterward. For example, right now he saw two mutated bears whose aura was even stronger than Captain Lei's. Even more shocking was the large, multicolored spider crouched on each bear's back, countless threads extending from beneath the spider's abdomen and burrowing into the bears' bodies, as though controlling them. As a result, the two berserk bears had completely lost control as they ran. They crashed. He knew that in this danger-ridden Forbidden Zone jungle, the fact that the shadow would devour the aberration in him actually gave him a slight advantage. However, for now that edge only let him linger a little longer in the Forbidden Zone. Unless one day he became stronger, only then would this benefit be magnified without limit. After quite a while, when Su Qing moved on, he proceeded even more cautiously through the Forbidden Zone. Days passed like this. The sun was about to set, with only tattered afterglow shining down. More and more roars gradually drifted from the jungle. Sprinting, Su Qing quietly checked his route against the map, thinking that if he traveled through the night, he could probably get out of the Forbidden Zone before dawn. Just as he hesitated about traveling at night, a rumble suddenly came from the distant jungle, followed by a piercing scream. The sound was very familiar to him. Savage ghost? Su Qing's eyes tightened as he recognized it. He immediately leaped up and crept closer, his small, thin figure agile and well hidden among the trees, hard to detect. Before long, he reached the source of the roars. Hiding in a canopy, he looked down and saw 6 or 7 corpses below, one of which was actually Savage Ghost. That body was bluish-black all over, clearly mutated. Its limbs severed. He had died in horrific fashion. Even that fine steel great shield had been cleaved in two, one large and one small piece. The spiked club lay scattered on the ground, sticky wet. Kicking off the canopy, he drove hard with both legs and sprinted, his whole body suddenly closing in like an arrow loosed from the string. The third level of the sea mountain art and the physical strength granted by the violet crystal burst forth in full. His speed was so great that he left afterimages among the treetops. Before anyone on the battlefield could react, in the blink of an eye, Su Qing had already charged into the fray. He appeared beside one of the 3 on the outskirts. It was a scrawny youth, and his triangular eyes was still the reflection of the besieged Captain Lei, and he was utterly unaware of Su Qing's arrival. Only when a gust of cold wind hit his face did he freeze for a beat and start to turn his head when an iron spike, carrying terrifying force, drove straight in through his temple. Before the body fell, before a scream could ring out, Su Qing didn't even pause. He bent, pushed off with his foot, and his speed exploded as he shot to the next man like a cheetah. The second scavenger's face changed drastically. His pupils shrank. He was about to retreat, but Su Qing was already upon him, his fist, wrapped in the terrifying power of the sea mountain art's third level, slamming out. The punch crashed into his chest. Flesh caved in instantly, blood sprayed from his back, and bones cracked and popped. Su Qing flicked his left hand, the dagger tracing a long gouge as it shot toward the third man at extreme speed. That second man's sternum shattered, the impact drove his frail body back again and again, blood streaming from multiple wounds. The wrist that had just been set was dislocated again, hanging askew. How foolish. Mere body refinement isn't worthy of crossing hands with a spell cultivator. And you even overestimate yourself, bringing a third tier to clash with my fifth. Truly laughable. As the dust settled, the contempt in the middle-aged cultivator's eyes deepened. Even so, he was inwardly startled. He hadn't expected his spirit energy barrier to collapse under the opponent's second punch. Luckily, he had recently broken through to the 5th tier, and after shattering, his spirit energy barrier could still unleash a burst. Otherwise, he might have lost his footing just now. Su Qing frowned, seeming not to feel the searing pain in his body and arm. Keeping his eyes on the middle-aged man, he braced his right hand on the ground and twisted with a crack. He reset the dislocation. The middle-aged cultivator walking towards Su Qing paused at his ruthlessness, narrowed his eyes, lifted his hands to form seals, and pointed at Su Qing. At once, the spirit energy around him condensed into a fireball about the size of a head, howling as it shot towards Su Qing. Its momentum was terrifying as it drew close. The air around it warped and roiled upward. Its temperature was clearly extremely high. At the instant the fireball neared, Su Qing flickered aside, but it kept relentlessly on his tail. Murderous intent flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. As he raised a barrier around himself, he formed seals and conjured a second and third fireball, continuing the pursuit. Seeing the 3 fireballs seal off his path, Su Qing's eyes narrowed. He rolled to the corpse he had killed earlier, grabbed it, and smashed it at one of the fireballs. With a boom, the corpse struck the fireball and was instantly incinerated to ash, gone in less than 3 breaths. The sight gave Su Qing a visceral understanding of the fireball's power. Residual heat swept over him, flushing his whole body red in an instant. He was about to dodge when the second and third fireballs closed in. Cunning flashed in the man's eyes. He gave him no chance to evade. The fireballs abruptly detonated the moment they drew near. Boom! Flames scattered, covering a wide area. The killing power of the heat was immense. In this field of fire, Su Qing couldn't completely dodge. Though his speed let him avoid most of it, thick blisters swelled across his body, steam billowed, and his organs felt as if they were being scorched. Fire Crow, hurry up! The Blood Shadow captain, locked in combat with Captain Lei in the distance, let out a low growl. Understood, Captain. This little wolf cub can last at most 2 more fireballs. He'll be a dried corpse for sure. The middle-aged man called Fire Crow answered with a laugh. His gaze grew even more cruel when it fell on Su Qing. He raised his hand, and 2 more blazing fireballs surged around him, which he sent flying towards Su Qing. Fearing Su Qing would dodge, he once again had the 2 fireballs explode the instant they closed, and the wave of fire covered the area, sealing off every place Su Qing could evade. Heat billowed, the ground caught fire, trees turned to ash in an instant, sunlight mingled with firelight, even stinging Fire Crow's eyes until he could barely see. Yet he was full of confidence. With fireballs fueled by his 5th-tier cultivation, killing a 3rd tier was no problem at all. So he wiped his hands. Though a bit winded, he wore a look of disdain as he turned and walked toward where Captain Lei was fighting the Blood Shadow captain. Captain Lei, your people really aren't any good. Fire Crow as he walked. The youth's silhouette in the afterglow made Fire Crow's heart tremble. If he weren't a seasoned scavenger, if it were a newcomer, no matter how much higher their cultivation, they would have been cowed. Even his own heart rippled, but it was quickly suppressed by a death-defying ferocity and the fury of his injuries, and a dense killing intent flared in his eyes. You little wolf pup, I'm going to pull your teeth out one by one and hang them as my trophies. Fire Crow spoke in a low voice, casually tore off his shirt, revealing his gaunt upper body. He didn't care about the missing chunk of his ear or the hole in his chest. His hands formed seals, his face flushed, and a fireball even larger than before suddenly surged forth. Su Qing's eyes narrowed, his body blurred as he abruptly shifted aside. Scatter! Fire Crow growled, and the big fireball in his hand instantly split into 5, shooting towards Su Qing. A thunderous boom reverberated. In an instant the ground was swallowed by flames. Su Qing burst out through the firelight again, throwing 2 punches in quick succession to shatter the barrier. Though the impact forced him back, leaving more wounds and fresh burns, his speed didn't slow in the slightest, nor did his killing intent diminish by a fraction. And like that, fighting without regard for his injuries, he and Fire Crow grew fiercer and fiercer in the jungle, their brawl becoming a blazing inferno. The battle grew ever more intense. Indeed, Su Qing was no match for Fire Crow. Whether it was the spirit energy barrier or the fireballs, both were highly unfavorable to him. The former kept him from closing in, the latter posed an even greater threat. But Su Qing recovered quickly. Even injured, he could bounce back in short order, his combat strength unaffected. His stamina was likewise abundant. Though long-term pain tormented his mind, growing up in the slums had honed his extraordinary endurance. Most crucially, that thick taint of contaminated spirit energy had little effect on Su Qing, but for Fire Crow, it was a completely different story. His ear wound was manageable, but But the wound in his chest was growing ever more severe. Most worrying was his spirit energy. Even with a fifth-layer chi condensation cultivation, he couldn't sustain such consumption and had to passively absorb spirit energy to compensate. The fierce fighting and the pressure Su Qing brought left him no time to ease off, and the contamination in his body kept rising, piling up more and more. Soon Fire Crow shifted from initial rage to nervousness, and in the end an anxious look actually surfaced on his face. He already sensed something was wrong with himself, and he realized this youth before him was not normal. Any third layer, or even someone at the fifth layer like him, facing this barrage of fireballs simply couldn't have lasted this long. They should already have been reduced to a dried corpse. He asked himself if even he could manage such tenacity, and the answer was no. Yet the youth before him was grievously wounded, with injuries mounting, but his speed and strength hadn't dipped from start to finish. This made the unease in Fire Crow's heart grow ever stronger. The internal contamination kept increasing, nearing the brink of aberration, and even his breathing had grown rapid. Fire Crow, you worthless piece of trash, finish it quickly. The Bloodshadow captain, locked in a tussle with Captain Lei in the distance, had to split his attention to watch this side. Seeing the situation before him, his enraged bellow carried over. He had wanted to come support, but an unexpected development on Captain Lei's side had entangled him. He couldn't break away and could only fret. Captain Lei had long since seen that Su Qing was trying to drag Fire Crow toward aberration. Though he didn't know why Su Qing was so confident, or how he could perform normally through such pain, Captain Lei knew everyone had their secrets, himself included. So Captain Lei didn't plan to pry. There was only one thing he could do: keep the Bloodshadow captain from going over to help. The fight continued. Fire Crow blasted out 3 more fireballs. Still at a loss against Su Qing and berated by his captain, the anxiety in his heart erupted completely, pushing him toward madness. He suddenly lifted his right hand and thumped his chest, spitting a mouthful of blood. Before it had fully fallen, his left hand flicked swiftly to catch part of it. He chanted an incantation, and the blood in his hand quickly turned pitch black. Su Qing's gaze tightened, sensing a greater danger. He blurred forward to interrupt the casting. But this time Fire Crow's spell unfolded extremely fast. Just as Su Qing moved, Fire Crow jerked his head up, his expression contorted and eyes ferocious, and he swept his right hand. The black blood in his hand instantly swelled into a head-sized blood orb. Bubbles churned within the sphere as if it were boiling, and it howled towards Su Qing with terrifying power. Die for me, Fire Crow snarled. Perhaps because this spell was too taxing, compounded by the surge of contamination in his body, his legs were trembling with weakness. A fierce killing intent suddenly burst out in Su Qing's eyes. Just as Captain Lei had judged, he did indeed want to drag the opponent toward aberration, but there was a difference. The difference was that Su Qing had never abandoned the plan to kill the opponent first in the process. Although the dagger and iron spike were no longer in his hands, he had been looking for a chance to deliver a one-hit kill. And now, as Fire Crow weakened, that chance finally appeared. At the instant the black blood sphere howled toward him, Su Qing surged forward, his speed suddenly spiking. He did not charge straight at Fire Crow, but angled slightly, rushing to the vicinity of the Savage Ghost's corpse. The Savage Ghost's corpse had been charred black by the earlier fireballs, burn marks all over it. And not just the body, its weapons lay nearby. A spiked club and a refined iron shield shattered into 2 pieces, one large and one small. What Su Qing had his eye on was the larger piece of the shield. His figure flashed over. He seized the heavy, refined iron shield, his small frame hidden behind it, then charged out, straight for Fire Crow on the far side of the black blood sphere. The blood sphere smashed into the shield and exploded into countless jets of black blood, the thunderous roar reverberating around them. The refined iron shield was instantly blasted into pieces. Though shattered, it still absorbed most of the force. As a result, some of the black blood splattered onto Su Qing, but he could only watch as Su Qing's figure rapidly closed in on Fire Crow. As he drew near, Fire Crow, badly wounded and mentally collapsed, with a deep buildup of aberrance in his body, finally could no longer keep it suppressed. Before Su Qing could fully close in, Fire Crow stiffened in despair. The aberrance throughout his body rampaged, and with a bang he turned into a cloud of blood mist. Some, after mutating, leave behind only a blue-black corpse, others explode into blood mist. Su Qing paused, staring at the spot where Fire Crow had become mist, then turned and looked coldly toward the Blood Shadow captain, who was fighting Captain Lei. At that moment the sun sank, and dusk was unlike before. Night did not fall as usual, and a strange red spread across the sky. In that red glow, Su Qing's figure was also tinted as he stood covered in wounds. The cold sharpness in his eyes carried an indescribable sense of pressure. That pressure made even the Blood Shadow captain, whose cultivation was higher than his, involuntarily tremble in mind. After all, Fire Crow's death was too tragic. It was a heavy blow to the Blood Shadow captain. Having tangled with Captain Lei for a long time, and with the oddness about Su Qing on top of that, all of it left the Blood Shadow captain uneasy. His eyes flashed, and the instant he saw Su Qing, he blasted Captain Lei away with a punch and retreated without hesitation. He didn't want to fight anymore. Captain Lei originally wanted to give chase, but when he looked up and saw that eerie red in the sky, his face changed drastically. His emotions surged, blood sprayed from his mouth. His body turned even more blue-black, and he nearly collapsed. Su Qing strode forward and grabbed Captain Lei to steady him. Supporting the gasping Captain Lei, he set him down beneath a nearby tree, then lifted his head to look toward the Blood Shadow captain racing through the jungle, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Don't go after him alone. After Blood Shadow's annihilation, he's no longer a threat. Moreover, that streak of red in the sky, I think I've seen it before. Captain Lei grabbed Su Qing, lifting his head to stare fixedly at the sky. He's a hidden danger, Su Qing said slowly. He disliked any hidden dangers, and in this Forbidden Zone jungle, Su Qing felt confident he could wear down the Blood Shadow captain, just like he had Fire Crow, but Captain Lei's words made him instinctively look up at the heavens. Just then, a low song like a sigh wafted faintly through the jungle. All the roars of the beasts in the Forbidden Zone vanished in an instant. In the suddenly silent woods, the singing grew ever clearer. It was as if a woman were plaintively humming for a husband gone far away. As the song echoed, wisps of pale red mist rose in the distance from the direction the Blood Shadow captain was fleeing. The mist swept over everything around it, slowly diffusing. Su Qing shuddered violently, and Captain Lei, seated against the tree, also jolted. Both looked toward the direction the singing came from. Only, the former was on extreme alert, while the latter had a dazed look in his eyes. The song kept drifting into Su Qing's ears, sending an indescribable chill through his whole body, as if he were standing in the icy blood rain of a ruined city. Even with his current third level of body refinement, he couldn't withstand it. His teeth chattered, and he couldn't move a muscle. Su Qing's mind roared, and unbidden there surfaced in his head the Forbidden Zone taboos that Cross had mentioned when they entered. In the direction they were staring, the Blood Shadow captain's body also came to a halt, clearly trembling. It was as if something invisible was approaching him, leaving him without even the strength to run. Su Qing saw with his own eyes wisps of white vapor spray from the 7 orifices of the trembling Blood Shadow captain and drift into that pervasive blood mist. In the process, the Blood Shadow captain's body rapidly decayed and withered, finally becoming a dried corpse, then turning to dust, without the slightest remnant left. The mist blanketed that area and slowly spread towards Su Qing and Captain Lei. As the mist drew near, Su Qing trembled all the more, and he finally saw the source of the Blood Shadow captain's death, a pair of bright red women's boots, tattered and worn. This is... Su Qing panted rapidly, eyes wide, as he saw that pair of boots appear on the earth before the distant mist and move toward them step by step on their own. Above the boots there was nothing, only that plaintive singing, getting closer and closer. It was as if a bodiless woman were wearing those red boots, singing as she walked over. The singing grew clearer. The blood-red boots stepped across the earth, heading straight for Su Qing. The bizarre scene made Su Qing's eyes narrow sharply. He wanted to move, but couldn't. It was as if he were frozen stiff. Even his teeth clacking, he watched helplessly as the blood-red boots walked, step by step, to within 5 feet of him. The threat of death instantly swallowed all of Su Qing's thoughts. He wanted to retreat, but was powerless. The whites of his eyes shot through with blood, revealing a violent struggle. The blood-red boots were about to take another step toward him when a trembling voice came from beside Su Qing. It was Captain Lei. "Tao Hong, is it you?" His voice was hoarse, trembling, and tinged with uncertainty. As soon as the words fell, the eerie singing actually halted. The boot that had lifted paused slightly, then slowly turned, as if the standing woman suddenly pivoted to look at Captain Lei. At this sight, Captain Lei shook all over, his breathing far more rapid than usual. His weary body seemed to find strength again, and an unprecedented light burst in his eyes as he stared fixedly at the empty space beneath the boots. It was as if a person had appeared before him, the woman as vital to him as life itself, standing right there. Across the void, across worlds, across life and death, they gazed at each other. Always steadfast, Captain Lei couldn't stop his tears from falling at this moment. Have you come back?" He raised a trembling hand as if to grasp something, and the red boots slowly stepped forward, bending slightly before Captain Lei, as if the unseen woman were gently crouching before him, letting Captain Lei's trembling hand touch her face. But Captain Lei's hand only sliced through air, grasping nothing, and his tears fell even harder. Only his halting murmurs remained, sounding desolate amid the sorrow. After a long time, as if a soft sigh came from the void, the pair of red boots slowly straightened and began to step back. It retreated until it was 3 zhang away, then turned to circle past Su Qing, drifting toward the distance with the crimson mist trailing behind. "You ask when I'll return, there is no date." In the mist lingered a broken affection. The smoke's song gradually receded. The singing still drifted over, its plaintive notes now tinged with bitterness and melancholy, growing ever more distant. The blood-colored mist flowed around them, like water, spreading into the distance. Until the song grew weaker and weaker, until the fog fully dissipated, the singing faded away. At that moment, Su Qing finally regained movement, breathing hard, horror in his eyes. His first act was to jerk toward the seated Captain Lei. Captain Lei stared blankly into the distance, his gaze vacant, tears slipping down soundlessly. Su Qing fell silent. The questions he meant to ask wouldn't come out for the moment. After quite a while, Captain Lei murmured softly, "You find it strange, don't you?" Su Qing nodded silently. "Cross told you before that I'm one of the few who can hear the singing," Captain Lei said slowly, still looking into the distance. "You know, the singing in this forbidden zone is bizarre. Most who hear it don't survive, and those who do are exceedingly rare. But if someone does survive, this zone grants them a gift. The next time they hear the singing, it will let them see the person they most long to see in their entire life. I had always thought it was just a legend, and because I believed in that legend, I kept silent watch at the outer camp for decades, waiting until my hair turned white. Until today, when I saw it with my own eyes." At this, Captain Lei seemed to age all at once. Wrinkles gathered on his face, and a weakness spread through him. "Do you also have someone you want to see, separated by life and death? If you do, don't be like me. Don't wait here. Even seeing them, it's still only emptiness in the end." Captain Lei whispered with a bitter smile, closing his eyes as tears slid along his wrinkles and dripped onto his lapel. Su Qing said nothing, lifting his gaze toward where the singing had faded, as a trace of memory slowly surfaced in the depths of his eyes. He also had someone he dearly wanted to see, someone he longed to see beyond measure, who returned to haunt his thoughts again and again. Perhaps because of the singing, no howls of strange beasts had ever sounded in this forest, as if the song itself were the master of this forbidden zone. Its appearance plunged all things into silence. Captain Lei sat quietly, still looking into the distance, where it was pitch black and utterly empty. Su Qing's expression was complex. After a long moment, he scanned their surroundings, his gaze finally settling on the barbaric ghost's wolf-tooth mace and shattered shield. The barbaric ghost's corpse, like all the other remains, had turned to dust as the singing and mist dispersed, as if it had never existed. Scavengers usually have few kin, so their disappearance may not weigh on many people's hearts. Even if someone does care, time will dilute it. After a few years. No one will know, no one will remember. Su Qing suddenly recalled the schoolteacher in the slums who had been relatively kind to him, and a sentence he said to the children at his deathbed. A person you can't set down in your heart is a kind of pain to be remembered in someone else's heart that is happiness. At the time, Su Qing didn't quite understand those words, but now, looking at Captain Lei, he could more or less grasp their meaning. So he didn't disturb him, and silently walked to the spot where Savage Ghost had once lain, drew his dagger, and began digging into the ground. They hadn't been in deep contact with Savage Ghost, strictly speaking, only a few days, with hardly a few words exchanged. But the man had taught him a lot of jungle experience. They had stood shoulder to shoulder at the brink of life and death, and in the end, Su Qing had used the other's belongings to block the black blood. So Su Qing felt he ought to do something. Just like when he left the city back then and cremated the corpses one by one. He clawed at the earth with all his strength and slowly dug out a pit. He buried Savage Ghost's spiked club and the shattered shield shards inside. During the digging, Su Qing was very focused and didn't notice Captain Lei behind him. At some point, he had withdrawn his gaze from the jungle and was staring at him. There was a hint in his expression of that same strange look he had the first time he looked at Su Qing amid the city's ruins. Seeing Su Qing bury the weapons, as if he were about to set up a gravestone, Captain Lei spoke softly. Scavengers don't need gravestones. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. That's a scavenger's life, struggling in the world while alive, and after death there's no need for anyone to offer sacrifices. Quiet is enough. As he spoke, Captain Lei's breathing grew weaker and weaker. Severe injuries, accumulated alien taint, and an overtaxed spirit left him unable to hold on. His vision blurred, and when he closed his eyes, he passed out. Su Qing approached, took a few sprigs of 7-leaf grass from his pocket, and placed them into Captain Lei's mouth. He wasn't sure if it would help, but since this was a necessary ingredient for making white pills, it should at least mitigate the alien taint's effects to some extent. After that, he hoisted Captain Lei onto his back, used his clothing to strap him on tight, took a deep breath, and then raced through the jungle in the dark. Passing the spot where Captain Bloodshadow had turned to dust, Su Qing saw a leather pouch. He picked it up. There were no pills inside, only some odds and ends. So he stowed the pouch away, turned, and in a blur was gone into the distance. By the time Captain Lei's consciousness faintly returned, half an hour had already passed. He vaguely felt himself being carried on the back of a thin figure, rising and falling with the other's bounding strides. He slowly opened his eyes and saw the boy's profile ahead. He was silent. Su Qing also sensed Captain Lei had woken and spoke in a low voice. Feeling any better? You can sleep a bit more. In a few more hours, we should be able to make it out of the forbidden zone before dawn. Captain Lei didn't answer. His frail body seemed all the more aged. He struggled to lift his head toward the pitch-black sky. His vision began to blur again, and as his consciousness was about to sink, he murmured, "Kid, do you know why, in the ruined city, I tried twice to take you with me?" Su Qing didn't stop and shook his head. "Then do you still remember the scene when we first met?" Captain Lei asked weakly. "I remember," Su Qing replied, his body moving as he leapt onto a nearby tree. His right hand shot out to grab the mutated lizard hidden there as it lunged up, and he flung it toward the ground ahead. With a thud, the lizard hit the ground, and a mass of vines twisted out, shooting up and rapidly coiling around it. As it struggled, its hide was pierced, and its flesh was devoured. Seizing the chance, Su Qing sprang away, steered clear of the hazard, and continued rushing into the distance. Just then, a feeble murmur came from behind. Captain Lei's voice was so sickly that if they weren't so close, it would have been barely audible. "I saw your figure by the bonfire, burning the corpses. The firelight fell on you, as if you and the flames were one, letting me see a sliver of warmth in this cruel world." Su Qing's steps faltered, and he fell silent behind him. Captain Lei slipped into unconsciousness once more. A few breaths later, Su Qing lifted his feet without a word and continued to race through the jungle, weaving through the trees and quickly pulling away. Time flowed on. Before long, an hour had passed. Su Qing skirted several dangers, and his figure drew ever closer to the jungle's edge. It was the darkest part of the night. A chill from the forbidden zone seeped into everything around. Fortunately, Su Qing had been moving at high speed, and the heat his body produced instinctively offset the cold a little. Only, as he pressed on, the chill grew even stronger. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, Su Qing suddenly halted, his face dark as he looked ahead. In front of him, a thick fog suddenly welled up in the jungle. The fog was extremely dense, billowing out from afar, but unlike the singing blood mist Su Qing had seen before, it didn't seem as oppressive. It simply made everything it shrouded indistinct. You couldn't see the surroundings at all. Especially in this pitch-black night, the fog's veil was even more severe. Su Qing thought to go around it, but after running for a long time, the fog still surged toward him ahead. He knew what this was. When they first entered the Forbidden Zone, Cross and Luanya had said that among the dangers here, there was one called the Bewildering Mist. If shrouded by this kind of fog, people inside will lose their sense of direction and eventually won't be able to find their way. And once this fog forms, it usually takes a long time to disperse on its own. Su Qing figured he could hold on until the fog cleared, and the alien contamination in his body wouldn't spike, but the weakened Captain Lei wouldn't be able to. If trapped inside, he would quickly mutate and die. So Su Qing had to fall back, trying to skirt around the fog from farther away. But the fog was too vast. No matter how fast he ran, he was still surrounded fog ahead, behind, left, and right, nowhere to avoid it, his whole body swallowed by it. Yet soon the fog enshrouding Su Qing thinned, and in the end his figure tinged with startled suspicion reappeared. He lowered his head, staring at his feet. There should be no shadows at night, yet Su Qing felt the fog surging around him, rapidly flowing toward the soles of his feet. Like an invisible shadow, it turned into a whirlpool and began devouring everything around. The devouring wasn't urgent. Before long it was as if it had eaten its fill and stopped, absorbing no more, and then the fog wrapped around Su Qing's figure again. However, after the shadow finished eating, a feedback force surged into his body and pooled in his eyes, and the dense fog within his range actually turned transparent. Or perhaps it wasn't seeing with his eyes, but more like a kind of perception. The fog was indeed still there, frighteningly thick, but within his perception it was merely hazy, far from the point of blocking vision and making one lose their way. This made Su Qing's breathing quicken sharply. He lowered his head again, looking toward the unseen shadow by his feet. "What exactly are you?" Su Qing murmured. After a long moment, he lifted his head, sensing the surroundings. After a brief silence his body moved without slowing. He sped through the thick fog like a ghost. Before long, Su Qing, sprinting through the fog, saw living people. They were two scavengers. Su Qing vaguely remembered seeing them at the camp. Now the two were hand in hand, groping forward slowly in the thick fog like blind men. In Su Qing's perception, their so-called progress was actually just circling. Clearly they had realized it too. The sweat on their foreheads and their heavy breathing were proof of their tension and despair at the road ahead. After one glance at them, Su Qing withdrew his gaze, his figure flickering as he prepared to leave. He wasn't overflowing with sympathy. In this brutal world, saving people blindly often just invited trouble. He'd seen too many such cases in the slums. However, when vision is blocked by fog, hearing becomes unusually keen, so his departing footsteps were still heard by the two. The two panicked at once, unable to tell whether the sound was human or beast. One of them let out a low snarl, showing ferocity, hoping to scare the other party off. The other shouted for help, even pulling out white pills and spirit coins from his leather pouch to show sincerity, promising over and over to hand them over in exchange for a sliver of hope. Su Qing paused, glanced back at the white pills in that man's hand, then sensed Captain Lei's weakened state behind him. Thinking it over, he fished out a candle from his pouch and lit it, adding a bit of light around them. But the light was very weak. The fog seemed to press it down, slowly dimming it. While the candlelight still lasted, Su Qing backed up a few steps, looked at the two not far away, and slowly spoke. "Go straight 7 steps to the right, then 10 steps to the left." When Su Qing's words reached them, the two scavengers shuddered, faces lighting up with wild joy, and, panting, immediately followed his directions. Under Su Qing's step-by-step instructions, they wound left and turned right, avoided danger, and as they approached the candlelight, the fog slowly thinned. When they stepped into the circle of candlelight that was about to go out, the glow fell upon them, and like blind men seeing light, they lunged for the candle, so excited they were almost burning up. As for Su Qing, he hid in the shadowy edge. Though the faint firelight touched him, his figure was still blurry. He watched their excitement expressionlessly, then said coolly, "Give me the white pills." One of them, trembling as if saved from calamity, tossed the leather pouch holding the spirit coins and white pills to Su Qing without hesitation, thanking him repeatedly. The other was just about to pull out the medicine, but at a glance at Su Qing's shadow, his earlier excitement immediately subsided a bit. Because Su Qing was hidden in the dark, with the fog thinly swirling there, the man couldn't make out his face, only a small, thin silhouette, with what looked like an unconscious person on his back. A glint flashed in his eyes, but his face showed a smile. Putting on a sincere look, he said, "Little brother, I've used up all the white pills I had on me. But don't worry once the fog clears. Or if you can lead me out, I'll repay you double for sure." After he finished speaking, his eyes flashed as he glanced towards Su Qing, looking a touch eager to give it a try. His companion beside him was also vexed at this moment, feeling he'd handed it over too quickly just now. Su Qing shot a hard glare at the scavenger who had given a white pill, and said nothing. He lifted his right hand. Stirring a gust, the candle went out in an instant, and the surroundings fell back into darkness and fog. As that man cried out, Su Qing flickered over to him, tore the leather pouch from his body, and then a calm voice echoed around. "Goodbye. You just stay in there." "Wait, I was wrong, truly wrong. I'll give you the white pill." The man panicked at once, tried to grab something, but a tree root underfoot tripped him and he went down hard. As he scrambled up, he shouted even more urgently, remorse flooding him like a tide. "Young man, listen to my explanation." Su Qing ignored his cries and turned toward the one who had given a white pill. That man's face had gone pale, and he was once again swallowed by the fog. Not the least bit alert, Su Qing passed by his side and spoke mildly. "Follow my footsteps." With that, Su Qing didn't look back and kept moving forward. Hearing this, the man panted, hurriedly followed the sound, and felt unprecedentedly grateful he'd acted quickly earlier. Especially as the frantic wails behind soon turned into crazed curses with nowhere to seek help, laced with despair, making his heart tremble and deepening his respect for the owner of those footsteps ahead. Su Qing paid no attention to the people behind. Carrying Captain Lei on his back, he fished white pills from the pouch and fed them to him as he walked. Perhaps the white pills were taking effect, or perhaps the 7-leaf clover was helping Captain Lei's complexion gradually become less bluish-black. It's just that the alien taint in his body was too dense, and for now these white pills from Su Qing weren't enough to fully suppress it. So he remained unconscious. It was clear this trip into the Forbidden Zone had hit him hard. Thus, on the late-night journey back, Su Qing came upon several scavengers trapped in the fog and in despair. He traded white pills to have them follow behind him, guided by the sound of his footsteps. Of course, there were always those who didn't know better, but they ended up as cautionary tales the followers behind were glad not to have run into, and they made everyone respect Su Qing even more. Most guessed he was likely one of those born with strong mental power. After all, only this kind of person could move unrestrained within the fog. Su Qing had long heard about such people from Luanya and had thought of this back when he used white pills to save people, so he could use it as cover without worrying about exposing himself. More than 10 white pills gathered together finally improved Captain Lei's coloring, shifting from bluish-black to bluish, and his breathing grew much stronger than before. At the same time, Su Qing sensed that the Shadow's feedback force couldn't be maintained for long. As he proceeded, his perception of the fog ahead ceased to be transparent and began to blur. It seemed it would soon be like what others saw. Fortunately, they were already not far from the outside. Though his vision was starting to blur, Su Qing quickened his pace. The sky slowly brightened, the first sun lifted, and dawn spilled down. Carrying Captain Lei, he finally saw the outside world not far away through gaps in the foliage. Su Qing felt a stir in his heart, his body swayed, and he stepped over the boundary, striding out of the forest. As he crossed that icy line, the wind outside, tinged with warm sunlight, rushed against Su Qing. The light was too dazzling. He couldn't help squinting as he stood there and drew in a deep breath of the outside air. Meanwhile, as the followers behind approached the boundary, their sight returned one after another. Each of them burst out, exhilarated after a near-death escape. The moment they stepped into the outside, everyone was beside themselves with excitement. One old man even dropped to his knees and kissed the soil. At this point, they finally got a clear look at Su Qing and at the Captain Lei slung on his back. Su Qing might not be familiar to the crowd, but Captain Lei was known to all. Thus, when the figures of Su Qing and Captain Lei came into view, everyone's impressions of him surfaced one after another. Kid, Captain Lei. The 4 or 5 followers were all taken aback, but when Su Qing's gaze swept over them, they instinctively shut their mouths. After all, along the way, Su Qing's cold decisiveness toward those with ill intent had already cowed everyone. Ignoring them, Su Qing withdrew his gaze and was about to stride toward the camp when, at that moment, 2 figures came whistling in from the distance, suddenly closing in. They were Shitzi and Luanya. They had already returned and weren't staying in the camp, but were waiting outside anxiously. They had agreed beforehand that if Captain Lei still hadn't come out today, they would go back in for a search and rescue. So when they spotted Su Qing from afar, the 2 immediately rushed over at full speed. They also noticed Su Qing carrying the unconscious Captain Lei on his back. Shitzi's eyes narrowed for an instant. The next moment, when he looked at Su Qing, they softened. Luanya's face changed as well, killing intent instantly spreading as he swept a harsh gaze over those who had come out with Su Qing. Those people were all panting heavily, and they all raised their guard. This has nothing to do with them. Thanks to them. Otherwise, Captain Lei probably wouldn't have held on. Su Qing spoke up, and only then did Luanya's killing intent slowly dissipate. The people who had come out with him all breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Su Qing with not only awe but gratitude, cupped their fists in thanks, and dispersed. Once the others had left, Shitzi moved forward to help lift Captain Lei off Su Qing's back, but Su Qing stopped him. Let Captain Lei sleep a little longer. I can still manage, Su Qing said, drawing a deep breath. Shitzi nodded and said, All right, let us head back to camp and take the captain to see the physician. He took out a white pill and fed it to Captain Lei. Luanya and he flanked Su Qing on the left and right, and the 3 raced toward the camp. On the way, Luanya tried to speak several times, and finally couldn't hold back and asked, How is the savage ghost? Is the Blood Shadow Squad still in pursuit? Su Qing was silent for quite a while before answering softly. The savage ghost aberrated and fell in battle. These words made Shitzi and Luanya falter, their faces turning grim. Though they had been prepared, their eyes grew increasingly sorrowful. Luanya even seemed somewhat dazed. Until Su Qing spoke his second sentence, the 2 jolted, staring at him in instant disbelief. The Blood Shadow Squad is all gone. Su Qing kept his head down, speaking slowly as he walked. No wonder the captain is so badly injured, and the aberrant contamination is severe. Luanya murmured under his breath, as if he found the answer, but Shitzi's expression was a bit strange. He felt things weren't that simple, gave Su Qing a deep look, but didn't press further. Su Qing didn't explain, nor did he mention the singing that was Captain Lei's secret, and it wasn't his place to decide whether to speak of it. Thus the 3 sped all the way back to the camp, and soon reached the visiting caravan, the place where the physician who had been much talked about lately was staying. As soon as the Thunder Squad appeared, the people in line were cowed by the killing intent rolling off them. Seeing Captain Lei unconscious on Su Qing's back, the person at the very front outside the tent smartly stepped aside. And so, the Thunder Squad quickly became the first to step into the tent. The tent was large, heavy with the scent of medicine. Besides a few guards clad in iron armor, there was a scavenger nervously receiving treatment. Treating him was a lean old man in a plain yet spotlessly clean gray robe. His face was covered in wrinkles, but his eyes were extraordinarily bright, as deep as the stars, as if he could see straight through a person's heart at a glance. Seated to either side of the old man were a man and a woman. The man was about the same age as Su Qing, dressed in a blue silk robe, a black jade hairband in his hair, a carved dragon jade pendant hanging at his waist, with golden tassels draping over the edge of his cushion. The youth was handsome and neatly dressed, but looked as if he hadn't quite woken up, one hand propping his chin, the other holding a medical text he had no interest in reading, yawning now and then. On the other side sat a girl of 16 or 17, wearing a similar blue long dress. Her long hair fell like a waterfall. Her face was the classic oval, her skin snow white, her looks fresh and otherworldly. She had bright, limpid eyes like stars. Seeing the youth beside her nodding off, she smiled faintly and lowered her head to flip through the pharmacopoeia in her hands. When she smiled, the corners of her eyes curved like crescents, as if her ethereal aura spilled out along with it. In her every frown and smile, a noble bearing flowed naturally, making one involuntarily marvel at her elegant, ethereal grace. This golden boy and jade maiden possessed a clarity of spirit rarely seen among scavengers, to the point that Luanya felt ashamed by comparison. Even Shitsi glanced a few extra times. Su Qing looked at the medical books in their hands, a trace of envy flashing in his eyes, but he quickly withdrew his gaze and focused more on the physician ahead. The physician gave the scavenger a few instructions. After the grateful farewell, he washed his hands in the copper basin beside him, then looked up at Su Qing's group. His gaze swept over them, lingering on Su Qing for a moment as if with deeper meaning, then shifting to Captain Lei on his back, and he spoke slowly. "Put him down." Su Qing didn't know why, but the moment the old man looked at him, he felt a bit nervous, like he was back in the slums standing before a schoolteacher. With Shitsi's help, the two carefully set Captain Lei down, laying him flat before the elder. Captain Lei slowly came to. He blinked at the tent, then saw the physician and Su Qing and the others. Just as he was about to sit up, the physician spoke coolly. "Lie still." That command made Captain Lei look at the physician. The two met each other's gaze for a long moment. Then, in silence, Captain Lei sat up, and with Shitsi supporting him, bowed to the physician. "It's just a few minor injuries. They carried me here so as not to trouble Master Bo. I'm fine." The physician looked slightly puzzled and asked Captain Lei, "You know me?" Captain Lei nodded, respectfully saying, "I caught a distant glimpse of Master Bo many years ago." Master Bo studied Captain Lei for a long time, then spoke slowly. "Your recent injuries aren't serious. The anomalous essence in your body has been suppressed and is no major problem. But your mind is overdrawn, your emotions have fluctuated too much lately, and your heart meridian is injured. These issues together are troublesome, but still treatable. However, that's not the crux. What matters is the hidden wound in your body from years ago. It looks like someone destroyed your foundation back then, and the cultivation you have now was rebuilt afterward. To reach your current level after your foundation was abolished is truly no easy feat. But all this mixed together has drained you to the dregs. Ordinary remedies won't work, and even I am hard-pressed. I can only give you one dose of medicine. How far it can save you will depend on your fate. But you must remember, from now on, do not cultivate breathwork again. Otherwise, the anomalous essence will increase, and once the hidden wound flares up, death will be certain." As soon as Master Bo finished, both Shitsi and Luanya's faces fell. They clearly knew the old story of Captain Lei's foundation being destroyed. Su Qing did not. He glanced at Captain Lei, and an image flashed through his mind: the blood-red women's boots from that song in the Forbidden Zone. Shitsi asked in a low voice, "Is there no other way?" Master Bo replied, "There is a way. If you can find a heavenly treasure like the Tianming flower, you could extend a life for a generation. I've heard a specimen appeared in the nearby Forbidden Zone years ago." Shitsi fell silent. Luanya's eyes held anxiety. Su Qing looked at Captain Lei, but Captain Lei's expression was calm. He gave a faint smile. Captain Lei waved his hand and said, "It's not that dire. All old ailments. Let us not trouble Master Bo." He gave Master Bo a bow, then beckoned Su Qing and the others to get ready to leave. The three, Su Qing and the others, thanked Master Bo in turn and left with the prescription slip. Su Qing felt something off in his heart. Perhaps it was just his imagination, but he kept feeling that when they bowed and took their leave, Master Bo's gaze on him held a hint of appraisal. On the way back, Thunder Squad remained silent. Back at Captain Lei's place, when Shitsi and Luanya started to speak, Captain Lei sent them straight off. After they'd gone off a ways, Captain Lei took out some tobacco from the house, pulled a smoking pipe from a leather pouch, packed it, lit it, and took a deep drag. He blew smoke rings and let out a long breath. Seeing Su Qing's concerned expression, he waved the pipe in his hand and said with a smile. He laughed and said, "In the Forbidden Zone, I can't even think about smoking. Only at home does a puff feel right. This stuff works better than any damn medicine." Su Qing was about to speak. Before Su Qing could open his mouth, Captain Lei went on of his own accord. "What do you want to eat today? I'll cook for you and keep me company for a few drinks." Su Qing stared at him silently for a long moment, then finally nodded. Snake. In the scavengers' camp, aside from essential survival supplies, the most common wares were all kinds of meat. With the Forbidden Zone nearby, people went to pick up things every day, and food stalls selling meat were plentiful throughout the camp. Hearing Su Qing say he wanted snake, Captain Lei's deeply lined face broke into an immediate smile. He knew the kid said snake because of that line he said back then, and clearly the boy had remembered it well. So he stopped Su Qing from heading out to buy meat. Captain Lei stood and said, "The folks in this camp are all slick. You're not familiar with the Forbidden Zone's alien beasts. It's easy to get fleeced. You might even run into strong-arm sales. I'll go." At the word strong-arm sales, Su Qing instinctively touched the iron skewer at his waist. After a moment's thought, he said earnestly, "They want to do that." Captain Lei glanced at the iron skewer, gave a wry smile without replying, and walked straight out of the yard. Watching Cap. Same goes for the chairs. After finishing up, Su Qing turned to look at the courtyard outside the door. It was nearing dusk, the wind carried a chill, and a few stray snowflakes were mixed in. Late March, though, in the eastern Nanhuan continent, spring had returned and all things were reviving. Winter refused to concede, and it would still occasionally snow a little, as if reminding everyone it hadn't gone far. At this moment, beneath a gray canopy of sky, snowflakes drifted on the wind. As if floating down from the heavens to the human world, they melted the instant they touched the ground, quickly dissolved by the earth's returning warmth. In the end, all that remained was nothing but mud. No matter how noble the place you descended from, or how pure you believed yourself, in this world you still had to mix with the mud, indistinguishable from it. It was hard to say whether the wind made the snow colder, or the snow dyed the wind with deeper chill. The wind swept over the fields, the camp, and the bamboo hut, and Su Qing felt waves of cold seep into him. Though he was a cultivator, the fear of cold embedded in years of memory remained. This icy feeling made him a little ill at ease. In this bitter wind, he saw a staggering figure braving the wind and snow approach, push open the courtyard gate, and, the moment his face appeared, grin and shout. His voice carried through the wind and snow. "Kid, you're in luck today. Look what I brought back. Red Blossom Snake, the meat's top notch. I'll show off my skills for you in a bit." Captain Lei strode into the side room, carrying the snake carcass. When he saw the neat and orderly setup in the side room, table, chairs, bowls, and chopsticks all in their place, especially those two sets of bowls and chopsticks laid side by side, smiles creased his wrinkled face, and he gave Su Qing a deep look. Captain Lei asked, "Want to learn how to cook snake?" "I do." Su Qing's eyes lit up. He was always curious about unfamiliar things, and Captain Lei's snake sounded delicious. Captain Lei beckoned Su Qing over with a smile and demonstrated as he explained. "By rights, you cut off the head and tail of a snake. You remove the tail because of the vent, but as long as you deal with the venom in the head, it actually boosts the meat's flavor." Talking about cooking put Captain Lei in high spirits. Su Qing watched intently as Captain Lei cleaned the snake, skinned it, removed the innards, then chopped the body into sections and, as soon as the clay pot was set on the table and its lid lifted, the aroma wafted out. Su Qing's throat moved involuntarily. He set down the wine jug, waited for Captain Lei to pick up a piece first, then immediately jabbed out a piece with his chopsticks, stuffed it into his mouth, and gulped it down. When he ate, he still couldn't shake that habit of wolfing down his food. Outside, wind and snow howled inside. The old and the young drank and ate meat, and warmth slowly spread. Captain Lei looked at Su Qing's awkward way of holding chopsticks, his eyes gradually softening, and muttered to himself in his heart. In the end, he is still just a child. It's a pity he has to live in such a cruel world. The wind and snow outside blew in through the gaps in the house. Snowflakes fell onto Su Qing. Despite sweating from eating, he still shrank slightly from the sting of the cold wind. This small movement didn't escape Captain Lay's notice. He pondered for a moment and didn't say much. After a good while, Su Qing copied Captain Lay and took big swigs of wine. Exhaling a breath of wine, he looked at the man before him who had brought him out of ruined city and settled him down, and suddenly spoke. Your injury? Don't worry. I've made it through all these years. I won't die that easily. It's fine. Su Qing fell silent. He had intended to ask about Captain Lay's crippled foundation, but when he thought of that scene in the Forbidden Zone, he ultimately didn't voice it. They ate for a long time, and only when Captain Lay drained the wine jug did he stand up, eyes a bit hazy, and return to his own room. Watching his back, Su Qing could clearly feel that the imposing presence Captain Lay once had seemed to be slowly dissipating with this trip into the Forbidden Zone. Su Qing was silent. After a while, he stood up to clear the table, washed the pots and bowls clean, and set them in order, then returned to his own room. Sitting on the plank bed, he looked up at the wind and snow outside the window, shrank into himself, then took out the Blood Shadow Captain's leather pouch he had picked up in the Forbidden Zone. There were no pills inside, but plenty of spirit coins and a heap of odds and ends. Su Qing turned the pouch inside out. In the end, he pulled out a black glove. It didn't feel like ordinary leather, carrying a hint of metal to the touch. He tried it on and found it tough and protective. After throwing a few punches and feeling it was quite good, he took it off, closed his eyes, and sat in meditation, beginning his breathing cultivation. The rest of the night passed without another word. By dawn, it was still snowing, though much lighter. The night as cold allowed the snow to linger a while after it landed. So when Su Qing stepped out of the house, he saw traces of snow left on the ground. Su Qing tugged his clothes tighter, glanced toward Captain Lay's quarters, left the courtyard, and thought he should do something like buying a few white pills for Captain Lay. Without further ado, Su Qing crunched through the snow toward the general store. As he passed the tents of Master Bai's caravan, Su Qing heard faint voices of boys and girls reading. His steps paused, and he cast an envious glance. After a moment, he withdrew his gaze, turned silently, and headed for the general store. As he drew closer, Su Qing saw a little girl outside the store sweeping snow with all her might. Her clothes were thin, her hands were bright red from the cold, and her breath turned to mist. After a few days without seeing her, the little girl seemed to have adapted to life in the camp. Though tired, she swept very carefully. Snow was still falling, but she kept sweeping. The disfiguring scar on her face was especially conspicuous in the morning light. When Su Qing approached, the little girl sensed it, looked up and saw him. Her eyes lit up, and she smiled happily. Morning. Morning. Su Qing wasn't very used to such a greeting. He nodded and then looked into the shop. Maybe because it had just gotten light, or because it was cold, there was no one in the shop. The proprietor wasn't around. What do you want to buy? I'll get it for you, the little girl said with a smile. White pills, Su Qing replied, looking at the little girl. Hearing that, the little girl leaned the broom against the wall, led Su Qing into the shop, ran behind the counter to rummage around, took out several leather pouches, opened them to check, and put them back. After a while, she picked out one and handed it to Su Qing. The proprietor says we can only sell 5 a day, no more, the little girl said, looking at Su Qing a bit embarrassed. Su Qing indicated he understood, took the pouch and glanced inside, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He found the white pills inside were far better quality than the ones he had bought before. There were even 3 with no green tint at all, and they gave off a faint medicinal fragrance. Thinking of the little girl's earlier actions, Su Qing looked up at her. It's nothing. This is within my authority, the little girl said with a wink and a smile. Su Qing gave her a long, deep look. Thanks. Don't mention it. I should be thanking you for this little thing. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't even be alive. The little girl beamed, light in her eyes. As soon as she finished speaking, it was like something else occurred to her. She walked Su Qing to the door and spoke in a low voice. I heard the boss mention yesterday that a lot of young people in the camp have gone missing in the Forbidden Zone lately. From his expression, it didn't seem like the danger came from the zone itself. More like something man may be extra careful. Concern showed in the girl's eyes, and that kind of look made Su Qing a little unaccustomed. He stepped back a few paces, nodded his thanks, and left. He hadn't gone far when he looked back and saw her still sweeping the snow. The scar on her face stood out clearly in the sunlight. He suddenly remembered something Captain Lei had mentioned. Supposedly, there was a kind of scar-removing stone in the temple complex in the Forbidden Zone. Su Qing murmured inwardly, "I'll find her a piece when I get the chance." Then he turned and left. The youth walked farther and farther, trailing a line of footprints across the snow, while the wind and snow behind him blew ever fiercer. Braving the wind and snow, Su Qing returned to the courtyard. Before he even stepped through the door, he heard Captain Lei's hearty laughter from inside. Amid bursts of barking, Su Qing pushed the door open and went in. There in the yard lay more than a dozen stray dogs. The dogs lay there, staring coldly at Su Qing. He glanced over them even without releasing any killing intent. That one look made the dozen strays bristle and slowly edge back. A soft exclamation came from the room. The door opened, and Shitzi and Luanya walked out. They looked at Su Qing first, then at the strays. Shitzi smiled faintly. Luanya crouched and petted the head of a stray at her side, then said to Su Qing with a smile, "Kid, they say you've got a pretty heavy, baleful aura on you." Su Qing didn't answer. Instead, he looked toward Captain Lei, who was coming out of the house just then. Captain Lei wore a thick fur coat and held a pipe between his fingers. Pointing at Luanya as he came out, he said somewhat helplessly, "This girl Luanya thought I was hurt and was worried about the campus safety, so she insisted on dragging these dozen strays over to guard the place." He said it simply, but Su Qing understood. Captain Lei hadn't said anything about Su Qing, just as Su Qing hadn't volunteered anything about his singing. He left the choice of whether to say anything to Su Qing. Su Qing nodded, took out a leather pouch of white pills from his coat, and handed it to Captain Lei. Captain Lei took it, glanced inside, and smiled without making a fuss. "All right, I do need this, but don't keep buying it all the time. I've got savings here enough to pay for it." After he spoke, he looked at Shitzi. "Shitzi, the kid's back. If you've got something to say, go ahead." Shitzi let his smile fade, his expression turning solemn as he slowly began to speak. "We came over this time for two things. First is the Captain's medicine. Luanya and I already bought it about a month's supply. When it runs out, we'll go buy more." As he spoke, Shitzi took a leather pouch from his belt and set it aside. Second, about the Blood Shadow squad being wiped out. Although other scavengers also took part in that 7-leaf clover harvest, they didn't have as many people as we did. Yesterday, Luanya and I went to the camp master to settle up and collect the reward, but per his usual habit, he docked us again. We should have gotten 3 Qingchen Dan, but he only gave us 1. As Shitzi spoke, he looked at Luanya. Luanya set 4 leather pouches to the side, then took out a wooden box and opened it in front of everyone, revealing a pigeon egg-sized green pill. The medicinal fragrance wafted out. It was obvious this pill was far superior to the white pills. Man Goe has no family, so I divvied up his share on his behalf. These 4 pouches are our spirit coins. As for this Qingchen Dan, Luanya said. At that, Shitzi looked to Captain Lei, waiting for him to assign it. "Give it to the kid," Captain Lei said lightly, and in that moment some of his captain's presence returned. Shitzi nodded. Luanya was taken aback at first, then thoughtful. They had asked Captain Lei before about what happened in the jungle, and he hadn't said much, but this distribution already told them the answer. As for Man Goe, this split is right. We're his family now. Captain Lei let out a soft sigh and picked up his share. Shitzi and Luanya each took theirs, and Su Qing silently accepted his pouch as well. Luanya handed over the Qingchen Dan. As Su Qing took it, he glanced at Captain Lei. There was a hint of sternness in Captain Lei's gaze, and Su Qing understood what it meant, so he put it away without a word. The 4 of them chatted for a while longer, mostly the 3 Shitzi and the others doing the talking. As always, Su Qing spoke little, listening quietly. But whether it was Shitzi or Luanya, neither treated Su Qing like air. From time to time, they would ask his opinion. Time passed just like that, and soon it was noon. The wind and snow paused, and Cross and Luanya prepared to take their leave. Before departing, Cross spoke softly to Su Qing. "Kid, Luanya and I took an out-of-camp assignment. For the time being, leave the captain's matters to you." As he spoke, he pulled out a dagger and handed it to Su Qing. "Yours is all rusty. Take this one, it's much sharper." Luanya handed Su Qing a whistle. "Kid, you're no weak fighter, but you still need someone watching, eyes and helpers. This whistle can handle the camp's wild dogs. Blow it at a critical moment and they'll know what to do. The two offered a few final instructions, clasped their fists in farewell to Su Qing, and left. Watching their retreating figures, Su Qing stowed the whistle away, then slid the dagger Cross had given him into his boot, though he didn't discard his original one. He lifted his head and stared after them once Cross and Luanya disappeared from sight. He turned to look at Captain Lei's hut. After a while, he threaded through the ring of wild dogs and went back inside. He closed his eyes, sat cross-legged, and cultivated. Outside, the wind was strong enough to sound like crying as it swept over the ground snow from the sky, and snow on the earth churned together midair, then seeped through tents and cracks in walls, startling the people in the camp. The wind also lashed the sleeping Captain Lei, but he was used to the cold and paid it no mind. Only the image of Su Qing huddled in the freezing wind rose in his mind. He looked towards Su Qing's side for a while, put on his leather cap, and went out. Time blurred, and 3 days passed. These days, the snow kept falling as if using up its last strength. The snow on the ground had no time to melt and piled higher and higher. No matter how bad the weather, for scavengers staying alive mattered more than fearing the cold. So people in the camp gradually increased. Some sought medical treatment. Others headed toward the Forbidden Zone. Meanwhile, the Blood Shadow Squad was still overdue and slowly became the talk of the camp, with inexplicable rumors saying they had been wiped out in the Forbidden Zone. At first, few believed it. After all, every member of the Blood Shadow Squad was not to be underestimated, especially their captain, who counted among the camp's strong. Someone like that had ventured into the Forbidden Zone countless times, making a total wipeout nearly impossible. But after another 2 days, there was still no word from Blood Shadow, and people in the camp slowly began to believe the rumor. They still remembered how Captain Lei fainted the day he returned. Linking it with the disappearance of Savage Ghost, everyone seemed to have found an explanation. Whether true or not, with Blood Shadow absent, Thunder now was the strongest squad in the camp. So these days, whenever Su Qing went out, what he saw most were the reverent gazes of scavengers all around. He knew people revered the Thunder Squad, not impersonally, though he didn't mind. What he did care about was that Captain Lei always left early and returned late, but no one knew what he was busy with. Su Qing knew everyone had their own way of doing things and needn't be disturbed, and he himself had matters to attend to, so he spent most of his time alone in the hut, quietly cultivating. With this effort, his cultivation slowly rose, and his strength and speed steadily improved. Su Qing also repeatedly studied his shadow several times. The shadow hadn't changed much. The only exception was that its absorption of the alien essence continued as usual, and as a result, the mutation point on his arm had completely vanished. His body had become purer, making Su Qing clearly feel his cultivation speed was much faster than before. Until the afternoon 2 days later, as he sat cross-legged, planning to consolidate for a few more days before attempting to break through the 4th layer of the Sea Mountain Art, he slightly furrowed his brows and opened his eyes. Outside, the wild dogs howled, and there came a knock on the bamboo door. Su Qing stepped out and found that Captain Lei hadn't come. He looked outside and saw a scavenger standing there, hesitant. He'd seen this man before, one of the 7 or 8 people he'd rescued when returning from the Forbidden Zone. Seeing Su Qing appear, the scavenger hurriedly clasped his fists in salute. "Brother, it's me, Bone Knife. Something you need?" Su Qing asked calmly, expressionless. "Well," Bone Knife hesitated, thought for a moment, then forced himself to speak. "Brother, I want to use 5 white pills to buy some protection from you." As he spoke, he tossed a leather pouch towards Su Qing. Su Qing didn't take it, looking at Bone Knife in confusion. The pouch hit the ground, and the nearby wild dogs glanced over, but didn't dare approach. Outside the bamboo door, Bone Knife saw Su Qing looking confused and hurried to explain the whole story. And as Su Qing listened, he gradually understood what this so-called insurance meant. According to Bone Knife, his idea was if no one sees him back within 3 days, Su Qing should run over to the Forbidden Zone's poison dragon pool and bring him back like last time. "Little brother, I'm not afraid of those beasts in the Forbidden Zone. If they eat me, that is fate. What I fear most is the mist. Dying after falling into it feels too unfair." Su Qing's expression turned a bit odd. He hadn't expected such a request. After thinking for a moment, he asked, What if the mist doesn't come within 3 days, or you get back first? Then you don't have to return the pills. Think of it as me buying some peace of mind. Bone Knife bowed deeply to Su Qing, pleading in his eyes. Su Qing stayed silent, glanced at the leather pouch, hooked it up with his toe and caught it in his hand, then opened it. Inside were 5 white pills. He had no use for them, but they were hard currency in the camp. After a moment's thought, he felt this could work. After pondering for a while, Su Qing nodded in agreement. Seeing Su Qing nod, Bone Knife finally let out a breath, clasped his hands in thanks, and left. Su Qing held the pouch, eyes narrowed. Suspicious by nature, he didn't fully believe the man. Still, he felt the chance of this being a trap was small. If there's no mist in 3 days, he wouldn't have to go conversely. If someone could predict the mist 3 days in advance, he wouldn't need to scheme like this. Even so, he stayed cautious, deciding to see how things were when the time came. So he turned back into the room to continue meditating, and the night passed like that. At dawn the next day, just as Su Qing finished his practice and looked outside, he heard dogs barking. He stepped out and saw a strange sight. Captain Lei was packing up, tying big and small bundles onto the backs of stray dogs. The dogs were panting, and a few were nearly squashed flat. Finished training? Come on, I'll take you somewhere, Captain Lei called. Wiping sweat with a smile, Captain Lei patted a nearby dog, pulled open the bamboo door, and beckoned to Su Qing. Su Qing was a bit puzzled, but still followed. The stray dogs followed 1 man, and a pack of dogs moved forward through the camp. They went from the middle ring toward the inner ring, where there were many shops and the houses were mostly brick, looking quite solid. They finally arrived before a large courtyard. Inside were 4 separate brick and tile cottages, each far better than where Su Qing had been living, sturdier and more airtight. Su Qing stared at the place, then turned to Captain Lei. Captain Lei smiled and said, "From now on, this will be our new home." New home? Su Qing was stunned. The word home felt both familiar and foreign to him. I've hustled for most of my life and saved up a bit. My body is not what it used to be, so I figured I'd switch to a big house and enjoy it for once, Captain Lei said with a smile. Laughing heartily, Captain Lei walked ahead and started busying himself, untying bundles from the dogs' backs. Su Qing stood there for a long while before slowly stepping inside, staring absently at the blue-gray bricks underfoot and the house before him. Even when Captain Lei called him over to help, he still felt a bit out of place. After a whole afternoon of work, night fell again. Outside, icy wind and snow still howled, while Su Qing and Captain Lei sat by the stove, heat rushing at them and warmth filling the room. The walls were tight with no gaps the cold wind couldn't get in at all. Su Qing soon felt warm all over. Not cold anymore, right? Captain Lei asked with a smile. Not cold. Su Qing nodded. As he turned to Captain Lei, the glow of the stove flashed as a faint light in his eyes. He truly didn't feel cold. In this warmth, the depths of Su Qing's heart even trembled slightly. Long after, Captain Lei went back to his room, and Su Qing leaned against the stove by himself, muttering softly. Home. Just then, back in his room, Captain Lei still wore a smile, but his face soon flushed a bit. He covered his mouth and coughed a few times, then after a while swallowed the bloody tang in his mouth. He sighed, stood by the window, lifted his gaze toward the forbidden zone, eyes full of reminiscence, and murmured to himself, I really want to go take one more look. That night, Su Qing had a dream. In over 6 years, this was his first time living in such a lavish house, his first time not driven to shivering by the cold outside, and a rare night when he dreamed. In the dream, the world was no longer cruel, and the sky held no shattered silhouettes of gods. His parents were by his side, and there was even an older brother. Carefree, he went to school with playmates, then came home to a warm house after class, ate steaming dinner with his family, and slept soundly. Only the faces of his loved ones in the dream were a bit blurry. Su Qing lay on the bed, wanting to see everything clearly, but it was always shrouded in a fog, and he didn't open his eyes until dawn. He stared at the ceiling, calmed for a moment, as if truly waking from a dream, quietly taking in his surroundings. In the gray-black brick tile house, besides a table, chairs, and a bed, there was a washroom. The floor still held the warmth from last night's brazier. On the floor lay a straw mat woven cushion, and next to it stood an empty bookshelf. It looked simple on the surface, but to Su Qing, this already counted as luxury. Su Qing took a breath and walked to the washroom, carefully dipping his hands into the water. Watching his grimy hands slowly turn clean, he suddenly jerked them out. He lowered his head and stared for a while, wiped himself down, then deliberately smudged himself again, and lifted his gaze to the person in the mirror. Wearing an oversized leather coat, with messy black hair and dirt smeared on his face. Yet those eyes were still clear and pure. But as he kept looking, when he turned toward the window, the innocence in his eyes was replaced by indifference. Outside, the wind and snow had stopped. The first sun rose, its light spilling down, and the winter's last snowfall was slowly melting from the ground. As the traces of snow on distant trees melted, a hint of green bud poked out, as if telling everyone spring had truly arrived. Su Qing stepped out, casually glanced at Captain Lei's room. The dozen or so stray dogs in the courtyard didn't even raise their heads, just swept their tails across the ground twice. Consider it a greeting. I ought to do something, Su Qing muttered inwardly, but his eyes grew more resolute. He pushed open the gate and headed out, his goal clear, straight to the caravan physician's tent. At dawn, there weren't many scavengers in the camp. As he drew near the caravan, the guards there all shot him a glance, and he faintly heard the sound of recitation coming from the physician's tent. He hesitated a moment, then stood quietly outside the tent to wait. The guards around the caravan scrutinized him. After staring for a while, most looked away, though a few kept their eyes fixed on him. Su Qing paid it no mind. The recitation inside drew him, and the more he listened, the more absorbed he became, and he sensed a tone of assessment in that voice. Golden knot grass, also known as three-leaf pearl and cold scattering grass, belongs to the Cyperaceae family. It's the whole herb of the single spike water centipede, a perennial that grows under mountain forests and in moist wild places, distributed in the southern part of Nanwang, in Lingyu and Guangling prefectures. It promotes lung function and relieves cough, clears heat and detoxifies, disperses stasis and reduces swelling for venomous snake bites and contusions. It works wonders. Combined with. The girl began with confidence, but grew more hesitant as she went. Combined with what? Master Bai's voice inside carried authority and severity. Hearing him, the girl grew a little afraid and hurried her speech. Combined with rhino fire flower and refined into medicine, using yang to transform yin, it can become a drop of universal antitoxin and is one of the base ingredients of the Dahua pill. Having said that, she let out a long breath. Outside the tent, Su Qing listened even more intently. Then it was the boy's turn to recite. White back root, also known as it's the white shio root in the Euphorbiaceae family. Slightly astringent and slightly bitter origin, treats the 5 viscera, but the more he read, the more he stammered, and finally, he just stopped, clearly having forgotten the rest. The boy sitting beside the girl inside was now tense and anxious, but couldn't for the life of him recall, so he looked to the girl for help. The girl beside him plainly knew the answer, yet deliberately didn't prompt him, leaving the boy with nothing but embarrassment. Up front, Master Bai turned to glance outside the tent, and the guard beside him immediately shot him a look seeking instructions. Master Bai thought for a moment, gave a slight shake of his head, then snorted coldly at the stammering boy. Copy out the herb, and would classic 10 times tonight. This time the boy was about to cry, but didn't dare argue, only lowering his head to let out a muffled wail. After testing the 2 apprentices, Master Bai calmly began today's lesson. His voice was a bit louder than usual, much clearer. The boy barely noticed, but the attentive girl blinked and glanced toward the outside of the tent with some doubt. Under the sunlight, a small, thin figure had appeared in front of the tent. Outside, Su Qing grew ever more focused. He held fast to every word Master Bai said, afraid to miss even half a sentence, because knowledge to him was exceedingly precious and deeply coveted. Time slipped by like that. Today's lesson from Master Bai ran almost twice as long as usual. Only when the sun was high and scavengers outside were waiting to be seen did he finish teaching, his hoarse voice carrying out. The boy outside, come in. Su Qing jolted in fright, still feeling unsatisfied. He drew in a breath, guiltily and carefully pushed open the tent flap, then stepped inside and stood silently to the side, a little ill at ease. Normally he wouldn't do this, But today he had come to ask for guidance, and yet had been eavesdropping outside for quite a while. In the slums, behavior like that easily earns people's disgust. Grandmaster Bai seemed to see the youth's nervousness. His voice softened as he spoke mildly. "What is it?" As soon as he spoke, the girl beside him began to size up Su Qing curiously. She had some impression of this kid and remembered seeing him a few days ago, carrying an old man on his back to seek treatment. Su Qing lowered his head and said, "Greetings, Grandmaster Bai." Imitating Captain Lei, he bowed deeply to Grandmaster Bai. He hesitated for a moment, then said he wanted to ask about the Heavenly Fate flower. With that, he pulled 5 white pills from his leather pouch and set them before Grandmaster Bai. Usually the consultation fee was 1 white pill, but Su Qing felt that since he had eavesdropped on the lecture outside, 1 pill wasn't enough, and even 5 felt too few. So he took out 10 spirit coins from the pouch and placed them together with the white pills. After he had arranged all of this, he finally felt at ease. Grandmaster Bai gave Su Qing a glance, then slowly spoke to the girl beside him. "Ting you answer." The girl straightened, her expression solemn, and spoke in a clear voice. The Heavenly Fate flower, also called the life-continuing flame or divine spirit grass, is one of the re-wooed mutations of the divine family according to the records. There are 73 types of this mutation, but only type 1 is medicinal. It can grow anywhere in the forbidden zone without any pattern and is extremely rare. It can regrow severed limbs and restore someone on the brink of death. Aside from injuries to the soul, it can treat almost every field. As she spoke, she quickly picked up the book beside her, flipped a few pages, and revealed a page with an illustration. It looks roughly like this. The picture showed a plant that didn't look particularly special, except for the obvious serrations along the leaf margins and a strange, thread-like symbol at the heart of the flower. Su Qing studied it closely, committing the image to memory. He bowed again to Grandmaster Bai and the girl, then turned to leave. Just as he was about to go, Grandmaster Bai's mild voice came from behind. "This herb can only be chanced upon, not sought. Powerful beasts are often nearby to guard it. Be careful." Hearing this, Su Qing bowed again, left the tent, and sprinted swiftly away through the camp. He rushed back to his lodgings as fast as he could, immediately pulled out a bamboo slip from his leather pouch, and used an iron stylus to carve the Heavenly Fate flower and the totem the girl had described onto it. After thinking for a moment, he also carved down everything he heard today. Looking at the dense, tiny characters on the bamboo slip, he felt very satisfied, carefully stowing it away as if he had found a treasure. "If only I could go listen again," Su Qing muttered under his breath, pondering how he could continue to eavesdrop. After a while, he put the thought away and began cultivating. That night, when Captain Lei returned from outside, Su Qing told him he planned to make a trip into the Forbidden Zone. Captain Lei looked like he wanted to say something, but held back. In the end, he still nodded and laid out all his experience for Su Qing in full. He spoke with the thoroughness of an elder at home instructing a child about to go out, explaining every detail clearly. He talked until it was nearly dawn before stopping. Su Qing memorized everything, and Captain Lei also shoved a leather pouch into his hands. Inside were several kinds of medicinal powder left by Luan Tooth. After understanding what the powders were for, at daybreak, Su Qing took his leave of the camp, sprinted across the wilderness, and soon reached the edge of the Forbidden Zone. As he stepped across the boundary, the warm sunlight outside vanished as if cut off, and a clammy chill burrowed into his body. Su Qing narrowed his eyes, then warily leaped toward the jungle. With a few bounding strides, he vanished without a trace. This was his second time entering the Forbidden Zone, and compared to the first, he was much more familiar with it. The more familiar he was, the more cautious he became. As he leapt forward, he kept a constant eye on the surrounding plants. Before long, he reached the muddy place from last time, scooped up the mire as Luan Tooth had done, and smeared it over himself, then continued onward. Before he knew it, a whole day had passed like that. He didn't run into the mist this time. Though powerful mutant beasts were around, Su Qing avoided them as much as possible through caution. Along the way, he kept his attention on the flora, searching for any sign of the Heavenly Fate flower. Now he arrived at the spot where he had encountered the black-scaled wolves back then. Looking around, he could still make out the arrangements from that time. but the wolf corpses that had once littered the ground had mostly rotted to white bone. He examined the state of decay on the remains closely and found no gnaw marks, just natural rot. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. This indicated that most likely no mutant beasts had come by here recently. So he found a nearby place to spend the night, planning to set out again at first light. Night fell quickly, plunging the jungle into darkness. Su Qing hid in a crack in a tree. Looking towards Seven-Leaf Clover Gorge farther beyond lay the temple complex. This time entering the Forbidden Zone. Besides searching for the Heavenly Fate Flower, he had another task, finding a stone that could remove scars for the little girl. Su Qing whispered, "Let's go have a look." The nights in the Forbidden Zone were nothing new to Su Qing. Whether it was the desolate ruins there, or this dense, shadowy jungle. He had spent about 10 days in the former and several nights in the latter. At the moment he was tucked into a fissure of a giant tree, eyes half closed, feigning sleep as he silently drew in the mixed, heavy, anomalous spiritual energy of the Forbidden Zone. Once the energy entered his body, the sea mountain art split it into two parts. The pure replenished his whole body, while the anomalous seeped into his shadow. Su Qing had long grown used to this change. He even faintly felt that cultivating in the Forbidden Zone was partly because of his shadow, and partly because the place itself was so dangerous that he was forced to remain highly alert. Once his mind was highly focused, his cultivation progressed much faster. Now, the fourth level of the sea mountain art was no longer far off. Su Qing murmured, "It's like sharpening a blade." He didn't understand big theories, but he still remembered what the blacksmith in the slums had said. A good blade needs a good whetstone to bring out its edge. Right now, this dangerous Forbidden Zone had become his whetstone. After a long stretch of tempering, once he completed one full cycle, Su Qing quietly opened his eyes. He lifted his head to peer out from the tree crevice. The night was deep. The roars of anomalous beasts rose and fell in the distance, reverberating through the forest like gods and demons chanting under their breath. The chill was everywhere, invading everything here, even seeping into the crack of the tree where he hid, clinging to his body. The cold was biting. It made him feel as if he had returned to the ruined city, with loneliness slowly spreading over him again. But Su Qing was already well acquainted with loneliness. After a while, he closed his eyes again and continued cultivating. And like that, time inched by. Because he had chosen the right spot to settle, the night was uneventful until midnight, when Su Qing, in the midst of cultivation, suddenly heard footsteps outside. The tread was chaotic, like a large crowd moving past in lines. Su Qing's expression sank. He squinted toward the outside, but beyond the tree crack it was pitch black, not even a shadow could be seen. His heart lurched at the arrival of the footsteps. The snarls of the nearby anomalous beasts had abruptly fallen silent, which sent his vigilance spiking. He immediately thought of the song and footsteps he had heard last time, yet this felt somewhat different. He thought to himself, unlike the footsteps that came with singing that day, this time there's no song. Su Qing quickly analyzed the situation. He didn't act rashly. Instead, he forced himself to stay calm, held his breath, and stared into the darkness outside. The footsteps grew clearer, as if teams of people were slowly drawing near. At the same time, a chill deeper than ordinary cold surged in, pressing down as if it could freeze a person solid. He was no stranger to this cold. Whether it was the song from that day, or the eerie presences that roamed the ruined city at night, they all emanated a similar temperature. But the intensity differed. That day's song could practically freeze the soul, whereas this time the cold only made him uncomfortable. It wasn't enough to immobilize him. Su Qing concluded, it should be an eerie existence like the ones in the ruins. He gripped his iron spike tightly, took a deep breath, suppressed the turmoil in his heart, and forced himself to keep his eyes shut, not to look. Don't look, don't touch, don't encounter. After Su Qing closed his eyes, the steps suddenly quickened, drawing ever closer, like countless people circling the big tree where he hid. The tremor in his heart made him want badly to open his eyes and see what they looked like, but he suppressed the impulse with all his might. Only after a long time, when dawn light bled across the horizon, did the chaotic footsteps stop circling and slowly fade away. Morning broke. Su Qing didn't open his eyes immediately. He waited a while longer before slowly opening them. and through the tree crevice he saw a thick layer of ice sealing the exit. His entire body had been encased in ice. Sunlight filtered through the ice onto him. He let out a breath, pressed his left hand against the ice, and pushed with a few cracking sounds. The ice split and shattered to the ground. Su Qing slowly wriggled his way out and first looked around. He found that the wolf corpses which had still been in the jungle yesterday were all gone, while on the ground, a dense scatter of footprints had been left behind. They were human tracks, crowded and countless, like traces of hundreds passing through. Su Qing had never heard of hundreds of people entering the Forbidden Zone at the same time. Stranger still, these were true footprints, not the marks of shoe soles. Su Qing stayed silent for a long time, then withdrew his gaze. Taking advantage of the first light, when the Forbidden Zone was a bit less dangerous than at night, he didn't give up on exploring further and slipped away in a blur. Several hours later, Su Qing finally reached the farthest point they had gotten to last time, the small canyon, where the Thunder Squad picked 7-leaf clover. The canyon was just as it had been when they left. Sunlight spilled through the gaps in the canopy woven from vines. The fragrance of flowers filled the air, keeping the outside perils at bay like a hidden paradise. Only upon arriving here did Su Qing let out a small breath of relief. He raised his head to look toward the far end of the canyon. There lay the more distant temple complex. He gazed for a moment, then drew back his eyes. After a quick bit of tidying, he sprang forward, sprinting toward the temples. The jungle beyond the canyon was denser, and sunlight within it even more scarce. Perhaps the lingering might of the ancient temples remained as he drew near. The danger actually lessened, as if those structures still held their former majesty. Even the aura of this lush forest had become much gentler. In the stand of trees closest to the temples, the trees looked not much different from those in the outside world, no longer so menacing, no longer uniformly pitch black. Some 7-leaf clover grew here as well, and Su Qing picked a few in passing. These changes took Su Qing by surprise, but he did not relax his guard, approaching with utmost caution. Another hour passed. As dusk approached, he emerged from the woods and appeared before the temple complex. There were fewer trees here, so sunlight poured down in great swathes, making Su Qing's eyes swim. What met his eyes were enormous domed structures, each dozens of zhang tall, even collapsed and ruined, their surfaces overgrown with moss. The massive stones, many times larger than he was and stacked with precise regularity, still made the temples feel vast beyond measure. Walking within, treading on cracked giant flagstones, Su Qing felt as if he were in a land of giants. Ruins and broken walls lay everywhere. Every stone bore the patina of years, as if whispering their past to Su Qing. Farther ahead lay a toppled statue. Its lower half had shattered into shards, impossible to reassemble. The head had fared somewhat better, though its features were now blurred beyond recognition. Even so, it still stood over 30 zhang tall. One could imagine that before it fell, it must have been at least 200 zhang high. Standing before it, Su Qing seemed insignificant. A wind swept past then, keening like a chong flute in the air, tinged with desolation, as if severing time and space, so that the glories of the past remained only in the gaze of those who came after. Su Qing stared quietly at the statue, silent for a long while. He thought of the ruins of the city outside the slums and wondered whether, years from now, people would creep into the Forbidden Zone as he was now, treating it as history. After a while, Su Qing withdrew his gaze and wandered through the temple complex, but he didn't find the special stones Captain Lei had mentioned. Before setting out, he had asked around back at his place. Those stones would emit 7-colored light. They seemed to form naturally, with no pattern to their appearance. Not finding any left Su Qing a bit regretful. He sprang lightly and leapt onto the top of one of the temples, standing to survey the surroundings. Behind him was the outer edge of the Forbidden Zone's jungle. He couldn't see its end, but could make out part of it. Right, by his reckoning, today was the 4th day. Boneblade, the one who had bought insurance from him, had mentioned. He hadn't seen any mist in the woods yesterday, nor today, so he judged there was no need to go save anyone. So he turned to look toward the other side of the temples, where the jungle of the deeper Forbidden Zone lay. After a moment's thought, Su Qing looked up and saw it was getting late. He decided to probe a short distance deeper, return before dark, rest here tonight, and set out back in the morning. With the plan set, Su Qing moved at once, jumping down from the temple and heading toward the depths of the forest. The moment he stepped into the deeper woods, his nerves went taut, his vigilance higher than ever. He knew the dangers here were far worse than on the periphery. And indeed, in less than half an hour, Su Qing's figure had already returned to the temple grounds. His expression was grim, and lingering fear still flickered in his eyes. But the leather pouch at his waist was bulging, as if stuffed full. In fact, he had gone less than a li before he found a lot of old 7-leaf clover. It looked like no one had touched them in a long time, which pleased Su Qing. Old 7-leaf clover fetched a good price. But as he picked them, he could clearly feel that alien taint surge. Fortunately, his shadow could absorb it otherwise. Anyone else would have been unable to take a single step. Farther on, he even saw that eerie jellyfish he'd encountered in the Forbidden Zone last time. There were actually more than a dozen of these jellyfish hanging here. Though much smaller, that bone-chilling aura was still unmistakable. Fortunately, most of them were hanging from the trees asleep, and at a glance, Su Qing carefully gave them a wide berth. But the deeper he went, the stronger a feeling he had, as if countless pairs of eyes in the depths of the jungle were staring at him with greed from unseen directions. It all made Su Qing break out in goosebumps. And this was only the edge of the restricted zone. Deeper in it was vaster, and how much terror lay within was simply unimaginable. Su Qing didn't dare go on and backed out, still shaken. Only when he retreated all the way to the area around the temple did that prickling pain on his back slowly fade. It was as if the temple formed a boundary that cut off the malice from the depths of the restricted zone. Su Qing took a deep breath. With the sun about to set, he found a barely intact temple in the last afterglow and went in. He squeezed into a crack between stones, planning to spend the night inside. Captain Lei had said this place could serve as a temporary refuge from danger. He had also checked the temple. It was empty and steeped in the passage of years. Both the knife-wielding stone statue on the main altar and the human figures on the walls had been blurred by time. And there were hardly any signs of beast droppings or obvious traces in the temple. If there were no traces at all, or if they were everywhere, Su Qing wouldn't choose either. Only a few traces, not many, made it feel relatively safe, so he felt at ease. After all, though the temple sat in the jungle, the trees around it were sparse, so beasts accustomed to deep forest life seldom came. This made sense. Night fell quickly. The howls outside gradually rose, and Su Qing quietly began his breathing exercises to steady himself. As the seconds ticked by, his judgment was confirmed. There were few beasts around the temples at night. The howls were there, but mostly carried from afar. But just like yesterday, as midnight came and Su Qing was still practicing his breathing, those eerie, chaotic footsteps sounded again. This time, the sound came from outside the temple. Again, Su Qing frowned, unable to figure out why those footsteps had appeared twice right where he was. It gave him the creeps. After a moment's thought, he kept his eyes closed like yesterday. Only this time the footsteps didn't slowly scatter like yesterday. Instead, they increased in number. As they converged, waves of cold wafted in, as if countless uncanny things were massing outside the temple to storm it. Su Qing's heart sank. He gripped the iron skewer tight, swiftly laying out defensive arrangements in his mind for the temple and contingency plans in case of danger. Just then, the gathering footsteps outside abruptly stopped, a silence that made his skin crawl. The stillness didn't ease him. It felt like the calm before a storm. Every hair on his body stood on end, and he vaguely sensed those eerie things hesitating over whether to come in. The next moment, the silence broke. The things outside finally stepped into the temple. Su Qing heard their feet on the stone tiles. Clack! That single sound was like a boulder crashing into his heart, making it sink. But in that instant, murmurs suddenly echoed through the temple, carrying an extraordinary sanctity. Then beams of golden light burst from the walls, illuminating the entire temple and spilling over Su Qing. The darkness behind his closed eyelids pierced in an instant. In the golden light, his eyes stung from the glare. It was the first time he'd opened them when facing this kind of eerie presence. He saw the golden radiance. The light came from the once blurred human figures on the temple walls. Each was like a tiny point of light, now merged into a whole that made the temple unusually bright, but they weren't the greatest source. The greatest source was the stone statue on the main altar, the principal idol, holding a stone blade. Bathed in the golden light, Su Qing's mind reeled. He also saw a mass of black mist standing at the temple entrance, its details indistinct, only a twisted human shape showing within the glow. Outside the door, those vague human-shaped mists were packed thick, hundreds of them, some human-shaped, some beast-like. In an instant they all erupted with a terrible chill, merging into an overwhelming cold that seemed invisibly linked to the shadow that had stepped into the temple. The soul shadow that had entered the temple slowly raised its head under the golden light, letting out a soul-shaking roar, then took another step. That step felt like an offense against something, like trespassing on a taboo. The instant that foot came down, Su Qing saw in horror the radiant blade-wielding stone statue actually stepped down from its spot, as if it had come to life. As if a god had descended, carrying supreme majesty and an ineffable sacredness. He strode toward that patch of shadow, each step shaking the heavens. His blade rose with a casual motion, and when it fell, it was a single stroke. The slash looked plain and simple, yet within that simplicity lay the resonance of the great Tao, shaking heaven and earth. The shadow suddenly emitted a keening that ears could not hear, yet it pierced into the soul. The fog dissipated in an instant, revealing within a body rotted all over, its clothes in tatters. It looked like an old man. His eye sockets were already hollow. The next moment, his body simply fractured apart, vanishing like mist. The shadows outside were affected as well. The black miasma on them grew indistinct, and as the golden light spread, Su Qing actually made out a familiar face among them. It was Captain Bloodshadow. At that moment he was wrapped in shadow, his gaunt face expressionless. As the golden light unfurled, his whole person seemed to be purified and dissipated. After quite a while, the remnants of those figures in the night outside slowly retreated and finally vanished completely. The golden light within the temple slowly ebbed as well. That martial god-like figure turned and, with the afterglow upon him, returned to his place. When the light fully dispersed, he seemed to become stone again, standing there gazing toward the doorway, as if waiting, as if guarding, motionless. After a long time the scene returned to calm. Only Su Qing, hiding in a crack between the stones, was still breathing hard, his eyes full of disbelief. Clearly he had seen him with his own eyes turn to dust in the singing mist. Captain Bloodshadow had been regarded as dead, yet he still existed. It was clearly just an ordinary temple, and yet at night it released boundless golden light. The stone statue was clearly motionless, yet it walked down like a descended deity. That single slash vast and peerless. By then dawn had broken, sunlight poured down, and a new day arrived. It took Su Qing quite a while to calm the tremors in his mind. He quietly crawled out from the crack in the stones. He first looked at the light outside, then swept his gaze over the figures on the walls, and finally fixed his eyes on the stone statue holding a blade. He couldn't tell what that existence was alive or long since dead. Nor did he know what era this cluster of temples belonged to, or what splendor it had once enjoyed. But everything that happened last night had shaken him too deeply. Especially the vast momentum borne by that falling slash. It made Su Qing's heart and soul tremble, as if etched into his spirit, impossible to shake off. He hadn't imagined that in this peril-ridden forbidden zone there was actually a dark area that even people dared not step into. And Captain Lei had never mentioned this to him perhaps. Even Captain Lei himself didn't know. Clearly scenes like last night's were not common, and there was no one in the camp who had stayed in the forbidden zone as long as he had. So even if anyone had seen it, they were very few. Most people merely treated it as an unverified legend. Silent, Su Qing bowed deeply to the blade-bearing stone statue and the figures around it. After thinking for a moment, he took a stub of candle from his leather pouch, set it before the statue, and lit it, then bowed again. Then he turned and left the temple. Even after walking out of the cluster of temples, he kept glancing back from time to time, as if to carve this place into his heart, the scene of that falling slash replaying in his mind again and again. The image was impossibly clear, and after leaving the temple grounds, Su Qing would unconsciously raise his right hand to imitate it as he walked through the jungle. Each time he copied it, his insights deepened. If cultivating the sea mountain art relied on visualizing the Shao diagram and imitating it, then at this moment Su Qing had simply replaced the diagram with that slash in his mind. In such imitation, his cultivation quietly broke through the sea mountain art rose to the 4th level. Perhaps precisely because he was imitating that slash, this advancement not only doubled his strength and speed, but also brought some breakthrough on the spiritual level. This breakthrough made Su Qing's thoughts sharper, and in the rise and fall of his right hand there faintly emerged a hint of the statue's blade fall aura. That delighted Su Qing. 2 days later, perhaps because he was on the periphery, or because of the awe from that night at the temple, he didn't hear those eerie footsteps again on the way back. As for mutant beasts, Su Qing did run into a few. But with his cultivation up, his ability to stay alive had improved, as while handling them carefully, things went fairly smoothly. Though he didn't find a destiny flower or a scar removal stone, he gathered plenty of 7-leaf clover, which would fetch a good number of spirit coins when sold back. As dusk approached, Su Qing saw the world beyond the jungle. He was about to step out when his pace suddenly halted. He lowered his head to look at a stalk of grass beside him. This plant looked somewhat similar in shape to a destiny flower, but with his bit of botanical knowledge, he could tell at a glance it wasn't one. But after thinking it over, Su Qing glanced around a bit guiltily, hesitated for a moment, and in the end still picked it and stuffed it into his leather pouch. He ran all the way, left the jungle, and by the time he returned to camp it was already dark. It was not yet late at night, and the camp was still lively, especially the area with the feathered tents, where a few wanton gasps were mixed in with the frolicking. Su Qing paid no mind to any of that. As soon as he pushed open the door of his quarters, he saw Captain Lei coming out of the room. Seeing Su Qing a bit disheveled but otherwise fine, Captain Lei finally relaxed. "Why did it take you so long to get back?" "Went to the temple." In the mingling of moonlight and the lamplight inside, Su Qing saw that Captain Lei's eyes were bloodshot and his complexion looked weary. Clearly he hadn't been resting well lately, and the reason he had already guessed, and a warmth rose in his heart. "Temple?" Captain Lei looked surprised. He hadn't expected Su Qing to run that far, so he beckoned him inside, rolled up his sleeves, and while Su Qing waited, brought out the dishes he had prepared. The food was still hot and looked untouched. Su Qing paused for a moment. He knew Captain Lei didn't know when he would return. For there to be hot food right when he came back could only mean one thing. The other party cooked every day and waited for him to come back. Su Qing silently stood up to fetch bowls and chopsticks, set out 3 place settings, with 2 placed side by side as always, then sat down to eat. The taste was delicious, one of those special flavors the taste buds can hardly catch, and only the heart can truly savor. Captain Lei didn't eat much. Most of the time he either drank or watched Su Qing, smiling. "Eat more. You're still growing. If you don't eat enough, you might not grow tall." That made Su Qing lower his head. After a long moment, he grunted acknowledgement and obediently ate a few more bites, then told Captain Lei what he had seen at the temple. Captain Lei had been sipping his wine slowly at first, but he was soon drawn in by Su Qing's account. When Su Qing finished, he took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "I've heard about this before too, though it was a long time ago, a legend. Seems someone saw something similar, but like the song, in the end it all turned into a legend. Thinking back, it seems it also happened not long after the song appeared." Captain Lei spoke softly, then suddenly remembered something, and sadness crept into the memories in his eyes. Looking at Captain Lei, Su Qing understood what he was thinking of. His heart sank and he felt he shouldn't have brought it up, so he fell silent. After a good while, Captain Lei came back to himself. He seemed to see the reason for Su Qing's silence and smiled. "You're too sensitive, kid. I'm not as fragile as you think." With that, Captain Lei took another big swig of wine, changed the subject, and chatted with Su Qing about recent amusing happenings in the camp. He drank and talked while Su Qing ate and listened. It felt as if the two of them were family to each other. Late at night, they sat drinking. After watching Su Qing collect and wash the bowls and chopsticks until they were clean, Captain Lei rose with a smile and went back to his room. Su Qing also returned to his own room. Once inside, he saw the bedding had been replaced with new, unrolled from how it had been before and spread flat, carrying the scent of sun drying. He looked up at Captain Lei's room next door. After a while he walked over and was about to sit down, But after glancing at the grime on his clothes and hands, he ended up rolling the bedding back up and sitting on the bare bedboard, closing his eyes to rest. At dawn, Su Qing woke up. He was about to head out, but hesitated. He went to the washroom and, despite the discomfort, washed his hands clean. After scrubbing his hands spotlessly clean, he took a deep breath, stepped out the door, and headed straight for the caravan physician's tent. He knew he couldn't go too early, but he also couldn't bear to go too late. Too early, and Master Bai wouldn't have started lecturing yet too late, and he was afraid he'd missed the beginning. So, by his own reckoning, when he arrived outside Master Bai's tent, he happened to hear the sounds of an examination coming from within. Su Qing rejoiced inwardly and stood silently, tilting his head to listen. Qinghe flower dew, also known as Qinglian dew, is an aromatic water obtained by a special method using gentle heat from lotus buds of the water lily family. Its functions are to calm the lungs and treat heat-induced coughing of blood. The girl's voice inside the tent was as usual. Su Qing was enthralled, and before he knew it, more than 2 hours had passed, until the tent suddenly opened and Master Bai stood at the entrance looking toward him. "What is it?" Master Bai's gaze wasn't particularly sharp, but it carried authority. Su Qing swallowed nervously, braced himself, took out the sprig of grass he had plucked on the way from his leather pouch, lowered his head, and asked softly, "Master Bai, I would like to ask, is this a heavenly mandate flower?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Master Bai was stunned. His gaze swept over with a hint of oddness. Then he glanced at the boy's hands, much cleaner than usual. After a while, as the tension around Su Qing mounted, he finally spoke slowly. "This one isn't right." Su Qing hastily bowed and hurried off, only relaxing once he was out on the road, though his heart was still uneasy. He looked back toward the tent and saw Master Bai standing there as well. Seeing the boy's gaze, Master Bai gave a slight nod. Su Qing halted for a moment, bowed deeply again, and then turned to leave. Master Bai watched Su Qing's back recede into the distance, then turned and entered the tent inside. The guards and that pair of youths seemed petrified, utterly motionless. Where Master Bai had been sitting earlier, a small table had appeared at some point, with wine and dishes set upon it. Beside it stood a purple-robed elder with a gray-robed old servant behind him. When the purple-robed elder saw Master Bai walk in, he let out a hearty laugh. "Master Bai, how is it?" "How is what?" Master Bai was not surprised by the purple-robed elder's sudden appearance, nor did the frozen scene around them unsettle him. He sat opposite the purple-robed elder, lifted the wine jug, and took a sip. Smiling, the purple-robed elder said, "I mean that kid. I mentioned him to you last time while I was waiting for you. I came across a youngster with quite a bit of potential." "Potential?" Master Bai retorted. The first time he eavesdropped, fine. But this time, to eavesdrop, he just plucked some random weed to ask if it was a heaven's fate flower. At this rate, he'll use grass as an excuse to eavesdrop every day. If you hadn't reminded me, I'd have driven him off long ago. Master Bai shot him a glare and snorted. The purple-robed elder laughed again. "You're all tough talk, but soft-hearted, with a foul temper to boot. If you didn't truly think he had a future, no amount of coaxing would work on you." Master Bai gave a cold snort and didn't argue further. Instead, he asked a question. "Are you planning to take him back to Seven Blood Eyes? That miasma-ridden mess of yours would waste a budding scholar." The purple-robed elder raised an eyebrow and replied, "How would that be a waste? What use is a scholar? In this world, only cultivation truly matters. Scholars are useless?" Master Bai said angrily. "Then why do you keep inviting me, a mere mortal, to your Seven Blood Eyes?" "You're different," the purple-robed elder said with an embarrassed smile. "How am I different?" Master Bai glared at him with a scowl. The purple-robed elder helplessly patted his forehead. "Ah, I suddenly remembered there's something I haven't done. Master Bai, I'll take my leave. I'll come drink with you again tomorrow." No sooner had he finished speaking than he rose to go. Before leaving, he looked back at Master Bai seriously and added a few more words. "Master Bai, if you truly think that child is worth cultivating, then teach him more. Give him the chance, when he comes to Seven Blood Eyes, to have both cultivation and learning." With that, he left with the old servant at his side. Only when their figures had gone far did the stillness within the tent instantly lift, and no one noticed anything amiss from before. The guard still stood there, the boy was still vexed, and the girl was still smug. Only Master Bai lifted his head to look in the direction Su Qing had gone, contemplation in his eyes. As for Su Qing, only when he returned to his lodgings did he finally let out a long sigh of relief. He felt what he'd done wasn't quite proper, but his thirst for knowledge left him no other choice. He also understood that his little trick had likely been seen through. I must repay this someday. Murmuring to himself, the youth etched the matter into his heart. He didn't know how he could repay it, but that's how he felt perhaps there would be a chance in the future. Afraid he'd forget, Su Qing pulled a bamboo slip from his leather pouch and used an iron stylus to carve the words Master Bai onto it. Looking closely, besides Master Bai, the slip also had Captain Lei written on it, along with 3 other names. Those 3 were people from the slums who had once helped him, even if it was only a little. He had always kept it in mind. With the names carved, Su Qing took out another bamboo slip and, recalling the content of this lesson, recorded it bit by bit. He also took out the bamboo slip from the last lecture and silently recited it. After confirming he had memorized everything, a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. I already recognized 27 kinds of herbs. Su Qing was very happy. This joy lasted the whole day, and even while cultivating his mood, was especially buoyant. So early the next morning, he got up, sold a few stalks of 7-leaf grass, then bought a plant that resembled the Heaven's Fate flower, and, with practiced ease, headed to the area outside Master Bai's tent. Standing at yesterday's spot, still silently waiting, keeping an ear on the lesson inside as soon as the class ended and Master Bai came out to take questions, Su Qing, nervous and apprehensive, took out herbs to ask for guidance. Master Bai looked at the herbs, coughed lightly, and, shaking his head, actually told Su Qing the origin and details of that plant. Thus, Su Qing unwittingly came to know yet another herb, and his inner satisfaction and gratitude deepened. After a bow he walked away, and in the distance he turned back as he had yesterday, seeing Master Bai still standing there, nodding to him. This scene entered Su Qing's eyes and etched itself deep into his mind. And so, half a month passed. Nearly every day, Su Qing would carry all kinds of herbs, and, after listening to the class outside Master Bai's tent, go to ask and consult. The lore of plants he heard grew and grew, and later he even learned quite a bit about the ways of herbal formulas. The gains were immense. He had already filled dozens of bamboo slips with notes. As for Master Bai, he never mentioned Su Qing's learning on the sly, and patiently answered his questions every day. So much so that, later, not only did the guards outside grow used to the leather-coated boy appearing every morning, the youths inside the tent also formed a deep impression of him. There was even a time when rain poured down outside, and everyone thought Su Qing wouldn't come, yet in the downpour, he walked over wearing a straw raincoat. He studied steadfastly and tirelessly. Even wind and rain could not stop him. This left a deep impression on Master Bai and the 2 disciples beside him. So one day, when class time arrived and Su Qing, unusually, didn't show up on time, the boys and girls inside the tent kept glancing out. Everyone seemed to be wondering why this dirty little scavenger hadn't come today. Only when his weary figure appeared outside the tent did those youths withdraw their gazes. He was late because, besides coming to Master Bai's to listen to lessons, Su Qing often ventured into the Forbidden Zone, searching for Heaven's Fate flower and scar-removing stone while sharpening his skill at hunting strange beasts. But the search did not go smoothly. He never found either of these, and he once again felt, with particular clarity, the peril of the Forbidden Zone. Even though his sea mountain technique had reached the 4th layer, giving him keen judgment and observation like the old scavenger's, so long as he acted cautiously on the jungle's outskirts, he could keep himself alive and even make some hunts, but danger still appeared from time to time. That lateness was because he had run into a strange beast that had walked out from the depths. He barely escaped with his life, ran all night, and returned to the camp only at dawn. After he came back, he didn't rest. He quietly listened through the lesson. Besides that, these days Su Qing had another modest gain: the insurance Boneblade had once mentioned. Boneblade was doing well. Ever since he bought insurance from Su Qing that last time, Boneblade would come by it whenever he entered the Forbidden Zone, even though the mist never showed itself again, and Su Qing didn't need to make a move. But Boneblade remained persistent, and somehow word got out gradually. Others came to him to buy insurance. Out of caution, Su Qing ignored most of them, nodding his agreement only to a few people he had saved before. This raised Su Qing's income together with his hunting gains in the Forbidden Zone. Life slowly began to improve. Although Captain Lei could no longer take on missions, Su Qing paid a good amount of rent even though Captain Lei didn't want to accept it at first. Su Qing insisted, and in the end Captain Lei had no choice but to take the money. Most of the money was spent on food, so each time Su Qing returned from the Forbidden Zone, he could eat a hot meal. Captain Lei even bought him a few new clothes. These clothes were all very new, and Su Qing couldn't bear to wear them. He folded each one neatly and placed it in the cupboard, often taking them out to look, which made him happy. And mealtime each day was when Su Qing felt the warmest. Because not only was the food delicious, the people on Captain Lei's team were like elder relatives at home, fond of chatting about neighborhood gossip and talking with him about the camp's trivialities. During this time, Shitzi and Luanya also came back once, kept Captain Lei company for a while, and left again. It could be said that this was Su Qing's most fulfilling stretch in 6 years. He had hot meals, new clothes, Captain Lei's companionship, his cultivation was also improving, and his knowledge of plants kept increasing. So, on top of this satisfaction, he cherished everything before him, and he listened to the lessons outside the tent with special diligence every day. Until one morning, under the sunlight, Su Qing, standing outside the tent, heard Master Bai inside questioning that youth. Chen Feiyuan, tell us about the Herb Knight, Corpse Morning Glory. Chen Feiyuan was what Master Bai called that young man, which Su Qing had long since learned over the past month. He also knew the girl's nickname was Tingyu. Hearing Master Bai's question, the youth couldn't answer. He stammered a few sentences and then stopped. Su Qing couldn't see inside the tent, but he could imagine based on the many times the tent flap had opened and the glimpse caught in his peripheral vision the other's mournful face. Ignorant and unskilled. Tingyu, you answer. Master Bai's voice was very stern, and he named the girl to respond again. But this time, the girl was clearly unprepared as well. Night Corpse Morning Glory, also called Poison Mountain Root Spotted Teacher. I forgot. The girl stopped there and fell silent. The inside of the tent fell quiet. At once, clearly Master Bai was brewing anger. Just then, Master Bai's voice, unable to conceal his annoyance, echoed out. Kid, you answer. Su Qing outside the tent froze, then instinctively spoke up at once. Night Corpse Morning Glory, also known as Poison Mountain Root Spotted Dove Chrysanthemum, is the vine stem and root of the fine-veined spotted dove chrysanthemum, a plant in the Asteraceae. It is a woody climber that grows in corpse shadow ravines, by cold streams, or in the forest. Its taste is astringent and pungent, slightly warm upon entry, with a sense of decay. It has a remarkable effect of dispelling wind and releasing the exterior, but is toxic in excess, a classic example of yin-yang polar flora. Su Qing paused there. What are the symptoms of overdose? Inside the tent, amid the boy's and girl's slight disgruntlement, Master Bai asked again. Poisoning presents with abdominal pain, dizziness, and hallucinations without treatment. Death occurs within a quarter hour. Su Qing, tense at heart outside the tent, answered without the slightest pause. How is the poison neutralized? First, alleviate by inducing vomiting and gastric lavage, aided with egg whites and the stamens of red thorn flower, administering treatment at noon when the sunlight is strongest. The treatment duration must not exceed half an hour, continued for 3 days. As Su Qing answered, Master Bai inside the tent remained expressionless, but the boy and girl beside him widened their eyes in some surprise. What is yin-yang polar flora? Master Bai asked again. Yin-yang polar means it carries both upright and baleful aspects in one body. The yang is medicinal, the yin is poisonous. Without a second thought, Su Qing replied. This was knowledge he had heard over this period and memorized many times, already etched into his heart. How does this particular plant manifest it? Master Bai's questioning quickened. Take this Night Corpse Morning Glory as an example. Paired with square-inch leaf, its yang efficacy doubles, primarily treating soul injuries, and it somewhat eases alien constitutions. But if paired with soft hair flower, its yin effect surges. The toxicity is so great that an ordinary person who eats it by mistake will die within 30 breaths. How is soft hair flower handled? What use have the square-inch leaf S rootlets? Master Bai's questions came faster and faster. Su Qing's inner tension gradually eased, and his answers were just as quick. Thus, the elder and the youth, separated by the tent, traded questions and answers as time passed. A whole stick of incense burned. Master Bai posed a great many questions, many whose answers could only be known by synthesizing lecture content from days apart. Yet Su Qing responded fluently to them all. And the boy and girl went from earlier surprise to outright shock, staring blankly at the shadow cast on the tent. At last, under the boy's and girl's gaping stares, Master Bai asked the final question. 3 one-year night corpse morning glories, paired with 6 3-year passing cloud clumps, plus 9 10-year specimens of any Cyperaceae plant known as single spike water centipede. The whole herb, what is the effect of the concocted solution? As this question came out, the boy's and girl's expressions changed rapidly. Their breathing quickened, for this no longer concerned simple plants but formulation. This was also the question in this examination that left Su Qing silent the longest. He thought for over 30 breaths before taking a deep breath and speaking in a low voice. Evil struggles to suppress the upright yang flourishes while yin wanes. Combined with passing cloud grass's function of transforming toward the positive, it can drive the detoxifying effect of the Cyperaceae single spike water centipede whole herb to an astonishing degree. When Su Qing finished, his eyes widened, faintly realizing something. This is the 70% base recipe of the Great Transformation Pill within the detoxification pills. Add 3 more herbs, warm fire for 7 hours, and it can be refined. From within the tent, Master Bai's voice drifted out, calm. Having tested you so much, do you have anything you wish to ask? Su Qing's spirit jolted, his breathing quickened. For over a month, he indeed had many questions he couldn't resolve. Yet he was, after all, only eavesdropping. Though Master Bai was kind-hearted and hadn't stopped him, it wouldn't be right to interrupt the lectures, so he had no way to ask. Now hearing Master Bai speak up, Su Qing hurriedly collected his thoughts and asked at once. Master Bai, flame cord hemp and sunsprout thorn share origins and effects. What differences exist between the two? Why can't spirit halting flower be harvested in daylight? Square-inch leaf sap clearly has an exorcising effect, so why can't it be used together with Li-Fi branch, which also drives out evil? Su Qing asked his questions one by one, and Master Bai answered them in turn, each with detailed explanations. And Su Qing seemed as if he would never stop asking. Only after time had passed far beyond the class hours, under the boy's and girl's looks as though they were staring at a monster, did Su Qing reluctantly glance at the sky and have to end his inquiries. For him, the gains of this day were so great as to defy description. Most of the doubts in his heart had been resolved, and he even felt a sense of everything clicking into place. As a result, his thirst for knowledge only grew stronger, and he planned to go back and write it all down. Just as he was about to leave, a slightly tired voice from Master Bai came from within the tent. From now on, you don't need to keep watch outside, and stop fetching those random herbs. Starting tomorrow, come into the tent for lessons. These words fell into Su Qing's ears, and his eyes flew wide open. Being allowed into the tent to attend class was something he dreamed of. Excited, he drew in a deep breath and bowed heavily toward the tent. Thank you, Master. Those 4 words Su Qing spoke with utmost sincerity. Only after quite a while did he straighten up and leave the tent. He looked back that day. He didn't catch sight of Master Bai, only heard Master Bai's voice inside the tent scolding those boys and girls. He paid no mind to those words. Intense excitement was already flooding Su Qing's whole body. After returning to his quarters, he immediately told Captain Lei about it. Captain Lei was pleasantly surprised seeing Su Qing so happy. He smiled even more and felt a bit emotional. Although the kid had never frankly told him why he kept going into the restricted zone, he knew it was to look for that life-extending heaven's fate flower for his sake. How could one not cherish such a loyal, affectionate child who had even saved his life in this cold world? Yet seeing Su Qing come back exhausted each time, he couldn't help but feel pained. Seeing Su Qing happy, Captain Lei was happy too. That very day, he personally cooked a hearty dinner for him. And while he cooked, he kept reminding him to respect his teacher and observe propriety. To be deferential to Master Bai, Su Qing took it all to heart. After dinner, back in his room, Su Qing was still riding a wave of excitement. Thinking about being able to attend class in the tent tomorrow, Su Qing was both expectant and a little too restless to sleep. In that state of hope and fear, he suddenly recalled the scene of himself and the other children in the slums paying their first visit to the schoolteacher. So he opened his leather pouch and tidied it up, took out a relatively new small pouch, and put most of his spirit coins and quite a few white pills into it. In Su Qing's view, knowledge was priceless. Even emptying all his savings wouldn't be too much. But he also had to think of Captain Lei, so he left half behind. Only after taking care of all this did he exhale deeply, close his eyes, and begin breathing cultivation, waiting for dawn. That night felt especially long for Su Qing. As the morning sun rose, Su Qing, for once, put on new clothes, washed his hands clean, and walked out of the room. Just as he was about to leave, Captain Lei, who had been getting up early during that period, actually called out to stop him. Captain Lei carefully gave Su Qing a string of instructions. Su Qing patiently nodded as he listened. In the end, Captain Lei straightened his collar for him and handed him a leather pouch. "You can't go into the tent for lessons empty-handed." "I have something," Su Qing replied softly. Captain Lei glared at him, but seeing the resolve in Su Qing's eyes, he put the pouch away, went back inside, and brought out a jug of wine. "I know Master Bai, he loves to drink. Take this jug over." This time Su Qing didn't refuse. He took the wine jug and left the courtyard. After a few steps, he turned and waved to Captain Lei, then quickened his pace straight toward Master Bai's tent. Watching his back, Captain Lei smiled. This kid wasn't even this happy when the 7-leaf grass was being handed out. With joy and nerves mingled, Su Qing arrived outside the tent where he'd stood for over a month, took a deep breath, and gently knocked. "Come in." Hearing Master Bai's voice, Su Qing lowered his head to straighten his clothes, tugged hard at his lapels to make himself look tidy, then slowly pushed the flap open and went in, seeing that besides the guards, Master Bai and that boy and girl pair were seated inside the tent. Su Qing looked over. They were looking at him too. Compared to Master Bai's calm expression, the expressions on the boy and girl were much more animated. The boy, named Chen Feiyuan, was full of defiance, while Ting Yu showed more curiosity. Su Qing withdrew his gaze and bowed respectfully to Master Bai. Then, as he'd learned in the slums, he took a leather pouch and the wine jug from his breast and offered them with both hands. With his head lowered, Su Qing didn't see the trace of softness that appeared in Master Bai's otherwise calm eyes at that moment. Master Bai did not take the pouch, only the wine jug. He took a sip in front of Su Qing, as if it were some kind of ritual. Setting down the wine jug, Master Bai said slowly, "Class begins." As always, it started with a review. Ting Yu and Chen Feiyuan went first, trading questions and answers. Clearly they'd done their homework crisp and concise, and when they finished, they turned their eyes to Su Qing. Su Qing didn't look at those few people, but gazed at Master Bai, answering each of his review questions one by one. Master Bai nodded and officially began the lesson. He listened with particular focus, cherishing the chance to enter the tent and attend class, and didn't let his mind wander for even a moment. Chen Feiyuan and Ting Yu were just as earnest. Seeing this, Master Bai couldn't help but feel a hint of pleased amusement. In this manner, 10 or so days passed. Su Qing grew accustomed to the classes in the tent, yet he still maintained his usual seriousness, learning more and more. However, it wasn't long before Chen Feiyuan reverted to his old ways. Only Ting Yu kept vying with Su Qing, remaining extraordinarily diligent. After class, the two of them talked more as well, mostly with Ting Yu curiously asking about things in the camp. Su Qing wasn't talkative and only gave a few casual replies. From start to finish, Chen Feiyuan held a bit of resentment towards Su Qing, and he wasn't very talkative to begin with. Su Qing didn't take it to heart. He wasn't good at socializing to begin with, and would always hurry off to the Forbidden Zone after class. Now, he had an extra reason to go there every day, studying plants. Before he understood plants, the flowers, grasses, and trees in the Forbidden Zone all looked much the same to him, but now they were no longer so. He often recognized medicinal herbs he knew, and each discovery deepened his understanding of flora. However, He gradually discovered that most of what grew in the Forbidden Zone were sinister, poisonous plants, and truly pure yang remedies were few and far between. As such, his study of herbs started out focused on toxic plants. After gathering those poisonous herbs, he put up a crude hut in the little ravine to serve as an apothecary for researching poisons. Relying on his constitution that could neutralize toxins, Su Qing was very bold in his poison research, and after repeatedly testing various formulas, he finally concocted an unknown venom. This venom was made from a mixture of 8 poisonous herbs, with a touch of snake venom added, 9 components in all. It had a strong corrosiveness. Su Qing tested it. A single drop into flesh and blood could rot a beast's corpse into a pool of blood within 5 breaths. However, this speed only held true for corpses when applied to living creatures. For some reason, it was much slower instead. Even so, this was the first time in his life he had produced a poison, and Su Qing was ca. As his cultivation improved and he learned more about plants, Su Qing felt he was growing little by little. Following Captain Lei lately and eating well, with plenty of meat, his originally thin, small frame was gradually filling out. After training the sea mountain art, his masculine vigor and blood vitality were abundant, and a sharp edge naturally emanated from him. Perhaps from having copied that slash in the temple, Su Qing's eyes were brighter than other people's the more he trained, the more so. On top of that, he often attended lessons with Master Bo, and as his learning grew, a scholarly air also appeared on him. All this meant that Su Qing, who made a habit of keeping his hands clean, couldn't hide the refinement of his features even if there was a bit of grime on his face. You could see it in the way the courtesans living in the feather tents around the camp often cast him tender, lingering looks. But he paid all of that no mind. These past few days Su Qing had been somewhat down. On one hand, the Tianming flower still hadn't been found. On the other, the fact that Captain Lei was growing ever more aged and frail was becoming increasingly obvious. So he was going into the Forbidden Zone jungle less and less. As soon as a lesson with Master Bo ended, he would instinctively head home. Though he mostly cultivated alone, as long as he could feel Captain Lei next door, his heart settled a lot. He especially cherished their mealtime every night. Today was the same. Su Qing walked quietly through the camp, ignored the scavengers around him, and went to the general store first. The little girl, busy to no end, saw him come in and, without a word, ran behind the counter, took out a jug of wine from inside, and handed it to Su Qing. She'd long since gotten used to this. Su Qing came to buy wine at this time every day. "Thanks," Su Qing said softly, glancing at the scar on the little girl's face at the same time. Though the scar was ferocious, the little girl was optimistic. She smiled at him and was about to say a few words when other scavengers called her away. Su Qing didn't think anything of it and was about to leave with the wine jug. His departing back entered the little girl's peripheral vision, and after hastily saying a couple of words, she ran to the doorway. Seeing he was about to be out of reach, she suddenly called out, "Big brother kiddo." Su Qing paused and looked back to see the little girl already hurrying over. She came up to him, stretched out her right hand, and in her open palm was a piece of candy she offered to him. "I don't know why you've been unhappy lately, but whenever I'm upset, my mom gives me candy. After I eat it for a bit, I cheer up. This is my last piece of candy. It's for you." As she spoke, afraid he wouldn't take it, the little girl simply put the candy in his hand, then hurried back into the shop. At the doorway, she even turned and shouted to him, "Big brother kiddo, be happy." Su Qing stood there in a daze, watched the little girl's back disappear into the shop, lowered his head to look at the candy in his palm, and only after quite a while did he carefully put it away. On the way back, a commotion rose from the camp. From a distance, he saw 2 convoys of carriages and horses arrive outside the camp, one behind the other. The one in front, whether in the condition of its vehicles or the strength of its horses, far surpassed any caravan Su Qing had seen. There were not only guards in the carriages, but also 3 to 5 middle-aged men whose spiritual energy fluctuations were very strong. Those few were clearly not even the core of the caravan. As soon as the caravan stopped, a group of boys and girls of 16 or 17 got out. Each was full of swagger, dressed to the nines, the boys handsome, the girls beautiful, with fair skin. They were obviously from notable backgrounds. They seemed to look down on the camp's filth and squalor and made camp outside, putting on an imperious air. Each had attendants at their sides, counting front and back. There were about 100 people in all, there solely to wait upon these 15 or 16 young people. The second convoy behind them wasn't too bad either, but compared to the first, it looked a bit shabby. The second group clearly knew who the ones in front were. They avoided them all along the way and didn't dare draw near. Upon entering the camp, the people who got out kept very low-key. Su Qing just gave them a glance and didn't spare them another look. Caravans showed up in the camp every few days, either to post tasks or to head into the Forbidden Zone on their own. All kinds of people came. That was the reason the scavenger camp existed, and Su Qing had long since grown used to it. When he got back to their place, he saw Captain Lei exercising in the yard. Under the sunlight, he seemed touched by dusk, which made Su Qing's heart grow heavier. "Brought me wine again, eh? Not bad, not bad." Captain Lei looked at the jug in his hand and smiled. "All right, go tidy up the kitchen. I'm going to take a little stroll and pick up some ingredients while I'm at it." With that, Captain Lei clasped his hands behind his back and walked off. This was what he and Su Qing had agreed on. He was the one to buy the ingredients. Su Qing didn't object, he even paid a bit extra in rent. It seemed this was how he and Captain Lei got along. That day, Captain Lei came back a bit earlier than usual. Su Qing had just tidied up the kitchen when he walked in carrying a few cuts of meat, gave Su Qing a smile, and started cooking. Su Qing sat to the side learning as usual, but the more he watched, the more off it felt at this pace. Dinner would be early and no longer at dusk. Realizing this, Su Qing understood something. He watched the busy Captain Lei, wanting to speak but not daring to, and in the end kept quiet. Captain Lei, on the other hand, was just like usual, chattering away as he cooked. A few casual exchanges later, the food was ready before nightfall. After setting the dishes on the table, Captain Lei looked at the silent Su Qing and casually ruffled his hair. "Kid, I bought the entry permit for Songtao City. Pack up in a bit, tomorrow morning, I'm leaving." Captain Lei said as he picked up the bottle of wine Su Qing had given him long ago and took a big swig. Su Qing froze, stayed silent for quite a while, then lowered his head and spoke softly. "So soon?" Captain Lei didn't reply right away. After a long moment, his laughter came. "I actually bought it long ago, just never told you. Don't be too reluctant to let go. There's no banquet under heaven that doesn't come to an end," Captain Lei said, taking another hefty swig of wine. "Come on, let us eat." Su Qing looked at Captain Lei's weathered face, picked up his chopsticks in silence, and started eating. By rights, this meal should have been delicious, but to him it had already lost its taste. Watching this, Captain Lei sighed inwardly, yet kept a smile on his face, chatting about the camp's trivialities. Only after about the time for a stick of incense to burn did Su Qing suddenly speak. "Aren't we waiting for Shitzi and Wanya? Aren't they coming back soon too?" "No. If they come back, it'll only make it harder. Besides, you can come whenever you have time in the future." Captain Lei fished a pipe from his coat and took a draw. The smoke he exhaled blurred his features in a haze, making him look somewhat indistinct. Captain Lei ate this meal quickly. Even when he went to pack his things, Su Qing was still sitting there dazed, unable to eat the dishes on the table. After quite a while, he finally stood up for the first time, not washing the dishes, and went straight to Captain Lei's room. "Are you really leaving?" Su Qing asked softly. "Don't be too upset. I'm going to live in the city, really. You ought to be happy for me." Captain Lei let out a hearty laugh and beckoned Su Qing over to help fold clothes. Su Qing walked over in silence, first washing his hands spotless, then folding the clothes neat and square. With his help, Captain Lei's luggage was packed quickly. He didn't want a lot of things, leaving them all to Su Qing. "This place is yours too. I'll pay the rent," Su Qing said earnestly. Captain Lei chuckled at that and didn't dwell on the topic. Instead, he pulled Su Qing down to sit and, while there was still time, slowly told him about the temperaments of the camp's scavengers, with particular emphasis on the camp master. The camp master isn't someone to trifle with. He has the Vajra sect backing him, and the Vajra sect is the top power in these parts. Dozens of cities and camps are under their control, and their patriarch is a Foundation establishment expert. From now on, keep your guard up around him. By the time he finished, it was already late outside. Seeing the fatigue on Captain Lei's face, Su Qing quietly stood and left. Watching his retreating back, Captain Lei was silent for a long time and let out a soft sigh. That night was the first in this stretch of time that Su Qing didn't cultivate. He sat in a daze, staring at the pitch black outside until the sky paled, and he saw the first rising light of the sun. Time passes so fast, Su Qing murmured, a swell of melancholy in his heart. Unlike usual, he didn't leave at this hour. Instead, he waited until he heard Captain Lei open the door before slowly stepping out of his room. The first sun spilled morning light as the two, one old and one young, faced each other in the courtyard. "Kid, I'm leaving," Captain Lei said with a smile. "I'll see you off for a bit." "No need. You should hurry to class." "I'll see you off." I'll see you off," Su Qing said again, his gaze fixed on Captain Lei. Captain Lei looked at him for a long moment, helplessness on his face, and finally nodded. And so, the two, one old, one young, set off through the camp at dawn, taking advantage of most scavengers still being asleep. Passing by Master Bai's tent, Su Qing ran over. Master Bai hadn't arrived yet. The youth Chen Feiyuan wasn't there either, and only Tingyu was sitting there memorizing the pharmacopoeia. Seeing Tingyu, Su Qing hurriedly said, "Please, help me ask for a day's leave." With that, he bowed to her and turned to leave. Tingyu was a little surprised, and as she walked out of the tent, she happened to see the backs of Su Qing and Captain Lei growing more and more distant. The first light of dawn spilled across the land, shining before Su Qing and Captain Lei, and drew their shadows longer and longer. Along the way, Su Qing took the bundle from Captain Lei's shoulder, slung it onto his own back, and said nothing. Captain Lei's heart was a tangle of feelings. Looking at that stubborn youth, he had wanted, as usual, to chat about the camp's trifles, but after a few sentences he choked up. The two walked in silence back to the mountains they had once entered, arriving at the place where they had rested back. Then it had also been just the two of them. Captain Lei standing ramrod straight in front, Su Qing following carefully behind. The one ahead was deep and sharp like a blade, the one behind was solitary and cold like a wolf. But today their positions were reversed. Su Qing walked in front, Captain Lei fell behind. The former stood tall like a mountain peak, the latter shuffled, bearing the feel of growing old. Right here, Su Qing insisted on carrying the elderly Captain Lei on his back, as if they were back to those days in the jungle. Captain Lei let out a soft sigh, gazed at the boy's profile, and after a silence finally spoke in a low voice. "Once you're back at the camp, be extra wary of those scavengers. I know you're strong now, but don't underestimate them. Scavengers are desperados when they act. They don't play by any rules. Don't forget to feed the dogs at night. Those little ones are the most reliable in the camp. And don't forget to eat on time. Don't make do with cold food, warm it up before you eat. You're still growing, don't be careless about it. Otherwise you'll suffer for it when you're old. Remember, don't sleep on a hard plank bed. If the bedding gets dirty, don't worry, wash it and dry it when there's sun. And another thing." Captain Lei's voice was low, muttering on and on, his words full of concern. Su Qing carried Captain Lei, nodded slightly, and tucked all these words into his heart, until Captain Lei's voice grew weaker and weaker finally. From lack of strength, he fell asleep. As snores sounded from behind, Su Qing's steps became careful and gentle. He did his best not to let his stride jolt, even if it meant detouring. He walked as steadily as possible. Carrying Captain Lei like that, he crossed the wilderness, skirted the basin, until dusk fell, the sky dimmed, the afterglow stretched their shadows, and a city came into view before Su Qing. Captain Lei woke then. He looked at the city and its gate, and after quite a while spoke softly. "We're here." Su Qing answered softly, his chest feeling tight, and, following Captain Lei's request, carefully set him down. Captain Lei took the bundle from Su Qing's hands, glanced at the city gate, then at Su Qing, fell silent for a moment, then smiled and reached out to ruffle his head, musing a few strands. "Kid, head back. If you miss me, come find me anytime. I live at No. See, Shuiqing Road, in the south of the city." With that, Captain Lei picked up his luggage and headed toward the city gate. Su Qing stood there, watching Captain Lei grow farther and farther away. With so much he wanted to say, but couldn't, he could only stare blankly as he left. When he reached the city gate and finished the entry procedures, Captain Lei suddenly looked back. He gave Su Qing a deep look, raised his hand and waved. Then, urged by the gatekeepers, entered the city and soon disappeared into the crowd. Su Qing looked desolate and waited for a long time. When dusk finally sank and the city gate closed, his heart suddenly felt empty. Take care. After a long while, Su Qing murmured softly, turned with bitterness, and once again loneliness enveloped him. He closed his eyes and began cultivating. Outside the courtyard at that moment, an elder in a purple robe and his attendant stood there, their gazes seeming to pierce everything and see Su Qing inside. They remained silent. After a while, the elder in purple let out a gentle sigh. He's a child of deep feeling and loyalty. The attendant asked the elder in purple, "Seventh Master, should we give him a token?" "We'll talk about it after we bring back the Yunmeng Flower Master by once from the depths of the Forbidden Zone." As his words fell, the elder in purple slowly faded, and his attendant nodded and vanished like smoke as well. The night passed just like that. The next morning, Su Qing walked out of his room and, by reflex, glanced at Captain Lei's quarters, but quickly looked away. Then he quietly went to Master Bai's lecture and slipped back afterward. He cooked a meal by himself, set out 3 place settings on the table, and ate in silence. From time to time, he looked up at the chair where Captain Lei used to sit. A person was missing there, and the sound of a voice. The whole meal was very quiet. Loneliness spread through Su Qing's heart again, but he forced it down. After he finished eating alone and tidied up the dishes, he took out food for the stray dogs and tossed it into the courtyard. Watching the strays scramble for food, Su Qing went back inside and continued to meditate. Days passed like this, and it was soon the 6th day since Captain Lei left. Su Qing buried his sense of loss deep down and outwardly returned to his usual cool indifference. But on closer look, that indifference seemed even colder. Aside from attending Master Bai's classes, he remained on guard at all times. This state was nothing new to him after all. It had been this way for the past 6 years. This was his true normal. Like a lone wolf, he cultivated more diligently than ever, as if only by doing so could he quickly reclaim that familiar solitude. Late on the 7th night, his cultivation finally broke through. He advanced from the 4th to the 5th layer of the Sea Mountain Art. As a booming reverberation echoed within his body, the stray dogs outside felt suppressed, trembling as they backed away, as if there were an aura in Su Qing's room that inspired their awe. This time the sounds within his body lasted longer than any time before. A full hour passed. When sweat and grime had reached their limit all over Su Qing, he snapped his eyes open. In that instant, a brief violet light flashed through the room. As his eyes opened, crackling sounds came from his body, like bones growing and flesh stretching, accompanied by a tearing sensation. But all of it was within his tolerance. Enduring calmly for another hour, he waited for everything to slowly subside, then stood up and found his clothes had become much shorter. His slender figure hadn't exactly been reborn, but it had changed greatly, appearing much leaner and more refined. Especially his features, which, with no alien taint in his body, looked exceptionally pure. It made his inherent, delicate good looks stand out more. Paired with his aloofness, he carried a special allure that even grime couldn't conceal. But Su Qing didn't care. He stepped outside to test his speed, then slammed a punch into the air. A muffled thunderclap followed, the force far surpassing the previous 4th layer, at least twice what it had been, if not more. More astonishingly, as his fist fell, spiritual energy surged violently, and a faint Shao silhouette appeared, fangs bared like a fierce ghost. The strays around him trembled. Su Qing looked at his fist and murmured, "Is this the strength of one Shao?" The Sea Mountain Art says each layer adds the strength of a tiger. 5 tigers make 1 Shao, and 2 Shao make 1 Kuei. But after pondering, Su Qing felt his situation didn't quite match what's written in the Sea Mountain Art. Right now his strength was about on the level of 7 or 8 tigers, his speed about the same. He was even somewhat confident that by the 6th layer of the Sea Mountain Art, he might gain the power of 2 Shao ahead of schedule. He muttered to himself, "It's probably the purple crystal S effect, plus copying that single slash of the statue in the temple." Su Qing intoned inwardly, stared at his right hand in silence for a while, then slowly raised it. The image of the statue S/ flashed through his mind, and the airflow around him seemed to quietly converge. After a moment, he didn't continue and let his right hand fall. Still a bit short. Feeling his imitation still wasn't enough, Su Qing took a deep breath and was about to head back inside. As he turned in the moonlight, he lowered his head and saw his own shadow. During the breakthrough before, that taint had merged into the shadow as usual, but now his whole body was pure from the inside out, without the slightest taint. He stared at the shadow, and a thought suddenly surfaced. I wonder if this shadow can be controlled by me. The idea welled up deeper and deeper in his mind. Su Qing kept staring, willing the shadow's hand to move, but nothing worked. Su Qing let out a soft sigh, thinking he was being too greedy and was about to give up, when in that instant, the shadow's hand suddenly trembled. The sight made Su Qing's eyes fly wide, his breathing turning a bit rapid. He confirmed he hadn't imagined it, since his own hand hadn't moved at all just now. So he stared even harder and kept trying. After quite a while, with Su Qing's hand still unmoved, his shadow's hand actually lifted ever so slightly. Just that tiny motion made Su Qing feel like his head was about to explode, his mind going blank. It took him a long time to recover from the headache, panting for breath, yet a fierce light flashed in his eyes. I can control it. Su Qing bowed his head and gave the shadow a long, deep look. He knew controlling it was still strenuous. The earlier mental blank and the current headache both warned him the cost was too great. But he believed that with practice and as his cultivation improved, one day he would be able to maneuver his shadow with ease. By then, his shadow would become a weapon for catching others off guard. May that day come soon. Su Qing took a deep breath, rubbed his splitting forehead, and returned to his room to sit cross-legged and cultivate. Only by daybreak had he recovered by half, his complexion looking somewhat wan. Forcing himself to perk up, he changed into a slightly larger old garment and hurried to Master Bai's tent. Chen Feiyuan wasn't there, and Master Bai hadn't come, yet only Tingyu was there with the pharmacopoeia on her back. She waved casually when she saw Su Qing, then lowered her head and continued reciting. It had been like this lately. Su Qing had heard from Tingyu that among those outsider boys and girls were friends of Chen Feiyuan's. He often went to hang out, so he frequently asked for leave. As for Master Bai, who knew what had him busy these days, he arrived late every day and hurried off right after the lesson. Su Qing nodded and sat to the side, took out a bamboo slip, and silently reviewed yesterday's lesson. Tingyu, who had just lowered her head after greeting him, suddenly looked up again and gave him a puzzled glance. Why do I feel like there's something different about you? Su Qing didn't lift his head and kept silently reciting. Tingyu's bright, clear eyes widened as she gave him a serious once-over. Before long, Master Bai arrived, and she had to let it go, though during the lesson she still snuck many glances at him. On any other day, Master Bai would surely have been strict, but today he seemed preoccupied as well. After saying a few words, he didn't bother with it. After finishing the lesson and assigning the next day's test, Master Bai hurried off. As soon as the teacher left and Su Qing was about to get up and go, Tingyu flitted over and blocked the doorway. Su Qing frowned slightly and looked at her. Tingyu, not to be outdone, lifted her head. The big, starry eyes in her delicate little face fixed on him, swept over his height and face, and she said, somewhat muddle-headed, I've got it, you've grown taller. Su Qing nodded and tried to slip past her, but Tingyu flitted in front of him again, her eyes shining with starry curiosity. Kid, your face is filthy every day. I don't even know what you actually look like. And today you've changed, too. No way, I've got to wipe you clean and see what you look like. He lowered his head, picked up a handful of mud from the ground, smeared it on his face, finally let out a breath, felt much better, his expression turned cold again, and he walked toward the forbidden zone. After he left, Tingyu in the tent let out a long sigh and murmured under her breath, he is actually pretty good looking. As she spoke, she subconsciously lifted the tent flap, gazing at Su Qing's receding back. Her delicate, refined face flushed slightly, and her eyes darted like a little deer. Much better looking than Chen Feiyuan. No, there's no comparison at all. Chen Feiyuan can't hold a candle to him. That day, Tingyu, born on Purple Earth and rarely exposed to the hardships of the human world, had a dream. In the dream, Chen Feiyuan was viciously making things difficult for Su Qing, and Tingyu was furious. When dawn came and she woke, Tingyu felt a bit different than usual after arriving at Master Bai's tent. She sat reciting the pharmacopoeia, absent-minded, lifting her head now and then to look outside. Then, at that moment, she saw Chen Feiyuan. Tingyu's eyelid twitched, and she immediately remembered last night's dream. Chen Feiyuan yawned, rubbed his eyes, lifted the tent flap, and plopped down right beside Tingyu. The next moment, the cushion was directly slid away by Tingyu. Chen Feiyuan froze and turned to look at Tingyu. "What are you doing? You sit over there." Tingyu couldn't be bothered to engage him and pointed to the spot where Su Qing usually sat. "Why should I?" Chen Feiyuan balked at once, eyes wide. "Because you don't study hard and are always asking for leave. You sitting here annoys me. Is that reason enough?" Tingyu's almond eyes flashed as she spoke rapidly, and Chen Feiyuan froze again. After a long moment, he muttered a few words, seemed unwilling to provoke her, and could only sullenly move to Su Qing's spot. "Hey, Tingyu." Chen Feiyuan had just sat down and started to speak, but before he could finish, Tingyu's eyes turned hostile. "Don't say hey like that. If someone hears and misunderstands, what then?" "Huh? What is wrong with hey?" Chen Feiyuan was baffled, and just then the tent flap lifted and Su Qing came in. Seeing Su Qing, two shallow dimples appeared on Tingyu's face. Smiling, she patted the cushion that had belonged to Chen Feiyuan a moment ago. "Junior brother, sit here." Su Qing paused, and Chen Feiyuan was stunned as well. "What are you standing there for? Teacher S about to arrive. Hurry over," Tingyu urged. Su Qing hesitated a little, glanced at Tingyu, then at Chen Feiyuan, who was still sitting in his seat, staring blankly. It was exactly when Master Bai was due to arrive, so Su Qing had no choice but to walk over to Tingyu and sit in the spot that had originally been Chen Feiyuan's. Chen Feiyuan was completely dumbfounded. Just as he pointed at Su Qing and was about to speak, Tingyu turned and shot him a fierce glare. "Shut up. I haven't even said anything," Chen Feiyuan protested, almost in tears, feeling wronged as he was about to keep arguing. The tent flap was pushed open and Master Bai walked in. Chen Feiyuan had to swallow his words and sat there puffed up with anger on the other side. Tingyu looked very pleased, while Su Qing felt as uneasy as if he were sitting on pins and needles. Master Bai, upon entering, glanced at where Su Qing was sitting, then at Tingyu and the put upon Chen Feiyuan. With a hint of amusement on his face, he didn't intervene and began the assessment. As usual, Chen Feiyuan stammered and got scolded. Tingyu completed the assessment with pride and looked towards Su Qing expectantly. Su Qing's answers were nearly perfect, even bringing in some of his own. It was for that reason that Su Qing developed the habit of not washing. He needed to blend into his surroundings, to make himself seem all but non-existent. Like a lurking hunter, his sharpness showed only at the instant he struck. At this moment, having left the camp and come to the edge of the forbidden zone, Su Qing was the same. He picked up a few rotting leaves from the forest floor, crushed them and smeared them on himself, trying to blend into nature as much as possible, and stepped into the forbidden zone at a measured pace. Although Captain Lei had gone into the city, Su Qing had not given up on seeking the Destiny Flower. As his cultivation improved and his strength increased, coupled with his growing experience, knowledge of herbs, and constant vigilance, the dangers he encountered on the outer edge of the Forbidden Zone jungle lessened somewhat. Therefore, his range of exploration gradually ceased to be limited to the temple, and he slowly probed deeper in. Though the dangers were greater, such tempering continually increased his combat power, and the herbs he harvested grew ever more plentiful. But as on the outskirts, although there were more herbs deeper in, most were still baleful, poisonous plants. Because poisonous plants predominated, Su Qing focused his herbology on poison recipes, and as his skill improved, he added several varieties to his poison powder. To that end, he made a special trip to the cloth shop and bought a jacket with many pockets, each pouch holding a different poison. He also put on the black gloves he had gotten from the Bloodshadow Captain's leather pouch. The more he wore them, the more natural they felt. These gloves not only made his fists more lethal, but also offered some measure of poison insulation. So together with the dagger given to him by Cross, they became standard weapons for him, like his iron skewer. With the sun about to set, Su Qing finished a day of tempering and mixing poisons and walked out of the little apothecary in the gorge. After putting his weapons and poison powders in order, He hunched down and slipped off toward the temple. Every time before withdrawing from the Forbidden Zone, he would make a trip to the temple to look for scar-removing stone. He had gone many times before without finding any, but he had inquired and learned that such stones formed naturally, were multicolored, and appeared only occasionally, so he kept at it until this time. After arriving at the temple, in the afterglow of the setting sun, he saw a faint seven-colored gleam flickering at the brow of a stone-carved head in the distance. Su Qing's eyes narrowed. He quickly scanned the surroundings, confirmed that his previous hiding arrangements were intact, then leaped up to the top of the temple and crouched to take a closer look. Only after confirming there was no danger did he flicker forward straight toward the stone-carved head. When he got there, he found that a seven-colored stone had actually grown in the crack at its brow. Perhaps this stone had once been ordinary, but after the baptism of this mysterious temple and the passage of years, by this moment it was no longer the same. Su Qing hurriedly took it down, then swiftly searched around, turning over the entire temple complex, and in the end found 6 such stones in total. Looking at the stones in his hand, Su Qing let out a long breath of the destiny flower and the scar-removing stone. He had finally found one of the two. After carefully stowing away the 6 small stones, he took a long look at the temple complex, gave a salute, then sped away, disappearing into the distant forest. He ran at full tilt, his figure rising and falling as he leapt across the canopy. Night fell, the howls of ferocious beasts echoed, and he never stopped his stride, moving now fast, now slow, toward the edge of the forest. Before long, as Su Qing jumped onto a trunk to use it for leverage, the mud beside him suddenly exploded. A giant horned python lunged out and snapped at him with its maw. This python was much larger than the one he had encountered back at the camp. Facing the sudden attack, Su Qing's expression didn't change. He extended his right hand, flicked out a finger, and tapped the head of the lunging python. With a thunderous boom, the horned python couldn't withstand it. Its shrill hiss cut off as soon as it began. Its tough hide couldn't block Su Qing's force, and its head shattered in an instant, flesh and blood spraying. The rupturing shock spread through its body in a flash, and it ultimately turned into a cloud of blood mist. Only its gallbladder fell from the blood mist unscathed. Su Qing grabbed it in one motion and left. Thus, by dawn, Su Qing emerged from the forest and returned to the camp. The camp was pitch dark, with few lights at this hour. As Su Qing walked, small stones in hand, his mood sank as he neared his quarters. His quarters were pitch dark as well. Only a dozen or so stray dogs sensed his return and wagged their tails while lying down. Entering the courtyard, Su Qing habitually glanced at Captain Lei's former room, then silently walked into the kitchen. He reheated last night's leftovers and wolfed them down as if only to fill his belly. After cleaning up and returning to his room, he let out a quiet sigh. I'm not too sure how Captain Lei is doing in the city, but it should be fine if I still haven't found the Heaven Fate flower in the end. I'll save up more spirit coins and buy a spot. Su Qing murmured under his breath, closed his eyes, and sank into cultivation. The next day, Su Qing went to class as usual. Tingyu had returned to normal, but she still kept the seat for him. Chun Fiyuan had resigned himself to it, and could only watch helplessly as Su Qing sat in what had originally been his seat. As soon as class ended, Tingyu no longer helped him wipe his face, and there was more understanding in her eyes. Su Qing sensed that understanding. He inclined his head slightly and took his leave of Master Bai. Leaving the tent, Su Qing touched the little stone in his pouch and walked toward the general store where the little girl stayed. Before he even got close, he saw from a distance a group of strangers standing outside the general store. They were dressed in a very distinctive way, black robes embroidered with a blood-colored sun, and they radiated an obvious aura of grim slaughter and bloodshed. Each of the black-robed people was tall. The robes wrapped them up tight, hiding their faces. But the occasional gaze that showed from within the robes was incomparably cold, and the scavengers and desperados watching nearby couldn't help but shiver. The eyes of the black-robed men were indifferent and merciless toward life, devoid of any human color, like killing machines. They just stood there, and even the heat of June seemed to be driven away, making the area outside the general store instantly turn chilly. As soon as Su Qing arrived, He understood their identity from the hushed discussions of the surrounding scavengers. They're the enforcement team of the Litu cult. The Litu cult? Those people are insane. They rarely show up in the scavenger camp. What are they doing here this time? I heard they're here looking for someone. They've already searched all the cities and scavenger camps in this region. These voices reached Su Qing's ears. He slowly narrowed his eyes, flipped his hand to pull out the iron skewer, and stared coldly at the general store. Just as he looked over, 3 people walked out of the shop. The 2 in front were one tall and one short. The tall one stood straight and proud, like a drawn blade stained with blood. His attire was the exact opposite of the enforcement team outside. His robe was blood red, and the sun emblem was black. He wasn't hooded at the moment, revealing a head of black hair and a chiseled face. He was a young man. The moment he stepped out, the black-clad enforcement team outside moved in unison, all bowing their heads and dropping to one knee. Su Qing's eyes tightened at the sight. The aura the other exuded made him feel as if he'd encountered a fierce beast deep in the jungle. The short one standing beside the young man was the little girl. Right now, there was a happy smile on her face that he'd never seen before, and she was clutching the young man's hand tightly. Judging by their ages, he should be her older brother, and the young man's sternness softened greatly when he lowered his head to look at her, though the hint of sorrow in his eyes that couldn't dissipate was still obvious, as if he were mourning kin lost in a cataclysm. Following behind them was the proprietor of the general store, wearing a fawning smile, trailing along cautiously and speaking in a low voice. Watching all this, Su Qing quietly put away the iron skewer, touched the little stone in his pouch again, and hesitated a bit. At the same time, the little girl who had come out of the shop also spotted Su Qing among the crowd. She quickly said a few words to the young man beside her. After the youth scrutinized Su Qing, the little girl let go of his hand and ran towards Su Qing. The scavengers around Su Qing instinctively backed away, giving the little girl space, and she ran up to Su Qing without obstruction to say goodbye. "My brother came to pick me up. Big brother kid, do you want to come with me?" As she said goodbye, the little girl looked at Su Qing with some expectation. Su Qing shook his head. Hearing the answer, the little girl was a little disappointed, but after glancing at Su Qing, she forced a smile back onto her face. "It's okay. When I grow up, we'll meet again, big brother kid. I promised I'd repay you for saving my life, and I will definitely do it. I'm going to go with my brother. He's really nice to me. He'll give me anything I want. Do you have a brother?" Before the little girl finished speaking, the young man outside the general store called out to her. "I'm going now, big brother kid." The little girl looked at Su Qing. In the 2+ months she'd been in the camp, he was the only person she was familiar with, and she felt a bit reluctant at this moment. Su Qing glanced at her, took a rainbow-colored little stone out of his pouch, and handed it over. "This stone can remove scars. It's for you." The little girl froze for a moment, clutching the stone as she looked at Su Qing, wanting to speak, but swallowing it back. Only when her brother called her again did she give Su Qing a deep look, tightly gripping the 7-colored stone in her hand, returned to the young man's side, and, surrounded by a group of black-robed men, walk off into the distance. On the way, she looked back once and waved at Su Qing. Su Qing waved back as well, watching the girl who always wore a smile gradually go far away. He felt that her leaving this place was the right choice. "May you be safe." With that said, Su Qing turned and headed back to his quarters. Life went on as usual. He cooked in silence, ate in silence, cleaned in silence, meditated in silence, and attended classes in silence. Time passed, and such days continued for a full 7 days. Su Qing completely returned to the state of the slums, and at the same time, he also realized that Master Bai probably wouldn't stay in the camp much longer. He had already guessed as much from the last 2 or 3 days, when Master Bai's convoy began packing. Master Bai had told him they came from Z2 and Z2. Su Qing had heard from others that it was the center of the Nanhuang continent. Until that morning, when Su Qing arrived at Master Bai's tent, he saw neither the guards nor Chun Fiyuan and Ting Yu. Inside the tent, only Master Bai was there. Su Qing had already reached a conclusion. This lesson, Master Bai taught in great detail, and Su Qing listened very attentively, but time flew by. Soon class was over. Master Bai looked at his silence and let out a soft sigh. "I'm leaving." Master Bai looked deeply at Su Qing and said, "Before I go, I want to pass on to you something that can truly help you live. I'm bound by an oath and can't speak plainly. Whether you can learn it will depend on your fortune." Su Qing's eyes narrowed as he looked at Master Bai. At the instant their gazes met, Master Bai's whisper echoed within the tent. "Kid, take the herbs I talked about on the 3rd, 7th, 11th, 15th, 17th, and 19th days. Mix them in a ratio of 1 to 2 to 4. Add an equal amount of 7-leaf grass, and refine continuously at high heat, and you'll be able to produce white pills that many people in this world need, equivalent to spirit coins." As soon as the words fell, Su Qing's eyes widened, and his breathing began to quicken. By now he was no longer someone who knew nothing about plants. Nearly 2 months of classes had made him clearly understand the value of pill formulas in this world. Such formulas, held by great clans and major powers, were extremely precious resources. Especially as white pills were a basic hard currency, the value of their recipe was immense and absolutely could not be casually leaked. If one mastered the method of making white pills, then even with low cultivation, one could live well on the strength of that formula. For him, this was a colossal kindness. Su Qing trembled slightly, looking at Master Bai before him at the white at his temples, and those gentle eyes and scenes from the past 2 months surfaced in his mind. From eavesdropping outside the tent to entering to attend class, the Master's teachings, sentence by sentence, had piled up in his heart, becoming deep gratitude and reluctance to part. At last he lowered his head and gave a deep bow to this old man who seemed stern yet had a warm heart. "Thank you, teacher." If Captain Lei gave him the feeling of a home, then Master Bai was like a master, teaching him survival skills of immense importance in this world. Watching Su Qing bow, Master Bai smiled, and, noticing his emotions, smiled back. "Kid, I treat you this way because you're eager to learn and perceptive. Those people who decree that pill formulas must not be passed on, I can't stand them. But sometimes my identity keeps me from doing as I please. You're not the first person I've taught the way of medicine and pill formulas. I've traveled across Nanhuang and taught many. The human race's path of medicine must not wither because of barriers of status. Lastly, you must remember this. Heaven and earth are an inn for all things, and time is a passerby through past and present. So long as you live, you'll meet again. I hope that next time I see you, you'll have made something of yourself." Master Bai's words were full of meaning, and the last sentence in particular resonated most with Su Qing. He etched those words firmly into his heart. That very day, Master Bai's convoy set off. Before leaving, he left Su Qing a thick herbal pharmacopoeia, instructing him to study it on his own. Su Qing escorted them to the edge of the camp, staring blankly as the convoy went off into the distance, and also saw Ting Yu in the carriage constantly looking back at him. At dusk, the convoy grew farther and farther away. In the setting sun, the boy's shadow stretched long. He stood there for a good long while, then slowly turned and went back to the camp. The camp would not change much because a few people left. Not a thing had changed, it was still the grimy camp. All sorts of people still clustered together, old folks shouting, children wailing, burly men roaring with laughter, and women panting under their breath. Under the setting sun, the myriad forms of human life in the camp seemed condensed into a tiny world. Su Qing walked through the crowd, not returning to his room right away, but before he knew it found himself in front of the general store. He glanced at the new hand who had taken over from the little girl, then bought a bottle of wine. Carrying the wine back to his place, Su Qing did not eat anything else that night. He sat in the empty room, head lowered, staring at the wine jug for quite a while before finally raising it and knocking back a mouthful. Fiery wine poured down his throat into his stomach, and as it surged through his body, Su Qing suddenly felt that this utterly ordinary wine had, tonight, taken on a bit of flavor. So he took another drink, one swallow after another. Lightly tipsy, scenes from 6 years in the slums surfaced in his mind. Captain Lei's back as he entered the city, Master Bai's departing convoy, and the sight of that little girl receding into the distance. The words she said when parting replayed in his head as well. "Do you have an older brother too?" "I have an older brother too, but I can't find him." Su Qing hugged the wine jug and leaned against the wall, lifted his head to look at the moon outside, and murmured softly, his voice very low. Outside his room, An elderly man in a purple robe and his attendant stood, quietly listening, until the youth's whisper drifted out from within. Heaven and earth are but passers-by to all things. Time is just a traveler coming and going. As long as you don't die, there will always be reunions. The night sky was so black no stars could be seen. Only the bright moon hung high as wisps of clouds skimmed across it. The wind was strong, yet it didn't stop the moonlight from pouring down. Silvery moonlight cascaded like flowing water. Some of the lights splashed onto the scavengers' camp, and some fell into the courtyard of Su Qing's residence, washing over the two figures standing at the door. The seventh in his purple robe stood with hands clasped behind his back for a long time in the moonlight. His aged features seemed contemplative, as if mulling something over. His attendant did not dare disturb him, only waiting quietly. As for the stray dogs around them, it was as if they couldn't perceive these two at all. They kept lying there, showing no unusual reaction. All around was quiet, with only laughter and screams drifting faintly from the camp's outskirts. After those two sentences, the room fell silent as well, leaving only the faint sound of breathing. Time passed. After the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the seventh at the door let out a soft sigh. He did not push the door open, but instead turned and walked away. "Give him a token." At the courtyard gate, the seventh said in a low voice. "What color?" the attendant asked. "Just the most ordinary. And don't tell him too much." The seventh stepped past the gate and slowly went off into the distance. The attendant's eyes narrowed, ripples rising in his heart. In the days he followed the seventh around the camp, he had seen with his own eyes the seventh pay attention to that child many times. Later, when they went to find Master Bai, the seventh had also put in a word. All of this made him understand that the child's opportunity had arrived, which was why he asked last time whether they should give him a token. A token was the qualification to enter Seven Blood Eyes. Only those who received a token could go take the assessment, and only after passing could they enter the sect. And tokens came in different colors. Purple was the highest, meaning that upon entry one would be a core disciple. Yellow was in the middle, representing an inner sect disciple. White was the most ordinary, just a regular entrant to the sect. The attendant had thought the seventh would at least give a yellow one, but it turned out to be just white, and he even specifically instructed not to say much. This unusual move forced him to think hard, and he couldn't help but feel his heart tighten a bit. There's only one answer. The seventh values this child highly, not only intends to bring him under his wing, but has even entertained the idea of taking him as a personal disciple, planning a covert examination. The first three highnesses rose to their positions. That way, could it be that the seventh peak is going to produce a fourth personal disciple? The attendant understood the weight of the words personal disciple. Once someone became the seventh's personal disciple, all the powers of Nanhuang continent would immediately fix their eyes on them. Yet he still felt it unlikely, since the seventh hadn't taken a disciple in a long time. But either way, this child had to be closely watched. Thinking of this, the attendant took a deep breath, steadied his mind, and slowly knocked on Su Qing's door. When the thump of knocking reached the room, the regulated breathing within instantly ceased. The next moment, a slight smile touched the attendant's lips. His figure blurred and vanished, and when he reappeared, he was already at the back of the room. In the rear corner of the room, there was actually a concealed hole, covered by brick and stone, as if it had been dug some time ago. Just then, Su Qing shot out from the hole, intending to circle around to see who was knocking, but with the attendant's sudden appearance, his movement came to an abrupt halt. Su Qing's eyes narrowed as he looked at the figure that suddenly appeared, as if wedging itself into his field of view, and his heart sank. The man looked to be of middling age, clad in a gray robe, with ordinary features, but the most striking thing was the pentagonal mark at the center of his brow, which emitted a faint glow and warped the moonlight around him. An oppressive pressure surged over him in an instant. Su Qing's breathing grew slightly hurried. His right hand clenched the iron skewer tighter, and his left hand, without a flicker, scooped up another handful of poison powder. The way the other appeared was uncanny in the extreme, and the feeling he gave him far surpassed the impression left by the little girl's older brother a few days ago. Especially his eyes, they made the flesh and blood all over Su Qing's body tremble, as if silently screaming. The person before you is extremely dangerous. It pushed Su Qing's vigilance to the peak, and that trembling of his flesh was not only a signal of danger, it was also telling him his body was already primed for the next move. As for dangers that might arise at his lodging, Su Qing had rehearsed them in his mind countless times. Someone who could keep the stray dogs from barking and slip in without him noticing was exactly the kind of situation he imagined as the most dangerous. He narrowed his eyes and tried to slowly back away. The attendant smiled and said, "I have no ill intent." He looked at the child before him, who seemed ready to spring at any moment. He glanced at the hole in the wall behind Su Qing and guessed it was the escape route the kid had prepared to guard against sudden danger inside the house. To have preparations so early and remain steady to wait for a chance to counterattack even amid sudden upheaval, no wonder Seventh values this child. Scenes of Su Qing severing Ma Ci's neck and killing Fat Mountain Rose in the attendant's mind. Approval showed in his eyes as he reached out, drew out a white token, and tossed it to Su Qing. Su Qing didn't catch it. He sprang up in an instant, retreating as he fiercely flung a handful of poison powder, within which were mixed 2 daggers that flashed coldly, which whistled toward the attendant. In the next moment, Su Qing's eyes widened as he watched the daggers pass through the gray-robed man and nail into the wall behind him. The man seemed utterly insubstantial, without the slightest reaction. The poison powder likewise passed through his body, falling everywhere. The scene tightened Su Qing's nerves. His breath halted for a beat, and he was about to keep retreating. Right then, the gray-robed man smiled, and his figure slowly faded from Su Qing's sight. First his legs vanished, then his torso, and when his head was about to disperse, his voice rang out. "Kid, someone instructed me to deliver this token to you. It is the entry credential for 7 Blood Eyes. At any branch city on the map on the back, if you bring this token there, you can be teleported to the mountain gate once for free." As his voice faded, the attendant disappeared completely as if he had never been there, and Su Qing stood watching it all in silence for a long time. He felt the other's strangeness, and he also tasted the helplessness that came with his own weakness. After a while, Su Qing quietly walked over, pulled out the daggers, and lowered his head to look at the token on the ground. The white token lay face up, engraved with complex patterns, flickering under the moonlight, looking ancient and heavy. Su Qing pondered, then, with his gloves on, carefully picked it up to examine it. On the back of the token was a map, densely dotted with hundreds of raised points, each marking a city. Su Qing was just about to head out for class when a dozen or so wild dogs in the courtyard were scrambling to eat something. He took a few steps and then stopped, silently sitting down in the courtyard. "Just a habit," Su Qing muttered. He sat there until dawn before getting up, left the courtyard, and walked through the camp. He used to know the camp well, but at this moment it felt unfamiliar. Cross and Luanya hadn't come back in a long time. As he walked, he suddenly thought of the apothecary in the gorge. Though that place was in the forbidden zone and danger lurked everywhere, his longing for that apothecary remained strong. He was preparing to try refining white pills, took a deep breath, and was about to leave the camp for the forbidden zone when someone called out from behind him. Kid. The voice was a bit familiar. Su Qing turned and saw an old man with a head of white hair, wearing a fur jacket, running over. It was the old scavenger from the camp. No one remembered his real name. Everyone called him Old Stone, and he was one of the 5 or 6 people Su Qing had saved when he carried Captain Lei back. Later, like Boneblade, he often came to Su Qing to buy insurance. "Hey, kid, I landed a big job," Old Stone said excitedly. He explained in a rush, and Su Qing quickly understood. It turned out Old Stone had somehow been hired by the newly arrived young men and women outside the camp to serve as their guide, taking them into the temple complex in the Forbidden Zone jungle. He'd come this time to buy insurance. "Same as usual, 5 white pills. If I'm not back in a week, I'll have to trouble you to go to the temple complex and save me," Old Stone said with a smile. "A week?" Su Qing was a bit surprised. "Yeah, those pampered types from the Violet Lands insist on staying in there for a week, but the pay is terrifyingly high. I'll risk it with these old bones just this once. After I finish this, I plan to retire." Old Stone sighed. As an old scavenger, he knew that staying in the Forbidden Zone for a week would multiply the risks, and the heterogeneity would increase as well. But the pay was enough for him to buy residency rights in a nearby city, so he decided to gamble once, and he prepared enough white pills. Su Qing frowned. He hadn't planned to take on this kind of job anymore. He needed to free up time to study white pills. He was about to refuse, but seeing Old Stone's white hair and that expectant look, Su Qing couldn't help thinking of Captain Lei. After a moment of silence, he nodded. This is the last time. With that, he accepted the white pills Old Stone gratefully handed over, left the camp, and headed straight into the Forbidden Zone. At that moment, mist began to rise in the Forbidden Zone, bubbling up in patches and slowly spreading outward. At the edge of the mist, near Poison Dragon Pond, a scavenger was hiding in a crack between trees, terror on his face, trembling all over. For figures had appeared around him, eyes cold as knives, searching the area. The fog's here. Just hold on a bit longer. The kid will definitely come save me. The one hiding there was none other than Boneblade, who had bought insurance from Su Qing many times. The fog's coming. As soon as he stepped into the Forbidden Zone jungle, Su Qing paused. He felt his shadow start to distort a little. He'd seen this before. It was a sign that the fog was about to appear. Looking closely, wisps of very thin mist were indeed drifting through the forest. Su Qing hesitated for a moment, but after thinking it through, he stepped into the jungle. First, he needed to get to the Gorge Apothecary. Second, although his Shadow's help wouldn't last long, it would be enough to get him there. And though the fog looked dangerous, it was equally disadvantageous to mutant beasts in some ways. It was actually safer than usual, provided you didn't get lost inside, and you didn't let your heterogeneity increase. So he quickened his pace, moving swiftly through the forest. 2 hours later, the mist had thickened. Su Qing stopped, arriving at the muddy patch where the night lizard hide was. He stood on a big tree nearby and tilted his head, looking north. That's the area of Poison Dragon Pond. Because of the different terrains, scavengers had divided the Forbidden Zone into several sectors, and Poison Dragon Pond was just one of them. Su Qing had heard about Poison Dragon Pond many times, mainly from Boneblade. Every time he bought insurance, he set the rescue location there. Su Qing considered it. Boneblade bought insurance frequently. He remembered that he bought it again about 2 days ago. Though the time wasn't up yet, since the fog had started and he was nearby, he might as well go take a look. With that thought, Su Qing dropped from the canopy and moved toward Poison Dragon Pond. The closer he got, the more he narrowed his eyes. His expression grew wary, and his movements became ever more silent. He spotted a silhouette. The man wore a black leather coat and a ferocious mask, a long sword that gleamed with a cold light in hand, searching all around. The spiritual energy fluctuations coming off him were notable, making Su Qing feel he was almost on par with Fire Crow of the Blood Shadow Squad back then. Su Qing watched for a moment, then deftly slipped past him. Before long, he saw another person dressed the same, with similar cultivation, which made him suspicious. Not scavengers. Su Qing muttered, growing more cautious. He circled around Poison Dragon Pool, then saw Boneblade. Boneblade now had no strength to resist. His hands and feet were bound. He was unconscious, and a big, burly man had him slung over his shoulder. Beside the burly man stood another person in a black leather coat, a somewhat hunched old man. Perhaps for that reason, he wasn't wearing a mask to hide his identity. Beneath messy gray hair was a face full of wrinkles, his eyes cold, his whole person exuding a grim, murderous air. The fluctuations from him were stronger, even surpassing Captain Lei and the Blood Shadow Captain from back then, clearly at the 7th level of chi condensation. Among the scavengers in the camp, Su Qing had never seen this level of cultivation. From his distant vantage, Su Qing heard the burly man carrying Boneblade ask in a muffled voice, "Steward, this fog couldn't have come at a worse time. What about those marked meat treasures? It's all this meat treasure's fault, darting around and wasting our time," the black-clad elder said coldly, glancing at the unconscious Boneblade and shaking his head. "Call everyone else over. We'll head out first. When the fog clears, we'll go find those meat treasures. Boss is really something. Why not just grab them in the camp? We have to wait until they enter the Forbidden Zone before we make a move." The burly man grumbled a few times, and the elder beside him snorted coldly. "What the boss wants is long-term profit. That's not something a short-sighted type like you can grasp." If we snatch people in the camp, how would the camp keep running? The burly man, though unconvinced, held his tongue. Following the elder's orders, he took out a whistle and blew it. And the two black-clad men Su Qing had seen earlier quickly arrived. Su Qing neither intervened nor acted. Crouched in the distant canopy, he watched everything with a cold stare. Once he confirmed there were indeed 4 of them, and they were about to leave, Su Qing cast a glance at the unconscious Boneblade. If he hadn't seen it, if Boneblade hadn't bought his insurance, or if this had happened outside the jungle, Su Qing wouldn't have bothered. He wasn't a saint, and didn't have the time to save others. However, he had his own principles. Since you bought my insurance, I have to make sure you get out of the forbidden zone. After you're out, whether you live or die is no longer my concern. In the next instant, Su Qing burst forth. He moved so fast he left an afterimage where he'd been, shooting toward the burly man carrying Boneblade like an arrow loosed from the string. He had hidden extremely well and struck with lightning speed. Aside from the black-clad elder, who sensed something, the other 3, including the burly man, were completely unaware. The elder's expression changed. He spun around and raised his right hand in an instant. An ice blade rapidly condensed and shot into the air. But it was too late. The ice blade struck nothing. Su Qing had already reached the burly man's side. A fierce wind tossed his long hair, the sharpness in his eyes mirroring the cold gleam of his dagger. His killing intent was unmistakable. One slash cut across the burly man's throat. The force was so great that this 5th level of Qi condensation brute had no time to resist or cry out before his head was lopped off and sent flying. Blood sprayed everywhere. Boneblade tumbled off the corpse's back. Su Qing casually grabbed the corner of the corpse's clothing, and with a few bounding leaps had already moved far away. After tossing Boneblade aside, Su Qing turned, his gaze cold like a hunter's as he stared at the remaining 3. Only then did the burly man's head, bewilderment still in its eyes, and his body thud to the ground together, as the elder's ice blade that had struck nothing also dropped. Silence fell around them. The scene was too shocking. The black-clad elder and his 2 companions felt their hearts jolt, and all turned their eyes to Su. Su Qing remained silent, not saying a word. Boneblade had actually been awake for a while, but had been pretending to be unconscious. Hearing the old man's words, he grew anxious, afraid Su Qing wouldn't save him anymore, and hurriedly opened his eyes. He felt that only by forcing Su Qing into a situation where he had to go all out would things be safe, and there was only one way left. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Kid, don't trust him. They're all the camp master's people." Over the years, plenty of scavengers who've gone missing from the camp were secretly taken by them, used as treasure feeders, and sold to caravans. That's the camp master's biggest dark secret. These words made the black-clad old man narrow his eyes. He stared at Su Qing and spoke again. "I'll give you one last chance. Stop meddling." Su Qing ignored Boneblade. The whole story had nothing to do with him. His thinking was straightforward. "If you buy my insurance, I'll be responsible for getting you out of the forbidden zone. Once we're out, your life or death has nothing to do with me." "He bought my insurance," Su Qing said solemnly. The black-clad old man's face grew colder, yet the next moment a cruel smile tugged at his lips. He raised both hands, and a massive red ring of light condensed beneath his feet. A frigid wind surged up from the halo like a coiling tornado, its momentum astonishing. "Kid, you're too green. You actually gave me time to cast. Fine, go die." With a low growl, the old man's hands shook violently. The wind ring around him grew ever more turbulent, and within it countless blood-colored ice blades rapidly condensed. At the same time, the 2 black-clad men to the side grinned viciously and flanked him from left and right, lunging straight at Su Qing. Despair flashed in Boneblade's eyes. Su Qing, however, remained calm from start to finish. As the 2 figures closed in from either side and the ice blade storm around the old man was about to erupt, he spoke softly. "I should thank you too." Almost as his words fell, the 2 charging men suddenly halted mid-step. Their faces turned ashen in an instant, eyes bulging wide. In terror, black blood streamed from their 7 orifices. It was as if they'd been poisoned. Even breathing became difficult. Panic shattered their composure, and instinctively they tried to flee. After staggering back a few steps, both spewed a mouthful of black blood, their strength vanishing at once. They stumbled and fell, bodies convulsing. Shry. Boneblade cried out in panic. Antidote. Give me the antidote, his whole body aching like it was being pricked by needles. Su Qing looked up at the approaching mist in the distance and said flatly, "My poison has no antidote. I came to save you only because you bought insurance, but that isn't the backing for your little clever tricks. Kid, fellow Taoist, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. My whole body is starting to prickle. Look, I'm turning blue." Boneblade kept admitting fault. He trembled as he saw his hands growing increasingly blue-black. In his mind, the scene of those two black-clothed men dying miserably with blood flowing from their 7 apertures popped up again, and fear almost drowned him. Su Qing gave him a cold glance, flicked his right hand, and tossed over a packet of medicinal powder. Boneblade hurried to catch it and poured it down his throat, afraid that taking too little would counter the poison. Soon the bluish tint on his body faded, but his face began to swell. He looked blankly at Su Qing and asked thickly, "What did you give me? Why is my mouth a bit numb?" Su Qing glanced at the face puffed up like a pig's head before him and spoke mildly. "Poison too. Pea poison too?" Boneblade stammered, repeating. His eyes snapped wide, despair written all over his face. He was just about to speak when his head swam and he blacked out. At that moment, the mist pressed in on them and swallowed their figures in an instant. 2 hours later since he began learning the craft under Master Bai, he had collected these things in this forbidden zone, most from the outskirts, with only a few brought back from deeper within. Most of them were poisonous herbs. Those that could be used medicinally were actually few. Su Qing first inspected everything, then sat down on the ground, thoughtful. Master Bai had hidden the recipe for the white pill in the daily lessons. Fortunately, Su Qing liked taking notes and had a good memory, so he had already sorted it out. It was just that he didn't have all the herbs required to refine the white pill. So he couldn't follow the recipe to the letter, but he should be able to substitute other herbs by matching properties or blend a formula close to it. Su Qing murmured under his breath, unsure whether this would work, but even if it failed, he could accumulate experience in mixing and refining. With that in mind, Su Qing flicked his right hand, and 7 or 8 herbs flew out from different little compartments and landed before him. After checking them, he thought for a moment, left the herb room, and went to the backyard. Besides various flowers there was also a small tilled patch of muddy soil with quite a few medicinal herbs planted. These plants couldn't be away from the soil for long. They had time limits, so Su Qing had transplanted them here. Over time it had become a little herb plot. As Su Qing approached the little herb plot, the howls of wolves in the distance grew clearer. His expression remained normal. He paid it no mind, and after pulling 3 stalks in the herb plot, he turned and left. Back in the herb room, he took out a stone basin and began compounding according to what he'd learned. Whether plucking leaves, extracting juice, or flicking off powder, he did it all very carefully, striving not to be off by a hair, and as he mixed, the liquid in the stone basin gradually turned pitch black. Still short 5 kinds of herbs. Su Qing looked at the small compartments around him. After much hesitation, he took out a few more items, and, using the method of the 2 poles of yin and yang, tried to blend to a satisfactory effect. But this was clearly not easy. An entire night passed, and only at dawn did he barely manage to assemble the needed herbs. Looking at the black, sticky mass in the stone basin, Su Qing frowned slightly. This was far from the white pill he had imagined, but since he'd gotten to this point, giving up was clearly not an option. So Su Qing gritted his teeth, pulled out a large handful of 7-leaf grass, and mixed it in according to proportion. The next moment, the medicinal liquid in the stone basin actually began to boil, its color showing signs of changing, but it lasted only 3 breaths before it stopped. Looking again, the liquid was no longer pitch black. It had turned brown. Su Qing hesitated, touched the purple crystal at his chest, and, thinking that he had strong resistance to toxins, felt a bit more at ease. He carefully reached into the stone basin, grabbed a bit of the medicinal paste, rolled it into a pellet, and brought it to his nose for a sniff. A rank, fishy stench hit him, making Su Qing a bit afraid to put it in his mouth. "Can I eat this?" Su Qing looked a bit conflicted. After a moment's pondering, he carried the pill toward the herb plot. As he drew near, the wolf howls rang out again. Su Qing didn't stop his steps, passing through the herb plot and heading straight toward the source of the sound. Soon, in a patch of weeds behind the herb plot, a large cage built of iron vine wood came into Su Qing's view. Inside the cage lay a scrawny black-scaled wolf, looking weak. Seeing Su Qing, it immediately scrambled up, bared its teeth, and growled low, but the fear in its eyes showed that it was truly terrified of him. This black-scaled wolf was something Su Qing had come across while gathering herbs deep in the forest once it had tried to ambush him and was caught. The smoke carried deadly poison. Seeing this, Su Qing raised his right hand and swept it, stirring up a gust of wind that drove the toxic haze out of the house, then casually moved the medicine basin aside to let it ferment. While he waited, he sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes to regulate his breathing, and cultivated the sea mountain technique. As dusk fell, Su Qing opened his eyes, examined the increasingly viscous medicinal liquid after fermentation, scooped some out and kneaded it, then went to find that black-scaled wolf again. Before long, after a series of thunderous bangs, Su Qing trudged back inside. Sullen, sat down, and continued to ponder. He even took out the finished white pills, melted them, and studied them bit by bit. And so time passed, and in the blink of an eye 6 days went by. During these 6 days, Su Qing seemed to forget everything outside and focused solely on developing the white pill. He had used up more than half the herbs in the apothecary's little compartments. The herb field was nearly depleted, and he had modified the white pill's liquid a dozen times. Speaking of that black-scaled wolf, after the final test dose, the heterogeneity within its body instantly surged to the limit, even drawing together the heterogeneity in the surrounding spiritual energy, and in an instant it collapsed into a blood mist. If not for Su Qing's shadow being able to absorb heterogeneity, that convergence of heterogeneity would likely have invaded his entire body. The sight left Su Qing inevitably a bit discouraged. But he knew the white pill wasn't easy to refine, especially without the full set of accompanying herbs making adjustment even harder. Even so, his experience with formulations had increased greatly among the many improvements. The last one wasn't exactly a success, but it did have some effect. It's just that this effect was entirely the opposite of the white pill's original intent. The white pill is supposed to dissolve heterogeneity, yet the version Su Qing ended up with instead rapidly attracts heterogeneity. He now lowered his head and stared at the stone basin in front of him. A layer of green film covered the basin's surface. Melted 7-leaf clover beneath the membrane was a pool of pitch-black liquid. He kept this membrane because once it disappeared, the liquid would automatically draw in large amounts of heterogeneity without even being ingested. Half the reason that black-scaled wolf died was because of this. Su Qing let out a long breath, rubbed his brow, and felt the fluctuations of his cultivation within, which eased his sense of frustration somewhat. Although the pill refining hadn't gone smoothly, he had been cultivating hard during this period, and his cultivation had advanced rapidly. The sea mountain technique was now at full completion of the 5th layer. He should be able to break through to the 6th layer tonight. Su Qing took a deep breath, set the pill matters aside, eyes filled with anticipation, and began to fully assault his cultivation bottleneck. In chaotic times, the stronger you are, the greater your chances of survival. That was a truth he understood. That night, when the moon hung high, a rumbling erupted within Su Qing's body. This time the sound was far louder than before. Though Su Qing had thought his body already purified, it instantly expelled a large amount of impurities. An unprecedented clarity suffused his entire body, and at the same time, a low growl faintly came from behind him. The Shao shadow that had previously appeared only when he punched now manifested behind him, larger in form. Its fierce aura intensified, not a single-legged phantom anymore, but showing both legs. Most uncanny of all, a horn seemed to be faintly sprouting from the shadow's head. This wasn't Ta Shao, but the embryonic form of a nascent kuei. As the nascent kuei appeared, its silent roar rippled outward, spreading in all directions, and the cries of many alien beasts in the nighttime forest abruptly fell silent. Su Qing slowly opened his eyes, and violet light instantly illuminated the entire apothecary, like a purple bolt of lightning tearing through the darkness. Under the spread of violet light and the nascent Kuei's roar, the expressionless Su Qing sitting there exuded an unprecedented sense of pressure. After a long moment, as the violet light in his eyes gradually faded and the Kuei shadow behind him slowly receded, Su Qing murmured softly, "Sea Mountain Technique, 6th layer." The Sea Mountain Technique is, at its core, a common cultivation method, and its ability to separate heterogeneity is fairly average. In Nanhuang Province, techniques of this kind are plentiful, commonly found among small clans and minor factions. Even at great perfection, their combat power isn't necessarily strong books often exaggerate their effects. That line, "Shao can carry mountains, Kuei can move seas," is a clear exaggeration. But in Su Qing, the Sea Mountain Technique had erupted with unprecedented might. Perhaps even the one who created it had never reached such a realm. The Shao shadow he manifested at the 5th layer already matched other cultivators' 6th or 7th, and now, upon reaching the 6th layer, it had directly transformed into a Kuei shadow. Though only a nascent Kuei, its power already far surpassed that of a normal Shao shadow. One can imagine that once Su Qing cultivates the Sea Mountain Technique to the 7th layer, this Kuei shadow will likely undergo a complete metamorphosis into something even more fearsome. By then, for other cultivators, the Sea Mountain Technique would probably be at its limit, with no higher breakthrough possible. But for him, there was still a path to tread. The Sea Mountain art states that only upon reaching the 10th layer will a Kuei shadow form, and after great perfection the Kuei shadow will molt into its adult form. Su Qing sat in the pharmacy, a strange light flickering in his eyes. He murmured to himself, "At the current pace, the adult form should be attainable at the 7th layer. Then what about the 8th? The 9th, the 10th, and even great perfection, what would they be like?" Su Qing was filled with anticipation as he lowered his head to scrutinize his body. This time he didn't need to deliberately test his speed and strength. He could clearly feel a current of power brewing inside him, far surpassing what it had been at the 5th layer. This power was so strong it even startled him. The same was true for speed. Su Qing felt that if he sprinted flat out right now, the only thing that could stop him would be the wind. He wasn't sure exactly what tier he ranked as within the camp, but he knew very well that even 2 7th-level Qi condensation cultivators of the spellcraft type, like that black-clothed elder from the other day, he could still kill them. After a long moment, Su Qing drew a deep breath and looked down at the ground beneath his feet. It was still night outside, the room pitch black, yet he could vaguely sense the presence of the shadow. His breakthrough seemed to have tugged at the shadow as well, making it absorb more taint, and the link between them grew tighter and more subtle. In silence, Su Qing stared at the floor as time slowly passed. Dawn broke, sunlight spilled into the crude pharmacy, and the shadow beside him emerged from the blur, growing ever clearer. The instant the shadow appeared, his gaze sharpened. This was exactly the moment he'd been waiting for. With a thought, he clearly saw the shadow gently twist. The shadow's right hand slowly lifted. Su Qing's breathing grew heavier as he fixed his eyes on the shadow, guiding its hand across the floor. When that hand extended into the dark, the shadow melted into the darkness and vanished. But his expression remained calm. He could feel it was still there. He directed the shadow's hand over to the little cubby, crawled it forward, and grabbed a stalk of herb. The instant the shadow seized the plant, that herb was tainted, turning blue-black at once. At the same time, his control reached its limit. His head roared, and the portion of the shadow that had extended snapped back in an instant, returning to its original state. After a long while, Su Qing lifted his head, bloodshot-eyed, his head aching as if it would split. He hurriedly closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. An hour later, Su Qing opened his eyes only, then did the throbbing in his head ease. Still can't control it deftly. Su Qing gave the shadow a long, deep look, then withdrew his mind. He wasn't in a hurry at this rate. Sooner or later he would be able to take complete control of it. When that time came, the shadow would become his most concealed trump card. After a brief rest, Su Qing reached out and grabbed the mutated herb. Flew into his hand. He lowered his head and examined it carefully. Exactly the same as the herb that was afflicted back at the apothecary. So the shadow's ability is to inject taint into whatever it touches? Su Qing muttered to himself and tried again to manipulate the shadow. Time slipped by like that. 2 hours later, Su Qing, by and large, had come to an understanding of the Shadow's abilities. It can't just spill out taint to blanket everything at any time only when he. In a company numbering over 100, there were men and women, young and old. Many guards followed on the outskirts, and there were even 5 or 6 middle-aged men with fierce auras, watching the surroundings warily. They were guarding those young men and women who had once camped outside the encampment. They arrived as if on an outing, not tense at all, laughter and chatter ringing out. Leading the way was still Old Stone, but his face now was full of helplessness. He glanced at them from time to time, and seeing this group so carefree, he couldn't help sighing inwardly. Old Stone muttered under his breath, "This is a forbidden zone," then choked it back. He knew no one would care even if he said it. These city-bred people fancied they understood the dangers of forbidden zones, but compared to the scavengers who ran outside, they knew nothing of how terrifying the forbidden zones really were. The former had learned from books and gossip. The latter had tasted that horror firsthand in the field. "I just hope the trip is safe and nothing goes wrong. Once this is done, I'll retire and never touch a forbidden zone again," Old Stone muttered to himself, trembling as he walked on. Yet no one noticed that among the youths there was a beautiful girl in a long blue-green dress, black hair draped over her shoulders. While she smiled and chatted with the sycophant in a blue shirt beside her, her right hand was lightly scattering some medicinal powder. A breeze blew, and the powder, colorless and tasteless, dispersed. Like a primer, it slowly triggered some disturbance deep within the forbidden zone. Su Qing quickly sensed this anomaly. As he moved carefully in the depths of the forbidden zone, he clearly felt there were far fewer aberrant beasts here today. He even saw a giant lizard that was usually vicious as hell, with an aura close to the 6th or 7th level of qi condensation, lying hidden in the muck. Even when Su Qing drew near, it didn't move, as if it feared something outside. This made Su Qing even more alert. He scanned the surrounding jungle. Unease rose in his heart. Su Qing picked a few stalks of herbs and prepared to withdraw. But just as he was about to leave, an icy aura suddenly erupted from the deeper forest far away, spreading in an instant as if to freeze the surrounding trees. Su Qing's eyes narrowed. After dodging aside, he looked up to see semi-transparent jellyfish abruptly flying out from the depths of the forbidden zone. Among these jellyfish, 6 were enormous, followed by hundreds of smaller ones, surging grandly through the air, howling toward the temple complex, as if some powerful force over there were drawing them in. The instant he saw the swarm of jellyfish, they noticed him as well. One of the big jellyfish halted in midair and turned to look at Su Qing. The countless eyes on its tentacles suddenly opened, most of them at once. A sense of crisis exploded from within at that moment. Su Qing felt his flesh and blood tremble, and at the same time the shadow behind him suddenly manifested, letting out a soundless roar at the jellyfish in the sky. Su Qing narrowed his eyes. He was no longer the person he had been at the 3rd level of qi condensation. Faced with the jellyfish's pressure, he was no longer powerless. Now, as his qi and blood surged within, and with the shadows bellowing behind him, the big jellyfish that had turned toward him actually seemed a bit hesitant. Perhaps drawn by the stronger pull from the temple complex, or sensing danger on Su Qing's side, it hesitated for a moment, then turned and drifted away. Only when the jellyfish went far off did Su Qing finally breathe a sigh of relief. He looked around the forbidden zone, finding it stranger the more he saw, then shifted his body and left quickly. Are they headed for the temple complex? Or farther? Su Qing thought to himself. Hopefully they're just passing by. If they really go to the temple complex, I'll have to take a detour. All the way, thought flickered in Su Qing's eyes, but his speed didn't slacken. He moved through the jungle like a long shadow. Time ticked by. An hour later, a rumble came from afar. Su Qing leaped onto the canopy and gazed toward the temple complex from a distance. It was still half an hour's journey from the temple complex here, so he could only make out its outline faintly. But at the first glance, Su Qing's face sank. The scene he feared had appeared. The swarm of jellyfish was circling above the temple complex. Amid the faint, intermittent rumbling, it sounded like someone was fighting them. The distance was too great. Su Qing couldn't make out the combatants. He pondered for a moment, then carefully drew closer. Meanwhile, within the temple complex, Old Stone was trembling all over. His lips quivered as he looked around in despair. Bodies lay everywhere around him, retainers and guards brought by those young men and women. As for those youths, their leisure was long gone. Each one was pale and wounded, bedraggled and terrified. The remaining guards and retainers were desperately shielding them, retreating while fighting bitterly. It was the swarms of small jellyfish that were madly pouncing at them, and up in the sky, the ones entangled with those 5 or 6 large jellyfish were the few middle-aged cultivators with deep, robust auras brought along by the 5 young men and women. How could this happen? How could this happen? It was perfectly fine just a moment ago. Old Stone, trembling, shuffled after those youths in a panic, but age is what it is. He had barely taken a few steps when a small jellyfish slipped past the guards and lunged at him. He didn't have time to dodge. The next moment, the jellyfish drifted right through Old Stone, swallowed his heart into its belly, and surged toward those youths. Old Stone collapsed on the spot, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Blood poured from his chest. Spreading around him, he kept coughing blood, and as it covered him like shifting sand, he murmured the last words of his life from the depths of his heart. The qualification to enter the city can't be bought anymore. Old Stone's eyes remained open, his breathing grew faint, and finally he lay still, his vision becoming endless darkness. Corpses lay everywhere in the temple complex. There were guards and attendants, and several bodies of youths lying beside piles of books, youths who knew a thing or two about the dangers of the Forbidden Zone. They still wore the terror of their final moments, staring blankly at the sky. Besides that, the ground was strewn with dead jellyfish. Unlike humans, jellyfish, once dead, turn into lumps of gray sludge that give off waves of stench, utterly different from their vibrant colors and life. At the same time, those remains were releasing a very dense alien miasma, invading outward and corroding everything around. And this sudden calamity was still spreading. As the youths retreated in panic, the swarms of jellyfish let out a howling pursuit on the outskirts of this jungle forbidden zone. The killing and death continued to play out. It was not until an hour later that Su Qing arrived at the temple complex. Walking through the complex, Su Qing looked at the bodies, his expression showing little change. He had seen plenty of corpses. Passing one guard's and attendant's remains after another, Su Qing casually collected several dead jellyfish, intending to take them back for study. As for the items on these bodies, most had been corroded by the heavy alien miasma released by the jellyfish after death and were no longer usable. Su Qing didn't stop until he came to one particular corpse. It was an old man's body, a large hole in his chest. The blood had dried, and in his dim, open eyes there seemed to linger the regret of his life. Looking at the corpse, Su Qing let out a soft sigh. He was no god. Even if the man had bought insurance, there was no way to fully guarantee his life, especially before the mist had manifested. He was even more powerless. After a moment of silence, Su Qing crouched, closed Old Stone's staring eyes, and buried him. There was no tombstone, because Captain Lei had said that scavengers mostly had no kin in life, and after death there is no need for rites. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. This is the fate of scavengers, struggling in the world while alive, seeking only quiet in death. Such coldness is, in truth, the resting end for most scavengers. Standing before Old Stone's grave, Su Qing gazed toward the camp outside the Forbidden Zone, recalling the past few months. He had been at this scavenger camp for 4 months now. The Bloodshadow Captain was dead, Fire Crow was dead, Fat Mountain Horse was dead, Savage Ghost was dead too. Old Stone had died, Captain Lei had retired, Bone Knife sought death, and many more scavengers had slipped away without a sound. These chaotic times are cruel. Human lives are as cheap as grass. Only by becoming stronger yourself do you have any chance to survive, Su Qing murmured, his expression growing cold as he turned to leave. In the afterglow of the setting sun, the wind rose, whipping the hem of the departing youth's clothes until they flapped loudly. The sound carried a hint of chill, fading away, until even his figure vanished into the depths of the forest. The afterglow sprinkled through the woods. The light was waning, yet still stubbornly pierced the dense leaves, wanting to cast scattered points of light upon the youth running through the forest. But the youth's speed was too fast, the light seemed to struggle to keep up. Before long, Su Qing's steps suddenly paused. He stopped, lowered his head to look at the ground, and doubt appeared in his eyes. He then crouched, sniffed carefully, and his gaze settled on a blade of grass bearing a smear of barely noticeable powder. If not for Su Qing's deep knowledge of poisonous plants and his familiarity with the scents of this forbidden zone, it would have been hard to notice anything amiss. He examined it a while longer, then picked up the powdered leaf. After focusing for a moment, he murmured to himself. The exact components are unclear, but there's definitely aged centipede blood in it. A glint flashed in Su Qing's eyes. Master Bai had covered aged centipede blood in class. This blood has certain medicinal properties, but more often it's a catalyst. Combined with other herbs, it can be blended into lures that attract certain beasts commonly used in hunting. Could the appearance of those jellyfish be related to this? Su Qing narrowed his eyes, set down that leaf laden with lethal danger, and pulled a packet of poison powder from his bosom to sprinkle over himself. Using the powder to scatter the sway centipede blood aura that had just gotten on him, his figure blurred as he veered off in another direction. Su Qing had no intention of heading to the retreat point of the youths brought by Old Stone. It had nothing to do with him, and he couldn't be bothered to get involved. Even if Chun Feiyuan's friends were among them, he had no obligation to help. Besides, they had powerhouses capable of battling the giant jellyfish by their side, which was just as dangerous for him. More importantly, among those young men and women, it was highly likely someone had deliberately lured the jellyfish over. No one could say what their objective was. After locating their position, Su Qing changed course to circle around and, as dusk fell, returned to the pharmacy in the gorge. After tidying up the medicinal herbs he had gathered, he continued to study the white pill. Though he hadn't gone with those youths to the retreat point, deep into the night, while compounding medicine in the pharmacy, he still heard the distant rumbling and sounds of battle drawing ever closer, which made him furrow his brow. Until even footsteps reached him, and Su Qing let out a soft sigh. He stood up, walked out of the pharmacy, and by moonlight looked toward the gorge entrance. From there came shouts of surprised delight. Theirs. Her voice carried a tender pity that made one's heart ache, and a few boys who secretly liked her mustered their courage and started speaking to Su Qing one after another. Yeah, you're way too cold-blooded. We mean no harm. We're just here to rest for a bit. The Forbidden Zone isn't his to own. Why do we have to ask him? Just a casual remark stirred up their hostility towards Su Qing. It wasn't much, but it was enough to make the girl secretly pleased with herself. She had planned to use others' words to probe the boy before her. But in the next instant, a cold gleam burst from Su Qing. With a whistling sound, a dagger flashed toward the smug girl like lightning. Her face changed as she tried to dodge, but the dagger had already skimmed past her ear, slicing off a few strands of hair before it slammed into the stone wall behind her with a bang, throwing off sparks. The girl's heart trembled, her breathing quickened, and she instinctively raised her right hand. She turned to look at Su Qing and met the youth's wolf-like, indifferent eyes, brimming with killing intent. That look made her heart quiver. The guards and the other boys and girls around them were stunned. The guards snapped to the highest alert, and quite a few people cried out. Su Qing gave her a deep look, suppressed the killing intent in his heart, and said slowly, "We met by chance. Don't test me." With that, he turned and headed toward the apothecary. In the moonlight, his figure seemed to merge. These jellyfish were highly resistant to toxins, so the poison powder permeating the area was slow to take effect. But Su Qing refused to give up the poison. Here it was not just for killing, it also served to neutralize the fishy stench. He was also at a disadvantage in weapons. The iron spike in his hand, though powerful at piercing, couldn't match a dagger's cutting power. Just then, a low call came from behind. "Friend, take my sword." Before the words had finished, a long sword gleaming with cold light was tossed from behind. He caught it backhand, and in the corner of his eye saw that the one who passed the sword was the youth known as Young Master Bai. Su Qing said little the moment he gripped the long sword. He immediately felt it was extraordinary. He swung, and cold radiance spread at once. Though he wasn't versed in swordplay, its sharpness alone let him cleave 7 or 8 jellyfish in a single stroke. The jellyfish corpses on the ground piled higher and higher, blue blood splattering all over him. The remaining 3 guards and those young men and women stood behind him. Witnessing this scene, their hearts quaked, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. So strong. He is a body refiner. What layer of body refinement is this? Has he already reached great perfection? The spiritual energy fluctuations don't look like it. More like the 5th or 6th layer. Cultivation isn't the key. The key is this guy is ruthless. The guards and that group of youths were. The teleport used to leave was taken by Li Ruolin. Her family specializes in formations, so they gave her a teleportation talisman so she could withdraw at any time. You don't have one? Su Qing looked at Bo Yundong and asked. Bo Yundong gave a bitter smile, and the boys and girls with him all fell silent. Though we come from the great clans of Violet Earth, we're not from the main line. It's just a glossy exterior. Su Qing nodded, tossed the sword in his hand to Bo Yundong, and amid the group's repeated thanks, he suddenly looked at Bo Yundong and asked, "What's your relationship to Master Bo?" "He's my 3rd granduncle." Bo Yundong froze for a moment, then after answering, quickly asked, "You know my 3rd granduncle?" Su Qing gave him a deep look, nodded but said nothing more, turned toward the canyon mouth, and glanced at the sky. "The alien taint here is thick. We can't linger. I'll get you out." With that, Su Qing headed for the canyon mouth. Bo Yundong hesitated a heartbeat, then gritted his teeth and followed. The other youths understood the situation and followed as well. Thus the group of young people exited the canyon and sprinted toward the forest's edge in the night. Though they'd been in disarray dealing with the jellyfish, each of them still had cultivation. After this brush with life and death, it was a kind of metamorphosis for them. Almost no one spoke along the night road. They silently trailed behind Su Qing. Even when a few of the girls were close to the limits of their stamina, they gritted their teeth and pushed on. The whole group walked through the night. At dawn, they finally caught sight, far off, of the world beyond the jungle. Excitement surged in their chests, and their exhausted bodies seemed to find a little extra strength when a sudden howling came from the distance. Su Qing was instantly on alert and looked toward the source. 3 figures were dropping from the sky, whistling in. They were the powerhouses who had been accompanying those youths. Su Qing's earlier judgment had been right. It was they who had lured away the largest jellyfish. Now, clearly injured as well, they arrived, and after hearing the group's excited account, they gave Su Qing a deep look. Su Qing stayed wary, kept his distance from them, and quietly palmed poison powder. The 3 powerhouses didn't approach Su Qing. They merely nodded to him, then took the lead. Though it looked like they weren't far from the outside world, it wasn't until near noon that the group truly emerged. When those youths stepped out of the jungle and into the outside, the survivors' excitement could no longer be contained. Many couldn't help but weep. Su Qing was the last to step out. He watched them from afar and said nothing. Before long, Bo Yundong and the others ran up to Su Qing, cupped their fists, and thanked him sincerely, then reported their names one by one. This training trip of ours was a last-minute decision. We don't have anything valuable on us. We burned through almost everything in the Forbidden Zone, and with the alien taint heavy in our bodies, we need to use a nearby city's teleportation to return to Violet Earth as soon as possible. We won't forget this great kindness. Please take this sword. Bo Yundong gave a deep bow and left the sword behind. Su Qing watched them grow smaller in the distance, then picked up the fine sword. Its blade was a ghostly, translucent blue, glinting with a cold light. Though stained with alien taint in battle, it was utterly unharmed. Just looking at it, one could feel its peerless chill. It was a rare treasure. Though a bit long and not as handy as a dagger, Su Qing had found it workable earlier. He wrapped it in burlap to protect the edge and slung it over his back. After a glance at the sky, Su Qing headed for the camp. He planned to go back and buy a few daggers, then wait a few days for the jellyfish swarm to fully disperse before entering the Forbidden Zone again. By afternoon, with the sunlight pouring down lazily, Su Qing returned to the camp, but he had barely entered when he frowned, sensing something was off. There were unfamiliar faces in the camp. The scavengers around him wore odd expressions when they saw him. One was even someone he'd saved back in the day. He looked like he wanted to speak to Su Qing, but held back. No one said it outright, but someone subtly pointed in the direction of Su Qing's place. Su Qing's heart sank. Watching his surroundings, he quickened his pace. When he reached his place, he immediately felt many cold gazes fixed on him. Just from their clothing, Su Qing instantly recognized them as guards from the camp lord's manor. Not far away, at the mouth of an alley, the camp lord's subordinate with the thin, three-tined mustache gave him a cold smile. Su Qing narrowed his eyes and pushed open the courtyard gate, seeing Shitzi seated, his face ashen and awful, while Luanya beside him looked gravely wounded, so weak he could hardly move. As he stepped in, the two snapped their gazes to him. "Kid, Captain Lei, something's happened." Shitzi's right hand was roughly bandaged and still trembling. Seeing Su Qing, he spoke in a low voice, then broke into a cough mid-sentence and spat a mouthful of blood. The words fell into Su Qing's ears like a thunderbolt. As the rumble echoed, his heart clenched abruptly and his breathing grew rapid. His heartbeat sped up uncontrollably, his body went a little rigid, and a bad premonition exploded in an instant, turning into a thick, terrifying, baleful aura rising off him, as if the surrounding temperature had turned icy. What happened? In that chill, his voice sounded even more bone-deep, a slight tremor slipping from his lips. Shitzi's hands were sturdier than most, years of drawing a bow having ground thick calluses into his fingers. Not even the days-long battle when they ran into the black-scaled wolf pack had made his hands tremble like this. It spoke volumes about how brutal the fight had been while Su Qing was away, and only when facing an opponent he couldn't withstand would his fingers tremble like that, which meant he himself had been heavily wounded. The exhaustion seeping through Luanya's weakness made it clear she had already fought with everything she had. Add to that the way people reacted when they entered the camp, the many unfamiliar faces, the large crowd of the camp lord's men gathered outside, and the icy look cast by the man with the three-streak mustache. These signs were all laid out before their eyes. And Su Qing immediately recognized who the enemy was. The more it was like this, the stronger the unease grew in his heart, and after he asked, Shitzi and Luanya spoke in low, steady voices to explain what had happened. Back then, Captain Lei wasn't from a scavenger background, but from an ordinary family in a distant city. He had decent aptitude and once served as a guard of that city. He learned his cultivation method then, won the city lord's favor, and even had a childhood sweetheart as his fiancée. Everything seemed wonderful, but with the arrival of a caravan, it was all changed. Shitzi and Luanya couldn't say exactly what had happened years later. When Captain Lei got drunk, he had once muttered a single line: everything was gone. His fiancée died, and after seeking vengeance his cultivation was crippled. He survived by a hair, left his hometown, painstakingly cultivated anew, and in the end became a scavenger. Decades passed, and he had become an old man in his twilight years. Captain Lei had wanted to retire, to lay everything down until that moment. He saw the incoming caravan in the camp, and among it, he saw a figure. It was the very person who had destroyed everything. He had thought he'd cut that man down, only to find he hadn't died and was still alive to this day. But Captain Lei didn't continue his revenge. As if afraid of dragging others down, he bitterly chose to avoid it and hurried off to Songtao City. He didn't know the enemy had already learned his whereabouts. A few days ago, the camp lord arranged for men to seize Captain Lei in Songtao City and send him to his partner Captain Lei's old enemy as a gift. There's someone under the camp lord whose life I once saved. After Luanya and I returned 2 days ago, he quietly told us, and that's how we found out. We went right away to try to rescue him, but we failed. Shitzi said softly. At the camp lord's place I saw Captain Lei's enemy. His foundation had also collapsed once, and like Captain Lei, he cultivated his way back. He is a bit stronger than Captain Lei, but not by much, Shitzi said through gritted teeth. We also pried out some news about that caravan. Their backer is a mysterious organization called Night Dove, Luanya added in a low voice. Luanya went on. The Night Dove organization is huge. They scatter countless caravans across the scavenger camps and small cities of the Nanhuan continent, dealing with camp lords and city lords, selling people to be treasure nurturers. Camp Lord Caravan. Su Qing repeated under his breath, panting, the killing intent in his eyes at its peak. It felt like a ball of fire was burning inside him. Bloodshot spread at the corners of his eyes. Rage surged to the heavens, and he spun around and headed straight for the gate. Behind him, Shitzi and Luanya looked anxious, and Luanya hurriedly called out, "Kid, we need to take the long view on this. We have to unite the other scavengers. This ties into years of missing person cases. No need." As soon as the words left Su Qing's mouth, his right hand lifted. He grabbed the long sword on his back and swung it fiercely. The long sword immediately became a streak of cold light, shooting toward the courtyard gate like a long rainbow. The moment it slipped through the gap, it erupted with astonishing power. The gate was shaken to pieces, revealing a Camp Lord's guard who had been eavesdropping behind it. The man clutched a dagger, eyes wide. The long sword pierced through his chest, and he collapsed, blood spraying, terror written across his face. The sword's force was too great. After passing through the guard, it shot straight toward the mouth of the alley, and, amid the scream of the man with the three-streak mustache, stabbed. At the instant he stepped out the gate, his right hand seized the dead guard's dagger, and with one stride, he was upon a man. He didn't look back, didn't spare a glance. As they brushed past, the dagger lifted to slash at the man's neck. Blood burst, crimson sprayed, yet that red was nothing compared to the blood light in Su Qing's eyes at that moment. In his bloodshot eyes, it was as if the scene of Captain Lei in the camp, seeing his old enemy with his own eyes, appeared. Bitterness and hatred he had to swallow churned in his heart. That surge of emotion made Su Qing's killing intent even fiercer. He whipped around and drove a punch straight into the chest of the guard who had leapt up behind him to strike. With a dull thud, blood spurted from the man's 7 orifices. His organs seemed shattered by the shock, and he tumbled to the ground like a kite with its string cut. At the same time, 3 more men rushed in with murderous intent. Of the 3, 2 were at the 5th level and 1 at the 6th. As they closed in, Su Qing flicked his right hand, and a black iron spike shot out in an instant. The spike pierced straight through one man's skull. He hunched and pivoted. The dagger in his hand flashed cold as he appeared before the 6th level one, chopping hard at his neck. A crisp crack. The 6th level cultivator reacted quickly, instantly manifesting a spiritual energy barrier to block the dagger, but the barrier couldn't withstand Su Qing's force. Su Qing's eyes were scarlet. He shoved hard, driving the opponent back again and again until, with a boom, he slammed him against the wall and pinned him tight. To the horror of the 6th level guard, the dagger sliced through the spiritual barrier and punched through his neck. In an instant the force even made him and the wall behind him collapse. Su Qing stood where he was and turned to look. The killing intent in his eyes seemed to take tangible form. This made the 3 to 5 of the Camp Lord's remaining guards nearby shudder, pupils contracting. Even though they too were at the 6th level, they couldn't help but retreat. Even 3-stroke mustache's screams cut off. At that moment his face went uncontrollably pale as anxiety surged hard. But the slaughter was far from over. Su Qing lunged forward. The guards' minds roared as they tried to hasten their retreat, but they were still a step too late. He was too fast. In a flash he was upon them, his left palm slamming down on one man's head, boom, crushing it. His figure ghosted strangely to another man's side. A swipe of the dagger, and he flickered in front of the 3rd. That man trembled out a despairing howl, spreading his arms to grab Su Qing as if to die together. What awaited him was Su Qing's brow smashing hard into him. The howl cut off. The guard's forehead caved in instantly, and he died. Su Qing abruptly stepped back and crashed into another. The dagger in his hand stabbed backward again and again. 1 thrust, 2, 3, driving in repeatedly. Only after he had slammed that man into another wall did he raise his head. Where the bangs echoed, all the guards here fell to the ground. All dead, not even broken corpses remained. After killing multiple people in succession, blood spattered across the ground. The late afternoon light near sunset made the bloodstains stark and shocking. That light refracted off Su Qing, making bloodlust suffuse his whole body. Paired with the blood aura, he looked like a demon god. The slaughter alarmed the nearby scavengers as well. Many immediately stepped out, looked toward this place, and sucked in cold breaths one after another. It's the kid. He's so strong. The dead are all the Camp Lord's men. He's going to oppose the Camp Lord. Cross and Luanya also helped each other out, gazing at the bodies strewn across the ground. At Su Qing's figure bathed in blood light under the sun, a tremor ran through their hearts. Amid the uproar, Su Qing walked toward the trembling three-stroke mustache, retrieving his dagger and iron spike on the way, and strode straight up to him. Three-stroke mustache quivered, cold sweat streaming. The pain in his body seemed nothing compared to the terror inside. He tried to struggle, but the long sword pinned through his thigh held him fast. He could only shriek in despair. "Kid, you're trying to." Su Qing grabbed the long sword in his thigh and ripped upward with a sudden jerk. The sharp blade traced up three-stroke mustache's thigh, skimming past his belly and chin. Blood gushed madly as, split open alive. He convulsed violently, shrieked shrilly, and died. After finishing, Su Qing's face was expressionless, his killing intent burning even hotter. In the blood light reflected by the sun, he walked forward step by step. The scavengers watching ahead were shaken to their cores by it, all seeing Su Qing approach. They backed away to give him space. They had seen ruthless people before, but mostly adults or desperados. A boy of 14 or 15 like Su Qing killing so calmly and seemingly not planning to stop was truly rare. He headed for the camp, Lord's Manor. As everyone realized where Su Qing was going, their heavy breathing turned into a roaring in their hearts, and all the scavengers, as if by tacit agreement, followed along. From a distance, Su Qing strode alone at the front, charging swiftly toward the camp master's residence. A large crowd of scavengers followed behind, and even more people who had caught wind of the news rushed over to converge. In addition, guards from the camp master's residence and unfamiliar men from the caravan suddenly closed in on Su Qing. Among them were plenty of powerhouses, looking as if they intended to cut him down. At this moment inside the camp master's residence, the camp master was holding a cup of tea, chatting with a brocade-robed elder whose face was sharp and coldly arrogant. "Mr. Sun, don't worry. It will be wrapped up within the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Scavengers are no match for my sect's cultivators no matter what. As for this kid, I intended to train him well and, if useful, even recommend him to the sect. But since he's stubborn and doesn't know what's good for him, we'll just cut him down. Better alive." The brocade-robed elder took a sip of tea, set down his cup, and said blandly. No sooner had the cup landed than the long street outside the camp master's residence was already a river of blood, corpses strewn everywhere. Su Qing swept through like a fierce tiger wherever he passed, blood sprayed. Trails of gore spread across the ground, shocking to behold. With each step he took, a life was claimed. Ahead of him, guards of the camp master's residence swarmed in from all sides, and dozens of black-clad strangers rushed forward. Cultivators F. To them, Foundation establishment was almost the same as a celestial immortal. Many would never see one in their entire lives. You could even say a Foundation establishment expert could pretty much become the patriarch of a small sect or clan like the Vajra sect. That blue-robed elder clearly couldn't be Foundation establishment. He had only just stepped into the 8th level of Qi condensation. His treading on air was just a little trick related to his wind arts, with no real combat value. Couldn't last long, and was purely a gimmick. But to the onlookers, the scene was still shocking enough to make their hearts jolt. Su Qing didn't take it to heart. Almost the instant the other stepped into position midair, he secretly scattered poison powder and shot forward. He moved so fast he left afterimages trailing along the ground. In the blink of an eye, as the blue-robed elder's expression changed drastically, Su Qing was already in front of him. He drove his fist straight out. A hulking phantom seemed to surface on his fist, carrying a soundless roar. The elder in midair had no time to dodge and could only hastily form a hand seal for protection. That layer of shielding shattered inch by inch with a boom, and the elder was forced back by Su Qing's punch. The black iron skewer turned into a streak of edge and howled toward him. Bang! The black iron skewer was blocked by a shield. As the shield broke into pieces, the skewer's force dissipated as well, revealing the dis. The middle-aged man's arm couldn't hold up a vicious burst of force from Su Qing blasted it apart, shattering it into fragments. Blood and bone splinters flew as, amid a shrill scream, Su Qing leaped up and drove his knee hard into the man's forehead. With a bang, the sound of bone and flesh being crushed drowned out the scream. The cry cut off abruptly, and the man died on the spot. Su Qing didn't spare him a glance, his eyes still icy with killing intent. Using the fallen middle-aged man's body as a step, he sprang up and charged straight for the campmaster's residence. The guards outside the campmaster's residence and the people from the convoy were already stunned by the scene, scared out of their wits. Seeing Su Qing covered in blood, charging like a demonic god, everyone wanted only to survive. Someone moved first, and they scattered, and in the blink of an eye the crowd was gone. The scavengers who had gathered in the camp looked on in shock as Su Qing's figure cut through the air with a whooshing wind, heading straight for the campmaster's gate. Just as he was about to arrive, the gate collapsed with a boom, the door panels splitting outward, and an iron fist thrust out from inside, colliding directly with the charging Su Qing. Accompanied by a thunderous crash, Su Qing was forced back for the first time. After retreating 3 steps, he lifted his head, eyes as cold as a falcon's, fixing on the campmaster in a golden robe, face ugly, who stepped out from the shattered doorway. Behind him followed a gloomy old man in brocade, with a mean, pinched face. In the old man's hand, he was actually dangling a figure very familiar to Su Qing. At the sight of that figure, Su Qing's whole body trembled, an indescribable emotion surging up inside. That person was Captain Lei, on his last legs, barely hanging on. This little brat who doesn't know his place. The campmaster in the golden robe looked grim. He had never imagined his own men couldn't take down this kid in front of him. What was even more infuriating was that he'd just been boasting he'd settle it within the time it takes an incense stick to burn. That time had indeed passed, but the ones who'd been settled turned out to be his own guards. A bunch of trash. A cold light flashed in the campmaster's eyes as he stepped over the threshold and suddenly strode towards Su Qing. As he advanced, spiritual energy erupted outside his body, his chi and blood roaring. His frame swelled beneath his robe, the whole person like a living mountain. You could even see a layer of golden radiance slowly spreading from him. So this campmaster was a body cultivator as well. But what he cultivated was not the lower-grade sea mountain art, but the Vajra sect's signature art, the Vajra method. Now he ran his technique at full power. His aura detonated. His steps suddenly quickened, and he turned into a giant shadow pouncing at Su Qing. He was incredibly fast. In a blink, he was in front of Su Qing, swinging a punch whose gale was accompanied by a blinding golden light, oppressive to the extreme. Su Qing glanced at the brocade-robed old man standing on the threshold, and the Captain Lei in his hand. He forced down the pain in his heart and narrowed his eyes slightly. He understood very well that once he gained the upper hand, the other side would likely use Captain Lei to threaten him. That was something Su Qing absolutely refused to see. There was only one way to prevent it: act by surprise. So suddenly the other side wouldn't have time to react at all. Thus, Su Qing squinted and counterattacked, blasting out a punch of his own to collide head-on with the campmaster's assault. With a thunderous boom, Su Qing retreated 7 or 8 steps, not straight back, but sidestepping diagonally a few paces. The sunlight cast a shadow behind him, and the shadow on the ground wavered as he moved. The campmaster also felt Su Qing's power in this clash. His whole body shuddered, and he too was forced back. When he looked up, his eyes held disdain. He twisted his body and lunged at Su Qing again, his cultivation fully circulating, his aura roaring. He mouthed disdain and wore a contemptuous look, but when he actually struck, he went all out. Clearly those expressions were for show after all. To climb to the position of campmaster and make a bunch of scavengers fear him, even sect disciples couldn't take him lightly. Vajra first form, the campmaster growled, his physique suddenly swelling as his strength and speed skyrocketed. In an instant, he smashed down ferociously. Su Qing lowered his head, blocking the campmaster from seeing his eyes clearly, and brought both hands up in a fierce guard. With a rumble, he stepped back a few more paces, his shadow shaking even more violently. Only, no one noticed this small change. Vajra second form. Seeing Su Qing actually withstand 2 blows in a row, the campmaster at the peak of the 8th level of chi condensation had even more killing intent in his eyes. His whole body swelled again, and then he threw another punch at Su Qing. The golden light pouring from this punch was even more dazzling. Just as it was about to fall, Su Qing suddenly snapped his head up. The killing intent in his eyes erupted completely. His frequent repositioning had finally brought his shadow to line up exactly with the brocade-robed old man on the threshold. And by using his footwork, He masked the distortion produced when he manipulated the shadow. Because of the sun's angle, the shadow was stretched long at this moment, reaching to a point not far in front of the brocade-robed elder. Su Qing looked up, killing intent erupting through his body. Ignoring the campmaster's fist, he suddenly leaped up. At the instant he rose into the air, his shadow suddenly crossed the gap between him and the brocade-robed elder. As it twisted, the shadow abruptly extended a segment, unexpectedly covering the brocade-robed elder's right wrist that was gripping Captain Lei. Not a trace of Su Qing's shadow fell upon Captain Lei. That was another key reason he had adjusted his footing just now. In that instant, with Su Qing's low growl, the shadow's eerie power erupted. The brocade-robed elder's expression changed drastically. As searing pain and alien energy burst forth, his right hand instantly turned bluish-black. Startled by the sudden change, he instinctively let go of Captain Lei. The moment he released his grip, Su Qing's whole body roared. Gritting his teeth, he took the campmaster's punch head-on. Blood spurted from the corner of his mouth, yet he burst forth at full speed. He became a blur, vanishing from where he stood as he shot straight at the brocade-robed elder. At the same time, his iron spike and dagger turned into two lightning-like cold gleams that howled in, closing on the brocade-robed elder, who, with his right hand mutating, had no choice but to retreat to evade. As he retreated, Su Qing had already rushed up and seized Captain Lei. With a forceful heave, he flung him outward. Shitzi and Luanya darted out from the crowd, caught him, and quickly fell back. All of this happened in a flash, at a staggering speed. Your shadow. The brocade-robed elder's face changed drastically as he snapped his gaze to Su Qing. It had all been too sudden. He had no time to react. The campmaster outside the doorway narrowed his eyes, as well Su Qing's rapid sequence of moves had startled him. Su Qing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and fixed the two with a cold stare in the setting sun. His figure was like a falcon as he spoke in a low voice. Now it's my turn. As the words fell, he shot at the brocade-robed elder with a bang in Su Qing's view. Compared to a body refiner, the spell cultivator was the one he had to take down first. In the instant he charged out, the distance closed at once. The brocade-robed elder's face was ugly as he retreated several steps. Forming a hand seal, he pointed at Su Qing. Mist rapidly condensed into a ferocious, ghostly shade that pounced at Su Qing. The campmaster also let out a low roar as golden light exploded from his whole body. He blasted towards Su Qing, forming a pincer attack with the brocade-robed elder. Sensing the danger, a cold light flashed in Su Qing's eyes as his blood chi suddenly erupted. With a thunderous boom, his blood chi swept out like a storm. A massive hulking shade manifested, ferocious, letting out a silent roar that shook the surroundings. Su Qing raised both hands, clenched his fists, and slammed them down left and right simultaneously. As the fists fell, the shade behind him split into two, lunging separately at the campmaster and the brocade-robed elder. Blood chi manifesting as a shade. How is this possible? The campmaster's expression changed completely. The moment his fist met Su Qing's left hand, and with the shade's ferocious lunge, his golden light dimmed instantly. His whole body shuddered, and he staggered back 7 or 8 zhang. The brocade-robed elder was likewise aghast. The ghost he had conjured actually trembled before the shade and was swallowed in one bite without pausing. The shade barreled straight toward him. The rumble echoed as the brocade-robed elder spat blood and retreated rapidly. But at that moment, a blue light barrier appeared around him, leaving him merely spitting blood rather than being severely injured. And the source of that barrier turned out to be a talisman paper. It was actually a talisman treasure. Su Qing's face was also pale. Ruthless as he was, under the pincer assault of the campmaster and the brocade-robed elder, his innards were roiling in discomfort. Blood was still surging, but his ferocity hadn't lessened in the slightest. Seizing the moment while the campmaster was shaken, murderous intent flared in Su Qing's eyes as he charged straight at the brocade-robed elder. He threw a full-strength punch, courting death. The brocade-robed elder's face paled, a sinister glint in his eyes. Retreating while maintaining the talisman treasure's protection, he formed seals, and swept his hands. 7 or 8 evil spirits instantly materialized. Each carried the might of about the 7th layer of chi condensation, wreathed in chill and roars, lunging to tear into Su Qing. A ruthless glint flashed in Su Qing's eyes. He actually didn't dodge, letting those specters pounce and tear at him. Yet his speed and momentum didn't flag as his fist came crashing down. With a boom, the Talisman Treasure's barrier began to tremble. But it was, after all, a Talisman Treasure. Unless it was completely spent, it wouldn't be easy to break. However, it was obvious that even for the brocade-robed elder, a second Talisman Treasure would be hard to come by, and this one had clearly been used many times. The script on the talisman paper was already dim and blurred. Now, under Su Qing's fierce blows, the characters upon it were being erased ever faster. This made the brocade-robed elder's expression change drastically once more. Realizing this was a life-and-death crisis, madness surged in his eyes. He formed a hand seal and spat a mouthful of blood, which actually turned into a blood shadow with a piercing shriek as it lunged at Su Qing. However, Su Qing's blood and chi were surging. He completely ignored the other's spell. Even grievously wounded, he swung his fist in fury once again. The fiend shadow let out a skyward roar, merging with the force of his punch in that instant and smashing down. Though the Talisman Treasure could block it, the violent tremors still shook the brocade-robed elder, whose foundation had once been ruined into vomiting blood. He staggered back, and the madness in his eyes instantly turned to panic. The feeling of death closing in made him let out a piercing screech. "Zhang Xuan, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and keep attacking with me." Camp Master Zhang Xuan heard the shout from afar, forced down the shock in his heart, and charged over. At the same time, Su Qing's abdomen was run through by the blood shadow, leaving a bloody hole, but the agony no longer affected him. His chi and blood surged again, and the killing intent in his heart reached its peak. He put everything into every punch. The fiend shadow threw back its head and roared, coordinating with his blows to pound again and again at the elder's defenses. The rumbling echoed across the camp. The script on the Talisman Treasure grew increasingly blurred. Though it hadn't shattered, the brocade-robed elder could no longer endure Su Qing's incessant shocks. An indescribable terror surged in his heart, and the premonition of death drew ever closer. His Talisman Treasure was wondrous against spells, but when faced with the resonance from body refining heavy blows, this body whose foundation had once been ruined simply wouldn't hold out for long. Blood spurted in bursts, and the elder grew increasingly frantic and despairing. He wanted to call for help, but the resonance spread through his body like a tide, robbing him of his voice. Trembling in terror, his spells were shaken into uselessness, and he could only let out a shrill scream in his heart. I don't want to die, In the next instant, veins bulged on Su Qing's forehead, his eyes went blood red, and he brought his hands together and slammed down hard on the talisman's protection. Die! An astonishing force erupted with a boom. The talisman shield warped, although it didn't shatter. The elder inside was shaken so violently his entire body convulsed, and his eyeballs bulged out. In that instant, his body could no longer withstand the ceaseless tremors. His eyes burst in an instant, his organs collapsed, flesh and bone shattered, turning into a blurred mash of blood and meat. With that done, Su Qing panted, spun sharply, and swung his right fist, colliding with the camp master who was lunging in from behind. The camp master was sent tumbling backward, jolted 7 or 8 zhang away. Wounds that had mostly healed split open again. Blood billowed under the setting sun. Su Qing was a man of blood. The camp master's heart was fiercely shaken as well. He looked at his partner who'd been blown apart on the spot, then at Su Qing, bloodstained from head to toe, yet still hunched and relentlessly attacking. Eyes locked onto him, and a chill ran down his spine. This scene stunned the surrounding scavengers when they looked at Su Qing. Each of them was both horrified and awed. After a brief silence, the camp master stared at Su Qing and suddenly spoke. "Kid, how about we end it here? You've already rescued Captain Lei, and this man is dead. There's no need for us to keep fighting to the death. Besides, I'm an elder of the Vajra sect. If you go up against me, That extraordinary resonance caused 10,000 strands of violet light to suddenly gather at Su Qing's right hand, and at the instant it fell, above his head there actually blurred into view a colossal saber shadow. The shadow was enormous, like a giant saber cleaved from the heavens. Dazzling violet light surged up, replacing sunlight and golden radiance, covering nearly everything, and as Su Qing's right hand slashed down fiercely, it fell. Thunder exploded across the sky, the ground of the camp trembled with it, and blinding light with a raging wind surged outward like a tide, rolling and detonating in all directions. The scavengers involuntarily stepped back. The campmaster's movements slowed from their previous urgency until he stopped a zhang before Su Qing. He stared blankly at the Su Qing before him, then slowly lowered his head to look at the earth at his feet. A straight fissure split open beneath his feet. That crack stretched 7 or 8 zhang, spreading from under him all the way behind. The campmaster murmured, "This slash." A thread of blood suddenly seeped from his forehead. In an instant the line of blood spread to his chin, then cut across his chest, shooting straight to his dantian. Blood burst forth, and his body was torn in two on the spot, crashing to the ground. All around fell silent, only the ragged breathing remained, exposing the disbelief and terror in everyone's hearts. The afterglow of the setting sun fell upon the blood-stained ground, illuminating the lonely face of the youth. Drops of blood slid from between his fingers, fell into the pool of blood on the ground, and sent up ring after ring of ripples. The figure within the ripples was somewhat blurry, hard to see clearly, yet that loneliness and the coldness in his eyes could be felt distinctly. Su Qing quietly put away his bloody dagger and the blackened iron skewer, then casually picked up that talisman treasure with the blurred script, turned, and walked toward Cross and Luanya in the crowd. Cross and Luanya wore reverence on their faces as they watched Su Qing approach, watched him silently take the dying Captain Lei, hoist him onto his shoulder, and slowly walk away. They also lowered their heads and followed after him. Under the setting sun, Su Qing's shadow was stretched long, laid over the bloodstains, bringing forth an indescribable desolation. The scavengers around Kuden Ti helped but fix their eyes on his figure, and also on the bloodstains and corpses scattered along the long street. Those patches of blood linked up behind Su Qing, as if forming a blood trail that made one's heart quake. Someone recalled how, in his entry trial at the camp, he had dragged a giant horned python across the beast arena, leaving a blood trail. Those two images, those two blood trails, seemed to overlap at this moment. "Kid!" No one knew who shouted first. Then the scavengers gathered here all chimed in. "Kid! Kid!" The shouts gathered and grew louder. Among them were the old, children, the strong, and even a woman with feathers in her hair. A fervor gradually rose in their eyes. Their hoarse shouts surged ever more violently, echoing out. This was the scavengers' unique salute. At dusk beneath the setting sun, at the camp gate, Su Qing, carrying Captain Lei on his back, walked to the gate and looked back at Cross and Luanya. The two also looked at him, reverence and complicated emotions in their eyes, clearly having guessed some things. "Leaving?" Cross asked softly. "I have to send Captain Lei on his final journey. Then I'll leave," Su Qing said with a nod. Cross and Luanya fell silent. A feeling of parting welled up in Su Qing's heart. He looked at them deeply, then let his gaze pass beyond them to the camp he had lived in for almost half a year. "Take care." Luanya gazed at Su Qing, stepped up to smooth his messy hair, unconcerned with the blood on him, and gently hugged him. "What are you two planning to do?" Su Qing did not refuse Luanya's embrace and asked softly, "We'll be leaving too. Don't worry, Cross and I both have 2 hands and 2 legs, and we're capable. We can go anywhere," Luanya said with a smile. Cross still remained silent, yet stepped forward and hugged Su Qing hard. Su Qing took a deep breath, waved to them, turned, and strode out of the camp gate, walking farther and farther toward the forbidden zone. In the sunset behind him, Cross and Luanya stood there in silence, gazing at his back until he disappeared into the distance. Luanya murmured softly, "Cross, will we be able to see him again? It's a pity we don't even know his name." "We probably will. A name isn't that important," Cross said softly as he took Luanya's hand. Su Qing left the camp and headed for the forbidden zone. He carried Captain Lei and walked on in silence like back, then when he carried the gravely wounded Captain Lei, like when he carried the one at that farewell. The road and the person were so similar. But he could feel Captain Lei growing ever lighter, the aura on his body ever thinner. The shadow of death spread inexorably. The sorrow in Su Qing's heart grew heavier and heavier. He stepped silently into the jungle and, within the forbidden zone, wordlessly kept walking in one direction. Time passed bit by bit. The setting sun sank, and night descended. It seemed that the blood-reek and lingering killing intent on Su Qing had cowed everything along the way. No aberrant beasts dared show themselves, and so they let him move forward in sorrow. Not until 2 hours later did a hoarse, faint voice come from behind him. "Kid, I just had a dream." Captain Lei woke, his gaze dazed with the haze of impending death, and murmured softly. He didn't ask how he was here, nor why Su Qing had appeared, and he said not a word about what he'd been through. "I dreamed of Tao Hong, and I dreamed of you." Su Qing's eyes reddened, the grief in his heart deepening. He ran faster, but tried his best to rein in his emotions as he closed in on their destination. "In the dream you were so well behaved, always first in class at school." Captain Lei wanted to smile, but those few words had drained most of his strength. His voice grew weaker, and, before slipping back into unconsciousness, he whispered softly, "What a beautiful dream. Kid, I can't hold on anymore." Su Qing ran with his head down, pushing himself hard. Along the way, he tried to take out his purple crystal to save Captain Lei, but the thing was useless. It couldn't keep him alive. An hour later, he finally reached the place where he'd heard the singing that day, the same patch of ground, the same old tree. Under the tree, Su Qing gently set Captain Lei down, propping him against the trunk. His eyes rimmed red. His nose stung, as he gazed at the wrinkled face before him, an old man's visage about to gutter out. Su Qing called to him softly, "Captain Lei." The old man rested against the tree and slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were cloudy as he stared blankly around. Only after a long moment did he recognize where they were. A smile slowly surfaced on his face, and a glimmer of light returned to his eyes. "Kid, got any wine?" Su Qing nodded silently, pulled a jug of wine from his leather pouch, pressed it to the old man's lips, and helped him take a big swig. That mouthful of wine made the light in the old man's eyes brighten at once, like the final gleam of a candle before it burns out. Just then, he noticed Su Qing's reddened eyes and chuckled. "Why are you crying?" Captain Lei seemed to have a bit of strength again. With Su Qing supporting him, he struggled up to a sitting position. Leaning against the trunk, he tried to raise a hand to pat Su Qing's head, but couldn't move. Just as he was about to give up, Su Qing caught his hand and slowly placed it on his own head. The old man smiled. "Truth is, I'm pretty lucky. At least I have someone with me now, wine to drink, and someone to bury me after I die. But among the countless beings in this world, how many die all alone, with not a single person there, their bodies left exposed in the wild, with no one to care? In truth, death itself isn't frightening. What's frightening is that, at the end, there's not even a familiar face before your eyes." As he said this, the last gleam in Captain Lei's eyes dimmed bit by bit, and he suddenly spoke again. "Kid, I want another sip of wine." Grief spread through Su Qing's heart as he carefully set the wine jug to Captain Lei's lips. As the wine spilled out, Captain Lei gazed past him, dazed, and murmured, "Tao Hong, have you come to get me?" The wine spilled over the old man's lap and onto the soil. He couldn't swallow that mouthful. The light in his eyes went out together with the fire of his life. Su Qing trembled all over, head bowed, grief welling from the depths of his heart and washing over him like a tide. He gripped the jug so hard he warped it, yet he didn't even notice. After a long while, Su Qing bit his lip, set the jug aside, and looked up at the old man before him who would never wake again. Unbidden, an image rose in his mind. Among the ruins of the city, that time when the man suddenly turned in the distance to look back at him. "Kid, would you like to leave here with me?" Tears slipped one by one from the corners of Su Qing's eyes. They washed away the crusted blood on his face, carving two clear tracks down his cheeks and dripping onto his collar. He'd grown up in the slums and had learned early on not to shed tears easily. But today he couldn't hold them back. He watched the old man's body, keeping vigil until the sky grew pale, then quietly buried the old man and the wine jug beneath the tree. Scavengers don't speak of headstones, because no one will come to pay respects. But this old man had a marker. He stood staring blankly at the tombstone. After a long time, he fished a wad of coarse cloth from his leather pouch and took out the only piece of candy left inside. Silently, he put the candy in his mouth, leaned against the big tree, and closed his eyes. The candy was very sweet. Someone had once told Su Qing that when you're sad, eating one would make you feel a little better. After a long while, the candy melted away in his mouth. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the canopy. One beam fell right across Su Qing's face and, like that candy, slowly melted into his heart. It soothed his sorrow. After a while, Su Qing opened his eyes in silence, looked at that beam of light, traced it up to the sun in the sky, then lowered his head to glance at the old man's tombstone and let out a gentle sigh. Captain Lei, safe journey. Su Qing rose to his feet and bowed deeply. As he turned, he forced all his vulnerability hard down into his heart, burying the last trace of childishness here along with Captain Lei, never to let it show again. Fate had once given him a touch of warmth, only for this cold world to mercilessly take it away. Such is the helplessness of the human world. But Su Qing still had to keep walking his path. His gaze slowly sharpened, and a deeper gravity settled within. Even his breath gradually carried an edge, revealing a steady, full-bodied maturity. He flashed in the sunlight and sprinted hard toward the edge of the jungle. His figure was incredibly fast, weaving through the dapples of light. But on close inspection, one could see the bleakness on him, something no brief brightness could dispel. The intensity turned into loneliness. It grew deeper and colder. Like a wolf cub raised in a brutal jungle, solitude had matured him somewhat, bringing him one step closer to a true lone wolf. Time passed. A day quickly went by. Su Qing did not pause in the jungle. By the time the evening glow fell, he had left the forbidden zone and stepped into the human world. But the direction he took was not toward the camp, but the other side. The camp? He didn't plan to go back. With Captain Lei's enemy dead, repercussions would surely follow. That side could roam the Nanhuang continent, which showed no small power. Even if the dead was an insignificant person, it was very likely someone would investigate. This was something Su Qing couldn't gamble on. Most importantly, the camp master had been killed. Vajra Sect, the name Su Qing, had heard from Captain Lei. On the surface, the former seemed powerful, but was merely a strong dragon from outside. The latter was the local snake of this land. It was the largest force in the vicinity. The dozens of nearby cities and scavenger camps were all, to varying degrees, entangled with the Vajra Sect, under its overt and covert control. The sect's patriarch had even reached the foundation establishment stage. To the residents and scavengers of this region, foundation establishment was almost akin to immortals to them. Few had seen one, but the pressure it brought inspired awe in everyone. Therefore, Su Qing knew, having killed 2 elders of the Vajra Sect, the first thing waiting for him would be Vajra Sect's wrath. The solution wasn't actually complicated. He needed to find a stronger backing to intimidate Vajra Sect, so they wouldn't dare act rashly. That backing was 7 Blood Eyes. To the surrounding cities and camps, Vajra Sect was frightening enough, but in Vajra Sect's eyes, the truly formidable one was 7 Blood Eyes. Even with 100 guts, Vajra Sect wouldn't dare provoke 7 Blood Eyes. Thus, Su Qing knew that as long as he could enter 7 Blood Eyes, the immediate crisis could at least be temporarily resolved. So, just after exiting the Forbidden Zone, he touched the 7 Blood Eyes token in his leather pouch, a keen gleam flashing in his eyes. He decided to make a trip to 7 Blood Eyes. 7 Blood Eyes was extremely far from here. Ordinary people often needed years to get there, crossing mountains and facing all kinds of dangers. But for someone with the token, these difficulties were much simpler. Engraved on the back of the token was a map of 7 Blood Eyes, with many raised points, each representing a branch city. As long as one entered any branch city while holding the token, one could enjoy a free teleportation. The nearest branch city lay in the direction opposite Songtao City, Lujiao City. Unlike Songtao City, entering Lujiao City required more spirit coins and a recommendation from a 7 Blood Eyes disciple, so even Captain Lei couldn't get in back then. With these thoughts, Su Qing turned to glance at the forbidden zone. After a long moment, he turned away and accelerated into the dusk, his destination Lujiao City. Su Qing did the math in his heart. At most 3 days, and I can reach Lujiao City. He hadn't been to Lujiao City, but it wasn't unfamiliar. It was not far from the city where he had lived for 6 years, now a ruined wasteland. Under cover of night, Su Qing ran alone through the wilds, his pace growing faster and faster. In a blink, 2 days passed. Su Qing didn't return to the camp. This was the right decision. Now, dozens of Vajra sect disciples were coldly keeping watch at the scavenger camp. 7 or 8 had already entered the jungle to search for people. How did the news spread so fast? Because scavengers come from complicated backgrounds, with all kinds of minds. Unless you kill them all, someone will always inform. Thus, once the matter reached Vajra sect, the entire sect was enraged. For Vajra sect, the killing of 2 elders was a major affair, both an insult and a provocation, so they had to not only cut through the mess swiftly, but also use it to establish their might. They waited for a long time, but Su Qing still never appeared. With the forbidden zone so vast, they didn't dare determine whether Su Qing had gone in, and the wilderness outside was so empty that the Vajra sect's manpower naturally spread out. And so 2 days passed, still with nothing to show for it. To make matters worse, the matter spread wider and wider, uncontrollably circulating through the cities under the Vajra sect's jurisdiction and among the scavengers, which only made the Vajra sect, fruitless after prolonged searching, even angrier. At this moment, an angry shout rose from the mountaintop of the Vajra sect. The Vajra sect's mountain gate was not far from Songtao City, built atop a peak and constructed quite lavishly, with hundreds of disciples under its banner and no shortage of powerhouses within. The angry shout echoing through the entire sect at this moment came from the Grand Hall on the summit. Still haven't found him? In the Grand Hall, a middle-aged man in a golden robe sat at the head. His expression was stern, flames of anger burning in his eyes, and the spiritual energy within him spread outward with his fury, full of oppressive pressure. 2 people stood below. They too were middle-aged, clad in golden robes, their spiritual energy fluctuations intense, even surpassing the camp leaderess. Both frowned, and after a moment one of them spoke in a low voice. "Sectmaster, the wilderness is too vast. Why not send the city guards and the camp scavengers OU? I can assert this. Once those 2 go, if they can't find him, so be it, but if they do, they'll surely be killed by him. If you get angry because of this and go personally, you won't survive either. By the time I go then, the brat will have long fled to the ends of the earth, and when he returns years later, I'm afraid a single palm from him will slap me to death." Hearing the ancestor's words, the sect master was stunned. More sweat beaded on his forehead. Though he was unwilling to believe things would come to this, he didn't dare contradict the ancestor. So he could only lower his head and ask one question. "Please instruct me, ancestor." The Vajra sect's ancestor lifted his gaze toward the wilderness beyond the great hall, eyes far-seeing. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. "Disperse all disciples to scour every area, and at the same time, keep a tight watch on the outskirts of every city and scavenger camp. Handle the surrounding borders the same way. Have the 2 elders distribute flight talismans and tracking talismans, each guarding half the regions. I will participate personally as well. Report to me the instant there is a discovery. Only then can we achieve a decisive, one-strike victory. This way we will be foolproof, and we can establish our prestige once more, intimidating those petty villains." Moments later, the Vajra sect's bells resounded. Large numbers of disciples filed out, and the ancestor, leading 2 grand elders, suddenly took to the sky. 3 flickering runes hovered before them as if guiding the way, leading the group toward the wilds. The runes split into 3 paths, each speeding off in a different direction. In the wilderness, Su Qing moved with agile speed, racing ahead. He had been running continuously for 2 days thanks to his recovery ability. The travel fatigue that would crush ordinary people simply didn't appear in him. He even felt a sense of exhilaration, as if his body had been fully activated. Along the way, he had glimpsed from afar a few Vajra sect cultivators dressed similarly to the camp master, but he cautiously evaded them, and with his speed, avoided them all. At this moment, With only a day's journey left to Antler City, a fork appeared in the road before Su Qing. To the left lay the city where he had lived for 6 years, now a forbidden zone, a dark mass in the dusk from afar. The other direction led to Antler City. Standing there, Su Qing glanced back toward the forbidden zone. After a few silent breaths, his body flickered as he was about to rush toward Antler City, but his expression suddenly changed. He instantly crouched, hiding in the shrubs. Eyes narrowing slightly, Su Qing looked up toward the distant sky. There, a golden rainbow streak howled past. Because it was too far, Su Qing could only see the dazzling golden light, unable to make out the figure within, but the spiritual energy fluctuations were similar to the camp master's stronger, even which jolted him. This pressure already surpasses the camp master. Not until the rainbow streak flew far away did Su Qing take a deep breath, hesitation flickering in his eyes. In the past 2 days, he had encountered 3 groups of Vajra sect cultivators and carefully skirted around them. But this one clearly felt the most dangerous. Keep moving. I can reach Antler City within a day. Su Qing narrowed his eyes in thought. He knew his current advantage was that no one knew he had a 7 Blood Eyes token hidden within his body. Therefore, it would be extremely difficult to guess his destination. He had another advantage. He didn't mind the dense anomalous contamination in the Forbidden Zone as long as he was careful. He could stay there for a long time. The former plan's benefit was speed of action, catching the Vajra sect off guard and, with high probability, allowing him to teleport away once in Antler City. But the drawback was obvious. If he was discovered en route to Antler City, that advantage would vanish instantly. Not only would his destination be guessed, his own safety would be threatened. The latter's advantage lay in buying time. If he delayed until the Vajra sect grew weary and lax, he could pursue the former plan to Antler City more safely, and if danger arose during that period, the Forbidden Zone still offered room to maneuver. 2 methods, 2 choices. Su Qing mused silently. As he was weighing pros and cons, the golden light that had receded to the horizon reappeared, and this time it was faster. This abnormal scene made Su Qing frown at once. He remained motionless in hiding, watching until that golden light swept in from afar and visibly slowed down. Only then did Su Qing see the figure within the golden light, a middle-aged cultivator. A rune was affixed to the man's right leg, emanating spiritual energy fluctuations, as if supporting his flight. A talisman sheet also floated before him, the very source of that golden light. At that moment, the talisman flickered repeatedly, and within it there was faintly a blurry figure. Looking closely, it was shockingly the guard from the camp master's manor whom Su Qing had slain. Like a soul body, it searched around within the golden light like a hound, seeking a reaction. The middle-aged cultivator slowed his steps, as if inspecting the surroundings. After a long while, he changed direction and continued searching, gradually moving off into the distance. Upon seeing this, Su Qing's heart sank. Talisman treasures. He recognized those 2 talismans. Though he didn't know the specifics, he could more or less guess their use. Using the aura of the people I've killed to probe for my presence? But clearly the range isn't large, and the reaction is vague. Su Qing drew a breath. The subtleties of this spell immediately pushed him toward a certain conclusion. I can't keep going to Lujiao City. The chance of being discovered over a whole day is too high. Once I'm discovered, not only will I be in danger, but my destination will be exposed. Su Qing decided to take advantage of the other moving off in a flash. He dashed toward the Forbidden Zone. He planned to hide there first and figure something out after a while. Just as Su Qing was speeding along, and was only the time of 1 stick of incense away from the Forbidden Zone, a golden glow lit up the sky behind him again. Su Qing immediately concealed himself. When he looked back, his eyes narrowed sharply. That golden light seemed to have locked onto him. Its speed suddenly surged as it shot straight toward him, and at the same time, an even faster sword light howled in. Seeing this, Su Qing's expression changed. He stopped hiding, and his figure flashed sharply aside. In the instant he moved, there was a thunderous boom as that sword light slammed into where he had just been hiding, flinging dirt into the air with astonishing force. At the same time, the golden light in the sky descended in a flash, accompanied by a cold snort echoing out. "Brat, I finally found you. So you were planning to come here." As the voice fell, the golden light closed in, and the middle-aged figure within became gradually clear. The man had a square face and wore a golden robe. His height was average and his looks unremarkable, save for his thick eyebrows, which were very striking. Beneath those heavy brows, his eyes were cold and murderous as he gazed down from the sky toward where Su Qing was. Almost the moment he looked down, Su Qing slammed his right foot into the ground and sprang upward with a bang, rushing toward the middle-aged man in midair. The middle-aged cultivator sneered. Earlier, when he first passed through this area, the tracking talisman had reacted, so he searched carefully and now had finally locked on his Su Qing. Seeing Su Qing charge in, he immediately rose higher. After ascending to a height Su Qing couldn't reach, at the instant Su Qing's momentum dissipated and his body began to fall, the middle-aged cultivator raised his right hand. A storm surged around them. He jabbed downward with a sudden point. In an instant, the storm crashed down, swallowing Su Qing whole. Amid the roar, Su Qing was knocked back to the ground in a wretched sprawl. He staggered, then bolted once more toward the forbidden zone. The middle-aged cultivator was just about to give chase when, in the next instant, a cold gleam burst from Su Qing's position, turning into a dagger that shot toward him at astonishing speed. The middle-aged cultivator narrowed his eyes and lifted his body, easily evading it. Nothing but a paltry trick. On the ground, Su Qing shot the middle-aged cultivator a deep look, said nothing, unleashed his full strength, and accelerated forward. He already understood that he was no match for this man. If the other couldn't fly, he might still have a chance to trade injuries and wear him down. But faced with an enemy who could soar through the air, Su Qing had few options. One in the sky and one on the ground, he had no advantage in such a fight. At that moment, Su Qing was sprinting at full speed. In the clouds behind him, the golden-robed middle-aged man chuckled coldly as he took out a jade slip to send a message to the patriarch, then accelerated in pursuit, forming seals. He blasted beam after beam of spell light down at the ground. As the Grand Elder at the 9th layer of Qi condensation, his spiritual energy was abundant, and his repertoire of spells was even richer. From afar, wind blades and fireballs bombarded in succession, forcing Su Qing on the ground into a flurry. Even when he dodged, he was caught in the blasts, and blood gradually spilled from the corner of his mouth. In midair, the middle-aged man sneered. The patriarch is too cautious. There's no need for him to come at all. I can cut you down myself. Though he said that, he didn't land. Even as Su Qing was repeatedly driven into a sorry state, he kept his altitude as his hands formed seals. Storms rose again and continued to blast the ground. A flash of killing intent flickered in Su Qing's eyes. Being pummeled so passively only made him all the more eager to kill the man. But he knew that while the others seemed to be alone, he could definitely contact his sect. If he didn't tee in this quickly and enter the forbidden zone, things would get worse once others from the Vajra sect arrived, especially the words patriarch, which made his heart sink even more. But the other never lowered his altitude, leaving Su Qing no way to strike back. Even when he feigned weakness a few times earlier, he still couldn't lure him down. This man is too cautious. I can't wait any longer. At that moment, a violet gleam flashed in Su Qing's eyes. Just as the opponent's storm descended to envelop him, a purple blade shadow suddenly manifested within it. Within the storm, Su Qing spat out a mouthful of blood, braced himself against the impact of the opponent's spell, and brought his right hand down. In an instant, the heavenly blade reappeared and came cleaving down. A life-and-death crisis at the very limit exploded in the heart of the middle-aged cultivator in midair. His expression changed drastically as he retreated in a rush, hastily activating a flight talisman to shoot upward. At the instant he rose, the void beneath his feet roared. The blade's shadow fell, seeming capable of severing all things as it howled past perilously beneath him. Had he been half a beat slower to evade, or a bit lower in altitude before, that blade would likely have thundered through and cut his body in two. Though he narrowly escaped disaster, his left foot was still grazed bone and flesh burst apart, a mangled mess of blood and meat. The middle-aged cultivator grit his teeth through the pain, breathing raggedly. Murderous intent surged in his eyes, but even more so wariness and lingering fear. He knew that if not for the flight talisman, had that terrifying blade struck him, he would have been grievously injured if not killed. The Patriarch wasn't wrong, this brat is downright wicked. On the ground, Su Qing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, shot a cold. Not long after, as the rumbling echoed, outside the forbidden zone, that streak of light which had been at the horizon suddenly drew near. Upon reaching the edge of the forbidden zone, a flash of killing intent flickered in the eyes of the Vajra sect Patriarch. Without the slightest hesitation, with a thunderous boom, he stepped in. The two elders behind him gritted their teeth and charged in as well. The three disappeared into the dense contamination like that. Though they quickly burst back out, what followed was even more contamination, even laced with thick poisonous fog. The middle-aged cultivator with a mangled left foot hurriedly reminded, "Patriarch, that kid is too uncanny." The Vajra sect Patriarch snorted coldly, then spat out a breath, whipping up a storm that rumbled outward, scattering all the surrounding mist in an instant. He didn't stop moving, grabbing the two elders beside him as he suddenly shot forward, accelerating in pursuit toward the direction Su Qing was fleeing. Only, it was already late. Night pressed down fast, the surroundings grew even colder, and the contamination here became denser and denser. If they kept flying here, the Vajra sect Patriarch would still be fine, but that thick-browed elder was injured after all. Over time, he definitely wouldn't be able to take it. Thus, the Vajra sect Patriarch spoke coldly. "You two stay behind me. I'll go seize that brat first." As he spoke, he circulated his power. Behind him, the Vajra roared at the sky, his form swelling rapidly to over 30 zhong, turning into a giant that strode forward in great bounds. Each step covered dozens of zhong, about as much as his height, while the Vajra sect Patriarch stood atop the giant Vajra's head. From far away, without a bit of spiritual energy, one couldn't see the giant Vajra silhouette at all, only the Vajra sect Patriarch, standing on nothing, drifting as he gradually receded into the distance. Patriarch mighty. The two elders in the rear were thrilled, convinced that since the Patriarch had personally taken action, that kid was definitely doomed. We're sure the Patriarch will soon bring back that little punk's corpse. The two were full of confidence. Yet as time slowly passed, an hour later, the two elders' expressions changed. As they sped onward, they looked at each other, shock and doubt mirrored in both their eyes. The Patriarch's figure could no longer be seen at the far end of their sight ahead. Clearly, he had chased extremely far. But they couldn't figure it out. How could a mere body refining chi condensation cultivator have such speed and ability, to the point that the Patriarch still hadn't finished him? They were puzzled, and the Vajra sect Patriarch was even more full of questions. At that moment, far away from the two elders, the Vajra sect Patriarch's face was dark as he stared at the distant silhouette of that youth who was sprinting like mad at an astonishing extreme speed. That person's speed was slightly slower than his, but the gap wasn't large. Each time the Patriarch threw a punch, the fist shadow, paired with the Vajra fist beneath his feet, blasted across the air. Then around the distant Su Qing, light would flare, forming a barrier to resist. Amid the thunderous booms, that barrier would tremble and crack, but the youth within would, by leveraging that force, actually move even faster. With night descended, the contamination here that had been dense to begin with kept gathering along the youth's path of escape, making the surroundings ever colder. These conditions made the Vajra sect Patriarch wary as well, forcing him to detour at times, which affected his speed and made catching up even more time-consuming. Damn it! The Vajra sect Patriarch's expression was gloomy. In the distance, Su Qing's face was ashen, his eyes bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead as if about to burst. His left hand was clenched in a death grip, veins standing out frighteningly. In his palm, a scorpion tail was stabbed straight in. After his battle with the fire crow, he had kept a remaining scorpion tail. Though the entire thing was now pierced into his palm, the venom left in it wasn't much, and simply couldn't last. At most it could give him a brief boost to his speed. And in his right hand, he was pinching a blurred talisman. That talisman was the handiwork of that enemy from Team Lei. But now the talisman was about to dissipate, and Su Qing also knew the scorpion tail's poison was fading fast, soon to be useless. Luckily, at this speed, he could already see the familiar ruins of the city far in the distance. The city was getting closer and closer. At the instant the scorpion tail's boost faded, Su Qing slowed, but gritting his teeth, he leaped. In that instant, under the night and eerie moonlight, he jumped onto the city wall. This was exactly where Su Qing intended to go. He wasn't a match for the Vajra sect patriarch and the two elders behind, so Su Qing's plan had to take into account timing, terrain, and the right people. With this, he finally felt he still had a chance to get away. At the instant he landed, because his speed was slightly slow, a shrill howl suddenly came from behind. A massive phantom fist appeared out of thin air, spanning the distance to appear behind him and blast a punch at him from afar. Boom! The rune shield shattered instantly. Su Qing spewed a mouthful of blood, his internal organs shaking as if they would shatter, his injuries quite severe. Pain darkened his vision, but Su Qing still grit his teeth and dashed into the city, sprinting desperately along the familiar streets. Within a few leaps, his figure vanished inside the city. Soon after, the howling outside the city drew near, and a red-robed Vajra sect patriarch suddenly appeared. His face was gloomy as he shook his right wrist. That punch had already reached the maximum range he could throw. Although it was blocked by a talisman artifact and didn't blow the man apart outright, he believed that a chi condensation cultivator taking the residual force when the talisman shattered would be gravely injured if not killed. He turned, stepping into the city. But the instant the Vajra sect patriarch crossed into the ruined city, his expression changed sharply, and a crying sound came to his ears. From the street where Su Qing had disappeared, a cold aura suddenly spread. In the night, under eerie moonlight, amid the icy chill, a woman's silhouette slowly walked in from the distant street. At first she seemed small, but the farther she walked, the larger she grew, even surpassing the height of the surrounding houses, continuing to grow until she reached more than 10 zhang tall. She wore a long white dress, her long hair trailing on the ground, but she had no facial features. That face was empty, with nothing on it. Only countless human faces bulged on the long dress, each one crying. The crying merged into a shrill wail, spreading to all directions. The faceless woman in white also slowly walked toward the Vajra sect patriarch. As she drew near, the crying grew even more piercing. The sight made the Vajra sect patriarch suck in a cold breath. As formidable as he was, his heart still trembled. He knew what that was. The more he understood, the more awe he felt. So he didn't hesitate, immediately turned around and sped away. But he did not give up chasing Su Qing, nor did he leave the city instead. He took another route and slipped into the city. That kid is only in chi condensation. Even if he runs into danger, it's almost impossible for him to walk out alive. But if I don't see him die with my own eyes, I won't be at ease. Killing intent flashed in the patriarch's eyes. From experience, he knew his earlier judgment was correct. That kind of person who looks like a child unless he could end it with him himself. If he let him go today and the other survived, someday in the future he would definitely be slapped to death by that guy. After entering along a different path, this Vajra sect patriarch immediately began a cautious search. Alive, I want to see the man. Dead, I want to see the corpse. While the Vajra sect patriarch was searching everywhere, Su Qing had already returned to the stone cave where he had hidden before, sitting cross-legged, his chest rising and falling. Only after he spat out mouthfuls of clotted blood did the pallor of his face gain a hint of red. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, lifted his head through the cracks to look outside, his expression dark. After a while, he grit his teeth and began circulating the sea mountain art with his breathing. After all the rushing about and overexertion, once he recovered, the cultivation that had already been close to breaking through finally reached the critical point. Assault the 7th level of the sea mountain art. Su Qing did not hesitate and immediately attempted a breakthrough. At the 6th level, the sea mountain art had already given him the shadow of the fledgling tyrant. Against someone at the 8th level of chi condensation like the camp leader, he could kill with a full force strike. The 9th level was somewhat tenuous. So Su Qing was very much looking forward to how much his combat strength would increase once the sea mountain art broke through to the 7th level. The sea mountain art being this powerful in me should be related to that purple crystal. It's augmenting me. Su Qing had long thought of this. He took a deep breath, endured the pain in his chest, and closed his eyes to cultivate with controlled breathing. In the ruined city, the floor of Su Qing's stone cave was covered with bird feathers, mixed with a foul miasma. The stones and odds and ends he had previously used to plug the cracks to the side had now been severely corroded by heterogeneity. The dust all around was clearly far more than when he had left. Clearly, even after the Forbidden Zone formed, scavengers still came to explore one after another, but his hiding spot was too concealed, so after he left, no one had come here. The mingled scent of dust and decay kept burrowing into Su Qing's nose, but he remained unmoved. At this moment, Su Qing sat cross-legged, the sea mountain art running at full within him, power fully stored as he charged toward the 7th level. Outside, roars, eerie and mournful noises, and bone-chilling sobbing echoed without end. Su Qing's expression suddenly went dazed for an instant, as if he were hallucinating. As if he had returned to half a year ago. Back then, I was alone at the moment the god awoke and the blood rain fell, struggling to survive in this city full of white bones. Su Qing fell silent. After quite a while, the past no longer surfaced in his mind. He threw his whole focus into cultivation, his cultivation base circulating as the surrounding spiritual energy slowly converged, surging swiftly into him through every pore. Thudding booms began to echo within him, louder and louder, until they became a continuous roar in his mind. With the roaring, streams of black impurities oozed out from all his pores, more and more, ever thicker. Along with these secretions, the body beneath Su Qing's clothes suddenly exploded with astonishing force from deep within his flesh and blood. His veins bulged like taut ropes, his flesh contracted amid tearing and recombining, and even his bones let out dull cracks. An hour later, the thunder in his mind detonated. Su Qing snapped his eyes open, purple light bursting from his pupils. At that moment, the Kuei shadow behind him manifested once more. But this time, the Kuei shadow was utterly different from before. Its whole form was darker and more robust. Atop its head, there was no longer a single horn. Instead, like a bull, it had grown a pair of spiral horns, with black lightning faintly twining around their tips. Its face had become extremely ferocious. Its blood-red maw gaped open, as though it could devour all evil spirits. Especially those sharp claws, together with the purple pupils, radiated a chilling savagery. A powerful fluctuation rippled out from the Kuei shadow, as if to pierce the stone cave, making the surroundings tremble. The Kuei shadow had achieved mastery. This was a transformation that only appeared at the great perfection of the sea mountain art for others. Reaching this realm would usually mean great perfection in body refining within the qi condensation stage, making further progress difficult. Yet Su Qing at this moment was only at the 7th layer. As for his body, it too had changed dramatically. His frame was longer and more refined, and the purple light in his eyes lasted far longer than before. Especially his appearance. At the 6th layer of the sea mountain art, he could still be called delicate, but now with purple glints in his gaze. Even with his face smeared in grime, there was already a touch of eerie allure to him. Su Qing paid no heed to these changes. What he cared about was the power bursting forth from within him at this moment. Soon he lowered his head to look at his clenched fist. Bulging veins and the cords standing out along his forearm came into view. As the purple light in his eyes slowly faded, he clearly felt the change in his strength. More than twice what it had been. The strength of one Kuei? Su Qing murmured, looking around. Outside it was pitch black, and the stone cave was just as lightless. Though Su Qing could barely make things out, he couldn't see any shadow. However, in his senses, he vaguely perceived the shadow's existence, so he pondered and tried to control it. After the time for one stick of incense, a trace of excitement and strangeness flickered in his eyes. In his perception, his control over the shadow was much better than before. He could even make fine adjustments, drawing some of the alien substance within the shadow back into his body. Though this wasn't of much practical use, it at least indirectly proved that his flexibility in controlling the shadow had improved. These changes made Su Qing feel that if he ran into the Camp Lord again, there would be no need to use the god statue. Heavenly Blade one punch would be enough to blast the body refining 8th layer Camp Lord's arm to pieces. Unfortunately, I'm still far from being a match for the Vajra sect old ancestor. Su Qing shook his head. Although he hadn't clashed with that old ancestor head-on, being chased all the way and the pressure of that fist shadow had shown him clearly where the gap lay. So even with the shadow to strike unexpectedly, he still understood that, as he was now, he had no capital to contend with the Foundation establishment stage. But if I run into those two at the 9th level of chi condensation, I can take them. A cold light flashed in Su Qing's eyes as he peered out through a crack in the stone cave. Scattered roars and eerie noises drifted to his ears, crisscrossing near and far, in stark contrast to the silence within the cave. The scene made him feel as if he had returned to half a year ago. He instinctively pulled out the iron skewer and slowly gripped it, silently calculating his next steps. If he left now, he estimated he'd have a high chance of reaching Deerhorn City smoothly. But Su Qing was somewhat unwilling. A flash of killing intent crossed his eyes. If I don't remove those few, this hidden danger will never let me feel at ease. Su Qing narrowed his eyes as a map of the entire city surfaced in his mind. He was very familiar with this city. Now the streets appeared one by one in his mind. Whether the lairs where mutant beasts slept or the places where birds roost, all were crystal clear. He began to analyze. City Lord's mansion. After a while, Su Qing murmured, the cold gleam in his eyes growing stronger. He planned to first try leaving the city. If he didn't run into anyone from the Vajra sect along the way, so be it. If he did, he would counterattack according to the plan set beforehand. Hearing howls outside moving from near to far, Su Qing's expression darkened. He briskly moved aside the clutter blocking the hole and slowly wriggled out. The fissure opening was narrow, and Su Qing's frame was a bit larger now, making it hard to squeeze through. His expression didn't change as he forced himself out. Though he got scratched, such wounds would heal quickly. Once he wriggled out, Su Qing was on high alert, staring into the pitch black around him. His body flickered as he darted off, moving carefully through the ruined city. This caution was greater even than when he was deep in the Forbidden Zone's jungle. After all, compared to that place, the city at night had more monstrous beasts and uncanny things. Fortunately, Su Qing was familiar with the city's layout. Though he encountered danger along the way, with his speed and knowledge of the routes, he avoided most of it. If he truly couldn't avoid something, he would strike in an instant and withdraw just as quickly. Thus, under the heavy taint, Su Qing cautiously advanced for more than 2 hours. As he neared the outskirts, he suddenly heard a rumble from afar. That sound made Su Qing's eyes narrow at once. In the dark, his lone wolf gaze turned razor-sharp as he moved toward the source. About a stick of incense later, he saw 2 figures being chased by 7 or 8 beasts. These 2 were elders of the Vajra sect. They arrived in the city later than Su Qing and the Patriarch. By the time they got there, it was already late at night. So after some hesitation and weighing of options, they didn't head deeper into the city, but hid at the edge to wait. But there were too many beasts and uncanny things in the city, and their hiding place wasn't one of those relatively safe shelters birds can find, so encounters were inevitable. To avoid drawing more beasts, they evaded whenever they could, only striking when absolutely necessary. That caution, combined with solid strength, let them cope even when attacked. Just as they were sprinting and about to shake off the beasts behind them, a streak of icy light suddenly shot in from the distance. It was incredibly fast, an arrow loosed from the string in the night, whistling straight at the Vajra sect elder in front. This wasn't the one who had fought Su Qing before, but one who had come later following the Vajra sect patriarch. His face changed. He formed a hand seal and pushed. A chilling roar erupted around him as his defenses rapidly condensed, blocking the icy streak. But the streak's power was terrifying. It pierced the ice in an instant and lunged straight at his barrier. Spirit energy vibrated violently, cracks appearing in his defenses. It still managed to stop the attack, and he saw what had come at him, a black iron spike. The elder's eyes narrowed at the sight. He whipped his head back toward his companion, about to act, but it was already too late. At the instant he was attacked, a dark figure flashed out from a nearby alley, closing in on the other elder like black lightning. That dark figure was Su Qing. The iron spike was just cover. Su Qing's true first target was the middle-aged cultivator who had fought him before and had his left foot smashed. Su Qing's speed was fully unleashed, far faster than when he was at the 6th layer of the sea mountain art. As he hurtled forward, a sharp wind keened, and in a blink he was beside the injured middle-aged cultivator. This middle-aged cultivator was already wounded, and with the contamination heavy, he couldn't rely on a flight talisman to stay aloft, so his steps were a bit more unsteady than his companion's. Faced with danger, his eyes flew wide, mortal peril surging. He tried to retreat sharply to dodge, but Su Qing gave him no chance closing in. He suddenly sprang and smashed out with his right fist. In speed and force alike, Su Qing put everything into that punch. As the punch flew, a ferocious, hulking phantom unfurled behind him, a voiceless roar that cowed all around, its aura condensing into Su Qing's fist. In the instant the punch was thrown, the air seemed about to explode, crackling in rapid succession as suppressive force bore down. Under the phantom's grim presence, it smashed into the middle-aged cultivator's chest. The shield before him shattered in an instant, and Su Qing's fist plowed straight into his chest like a hot knife through butter. A thunderous boom suddenly echoed through the silent city. Accompanied by a shrill scream, the middle-aged cultivator with the shattered left foot spewed blood, his chest caving in deeply, organs seeming ready to shatter as he toppled uncontrollably like a kite with its string cut. He had reached the 9th level of qi condensation, but terror was plain on his face at this moment. Forcing down his injuries, the flight talisman on his right leg suddenly flared, the power of flight spreading as he twisted his body, trying to leverage it to soar into the air and escape. But the next instant, cold light flashed again. A long sword howled in, closed the distance in a heartbeat, and slashed straight across his right leg. Blood spurted. He let out a piercing scream as the right leg bearing the flight talisman separated from his body. Before the man who had lost his right leg could even fall, Su Qing kicked off hard and shot forward. Just as he sprang out, the spot where he had been standing a moment before was pierced and riddled by countless ice blades conjured by someone else. The two forces crossed past each other. Su Qing didn't even look back. He chased down the falling middle-aged cultivator right in midair, and as despair filled the man's eyes, Su Qing swung up his right fist and slammed it out. A hulking shadow roared as it fused into his fist, pouncing ferociously toward the middle-aged cultivator. That punch crashed straight into the man's forehead. With a bang, the middle-aged cultivator's entire body shuddered violently. His head exploded in an instant, blood spraying as he was smashed to pieces and died. When the corpse hit the ground, the converging beasts swarmed over it, tearing and devouring. Su Qing didn't pause in the slightest. He yanked the flight talisman off the severed leg, then turned to look not far away there. Another elder of the Vajra sect was pale-faced at this moment, horror in his eyes. He licked his lips, a wolfish chill flashing through his gaze, and then he lunged rapidly toward that elder. Kill! No sooner had the middle-aged cultivator's scream faded than, amid the echoing sound waves, the Vajra sect old ancestor who was searching the city for Su Qing suddenly snapped his head up. As a Foundation establishment cultivator, his 5 senses were extremely keen. The instant he heard that wretched sound from afar, his expression sank. He leaped up and stepped through the air toward where the sound had come from. Though there were beasts all around, he was, after all, a Foundation establishment powerhouse. So long as he didn't encounter those aberrant existences or large packs of beasts, he had nothing to fear. Even if the surrounding anomalous contamination would have an effect with his cultivation, so long as he didn't remain in this forbidden zone for over a month, there would basically be no major trouble. After fixing the direction, the Vajra sect old ancestor let out a thunderous shout, circulating his cultivation so his roar would carry farther. Pin that brat down and wait for me. As the words left his mouth, his figure in midair suddenly exploded with speed, from afar like a meteor streaking across the sky. At the same time, the other Vajra sect elder from the earlier battlefield hesitated not at all the instant Su Qing closed in. He violently retreated. He heard the old ancestor's bellow, but he had no wish to throw his life away here. He'd accept whatever punishment came later. Su Qing's baleful aura was simply too heavy, his strikes too ruthless, and the killing intent in those eyes made him unwilling to take that risk. So he withdrew extremely fast, directly activating a flight talisman and falling back several hundred zhong in one go. Su Qing narrowed his eyes. He also heard the old ancestor's low roar from afar, but he didn't stop. Instead, he suddenly accelerated to pursue. On the way, he scooped up the iron skewer and was just about to use a flight talisman when, in the next instant, his expression changed, his breath hitched, and he spun without hesitation to sprint at full speed in the opposite direction. At the very moment Su Qing turned, the Vajra sect elder hovering in midair abruptly changed expression. He felt a wave of icy cold wash over him, and at the same time noticed a gigantic figure appear by his side. That figure had no features, only long hair streaming, seemingly female yet not, immense in stature, clad in a long white dress. Right now, densely packed faces surfaced upon the white dress. A shrill weeping spread in all directions in an instant, the eeriness proliferating, and even the moon in the sky turned blood red. Seen from afar, that Vajra sect elder was as small as an ant before the giant. Under the crying and staring of the countless faces on the faceless woman in white dress, he trembled violently all over, his expression contorting, and slowly began to cry along with them. More bizarre still, his eyes were filled with extreme terror even as he wept, as though the tears weren't of his own will. When his sobbing merged with the sobbing of those faces on the white dress, indistinguishable from one another, white chi spewed from his 7 apertures, rushing into the body of the faceless woman in white. In the next moment, the Vajra sect elder's body instantly withered into a dried corpse. His aura dissipated and he plummeted to the ground. At the same time, an extra face suddenly appeared among those on the faceless woman in white's dress, the visage of that very Vajra sect elder. Expressionless, he floated upon the white dress, emitting a broken, intermittent sobbing. Su Qing saw this scene, and so too did the Vajra sect old ancestor who arrived at that moment. Both of them couldn't help but shudder all over. Su Qing took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, and abruptly picked up speed, racing into the city. Su Qing could leave, but the old ancestor of the Vajra sect, who had rushed over from afar, felt his scalp go numb and was unable to move. A faceless woman in a white dress was walking toward him. The old ancestor of the Vajra sect knew very well that you must not move recklessly when facing such an existence, or you'd end up like his own elder. So, in terrified unease, he watched the faceless woman in white pass by him and slowly recede into the distance. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief, yet an inexplicable doubt arose in his heart. Twice now I've run into this kind of eerie thing. Why do I keep feeling like it's helping that little brat? Damned uncanny. He gnashed his teeth, looked toward the direction Su Qing had left, became even more certain he had to eliminate that man, then lunged out and gave chase at high speed. Howls rose and fell in the night, echoing through every corner of the city. Even chewing, sobbing, and cold laughter drifted everywhere. The broken walls and ruins under the moonlight seemed to have turned into demons, deepening the city's eerie air. Su Qing raced through it. Though he had long grown accustomed to the howls and strangeness here, his face was still pale. It felt as if countless malicious gazes were fixed on him. Those gazes were like ice, beginning to erode his entire body. When his whole body grew even colder, Su Qing passed the place where he hunted the vulture that day. His gaze swept over it, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Not far away, beside the abandoned carriage mired in mud, the blood-colored doll that should have been hanging from the carriage pole had actually changed places, not hanging, but set on the carriage. Its back to Su Qing, so he couldn't see its face. Su Qing's scalp tightened. He hurriedly took off. Before long, the old ancestor of the Vajra sect arrived, scanning around warily. He saw the carriage, and he also saw the blood-colored doll sitting on it, facing him directly. The doll's inlaid eyes were dull and lightless. Its wet, blood-red hue was eerie to behold, and it was staring gloomily at the old ancestor of the Vajra sect. The old ancestor's pupils shrank, a chill ran through his heart, and his steps immediately slowed as he carefully backed out of that area step by step. After he exhaled in relief, he began to speed up again, but he didn't rashly close in. The old ancestor of the Vajra sect already felt this youth was no simple character, and he knew the other could instantly thicken the aberrance. so he didn't want to fight at close quarters. He planned to keep him under watch from afar, then make his move at daybreak to finish it. As a Foundation establishment cultivator having to deal with a chi condensation, it was indeed a bit disgraceful, but in this environment the old ancestor of the Vajra sect still put safety first. So he slowed his pace, following behind unhurriedly. Su Qing up ahead noticed this too. He had already rehearsed countermeasures in his mind. The preliminary work for manipulating the shadow was done as well. Black pellets in hand, he was just waiting for the other party to draw near. He was confident those methods wouldn't be lethal to the enemy, but they could leave him in a sorry state, unable to extricate himself for a short while. He himself might be grievously wounded, but fleeing after being injured would look more genuine, be less likely to arouse suspicion, and benefit the next step of the luring plan. Yet this old ancestor of the Vajra sect, clearly at Foundation establishment, was so cautious that Su Qing became all the more wary. Although the other hadn't approached, Su Qing felt the luring plan still had to be carried out, so he increased his speed and headed straight for the City Lord's mansion. He was getting closer and closer. The City Lord's mansion was at the city's center. The aberrance here was thicker than elsewhere, but strangely the number of aberrant beasts was somehow dwindling. This change made the face of the old ancestor of the Vajra sect who was following behind subtly shift. His sense of danger surged at once. He looked up at Su Qing's back, then at the collapsed buildings to the side, and his steps abruptly halted. He didn't continue the chase, but started to retreat. The sight left Su Qing momentarily at a loss. He was still 100 zhang from the City Lord's mansion, yet the old ancestor of the Vajra sect behind him was actually pulling back. It's too late to retreat now. Su Qing gnashed his teeth and swung his right hand sharply. A large swath of black pellets erupted outward in all directions. This time, to achieve his aim, Su Qing threw out half of the remaining black pellets on him, scattering them around, and they detonated all at once in an instant. In a flash, it was as if this place were torn open into a massive vortex. Aberrance surged in from all directions. The void was disturbed, the surroundings warped, and everything in sight became blurred and indistinct. The concentration of aberrance instantly reached a staggering level. The sight made the face of the retreating old ancestor of the Vajra sect change drastically. But even more than that, he was bewildered because Su Qing himself was also within that dense aberrance. If things keep developing like this, leaving aside the issue of corruption, just the beasts and bizarre entities drawn by the contamination would be enough to leave Su Qing with no place to be buried if he stayed inside. Virtually a death wish. While the Vajra sect's old ancestor was still baffled, the City Lord's mansion 100 zhang away suddenly shook violently, and terrifying heaven-shaking roars spread out in waves. The earth trembled, and the blood moon in midair grew indistinct. The Vajra sect's old ancestor's face changed. A surge of life and death crisis instantly flooded his heart. His pupils contracted, and he abruptly retreated, his gaze fixed ahead as one figure after another burst out of the building that seemed to be the City Lord's mansion. Those figures were gaunt, skin and bones, yet they had wings like black flames. The contamination aura around them was terrifyingly dense, and even the void twisted wherever they passed. This sight alone was enough to shock him. But what made his face turn pale and his breath catch was that, with a deafening crash, the City Lord's mansion collapsed, revealing a huge hole in the ground. A withered figure a full 100 zhang tall was slowly crawling out of the hole amid ear-splitting roars. From afar it looked like a desiccated tree. Its slender body was exposed for over 100 zhang, but it clearly hadn't fully emerged, looking more like its upper half. It waved its arms, and countless rotten vines sprang from its 10 fingers in an instant, lashing out like whips in all directions and stabbing hard into the ground. The farthest few vines actually speared into the ground not far in front of the Vajra sect's old ancestor. As if using those vines as fulcrums, the gigantic withered tree-like figure crawled faster and faster, about to haul itself fully out of the earth. What the fuck is this thing? The Vajra sect's old ancestor was shaken to his core, crying out in terror as his expression changed in an instant, and he threw himself backward with all his might. What drove him even more mad was that those winged figures drawn by the contamination which had originally burst out of the city lord's mansion with their target set on the dense contamination zone the child had created by some means. Strangely, shortly after charging into that area, they emerged again, howling as they searched around, then actually all locked onto this place and came screaming his way. What the fuck is going on? Where did that kid go? All of this left him dumbfounded despite his astonishing speed. He was quickly forced into the fray. Amid the thunderous din, the Vajra sect's old ancestor had no choice but to make a move, his foundation establishment cultivation surging to the limit. Only then did the charging winged figures temporarily collapse bizarrely. They recovered moments later and continued pouncing. And in the big hole at the distant city lord's mansion, that terrifying thing was almost fully out. With life and death on the line, he grew even more frenzied. Just as he was being entangled, a crack opened on the ground by the wall at the edge of the dense contamination zone ahead. Inside the crack, Su Qing was hiding with utmost care, warily peering out through the slit. Back then, following the bird's trail in these ruins, he found two places where he could temporarily take shelter. One was his stone cave, the other was this very fissure. This fissure was also the hideout he used years ago to evade pursuing beasts after obtaining a cultivation technique at the city lord's mansion and suffering a grievous chest injury. It was just too close to the city lord's mansion, so Su Qing didn't treat it as a long-term residence back then, choosing the stone cave instead. In the cataclysm brought by the god opening its eyes, almost all things were annihilated, yet the birds for some reason mostly survived. They seemed instinctively able to find certain places which, while not absolutely safe, were relatively like blind spots, easily overlooked by beasts and bizarre entities. Of course, that was only relative. If not for the Vajra sect's old ancestor drawing them here, Su Qing's actions just now would have been basically a death wish. Seeing the Vajra sect's old ancestor in such a sorry state, and catching sight of the gigantic shadow struggling out of the pit, Su Qing took a deep breath, grit his teeth, and suddenly darted out, hurling a few more black pills toward the distant, pursued old ancestor. In one go he tossed out another 10 or so. The black pills hit the ground and detonated. The contamination here was already thick, and with the blast it was as if some threshold was touched, its aura suddenly surged. In the blink of an eye, the malicious gazes that had focused on Su Qing when he slipped out of the crack shifted away, all snapping toward that even denser contamination area. The beasts and bizarre entities elsewhere in the city also halted and looked that way. The next moment, they all sped toward it. With the Vajra sect's old ancestor's furious roar ringing out, Su Qing hunched over and sprinted without looking back, seizing the window while those beasts and bizarre entities were drawn off by that patch of contamination to flee for his life at full tilt. Even the patriarch of the Vajra sect wanted to flee, but those wing-like figures tangled with him relentlessly, delaying him even as he retreated. The farther he fell back, the more frantic he grew, and his hatred for Su Qing deepened. Su Qing was speeding down a distant street, gradually leaving the city lord's manor behind as he headed for the city walls, when a chill breath suddenly rushed at him. Sobbing echoed ahead from afar. A faceless woman in a white dress was striding toward him. She had seemed far away at first, but in the blink of an eye that uncanny figure was before Su Qing. She moved so fast that Su Qing had no time to dodge. His breathing quickened, his pupils narrowed, and in an instant his entire body was swallowed by cold, his mind a blank, as if frozen. As the faceless woman drew near, dense faces rapidly surfaced all over her, each one wailing shrilly. The crying burrowed into Su Qing's mind, turning into ripples that tugged at his expression, until he was on the verge of crying along without control. Just then, some of the faces on the white-dressed faceless woman abruptly stopped crying, stared blankly at Su Qing, their expressions slowly twisting into smiles. Their lips moved as if to speak, yet no sound came. Soon, more and more faces ceased weeping, until at last most of the faces on the white-clad faceless woman no longer cried. All turned to Su Qing, each suffused with a gentle smile. Their lips quivered lightly, as if silently uttering two words that no one else could hear. Caught between those soundless smiles and mouthed words, Su Qing froze, staring blankly at the many faces on the towering faceless woman before him. Before he could make them out, the faceless woman in the white dress turned and walked past him. As she went far, the crying rose again. Su Qing's rigid body slowly regained feeling. Gasping for breath, he jerked his head around, staring dazedly at the white dress and pale silhouette receding farther and farther away, like a blaze burning in the night. Those smiling faces upon her just now felt eerily familiar to Su Qing. A sense of déjà vu. One face in particular, he suddenly recalled. It was the old apothecary he had carried for cremation to lay to rest. Su Qing fell silent, fixing his gaze on the departing figure, faintly understanding something. After a long moment, he bowed his head and performed a deep obeisance, murmuring softly, "Thank you." Those smiling faces before had spoken to him with those same two words. "Thank you." The arrival of the god's broken visage was like spring's awakening thunder, shattering the rhythm of all growth and forcing everything to change. That change made the world ever more brutal, ever more cold. The emergence of the forbidden zones pushed that chill to its extreme, and at this moment, as Su Qing gazed after the departing figure in white, he suddenly remembered something Captain Lei had once said. "Do you know why I, in the ruins of the city, twice offered to take you away? Because I saw you as you burned the bodies, the firelight rendering you as if one with the flames. In that moment, I seemed to glimpse a trace of warmth in this cruel world." Su Qing said nothing. Now, like Captain Lei back then, he too had caught a thread of warmth. That warmth came from the faceless woman in white, from the faces upon her that smiled at him and silently offered thanks, from the humanity that even in this cruel world cannot be taken away. After a long while, Su Qing made another deep bow. Then he turned and sprinted toward the distant city walls. Perhaps it was because he had thrown out too many black pills earlier, making the aberrant taint around the city lord's manor extremely dense, pushing past a critical point like a flame in the night, drawing countless eyes. It might also have been the karmic ties between him and this city. Thus, as Su Qing raced away, he met with few dangers and reached the walls without incident. Standing atop the wall, he glanced back at the city and the night howls and shrill cries carried from afar, and he gazed in silence for quite some time. "I wonder when the next time will be," Su Qing muttered, looked at the city in the dark, then turned and leapt from the wall, vanishing into the night. To speed up, he took out the flight talisman he had obtained earlier and pressed it to his leg. As spiritual energy surged within him, his speed spiked, and he shot straight up into the air. He whistled away through the sky. The wind whipped his face, making him faintly uncomfortable, and the sudden high-speed flight demanded a bout of adjustment. After all, this was his first time ever taking to the sky. Flying, looking down upon the land, feeling the world beneath his feet, that moment left Su Qing's expression a little dazed. He felt as if he had become a surviving bird under a god's gaze, spreading his wings in the sky. "So this is what it feels like, birds flying in the sky," Su Qing whispered, working hard to steady his body. He had cultivated the sea mountain art to the 7th layer, his control over his body nearly perfect, so Su Qing quickly adapted to being aloft. He also matched speed and strength appropriately, at times slamming down upon landing, at times throwing punches in midair, and his speed grew even faster. From afar, he looked like a long rainbow streaking across the sky above the forbidden zone, flashing past at high speed. Others might worry about heterogeneity surging in, but Su Qing didn't need to care about that, so he could keep accelerating. Before long, he saw the border of the forbidden zone in the distance, and with a burst of force he charged forward, propelling himself out. As soon as he exited the forbidden zone, warm wind rushed against his face, sweeping away the chill from there. Suspended in midair, Su Qing stayed silent, first looking toward Deerhorn City, then shifting his gaze elsewhere. After half a year in the scavengers' camp, he had learned a lot and become familiar with this area, knowing the positions of several nearby cities, including the mountain gate of the Vajra sect. Though dawn had not yet broken, the land wasn't entirely dark. Under the moonlight, the undulating distant mountains were faintly visible. In the air, Su Qing's gaze swept back and forth several times between Deerhorn City and the Vajra sect. "I want to accept it," Su Qing muttered under his breath. He didn't know what fate awaited the Vajra sect patriarch, who was trapped in the ruined city. However, Su Qing figured that the patriarch probably wouldn't perish, but had certainly been heavily injured and left in a humiliating predicament, making it nearly impossible to get free anytime soon. At this moment, if he headed straight for Deerhorn City, there should be little to stop him, but leaving just like that made him feel uneasy. After a few silent breaths, a cold light flashed in the youth's eyes. He twisted his body and his speed surged under the fierce fluctuations of the flight talisman. He shot straight toward the Vajra sect. Su Qing didn't go to Deerhorn City. He decided to make a trip to the Vajra sect first. He planned to take advantage of the Vajra sect patriarch being trapped, the two elders already dead, and the sect extremely weakened, and go there to properly repay them for their pursuit and attempts to kill him. That was Su Qing's nature. If it were someone else, their first instinct would probably be to leave. But Su Qing's years of experience had taught him that the root of danger must be eradicated. Even if this hidden threat wasn't something he could completely eliminate for now, he would still do his best to make the other side taste some pain. Only when the pain is increased to a certain degree does it become true deterrence. This was the way of survival in the slums, the scavengers' rule as well. As for whether the same held true in chaotic times, Su Qing didn't know, but it was his principle. After killing the two elders, Su Qing still felt it wasn't enough to be truly intimidating. He flew while closing in on the Vajra sect, and when the morning sun rose and sunlight bathed the land, Su Qing saw his destination in the distance. That was the Vajra sect's mountain gate. The Vajra sect was built on a peak, tier upon tier of buildings hugging the mountainside. The great hall atop the mountain gleamed in the sunlight, and from afar, it looked imposing. Only now, most of the cultivators were out searching and hadn't returned. Few disciples were on guard within the gate, and in the morning one could only occasionally see a few figures. These disciples wore a touch of arrogance on their faces, as if merely staying here marked them as superior. By an arched bridge, 3 to 5 disciples were chatting and laughing. They mostly talked about the patriarch going to look for the child this time, and between the lines they mostly felt the patriarch was making a mountain out of a molehill. Besides, some people were in their own rooms, seated cross-legged, circulating breath, in seclusion cultivating. At this moment, the Vajra sect master was sitting in the great hall, holding a ledger recording the tributes from nearby cities and camps, flipping through it indifferently. In his heart, just like the disciples outside, he didn't think much of the patriarch taking action. It's just a scavenger. Even if he has some skill, the two elders can suppress him. There was no need for the patriarch to go personally and leave the sect empty. The sect master shook his head, feeling there was no helping it. He could only obey the patriarch's words. No one dared defy him. Just as the sect was lax all around, Su Qing, suspended high above and unnoticed, lowered his head and swept a cold gaze over the place. He first tested the wind direction, then circled to the downwind side, carefully estimating wind speed and the scope of dispersion. After choosing his position, he gave the Vajra sect no time to react. He pulled out a large handful of poison powder and, expressionless, scattered it out handful after handful. He already carried a lot of poison powder on him, and now he directly used around 80% of it. So much powder mixed together was terrifyingly toxic, and it drifted with the wind toward the Vajra sect. Su Qing didn't strike immediately. He waited quietly. Time passed slowly. There was too much poisonous powder carried by the wind. It spread and seemed to stain the sky, faintly turning into a black wind. A cold gleam flashed in Su Qing's eyes. Almost there. As soon as the black wind appeared, it quickly aroused the vigilance of the Vajra sect cultivators. The first to see it were a few disciples chatting at the mountain gate. They looked up in surprise at the black wind and were instantly stunned. What is that? But in the next moment, a wisp of black wind drifted past a distant tree, and the tree immediately withered. The disciples' expressions turned ugly at once. Poison. As the cries spread, the disciples who saw this within the sect panicked. They rushed out, faces changing, ready to cast spells to disperse the toxic wind. At that moment, Su Qing suddenly shot out from the horizon, moving as fast as lightning, thunder rolling along his path as he charged straight at the Vajra sect's mountain gate. From afar, he seemed like a bolt of heavenly lightning, striking directly into the Vajra sect. Amid the shocked fury of the Vajra sect cultivators and the clamor of the sect's warning bells, rumbling echoed in all directions as Su Qing suddenly landed. He landed right on the mountainside of the Vajra sect. The ground roared, fissures spreading outward. Su Qing snapped his head up from the cracks, eyes brimming with murderous intent, and charged toward the horrified Vajra sect cultivators ahead. A thunderous crash erupted again. Su Qing struck with ruthless ferocity, his movements incredibly fast. Whoever he brushed past let out miserable screams, and bodies fell, scattering across the ground. Although the Vajra sect didn't have that many disciples, their numbers were still considerable. Soon, amid angry shouts, figures converged from all directions, lunging at Su Qing. Enemy attack. Damn it, someone actually dared to assault our Vajra sect. Kill. At that moment, the sect master in the Grand Hall also sensed something amiss. Furious, he strode out to see the sect in chaos and the pervasive toxic wind. His expression changed, and he shouted urgently, "All disciples, take your anti-poison pills at once and disperse the poison mist." Before the words finished echoing, he locked onto the source of the rumbling on the mountainside. A chill flashed in his eyes, and he immediately rushed that way. But Su Qing moved extremely fast, refusing to get entangled with those disciples. He advanced while flicking his hand, tossing out one black pill after another. Some of the black pills landed, some hovered in midair, and they exploded almost simultaneously, forming vortices that attracted heterogeneity, drawing in the free-floating heterogeneity between heaven and earth as if it were alive. Heterogeneity. The disciples rushing up saw it, and their faces changed instinctively. They backed away. Still, a few were trapped in the center of the vortices, their bodies quickly turning bluish-black under the dense heterogeneity. "How dare you!" A furious shout came from the Grand Hall atop the mountain, and the sect master's figure descended in an instant. His aura, at the great perfection of the Qi condensation stage, surpassed that of the elder Su Qing had killed before. He was the second strongest in the Vajra sect, beneath only the patriarch. Clad in a golden robe, his presence was thick and heavy, his expression dark, and killing intent blazed in his eyes. But when he saw Su Qing's tattered scavenger garb and youthful appearance, he actually jolted. "It's you." He didn't need to guess, he already had the answer in his heart. With that answer, huge waves surged in the sect master's heart. "How are you here?" The sect master's eyes narrowed, emotions roiling within him, and he looked somewhat incredulous. The youth he was looking at was wearing a black leather coat, hair disheveled, face smeared with grime. Faint traces of dried blood showed on that coat, exuding. Booming suddenly erupted, and the sect master of the Vajra sect felt the black pills were somewhat strange. His expression changed again. He stomped and shot after Su Qing, trying to stop him. However, Su Qing didn't clash head-on. He dodged aside, and, using a flight talisman, sped through the sect grounds, forcing the Vajra sect's sect master to use a flight talisman to give chase. From afar, the sect master and Su Qing flew one behind the other, and rumbling followed wherever they passed. At the same time, Su Qing kept tossing out black pills, which spread in all directions with thunderous blasts. Damn it! The sect master burned with anger, wanting to stop him, but with both of them using flight talismans, their speeds were nearly identical. He simply couldn't catch up. Soon, with the rumbling, vortices formed by the black pills grew more and more numerous. The concentration of heterogeneity surged, gradually encroaching upon the forbidden zone. By the time Su Qing was almost out of black pills, the entire Vajra sect had turned into a gigantic vortex. The vortex spun without end, drawing in endless heterogeneity that surged, and even the sky was shrouded. The heterogeneity, dense to the extreme, condensed into fog that churned as if blotting out the heavens, blanketing all directions. From afar, hoarse roars and cries kept rising from the fog-drenched Vajra sect. The disciples inside were all terrified. Meanwhile, with manpower lacking, though some of the toxic wind was dispersed, even more poisonous dust rode the breeze in, flooding into the sect and mingling with the fog. Wherever it passed, vegetation withered in an instant. Even the rocks sizzled, as if corroded. What followed was wave after wave of screams echoing. At this moment, the Vajra sect was unspeakably tragic. Heavy heterogeneity spread out. All things were contaminated. The poison dust drifted with the wind and fused with the heterogeneity, forming a horrifying situation. And all of this happened within merely 100 breaths. It unfolded so fast that no one could react. And in the blink of an eye, the Vajra sect fell into chaos. Some disciples in the sect scrambled to flee, but the toxic miasma was too fierce. Even taking detox pills did little. Soon people were bleeding from 7 orifices, wailing miserably. Another group tried to hide in haste, but it was to no avail. The rest, under the sect master's roar, rushed after Su Qing. But the sect was in chaos, and Su Qing was fast taking advantage of the disorder. With a few flickers, he vanished without a trace. Just as the crowd was about to search, a flash of fire flared not far away. This scene made everyone's scalps tingle. The sect master turned ashen with shock and, unable to afford chasing Su Qing, immediately ordered the disciples to extinguish the flames. But the firelight was not just in one place. Soon spot after spot flared up inside the sect, and roaring flames began to spread. Brat! The sect master let out a shrill cry, brimming with hatred, but unable to find him for the moment. He could only focus fully on putting out the flames. At the same time, Su Qing darted in and out among several ornate buildings within the mountain gate. He would enter, scoop up whatever he could loot, set a fire in passing, and then leave quickly. The whole process was extremely swift. Before long, amid the chaos, Su Qing arrived before an even more luxurious building and saw the characters on the plaque above it. Treasure Pavilion? Su Qing squinted at it, then approached and lifted his right hand to slam a punch. In an instant, the Treasure Pavilion's main door was shattered and the toxic fog outside surged in. Su Qing stepped in after it and saw rows upon rows of shelves. On the shelves lay all kinds of pills, spirit coins, and precious treasures. Su Qing swept his gaze over them, heart speeding up, and immediately pocketed everything he could take. After a round of looting, he prepared to leave. But his eyes narrowed as he noticed the toxic fog in the Treasure Pavilion seeping along hidden cracks in the wall, faintly outlining the shape of a door, as if a secret door was concealed there. So Su Qing raised an eyebrow and stepped forward to kick amid the rumbling. Cracks appeared in the secret door, but it wasn't completely shattered. Su Qing let out a soft huh, cold light flashing in his eyes. A crackling sounded within his body, and the hulking shadow behind him suddenly manifested, fused with his right hand, and became a full-force punch. With a boom, the secret door split into pieces, revealing a hidden chamber. There wasn't much inside the chamber, only a palm-sized cloth pouch. Su Qing was a bit surprised and reached out to grab it. But just then, intense light radiated from beneath the pouch. The rays traced complex runes on the floor which, as they lit up, turned into rotating wind blades rising into the air, blocking his outstretched hand. Su Qing withdrew his hand at once and fixed his gaze on the pouch within the wind blades. Unusual light gleamed in his eyes. Thinking this thing must be a treasure, he began to study the glowing patterns on the ground. What is this? Su Qing frowned. Sensing the fluctuation of spirit energy upon it, he snorted coldly. He took out the last 2 black pills from his bosom and crushed them with a squeeze. The taint erupted in an instant, surging in from all around to shroud the secret chamber. The rune diagram glowing on the floor flashed violently, but was corroded and could not stop it. In the end it dimmed, and with snapping sounds went out. He grabbed the cloth bag without hesitation. His figure blurred as he left the Treasure Pavilion. Gazing at the Vajra sect now in chaos, taint and poisonous wind billowing, wails rising everywhere, firelight leaping. Su Qing's face was ice cold. His flight talisman flickered, and his body shot up into the air to leave. He knew that even with the patriarch absent from the sect, he was merely taking advantage of a surprise attack. If he continued, danger would be inevitable. He had not come this time solely for slaughter, but to destroy the Vajra sect's mountain gate and grab whatever he could. With his goal achieved, he exploded with speed, lunging straight into the heavens. But just then, a roar of rage sounded. From within the fog, the Vajra sect's sect master, hair disheveled, rushed toward him at high speed. Suspended in midair looking down, a fleck of killing intent flashed in Su Qing's eyes. The seventh layer power of the sea mountain art burst forth within him. A hulking phantom took shape behind him. He blasted a punch at the charging sect master. A thunderous boom shook the sky. Screeching, the Vajra sect's sect master staggered back a few steps, about to attack again, when a violet blade shadow condensed behind Su Qing the next instant. The heavenly blade fell in answer. It cleaved straight toward the Vajra sect's sect master. The sect master's expression changed drastically. He retreated sharply back into the mist of poisonous wind and taint, and the violet blade light instantly chased in after him. Su Qing did not follow. With a glint in his gaze, he pulled back. His figure turned into a long rainbow that shot into the firmament, sweeping toward the distant rumbling thunder. At the instant he left, 7 or 8 figures sprang out from the mist into which the sect master had retreated, each throwing their full-strength punch, smashing down ferociously. The force of that strike was astonishing. As if it blasted the air apart, the roar shook the heavens, even the ground caved in. Its power was comparable to the Foundation establishment stage. If Su Qing hadn't withdrawn and kept chasing, he would likely already have been struck by that force. Those 7 or 8 silhouettes were all elders. Now their complexions were ashen. Blood spurted from their mouths. Clearly that strike had been achieved by combining their strength through a secret art. Seeing Su Qing flee far away, they hesitated over whether to pursue. 7 protectors, don't chase. From within the fog, the Vajra sect's sect master staggered out. His arm was actually broken, blood dripping down drop by drop. His face was deathly pale, and his whole person was swaying on the verge of collapse. This thief is too cautious. He actually didn't follow and kill his way in. Now we must first drive away the poisonous wind and taint from the mountain gate, then wait for the patriarch to return. The sect master was full of grievance, gritting his teeth. He had just risked injury trying to lure the enemy into the trap, but in the end it had failed. The 7 or 8 elders were silent. Someone stepped forward to support the sect master. Looking at the still chaotic sect, they were at a loss. With a sigh, they could only do their utmost to disperse the fog. Time flowed on. A day quickly passed. By dusk, most of the poison and taint within the mountain gate had been dispelled, the former by the disciples' exhausting wind element arts, the latter by having no choice but to crush spirit coins and use pure spirit energy to dilute it. The expenditure was enormous. The entire sect was a scene of desolation. Even the grand hall atop the mountain had become a ruin. Most buildings had collapsed, and everywhere was scorched. His complexion first shifted from bluish to pale, then from pale to red, and finally, in a flash, turned livid. His body swayed, and he couldn't help but spurt a mouthful of fresh blood. With his breathing rapid, he clenched his hands, his eyes bloodshot, as if ready to devour someone. He threw back his head and let out a shrill, anguished howl. "I'll kill you." The cry spread in all directions, like thunder, yet it could not reach the place where the teleportation array in Deerhorn City stood at that moment. Within Deerhorn City, beside the teleportation array, Su Qing was standing in line. Before him was a massive teleportation array. The array was built atop an altar, octagonal in shape. Inside, countless intricate runes were carved. With each flicker, the runes burst into vast radiance, majestic in presence. All around were several guards of considerable cultivation, coldly watching the people in line, eyes carrying an icy killing intent, as if anyone with the slightest malice would be cut down on the spot. Soon, as the figure ahead was transmitted away, it was Su Qing's turn, and he walked toward the altar. Ascending the altar and stepping into those complex array lines, Su Qing turned back to gaze at the world where he had lived for many years. At that moment, the setting sun cast its afterglow across the land. The hot July wind blew, lifting the strands of hair before his face, letting him see it all the more clearly. He first looked toward the ruins of the city, then at the scavengers' camp, and finally swept a cold gaze to rest on the location of the Vajra sect. "We will meet again," Su Qing murmured softly, his eyes growing ever colder, while the glow of the teleportation array beneath his feet intensified, growing more and more blinding, until it erupted into a sea of light that swallowed everything, his figure included. In the next instant, when the radiance of the array faded, the person within Su Qing was already gone.